Chapter 401 Immortal Level Pill Thunder. This is the Immortal Level Dan Lei. Such a sudden and somewhat familiar scene suddenly shocked everyone present. How is it possible, since someone can form pills faster than me? Who on earth is so fast? Less than an hour has passed. The alchemists all expressed surprise, their voices trembling with fear. The place pointed by the dark cloud and thunder is a direction. The senior officials and president of the Alchemist Guild all looked shocked and uncertain. Chang Luo, the Eparian's president, quickly said, Dan Lei, the conditions for the ordinary immortal level first grade Eli IR to become an Eli IR are simply not enough unless the conditions are met. There is a condition, that is, it will only happen when the Eli IR that is at the very peak level is only at the first level of the immortal level but is forcibly refined to a higher level. His tone was full of disbelief and disbelief. This kind of scene that can forcibly upgrade the level of an immortal level pill is rare for even alchemists in 100 years. What's more, this is an immortal level Eli IR. If an ordinary immortal level Eli IR is upgraded, it will not be so moved. Everyone quickly focused their attention on the person guided by Wu Yunlei, who turned out to be Long Fei. It's him. How is that possible? The elder who had been mocking him before saw this scene and immediately lost his composure, and his face suddenly became embarrassed. This was really a slap in the face. The previous president Chang Luo also looked down upon him, but due to his status no one would speak out against him, but he himself felt ashamed and guilty. I didn't expect that I would make a mistake. This young man is really a rare alchemist genius that can only be seen in a century. The president Chang Luo found a place for himself to step down and continued to pester him shamelessly. Haha, this result is what you expected. The two elders responded confidently to the elder who mocked them. The elder who was slapped in the face closed his mouth and did not speak again. Instead he snorted and turned away. Seeing his desperate expression of saving face and suffering, the two elders looked at each other and laughed secretly and did not continue to ask further questions. At the same time, the territory lord was also surprised by Long Fei's alchemy phenomenon, and his words were almost the same as those of the Alchemist Guild. Long Fei ignored the gazes of the others but focused on looking at the dark cloud and thunder above his head, thinking secretly in his heart, Dan Thunder, these pill thunders are indeed more powerful than ordinary pill thunders, even if they are still in the brewing stage, but I can feel the pressure on the Eli IR. Is this an immortal Eli IR? After all, it's immortal level versus immortal level, so it's a good match. Although no one told him, it is not difficult to understand. The NET moment, the already formed Eli IR in his Emperor Yan Dan furnace was forcibly floated into the air by a mysterious and powerful force. This Eli IR is filled with immortal energy, and the Eli IR fragrance is very strong. It even spread to all directions the moment it came out. This fragrance was inhaled by everyone and they immediately fell into it. The light of the Eli IR shows the dark color of the sea, which is a very rare color. This Eli IR is the most difficult to refine the immortal level 1 Eli IR. President Chang Luo and those who were very familiar with Eli IRS claimed and stood up unconsciously. Since the Eli IRS refined by everyone are randomly assigned, they don't know who refines what Eli IRS, so it's not surprising that they have this E-Press-Zion now. Guild President Chang Luo looked excited and blushed and sighed, I didn't expect that a newcomer would be able to refine the most difficult first grade immortal level immortal travel pill and also refine it into one that can the Eli IR that has entered the second level of the immortal level forcibly attract the immortal level Dan Lei. This person is really born for our Alchemist Guild. The elder on the side also took a deep breath and said, but this Eli IR is not yet a second grade immortal level Eli IR. Only by successfully passing the baptism of the immortal level Eli IR can one enter the queue of second grade immortal level Eli IRS. Among them, Guild President Chang Luo nodded, yes, but even if we can't get through, he is still worthy of our deep friendship. It is best to completely win him over to our Alchemist Guild and increase his cultivation. At this point his eyes sparkled. Boom, boom. The thunder brewing in the sky quickly condensed and quickly turned into a huge fairy level pill thunder. He struck directly at the Eli IR. This fairy level Eli IR is light blue. I don't know if the power of the Dan Li can be distinguished based on a color, but whatever. Stop joking. How can a newborn baby be an opponent of such a terrifying fairy level Dan Lei, let alone resist it? The moment Long Fei spoke, the immortal level Dan Lei had already given him the Shinaya Dan. The first blow came and it hit the Shinaya Dance Hong instantly. With just such a blow, the light of the divine movement pill dimmed. No matter what, it has withstood the first blow and there can be no second blow, otherwise it will be wiped out. That's enough. Let's see how powerful this fairy level pill thunder is. Long Fei withdrew the divine movement pill, but at this moment the originally dim divine movement pill suddenly regained its brilliance as if it had revived, even more intense than before. This is an upgrade. Everyone was shocked. Is this going to happen? But where he looked, the fairy level Eli IR did not retreat and was still brewing, indicating that the thunder was not over yet and still needed to be struck. If you can't resist it like this, all your previous efforts will be in vain. If you can resist it, the benefits will be huge. But no one will take the risk to help this Eli Ir withstand this terrifying Eli Ir. After all, the terrifying power of the fairy level Eli Ir is simply not comparable to that of ordinary Eli IRS. Even a true immortal might be injured even if he doesn't die. This is very dangerous behavior. Such a powerful fairy level Eli Ir can be used to strengthen the body. The NET second under the eyes of everyone, Long Fei, who had put away the divine movement pill, soared into the sky and quickly arrived at the location where the immortal level pill thunder was struck. What does he want to do? Does he want to use his body to resist the fairy level Eli Ir? Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. This is going to kill people. The senior elders became angry. It would be a pity if this once-in-a-century alchemy prodigy died like this. No one wanted to see this tragic scene happen. It was really uncomfortable. Lord of the territory, help me quickly, this boy cannot die. Guild President Chang Luo looked at Territory Lord Xia Taiyang and made a request. Xia Taiyang did not start immediately but took a look first. After all, he felt that Long Fei was not a simple person because he had seen how powerful this person was yesterday. Don't worry, he naturally has his reasons for doing what he does. If the situation is really beyond the scope, and this domain lord will naturally not let him fall. After all, he is now a noble soldier in my central domain palace. What? There is such a thing? The president and other elders couldn't believe it. Chapter 402 shocked everyone. Rumble. The moment the deafening thunder sounded, the light blue thunderbolts as thick as the arms of 5 adult men flew down directly towards the dragon. In terms of momentum, this second thunderbolt is more than twice as terrifying as the first thunderbolt. Long Fei instantly activated the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon, and the rapid operation of the Wuji longevity skill caused a rich cyan light to bloom on his body, which was very eye-catching to others. Under the eyes of everyone present, they saw very clearly the scene of Long Fei being hit by the terrifying thunder in this powerful and shocking posture, and even being directly submerged in the thunder. Everyone just looked at it. Cold sweat broke out on many people's forehead. They took a deep breath of cold air. Their back felt cold and they were afraid. If they face such a terrifying fairy level Eli Ir, they would not have the confidence to survive. The terrifying thunder overwhelmed Long Fei. Long Fei, who was immersed in the terrifying thunder, was not wiped out by the instant bombing. Instead, he resisted tenaciously. The infinite longevity skill in his body was running rapidly, and the power of the chaotic blue dragon bloodline in his body was continuously epondaying. Then a huge green dragon shadow rushed out with a shocking dragon roar, and it continued to grow along the inside of the thunder, opening the huge dragon's mouth. This tenacious and powerful force seemed to swallow up all the terrifying thunder. Such a shocking scene actually appeared here. There are people who are so bold as to want to engulf the terrifying immortal level pill thunder. Crazy. This guy is really crazy. He actually wants to do the opposite and use his absolutely domineering dragon power to swallow up this terrifying fairy level Eli Ir. The knowledgeable guild president Chang Luo, Territory Lord Xia Taiyang, and some elders in the Central Territory Palace were also shocked when they saw this scene. Initially they were still suspicious, but when they saw the scene that happened very quickly, they were completely dumbfounded. After using the immortal level pill thunder to forge his body, Long Fei's body has been improved by an unprecedented leap. The further the infinite longevity skill goes, the harder it becomes to advance to the NET level. It has maintained the current level for a long time without progress, but he has been improved with the help of this terrifying fairy level Eli Ir just now. After using it, he does not intend to keep this thing anymore. Maybe absorbing and devouring it can bring him different surprises, so he directly activated the skill of Azure Dragon Bloodline Azure Dragon Swallow. The extremely domineering Qinglong forcefully made what everyone thought was impossible a reality. The huge body of Qinglong kept going up, and the terrifying fairy level pill thunder was swallowed up bit by bit, and then quickly, before everyone could react, the terrifying fairy level Eli Ir in the sky disappeared into the sky, leaving only a huge and terrifying Azure Dragon roar. The green dragon roared deafening. Above the 9 nether sky, the echoes kept vibrating. Everyone below was dumbfounded. Is this terrifying fairy level Eli Ir just gone? While speaking, everyone could clearly see that the dark cloud that originally condensed the Danlei disappeared without a trace at this moment. This shows that Danlei's baptism is over. On the other side, Long Fei, who had swallowed the fairy level Eli Ir, could feel that his control and explosive power over the thunder attribute elements had been more powerfully improved, and he was able to summon thunder that was as powerful as the terrifying Eli Ir just now to fight. Moreover, in addition to these gains, this terrifying immortal level pill thunder also gave him an increase in level and strength. The Eparian spar has increased a lot. The original 7th level mid-term mid-term True Immortal has been upgraded to the current 7th level mid-term and late-stage True Immortal, directly promoted to a small stage. Although this is a small stage for ordinary people, it cannot be crossed within 3 to 4 years or even 100 years. This sounds very unscientific, but it is the fact. So for Long Fei, this is really a gratifying event. Although he can quickly improve his cultivation through this method, Long Fei himself does not dislike such method. After all, in such a world everyone will be destroyed for their own sake. As long as he can get the benefits that make him happy, the so-called good and evil methods are not a problem in his eyes. As the domain lord Ya Taiyang also immediately discovered the unusual energy aura emanating from Long Fei's body and accurately judged Long Fei's level at the moment, late level 7 True Immortal. Even Xia Taiyang himself was shocked in his heart and couldn't believe this was true. How can this be? Is it because of the terrifying immortal level Dan Lei body forging that allowed him to break through the shackles and successfully advance? In his consciousness, the mid-level 7th level True Immortal before Long Fei was already the level he had maintained for a long time, and now he was promoted to it just because of the conditions. But if he really knew the truth, I'm afraid his Prescience at this moment would not be Rela Ed, it might even be frightened. Did you know that it took him close to 20 years of precious time to advance from the mid-7th level True Immortal to the late 7th level True Immortal? But the current upgrade is probably too easy, right? Continue to observe. At this moment Long Fei had fallen from the sky and returned to his alchemy table. He opened his mouth and inhaled a mouthful of white-hot air, and his whole person felt a different feeling. He stretched out his hands and took a look and immediately showed a decisive smile on his face. It's been upgraded, not bad. This was something he had expected before. He looked at the people around him. At this moment those people didn't know if they were stimulated by Long Fei, but they were already working hard. Referee, I have refined it and can come and check it out. Long Fei waved to Dian Yu, who was slowly walking towards him 100 meters away with a very happy look on his face. After all, he is the first person in the audience and he has shown a different look just now. He is a little proud and arrogant to some extent. Dian Yu quickly came to Long Fei's side with a smile on his face. What was strange during this period was that not one of the participating alchemists looked over. This was still rare. Long Fei placed the refined Shinayudan in the center of the red brocade bow that had been prepared early on the table. When Dian Yu came to him, he didn't reach out to pick it up in a hurry because he knew that there was no shortage of time. Instead, he smiled at Long Fei and said, Master Long, your performance today really exceeded everyone here. As everyone can imagine, I was really worried about you just now. Fortunately, you didn't fall into that terrifying fairy level pill thunder, otherwise I would have lost another powerful friend. Long Fei replied, Elder Dian Yu doesn't have to be like this. I can do things that ordinary people dare not do. Naturally, I am sure of it. I will not stupidly rush in and start the battle despite knowing that my life is in danger. Now the facts already appeared. Chapter 403 Meet with him. Then Dian Yu took the Shinayudan and walked behind him and soon came to the elders. They judged that this Eli was obtained mechanically. First, put the Shinayudan into the machine and then Dian Yu pressed his thumb and then the machine would start running and the results would come out soon. It shows Pill Fugue Pill, grade 1st level Thunder and 2nd level Eli fragrance top quality, color top, smooth top, effect of Eli top notch, rating 100+. The elders and presidents all looked over one after another and they just saw that the Shinayudan brought by Dian Yu could read data similar to that of this machine with the naked eye. Haha, as expected, the report can be printed. Chairman Chang Luo issued orders to Dian Yu. Yes. Dian Yu nodded and after pressing the button a note came out of the machine and the Shinayudan had been put in a special bottle. This is the first person in this game to enter the NET knockout round. There are still 29 places left. As President Chang Luo said, he turned around and smiled at the people below. You must hurry up. Is there one of you among these 29 people? After saying that, he turned to look at Dian Yu. Let this little friend come up and meet me. I am very interested in his 1st grade and 2nd grade divine travel pill. I know the president. Let's go now. After saying that, Dian Yu had already left the place. After receiving the notice, Long Fei was not surprised that he had entered the NET knockout round. He left the alchemy table and walked directly forward. After passing the stairs one by one, we quickly arrived at where the president and others were. At this moment, Long Fei was arranged by Dian Yu to sit down in a guest room. When he just came, he was wondering why the other party came to him. It made him think that the most likely possibility was that the president or an elder wanted to buy his fugue pill. With this doubt, he asked Dian Yu. Dian Yu's meaning was also very obvious and he guessed it correctly. After he sat down, the maid poured him a cup of tea. Long Fei's butt was still hot and there were already 2 people walking towards him in front of him. One is Dian Yu, who just went to report the news. He is very familiar with it, and the second one is an old man with white hair. However, this white-haired old man was extremely majestic and he had a coercive aura as soon as he entered. This person is Chang Luo, the president of the Alchemist Guild. Hello president, my name is Long Fei. Out of respect for the old man, Long Fei stood up and spoke softly. Haha, you don't have to be polite little friend, Long sit down, Chang Luo said with a smile without the sternness of being serious about his position at all. After saying that, he also sat down opposite Long Fei. You can continue to host, this is a matter between me and Long Xiaowu. President Chang Luo glanced at Dian Yu. It's the president. Dian Yu gave Long Fei a look before leaving. Although Long Fei didn't understand what it meant, he moved his eyes slightly to prove that he had received it. He also sat down and looked at Chang Luo with a smile. Chang Luo said politely, if it hadn't been for this incident I wouldn't have known that you were a noble soldier of the Central Palace. It's really unbelievable. Long Fei smiled slightly and shook his head slowly. I'm quite surprised too. Okay president, you definitely didn't want to say this when you called me here. What do you think? Why don't we just get into the topic directly? After hearing this, Chang Luo nodded slowly. No problem, let's get straight to the point. In addition to asking you to come here this time to buy the first level, second level divine travel pill you refined, there is one more thing. I hope you can join us, Alchemist Guild. When the time comes I can give you a position as a trainee hall master. The reward will be extremely generous. You will definitely be satisfied when the time comes. Let me give it up now. Long Fei did not rush to answer Chang Luo's question but stretched out his hand to take the cup on the table and put it to his mouth and took 2 or 3 sips. After pursing his lips he smiled lightly and then slowly said, President, what you said I cannot agree with these 2 questions. Why? Do you have any other concerns? You can tell us and we can discuss it together. Chang Luo was a little surprised but it seemed to be affected. The thoughts in his heart were difficult to figure out. At this moment Chang Luo placed the first grade and second grade Shinayudan on the table. Long Fei picked it up and held it in his hand. The Shinayudan at this moment was contained in a special bottle which was very hygienic. Chang Luo saw this scene but did not stop it. After all, although the materials for this Eli IR were produced by them, Long Fei was the one who refined it, so the owner of the Eli IR was also Long Fei. As long as Long Fei wanted to take away this Eli IR, he only had to pay the material fee for 1 pair. After all, he only used 1 pair. Long Fei shook it slightly, raised the corner of his mouth and said slowly, it's not that I have any worries. The main reason is that this Eli IR was the first time I successfully refined it and I don't want to sell it. How many times can I have such opportunities and chances? I want to eat it myself and see what the difference is. Master Long, do you really want to stop thinking about it? We can offer you a high price that you can't even imagine. This is a curiosity for Long Fei, but for the president Chang Luo, how can it not be curiosity and excitement? He wanted to fight for it again, hoping that money would impress Long Fei. Oh, I'm curious president, how much money will you offer? Long Fei did not rush to kill everyone but gave Chang Luo a chance to see hope. Anyway, no matter how much he offered he would definitely not sell it in the end, so he was not in a hurry. This is the number. The president raised his 2 fingers, looked into Long Fei's eyes seriously and said. Long Fei blinked and was speechless. President, you are so funny. You put up 2 fingers. How do I know how many 2 are? How many more people are behind you? The president Chang Luo stopped trying to keep it secret and said the price directly, 20 million fairy coins. Buy this first grade, second grade divine travel pill in your hand. 20 million fairy coins? This is indeed very high. The president is very sincere, but unfortunately I am not short of money. I am not interested in money now. Long Fei smiled deeply and as he spoke Chang Luo seemed to see hope, but the net moment he shook his head completely crushed. President Chang Luo quickly calmed down because he found the loophole in Long Fei's word. People cannot be born perfect. As long as there are loopholes they can break through. So he smiled lightly and said, what do you want Mr. Long? Are they cultivation resources? The 2 most indispensable things for our Alchemist Guild are fairy coins and cultivation resources. Not only do we have a lot of resources in our guild, but we also have a lot of connections. Long Fei nodded. I do need some cultivation resources, but in comparison I actually want to taste what kind of feeling and understanding this first grade, second grade divine travel pill can bring to me. The cultivation resources he wants are more direct, such as giving him a few modifications with higher cultivation level or fairy beasts to devour and upgrade him. Chapter 404 5 thing. Long Fei said, you can exchange it for resources, but president, you need to show me resources of the same price first. I only want the ones that are of the greatest benefit to me. Okay, come with me. Hearing Long Fei say this, at least give him a chance, because Long Fei has a special status and is a noble soldier of the Central Palace. Even though he is the president of the Alchemist Guild, you must also respect the 3 points, otherwise you will not take Xia Taiyang territory lord into your eyes. What's more, as long as he doesn't die young, such a rare genius will become a big shot in the future. Making friends now will be of great benefit to him in the future, Chang Luo said and stood up, and Long Fei followed. At this moment, as time passes bit by bit, the new Eli IRS below are refined one after another. Of course many of them are successful only after the second chance, and some are successful with just one. Naturally there are also both times, however those who failed were directly eliminated, and there were a lot of them. It's going on here and it's going to end in less than half an hour. The number of people in the alchemist field gradually decreased. Furthermore, the time to advance to the NET knockout round is in the afternoon. During this period there are at least 4 or 5 hours to rest and recuperate. As for Long Fei, he had followed Guild President Chang Luo to a new place early. From Chang Luo's introduction he learned that this place was a resource pavilion outside the Alchemist Guild. The layout and furnishings here are very ancient and mysterious. There are many cabinets here that go straight to the top, layer by layer, bow by bow. People who are not familiar with this place will easily feel missing after looking at it for a long time. Under the leadership of Chang Luo he walked through every wide and thick shelf gap inside it, quite secretive. There is a very spacious square place in front where there is a high pebble-like stone table. There is a stool at the front and back. Chang Luo stopped and looked at Long Fei with a slight smile. Master Long, wait for me here for a moment and I will go get you some resources of matching value. This place belongs to the type of secret room. Whether it was the footsteps just now or the voices speaking now, there was a gloomy echo that sounded briefly again before disappearing. Good. After responding, Chang Luo had disappeared from here. Long Fei looked around carefully but he didn't find anything wrong. What makes more sense is that this place is too much. He sat down and seemed to remember something. He quickly called up the system and opened the smelting table. At this moment the smelting of the Qinglong ancient sword has been completely completed, and a wisp of scarlet arrogance appeared around the iconic sword belonging to this sword. Even before he took it out and touched it with his hands, Long Fei could read some kind of information from the changed icon. The system's voice rang in his mind. The smelting is complete. Should the host extract it now? Yes. Long Fei nodded. But don't extract it now and put it into the system. Okay, the system replied. This place is not suitable to be taken out now, otherwise he is worried that too much movement will destroy the place, which will be embarrassing then. Soon Chang Luo came back. He slowly walked out with his hands behind his back, not holding anything because he put all those things into the ring. Long Fei, who was waiting, was called back by the footsteps. Looking at Chang Luo, who was already in front of him and facing him, he said, "What did the president bring me?" President Chang Luo chuckled and said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, 5 boes appeared on Long Fei's desktop. Chang Luo laughed and said, "These are the 5 things I found. Each one is worth about 20 million fairy coins, which is almost the same. Master Long, do you think it's okay?" Chang Luo said. Long Fei looked at the 5 boes in front of him with calm eyes and said in a calm tone, "If you just talk about the price, that's fine. If you talk about other things, you have to look at the quality of each of these 5 items. Haha, Mr. Long will not be disappointed." After saying that, Chang Luo opened the lid of the first bow. When I opened it, I saw that the first thing looked like a strange plant with 2 dragon heads. There was a layer of translucent luster like glass on the surface. Overall it looked like some kind of mutated Ganoderma lucidum. Long Fei frowned, searching for information about this plant in his mind. As for Long Fei's e-pression, Chang Luo was not surprised. He introduced with a faint smile, "This first one is double dragon glazed Ji." Chang Luo slowly started to introduce the connotation of double dragon glazed Ji has been condensed for hundreds of years. The body is rich in the power of the dragon blood of the yin and yang double dragon. It is full of yang energy and can condense the body and soul like colored glaze. And young Master Long, it seems that there is also some energy from dragons, which must be of great help. The market price of one plant is exactly 20 million fairy coin. Long Fei listened quietly as he introduced the double dragon glazed Ji, and then his eyes moved lightly. He had to say that he was indeed a little moved, but he didn't show it immediately. After all, there was something dead behind him, and he also can't tell others the e-pressions he really wants. He must maintain a calm attitude so that he can make better suggestions. Long Fei sat quietly on the stool and nodded slowly. "Shuanglong Liulazi is good. It is indeed a good thing. Then will the president let me take a look at the second one?" Not move? How is this possible? Seeing Long Fei's e-pression, Chang Luo thought to himself, this shouldn't be the case. This double dragon glazed Hizi is a very powerful thing. Even their alchemist guild only has less than 5 plants, and they usually don't take them out easily. If it were taken to an auction house, the lowest starting price would be 20 million. Chang Luo acted conscientiously and gave the lowest starting price to Long Fei. Okay. Chang Luo nodded slowly and quickly opened the second bow. This is a bottle containing red blood-like stuff. Blood? What is this? Long Fei became interested. Even though he was separated by a bottle, he could feel that the blood in this bottle was unusual. Contains powerful dragon blood power and dragon breath. That's right. Although he didn't know what kind of animal blood it was. He was sure it was definitely dragon blood. Long Fei looking at Chang Luo, he thought secretly, it seems that the 5 things this old guy prepared for me are probably related to dragon. He really made a good calculation. Chang Luo said, this is the dragon blood of the earth, plotting star dragon. I think young Master Long can also feel that although there is a bottle between them, the dragon power is still very powerful. Such blood dragon power is like this, let alone how powerful is his entire body. Earth plotting star dragon, is there such a dragon still existing? Long Fei was also curious. Yes, of course. Chang Luo nodded. So is it a fairy beast? Long Fei asked. Chang Luo nodded. Yes, this is a dragon-like immortal beast that has just entered the level of a true immortal. The lowest market price for the blood of an ordinary true immortal beast starts at 10 million fairy coins, but this dragon is even more rare and is worth more than 20 million. Chapter 405 Dan Qi of Heaven and Earth. Long Fei said, you can change it for resources, but President, you need to show me resources of the same price first. I only want the ones that are of the greatest benefit to me. Okay, come with me. Hearing Long Fei say this, at least give him a chance, because Long Fei has a special status and is a noble soldier of the Central Palace. Even though he is the president of the Alchemist Guild, you must also respect the 3 points, otherwise you will not take Xia Taiyang territory lord into your eyes. What's more, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, such a genius who is rare to see in a century will definitely become a big shot in the future. Making friends now will be of great benefit to him in the future, Chang Luo said, and stood up, and Long Fei followed. At this moment, as time passes bit by bit, the new Eli IRS below are refined one after another. Of course, many of them are successful only after the second chance, and some are successful with just one. Naturally, there are also both times they failed and were directly eliminated, and there were a lot of them. It's going on here and it's going to end in less than half an hour. The number of people in the alchemist field gradually decreased. Furthermore, the time to advance to the NET knockout round is in the afternoon. During this period there are at least 4 or 5 hours to rest and recuperate. As for Long Fei, he had followed Guild President Chang Luo to a new place early. From Chang Luo's introduction he learned that this place was a resource pavilion outside the Alchemist Guild. The layout and furnishings here are very ancient and mysterious. There are many cabinets here that go straight to the top, layer by layer, bow by bow. People who are not familiar with this place will easily feel missing after looking at it for a long time. Under the leadership of Chang Luo, he walked through every wide and thick shelf gap inside it, quite secretive. There is a very spacious square place in front where there is a high pebble-like stone table. There is a stool at the front and back. Chang Luo stopped and looked at Long Fei with a slight smile. Master Long, wait for me here for a moment and I will go get you some resources of matching value. This place belongs to the type of secret room. Whether it was the footsteps just now or the voices speaking now, there was a gloomy echo that sounded briefly again before disappearing. Good. After responding, Chang Luo had disappeared from here. Long Fei looked around carefully, but he didn't find anything wrong. What makes more sense is that this place is too much. He sat down and seemed to remember something. He quickly called up the system and opened the smelting table. At this moment the smelting of the Qinglong ancient sword has been completely completed, and a wisp of scarlet arrogance appeared around the iconic sword belonging to this sword. Even before he took it out and touched it with his hands, Long Fei could read some kind of information from the changed icon. The system's voice rang in his mind. The smelting is complete. Should the host extract it now? Yes. Long Fei nodded. But don't extract it now and put it into the system. Okay, the system replied. This place is not suitable to be taken out now, otherwise he is worried that too much movement will destroy the place, which will be embarrassing then. Soon Chang Luo came back. He slowly walked out with his hands behind his back, not holding anything because he put all those things into the ring. Long Fei, who was waiting, was called back by the footsteps. Looking at Chang Luo, who was already in front of him and facing him, he said, what did the president bring me? President Chang Luo chuckled and said, wait a moment. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, 5 boes appeared on Long Fei's desktop. Chang Luo laughed and said, these are the 5 things I found. Each of them is worth about 20 million fairy coins, which is almost the same. Master Long, do you think it's okay? Chang Luo said. Long Fei looked at the 5 boes in front of him with calm eyes and said in a calm tone, if you just talk about the price, that's fine. If you talk about other things, you have to look at the quality of each of these 5 items. Haha, Mr. Long will not be disappointed. After saying that, Chang Luo opened the lid of the first bow. When I opened it, I saw that the first thing looked like a strange plant with 2 dragon heads. There was a layer of translucent luster like glass on the surface. Overall it looked like some kind of mutated Ganoderma lucidum. Long Fei frowned, searching for information about this plant in his mind. As for Long Fei's Zion, Chang Luo was not surprised at all. With a smile he introduced the first one is double dragon glazed Ji. Chang Luo slowly started to introduce the connotation of Shuanglong Shuanglong Liulazi has been condensed for hundreds of years. The body is rich in the power of the dragon blood of the yin and yang double dragon. It is full of yang energy and can condense the body and soul like glass. And young Master Long, it seems that there is also some energy from dragons which must be of great help. The market price of one plant is exactly 20 million fairy coin. Long Fei listened quietly as he introduced the double dragon glazed Ji, and then his eyes moved lightly. He had to say that he was indeed a little moved, but he didn't show it immediately. After all, there was something dead behind him, and he also can't tell others the prescience he really want. He must maintain a calm attitude so that he can make better suggestions. Long Fei sat quietly on the stool and nodded slowly. Shuanglong Liulazi is good. It is indeed a good thing. Then will the president let me take a look at the second one? Not move? How is this possible? Seeing Long Fei's prescience, Chang Luo thought to himself, this shouldn't be the case. This double dragon glazed his is a very powerful thing. Even their alchemist guild only has less than 5 plants, and they usually don't take them out easily. If it were taken to an auction house, the lowest starting price would be 20 million. Chang Luo acted conscientiously and gave the lowest starting price to Long Fei. Okay. Chang Luo nodded slowly and quickly opened the second bow. This is a bottle containing red blood-like stuff. Blood? What is this? Long Fei became interested. Even though he was separated by a bottle, he could feel that the blood in this bottle was unusual. Contains powerful dragon blood power and dragon breath. That's right, although he didn't know what kind of animal blood it was, he was sure it was definitely dragon blood. Long Fei looked at Chang Luo and thought to himself, it seems that the 5 things this old guy prepared for me are probably related to dragon. He really made a good calculation. Chang Luo said, this is the dragon blood of the earth plotting star dragon. I think young Master Long can also feel that although there is a bottle between them, the dragon power is still very powerful. Such blood dragon power is like this, let alone how powerful is his entire body. Earth plotting star dragon? Is there such a dragon still existing? Long Fei was also curious. Yes, of course. Chang Luo nodded. So is it a fairy beast? Long Fei asked. Chang Luo nodded. Yes, this is a dragon-like immortal beast that has just entered the level of a true immortal. The lowest market price for the blood of an ordinary true immortal beast starts at 10 million fairy coins, but this dragon is even more rare and is worth more than 20 million. Chapter 406 Capture them all. He had to admit that whether it was the previous double dragon Liulai Ji or the current earth plosive sky star dragon blood, it was a very good training resource for him, but it was not enough. He also wanted to see what the NET3 contained. Moreover, even if his fugue pill, which had been baptized by Dan Lei, only had 1 thunder, it was still the type of mutation and improvement. If he ate it, he might. The benefit he received were more than what these so-called resources gave him. The blood of earth Plosion sky star dragon is undeniably a good resource, so let's move on to the NET1. Long Fei smiled slightly and looked at the third brocade bow. Chang Luo slowly stroked his beard and nodded. Okay, it seems that the young master has to read all the contents in the bow before he is willing to make a choice. Long Fei said calmly, everyone is curious. Besides, aren't these 5 things prepared for me to choose on my own? It is also. Chang Luo nodded. Then the familiar old-fashioned operation opened the third brocade bow. This is a round pill packed in a round bottle. This is a pill, it can't be wrong. The Eli IR has a glossy and reflective light all over the body like a glass tiangang, giving people a sense of supremacy. What kind of Eli IR is this? Long Fei asked enthusiastically. Chang Luo laughed and said, haha, this pill is the Tiangang Divine Pill. Tiangong's refining pill? Long Fei's brief look of confusion quickly faded and turned into a hint of surprise. Good. Chang Luo nodded and then explained the information about this powerful sounding Eli IR. The function of this Tiangang Divine Refining Pill is to use the strong power of Tiangang to quench spiritual consciousness, and its effect is very powerful. Pause for a second. He continued, this is just the surface. The specific effect depends on the user. This Eli IR belongs to the second grade immortal Eli IR and is very rare in the market. However, the price is only 22 million immortal spirit coin. Now I will give you a choice among the 20 million fairy coin. After hearing this, Long Fei touched his chin and thought, although his current spiritual consciousness is very powerful, which is equivalent to the soul, and although he has reached the level of Xuan Yin, it is still not good in the eyes of the truly powerful. Therefore he also needs to upgrade his spiritual consciousness and soul, and this Eli IR is very suitable. Compared with the 2 previous resources, he is now more inclined to this Tiangang Divine Refining Pill. This is a genuine second grade immortal level Eli IR. If he is lucky, it may have other miraculous effect. Although this may the SE was low, but he didn't mind. Long Fei nodded and said, very good, I like this Tiangang Divine Refining Pill very much. Let's take a look at the NET2. If not, if he is better than him, I will choose this Eli IR. Okay, Chang Luo said. In fact, there is a big difference between the first grade, second grade Divine Travel Pill in Long Fei's hand and the Tiangang Divine Refining Pill, but this is also an investment by Long Fei, and his relationship with the Domain Master does not seem to be simple. Anyway, this transaction will definitely not be a loss in the future. When he just took out the Tiangang Divine Refining Pill that he had treasured for a long time, he was a little hesitant and heartbroken. After all, there are no more than 5 in the entire Alchemist Guild, and there are no more than 30 in the entire dazzling continent, because it is among the second-grade fairy level Eli IRS that are very difficult to practice, and the materials are also very rare and precious. The ingredients can cost millions of fairy spirit coin, and the refining failure rate is as high as 85%. Chang Luo didn't want to waste time and continued to open the 4th brocade bow. What Long Fei saw was a bottle containing a crimson air-like thing. What the hell is this? Is it worth 20 million fairy coins? Long Fei's eyes widened and he looked at Chang Luo as if he was saying, "Old guy, are you kidding me?" Well, Chang Luo wouldn't be too surprised that Long Fei would have this prescient. After all, it was the first time that he was as stupid and ignorant as Long Fei. Then he explained, "Master Long, this is indeed a ray of energy, but to be precise, it is not ordinary energy, otherwise I would not dare to take it out." "Stop being so pretentious, what on earth is this?" Long Fei frowned impatient. This old man talked a lot of nonsense but didn't get to the point. "Very uneasy," Chang Luo said with a serious face. "This is a ray of Eli IR energy from heaven and earth. Although there is only one ray, it is a very natural and cultivated Eli IR energy that has passed through heaven and earth. As for the specific effect, we still don't know. After all, right now only our Alchemist Guild has such a trace. As for whether it is elsewhere, at least there is no information that has not been released yet. The Eli IR energy of heaven and earth, the knowledge gained in a short period of time, can be regarded as refreshing Long Fei's previous knowledge." Long Fei was not stupid and directly stated the question in his mind. "On the surface, you, the Alchemist Guild, are the only one who has such a wisp. Why don't you use it yourself and insist on changing it with me? Even if you change it, it will only have this wisp on the surface. The price is a lot more than 20 million fairy coins anyway, right? The most important thing is that they don't even know what their effects and functions are." Chang Luo also said with some embarrassment, "That's what I said, but just because there is only such a wisp on the surface, we are reluctant to use it, and then we won't know the effect. But our initial price is also 20 million. Obviously what Che Penglu said did not mention the information point that Long Fei wanted to know, and then he asked the system in his heart system, "Do you know what this heaven and earth Dan Qi is and what effect it has after being absorbed?" The system's answer is, "Pay 1 system coin to answer it for you." Long Fei felt unhappy. "Why are you so shady? You didn't need to pay for asking questions before, but now you need to pay for everything." The system's leisurely voice echoed in his mind, "That was before, this is now, and host, you are not short of money, so what's the point of spending 100,000 fairy coins? 1 system coin is equivalent to 100,000 fairy coin. As far as the system is concerned, fairy coins are low energy and worthless. Then dunk it." Long Fei was helpless. The automatic deduction was successful. "We are answering your question. The Eli IR of heaven and earth is the energy body of heaven and earth that has been naturally nurtured by heaven and earth for hundreds or even thousands of years. These energy bodies generally do not appear in their true form but split into wisps of breath that fall everywhere. Ordinary people don't know it and think it is ordinary chi. Moreover, its existence time is very short, only 24 hours. It splits once every 500 years, but the host in front of you is 3 chi, one of the products of the latest 500-year schism 10 years ago. The reason why it can exist until now is because the medium in this bottle happens to be able to preserve it. However, the ray of heaven and earth Eli IR at this moment has gradually been lost. It is estimated that even this bottle will disappear after this year, and its effect is similar to its name, which is easy to understand. People can refine and absorb it, and the effect it brings to people is Chapter 407. Absorption completed. The effect of a person's absorption and refining is to gain an alchemy physique. Such a person can control all aspects of alchemy very accurately and can be distracted and perform most of the refining together. A trace of the alchemy energy of heaven and earth will be produced in the human body. The completed Dan Qi flame has the effect of long-term improvement of physical fitness and soul, and also has a long-term improvement effect on comprehension. In short, the benefits of the heaven and earth Dan Qi are very many, and it is recommended that the host choose it. I have finally finished talking about the system. Long Fei listened carefully and with great interest. After the system finished speaking, he thought in his mind, the Eli IR of heaven and earth is indeed a product of heaven and earth, and it has such a powerful effect. Long Fei said to Chang Luo, "Okay, this heaven and earth Dan Qi is also pretty good. Let's take a look at what's in the last bow first, shall we?" Chang Luo opened the last brocade bow. It is a slightly larger piece of wood with red lines that look like blood all over its body. What is it this time? Long Fei asked again. Chang Luo said this is blood. Lightwood comes out from the bottom of the Hades Valley in the west of the dazzling continent. It has been gathering the energy of the Hades mountain for many years and is stained with blood. Hence it has this name. Don't look at it as just a piece of wood, but it can be used to cultivate the body. The blood energy absorbed by the monks can be fed back into the physical body, strengthening the powerful blood energy in the body. Continuing, the current market value is 21 million fairy coin. Oh, I got it. Long Fei nodded and then took stock. Double Dragon Glazed G Earth Explosive Sky Star Dragon Blood Tiangang Refining Divine Pill Heaven and Earth Dan Qi and Blood Light Wood. To be honest, I want all these 5 things. Long Fei looked at Chang Luo seriously. Chang Luo was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. These 5 things really make people miss them. I can change the first grade and second grade Shinayudan for one thing. As for the other 4 things, I will pay enough to buy them all. President, do you think this is okay? As Long Fei spoke, he had already taken out the bottle containing the first grade and second grade Shinayudan from his hand and placed it on the table. After hearing this, Chang Luo hesitated for a moment, looked at the 5 things on the table and nodded after thinking deeply. Yes, young Master Long is a noble soldier of the Central Domain Palace. I will give you this honor. Okay, happy cooperation. Long Fei laughed, very happy. As long as money can solve the problem, it is not a problem. Then what do you want Mr. Long to exchange for? Chang Luo gently stroked his beard and asked. I want this Heaven and Earth Dan Qi. Long Fei pointed at the 4th item. Okay, Chang Luo did not hesitate and nodded decisively in agreement. Long Fei smiled and continued to attack. President, can you give me a total price for the NET 4 items? Chang Luo closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said these 4 things can be considered 8,000 fairy coin. What does Mr. Long think of this money? Inappropriate. After hearing this, Long Fei decisively gave up and disagreed, and then said with a righteous Zion, I can't take advantage of you. Each of these 4 items is not a mortal thing. I will give you 100 million immortal spirit coin. Look, how about it, President? Ah, this. President Chang Luo also stared after hearing this. Can the young man still play like this? It's okay if you don't reduce the price, but you actually take the initiative to increase the price. If you show this to others, they will definitely applaud. Young man, are you showing off that you are rich? How about it? Seeing that Chang Luo hadn't answered yet, Long Fei spoke first. Ahem. Chang Luo nodded and said, young Master Long is so refreshing. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to try to shirk it again. Just follow what you said, Mr. Long. Ha ha ha. Long Fei put his hands on his hips and laughed. It's easy to say. It's easy to say. Soon he threw out a ring and placed it on the table. Long Fei said, there are exactly 100 million fairy coins stored in this ring. President, please take a look. President Chang Luo laughed and said okay. He picked up the ring and took a look inside with his spiritual consciousness. There were a lot of fairy coins inside. He just scanned them once and stopped looking at them because he believed that Long Fei wouldn't do anything. Chang Luo said, okay, here is indeed an amount of 100 million. Now these 5 things are yours. Long Fei handed the first grade, second grade divine traveling pill to Chang Luo, and Chang Luo quickly and carefully put it away. Then Long Fei also collected the 5 items. Long Fei smiled and said, President, this transaction is over, so I will go back first and prepare for the NET knockout match in the afternoon. Don't we have a second cooperation? Regarding the issue of joining the Alchemist Guild, Chang Luo looked at Long Fei, but he seemed to have guessed the result from his eyes and Zion. However, Long Fei himself had not said no personally, so he felt that there was still a glimmer of hope. Since there is hope, it is impossible to give up. After hearing this, Long Fei smiled and shook his head. As for joining the Alchemist Guild, forget it. My major is strength and cultivation. Alchemy is just entertainment and I have very little contact. However, I agreed to Dion Yu before to be a guest minister. Chang Luo felt regretful after hearing this, but his eyes suddenly flashed when he heard Long Fei's words. Yes, that's right, guest. Guest is also a member of our Alchemist Guild. Long Fei smiled and said, if there is nothing else, can I leave, President? Of course you can. I'll take you away right now. After Chang Luo finished speaking, Long Fei followed him and left the pavilion. On the way, Chang Luo said, if Mr. Long needs some cultivation resources in the future, just say something. As long as our Alchemist Guild has it, we can provide it for you. Of course you can also pay for it. Of course I can't ask for it. Long Fei was very happy. It was a great thing to have secured a supplier this time. If the conditions didn't allow it, he would really drag Chang Luo out for a drink, the kind that would never come back until he got drunk. With the conversation and transaction between the two still coming out, the alchemist's first elimination round was officially over. At this moment, those who have not passed will be eliminated directly. Those who have refined it are selecting the quality. Only 30 people have been eliminated, including Long Fei. Moreover, the first place in this knockout round is Long Fei. The referee also announced that the NET knockout match would be held in the afternoon towards night. 30 people left quickly and went back to rest. The NET step step was to hold the second batch of knockout rounds. Then there will be SI people in the knockout match in the afternoon. 200 people eliminated 140 people in one go. This elimination rate is truly terrifying. Most people really can't stand it. After Long Fei and Chang Luo separated, they quickly headed back towards the central palace, returned to the room and set up formations around it. Then he took out the bottle containing the Eli of heaven and earth. Looking at the crimson gas in the bottle in his hand, Long Snitch laughed. Now I will refine and absorb you. It just so happens that the game in the afternoon can come out and show how awesome you are. I hope you won't disappoint me. Although the Eli energy has declined a lot now, it should be able to get quite good benefit. Chapter 408. The second game begins. After making up his mind, he opened the lid with his bare hands and a force of gravity sucked out the heaven and earth Eli energy inside. It slowly and smoothly inhaled it from Long Fei's nostrils. As soon as the heaven and earth Eli energy entered his nose, Long Fei instantly felt a refreshing and indescribable wonderful feeling. Close your eyes and enjoy this. The moment you open your eyes, you feel really relaxed and happy. This is gone. Long Fei's face was confused, but his expression changed in vain because he felt a very strong force quickly emerge from his body, and his body, as thick as a tiger, shook violently. Suddenly he shouted loudly. People who didn't know better thought that this person had become a fool, but you can see a golden color appearing in Long Fei's pupils as if surrounded by Tai Chi, and it is very turbid like a chaotic space. Then the color bloomed more and more and finally turned into a rich golden light that bloomed completely from his eyes like blazing eyes. Not only that, in a short period of time golden cracks appeared on every part of his skin, many of them just like the original blood vessels. His tendons are also among them. Miraculously, under the influence of the Eli of heaven and earth, Long Fei's bald head is rapidly growing hair one after another. He has grown hair, and Long Fei was not aware of what was happening on the outside at all, because at the moment he just shouted, his entire consciousness was pulled into the depths of the sea of consciousness. At this moment what he saw and felt was just changes in various organs, tissues, cells, bones, blood, genes, etc. inside the body. I turned into gold resplendent. Is this the effect that the Eli of heaven and earth brings to me? My body is being transformed and sublimated in an unprecedented way. Long Fei's voice appears in the form of spiritual emptiness. In front of him this scene seemed to be in another space. The most intuitive illusion it gave him was that he was dreaming. This is all very dreamy. No matter what, let's start condensing. I'm really looking forward to the final results after I completely absorb the refining. During the rapid meditation, Long Fei's consciousness instantly mobilized the skills in his body, helping various parts of the body to quickly receive feedback and complete it. His body also started to move. He balled up with his hands in front of him. The golden energy aura on his body enveloped his body like a flame. The hair on his head became thicker and thicker and soon formed a strip with thick light blonde hair. I don't know if this light golden color is caused by the energy and arrogance. It will become its true color after the energy disappears. The whole room exudes a breath of heaven and earth. Although this wisp of heaven and earth Eli energy has lost its peak energy due to 30 years of precipitation, even so the energy of the power of heaven and earth contained is still very huge. If Long Fei hadn't been careful and set up a formation in advance, such a big news would have been spread by now. When the time comes, it will definitely attract the naked eyes of many people. Time passed bit by bit. The other side. At this moment there are 3 people lurking in a high-rise building outside the central palace. These 3 people are the supreme elders of the Bai family The 3 of them looked straight into the central domain palace, and the supreme elder of the Bai family said with a simple and solemn expression, "Damn it, the territory lord actually allowed this bastard to live in the central domain palace, which makes it even harder to do anything about it." The supreme elder of the Bai family, and according to the news, the territory lord has also made this bastard a noble soldier of the central territory palace. The supreme elder of the Bai family said, "Now the time for us to take action will be extended again, but this will give us enough time to perfect the layout. I don't believe that he will never leave the Luhe region in his life. After all, he needs to go back to the Qinglong sect of. We have long considered this matter to ensure that nothing goes wrong, and we will annihilate him quietly and silently. In the end, he is just a little true immortal. The 3 of us can easily kill him with just our hands." The 3 of them also reached a consensus again. At this moment the time has come to the afternoon, and the first 2-batch elimination match of the Alchemist Conference has ended early. Now everywhere in the surrounding area there are people shopping after watching the game. The merchants are very busy, but I like this scene very much. The busier it is, it means business is good. When business is good, money will naturally come to them, and these experienced people have prepared everything long ago, otherwise it will be very embarrassing if there are not enough manpower and insufficient ingredient. Time passed quickly among these people's joy. Soon it was around 5 o'clock in the the afternoon. Central domain in the palace. At this time the golden light in Long Fei's room had dissipated and the golden lines on his body had also disappeared, returning to his original normal skin color. With the disappearance of the golden energy, Long Fei's golden hair color also disappeared. It also faded into a lush black. The shape of his hair is slightly bent, which overall matches his current head shape very well. Long Fei wakes up. Opening his eyes, the golden light flashed away and then he opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath. What he saw was his own hands, feet and body. At first he thought it was an illusion. When he reached out and touched the top of his head to make sure that there was really hair and it was not an illusion, his whole body became excited and excited. Mom, I finally have hair. No one can understand how happy he is now. Only he himself can understand the joy of having hair. How many years have passed? Then he looked outside the door and he could tell from the color of the sky that it was almost dusk. He was stunned for a moment and murmured to himself, I didn't expect that the time would pass so quickly after just digesting this heaven and earth Dan Chi. By the way, the second knockout round is about to begin. I have to hurry up and get there just in time to use it now. The ability gained. He couldn't wait, excited and looking forward to it. He quickly stood up and suddenly a majestic force spread out, shaking the furnishings in the room. The Dan Chi of heaven and earth not only brought Long Fei what he deserved, but to his surprise and expectation it also improved his cultivation level. This is really amazing. 7th level peak true immortal. Gray. One step closer to the 8th level true immortal. When I come back after practicing tonight's game I will absorb all those 4 things. Maybe I can really break through by then. 8th level true immortal realm. The joy on Long Fei's face was very strong and the brilliant light in his eyes couldn't be stopped from blooming. This also proves that he is one step closer to the realm of Xian Ian. Furthermore, he can convert everything he absorbs into the energy of Iparian. This ability has is since before. Others have been upgrading for many years, but he hasn't had to upgrade for a year. He came into contact with the formation in the room, quickly left the place and headed towards the square. On the way he bought some dinner to fill his stomach and reward himself. Chapter 409 Jinyang's soul fusion pill distracted control. When he came to the square he showed his identity token because he had a back door and entered the building directly from one place inside. This identity token was given to him by the previous territory Lord Ya Taeyang and now he can finally use it. Not to mention it is really convenient to go through the back door. As expected, no matter where you go, as long as you know the big shots there, it will be much more convenient. After coming in there are already many people queuing up here. The night quickly became dark and the surrounding light quickly lit up, illuminating the place very clearly. Long Fei walked through a place and saw a person. He decisively took out the identity token from the ring to prevent some stupid plot from wasting time. He stepped forward to ask about the situation and sure enough the person saw it in his hand. Behind the identity token he looked respectful, had an excellent attitude and even had a hint of timidity. The man spoke tremblingly, Sir, is there anything you need my help with? Long Fei curled his lips very slightly and said, I am one of the participants in the second elimination round. What do I need to do now? After hearing this the man nodded quickly and bowed. Congratulations sir, come with me now, I will take you to draw the number of the alchemy table. Okay, you can lead the way. Long Fei nodded. This person felt relieved when he saw that Long Fei was so easy to talk to and didn't have the fiery temper he expected from a big shot. He liked someone who was kinder and less intimidating. He tried his best to smile widely pleased. Then he turned around and took a step to lead the way and Long Fei quickly followed. Under the leadership of this person Long Fei came to an unmanned machine. This was a back door specially opened for him. Under the guidance of this person Long Fei did everything and then a ball randomly popped up and followed a pipe to Long Fei. Is this it? He was talking to himself but the man heard clearly and nodded yes. Long Fei picked it up and looked at the number, which was number 51. The man's odd tone sounded, Sir, this is the location of your alchemy table. You can enter now and the competition is about to begin. Okay, thank you very much. Tell me your name and I'll give you a nice word. Whether it can increase in value depends on your destiny. Long Fei felt that this person was pretty good. No matter what the reason was, he only saw that this person was pretty good. Hearing Long Fei's sudden and unexpected words the man became excited and excited. Thank you sir. Thank you sir. My name is Sun Mingfei. Sun Mingfei, what a good name. Long Fei praised and then thought in his heart, at least this name is not like the kind of trick name that will die casually. Could it be that he is the child of luck? Long Fei looked at Sun Mingfei carefully. No matter how he looked at it he didn't look like him, but he couldn't decide from his appearance. System, is this guy the son of luck? Long Fei asked in his mind. 100,000 fairy coins answer this question. The system's answer is this. Long Fei took a deep breath and felt helpless, but he couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and nodded in agreement. Button it. Deduction successful. The system said after inspection, this person is one of the children of destiny in the dazzling continent. Damn, I'm so lucky. lucky. Long Fei was also surprised. The Son of Destiny hadn't encountered or heard this name for an unknown amount of time. Sun Mingfei, do you have a master's biography? Long Fei asked. Sun Mingfei was stunned for a moment, not understanding why this person asked such a question, and then nodded and said there was one before, but he has passed away. Oh, how did you die? Long Fei was curious. Sun Mingfei thought of that memory in his eyes, and his eyes were full of emotion. I will die of old age. Sun Mingfei, I'm amazed at your bone. Are you willing to become my disciple? Long Fei took one look and saw through Sun Mingfei's cultivation. He was a first-level Earth Immortal, a level that he could easily crush to death. However, because he is the son of luck, Long Fei also wants to have the appearance of being a master. However, the other party turned out to be a child of luck. Opportunity must be indispensable, and naturally there should be no shortage of masters. Although I am not talented, I am still a 7th level peak true immortal. I am only one step away from the 8th level true immortal. It will not take long before I can step into Xian Yan. Moreover, I am an outer disciple of Qinglong sect. Long Fei said, and then took out the Qinglong sect's identity token. This master wants to accept me as his disciple, a 7th level peak true immortal, a disciple of the Qinglong sect. Sun Mingfei took a breath and was extremely shocked. Don't answer me in a hurry. I'll give you time to think about it. This time is just waiting for me to finish refining the ELIR. After saying that, Long Fei decisively turned around and arrived at the door. He transformed into an after-image again and appeared in the crowded square. His mind swept the alchemy table in the square and quickly found 50. I walked directly to the specific location of the number 1 alchemy platform. After arriving at the number 51 alchemy platform directly, Long Fei also looked at the platform that was gradually filled with people, and then looked at the senior officials above who were familiar with him in the morning. His eyes were fixed on Guild President Chang Luo and Territory Lord Xia Taiyang. Both of them smiled knowingly and nodded. Then the President Chang Luo began to announce the NET game, and this time in the knockout round the opponent also presented materials and questions. It seems to be the same as the first knockout round, but in reality it is really the same, but the difficulty will naturally be higher than the first time. With the voice of the President Chang Luo, he fell. There were formation patterns on everyone's medicine refining table just like in the morning. After the array patterns disappeared, 2 pieces of materials and 1 document were left behind. However, at this moment loud firework explosions suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone's eyes were attracted. Then a thick and long incense fell from the sky and was stuck on the ground in the center. Chang Luo's voice sounded again. The second knockout round has officially begun. You have 3 hours before the incense is gone. Everyone focused on the materials and documents in their hands and studied them carefully. No one continued to look at the fireworks in the sky, and after the fireworks were set off once there was no second time. Long Fei opened his document unhurriedly. The moment his hand touched the document, a magical scene appeared for some reason, and pieces of information were transmitted into his mind. He is reading. This is the ELIR and its detailed content. He suddenly opened his eyes and came back to his senses. He quickly opened the document and looked at the contents inside. Then he was stunned. It's really exactly the same. I haven't opened it yet, but I have already obtained the information in the document in advance. Is this the reason for absorbing and refining the Dan Qi of heaven and earth? I thought about it in my mind and finally decided on it. That's right, it's just absorbing the effects and benefits brought by the ELIR of heaven and earth. Now he looked at the materials and documents again and immediately understood how to perfectly refine it in the most correct and error-free way. Chapter 410 Dan Lei reappears. Now he is very sensitive to everything related to alchemy. With a thought, a light golden energy breath came out holding the breath of heaven and earth, mysterious and old. This aura also affected the foreheads of everyone around him, causing them to sweat, and they unconsciously turned around to take a look. They were all shocked when they saw Long Fei being enveloped in a light golden energy aura. What exactly is this breath? The President Chang Luo and others on the stage, as well as Xia Taiyang and others, were also stunned by the aura coming from Long Fei's body at this moment. These people are all highly cultivated people, and their sensitivity to capture the breath is very exquisite. They all feel the breath of heaven and earth from Long Fei's breath. President Chang Luo slowly stood upright, wondering in his heart, could it be that he has absorbed the ELIR of heaven and earth, and this is the effect of the ELIR of heaven and earth? Only 4 or 5 hours have passed since the time when the heaven and earth Dan Qi was given to Long Fei. I didn't expect that it could be absorbed in such a short period of time. This boy's ability is really powerful. Let me see how amazing this heaven and earth ELIR energy is. Xia Taiyang also slowly stroked his beard, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, with the energy of the breath of heaven and earth, this little guy has a lot of hidden card, but why use it now instead of in the final game? Suddenly he couldn't understand it, and he didn't know it was the ELIR energy of heaven and earth, but he had a hint hint of doubt. At this moment Li Su, who was sitting net to him, said, "Lord Territory Lord, do you think it's possible that he just obtained this recently and he doesn't know how effective it is, so he just happened to catch up with the alchemy and tried it out?" Luo Leng said, "Then why didn't he use it in the first knockout match?" After a pause he continued, "Unless the new energy is absorbed and refined between the first knockout match and the second knockout match." Territory Lord Xia Taiyang spoke slowly. During this period he and Chang Luo, the president of the Alchemy Guild, seemed to be getting very close. Maybe he will know why. As he said that, several people's eyes couldn't help but stare at the president Chang Luo on the other side. From the President and face of Chairman Chang Luo looking at Long Fei, we can see that he really seems to know something. However, Xia Taiyang was not in a hurry to ask but continued to look at Long Fei to see how he was doing. At this moment Long Fei has finished reading the document in his hand. The ELIR he needs to refine now belongs to the first grade peak level. Because he has only passed the EM as a first grade immortal alchemist, he can only refine first grade immortal pills. Of course, the higher the final quality, the greater the win. Now this ELIR, which can reach the pinnacle of the first grade immortal level, is called Jinyang Soul Melting Pill. The effect of Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill is to use the power of Jinyang to forcibly integrate the soul of a person who has died for less than 3 minutes into another body, and the probability of success is 90%. But if the integrated body, if there is still a trace of the energy of the original master's soul in that body, the success rate will directly drop to 0 and the soul of the fused soul will be unbridled by the power of Jinyang, causing it to be instantly destroyed. And if the soul fusion is successful, the person will directly return to his peak state with the help of the power of Jinyang. However, this ELIR has level restrictions and is only effective for use by monks under the Xian Ian. Otherwise it has no effect at all. Even so, the heaven-defying ability of this ELIR is also very terrifying. Although Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill is a first-grade peak ELIR, its value completely surpasses most of the second-grade and even third-grade immortal level ELIRs. The market price is 100 million fairy coin, and it's also very hard to find because the materials and refining are very difficult. The refining success is less than 3%. The failure rate is as high as 97%. The most precious thing is the materials. If you fail once, you have to collect them again. Most people really can't consume them, but I didn't expect that this time, in a 1 in a million chance, Long Fei would be the one to win the Jinyang Soul Melting Pill, which was the most difficult to refine in the game. No one else had this luck. There are 5 kinds of materials for the Jinyang Soul Melting Pill: the power of Jinyang, the Yinming flower, the soul melting heaven crystal, the blood of the Yang type fairy beast, and the blood of the Yin type fairy beast. Because the most important thing about this ELIR is that the power of Yin and Yang must be well coordinated with each other. Even if one of them is a little too much, it will fail, and what is refined will be a defective product. This is also very difficult. The control of the soul and skills must also be perfect, and the consumed soul energy also flows away like a waterfall. Long Fei didn't talk too much. Although this Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill was awesome and difficult to practice, he could guarantee to refine it. He didn't know where the confidence came from. Maybe it was the effect of the heaven and earth pill chi. In his eyes it seems that the most difficult to refine the first grade immortal ELIR Jinyang Soul Melting Pill is very simple. If you say this truth out loud, those old guys will definitely have the urge to vomit blood. Although the Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill is a peak immortal level ELIR, even people from the older generation dare not say that it can be refined. And these people of the older generation are at least second and third grade immortal alchemists. Some high-ranking people may have immortal level siping, but they are not very confident about the Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill. Moreover, some of the Jinyang Soul Fusion Pills on the market are only defective product and are not perfect, let alone the most perfect one. Long Fei put the document down and did not read it again because there was no need for it. The energy of heaven and earth alchemy was released directly, wrapping the first set of materials and suspending them in the sky. At this moment the concentration in his mind and soul soared like a rainbow. Now nothing in the outside world can it's disturbing him, except for danger, of course. The power of gold and yang, the flower of yin and darkness, the soul melting crystal, the blood of yang type fairy beast, and the blood of yin type fairy beast. The ELIR of heaven and earth turned into the ELIR of heaven and earth. Its temperature was even more terrifying than the Azure Dragon Emperor flame. However, the disadvantage was that it could only be used to refine ELIRs. Although it was a pity, Long Fei was not disappointed. Although there were restrictions, this flame already belonged to him. Something 5 extraordinary medicinal materials were pulled out from the utensils containing them, and the utensils fell directly on the table, but no sound was made. Long Fei looked at the 5 things in front of him intently, and at this time another kind of confidence emerged. This thing is easy to refine. His hand moved moved lightly and the heaven and earth pill fire burned directly and quickly at a very high temperature. At the same time Long Fei's powerful soul energy was also wrapped in 5 materials and they were both refined, achieving complete and precise control of distraction. Generally speaking, if the soul energy comes together at this time, if you cannot grasp it, it will cause serious or even irreparable damage to your own soul. He is joking. This is very dangerous. President Chang Luo's expression changed. He was an experienced man. He naturally knows how dangerous this move is, even he doesn't dare to do it. After hearing his words, Xia Taiyang frowned. Although he didn't know much about alchemy, the consequences of burning his soul on fire would definitely be bad. Chapter 411 Terrifying Thunder. Chairman Chang Luo originally planned to stop him, but he calmed down because Long Fei was not as dangerous as he thought and he was still very safe. Maybe there will be a miracle. President Chang Luo tried to comfort himself by saying this and calm down his heart. At this moment, with Long Fei's operation condensation, he is now on the right track. The power of gold and yang, the flower of yin and darkness, the soul melting crystal, the blood of yang type fairy beast and the blood of yin type fairy beast. These 5 materials were controlled very beautifully by him. Under the influence of the 2 energies, the blood of the yang type fairy beast and the blood of the yin type fairy beast were fused under the pull of energy, and then the entire essence of the power of gold and yang was completely extracted to form a half red and half light gold liquid, and then use the soul melting sky crystal as the central medium to blend this liquid into it. After all this time, only the soul melting heaven crystal and the yinming flower were left. At this moment, the soul melting sky crystal issued 4 colors: dark, yin, yang and blood. The soul melting sky crystal is one of the very hard crystals, and Long Fei's goal is to extract the essence of the yinming flower first and then integrate it into the soul melting sky crystal. According to the previous method, it was quickly condensed and concentrated, and soon the yinming hua was forcibly integrated into the soul melting sky crystal under the terrifying soul power and very precise control. 4 different powers were incorporated into it. The net moment cracks opened in the hard soul melting sky crystal and 5 dazzling rays of light bloomed. This scene also attracted the attention of many people. What this? This is the first reaction of everyone. The power of gold and yang, the flower of yin and darkness, the soul melting crystal, the blood of yang type fairy beast and the blood of yin type fairy beast. Guild President Chang Luo saw the materials that Long Fei ascended from the beginning to the end. The net moment he murmured, his eyes suddenly opened wide and he said in astonishment, these 5 materials happen to be used for the Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill, the peak of the first level, immortal level. This little friend Long actually picked the most difficult one to refine in the field. What? He actually won the Golden Yang Soul Melting Pill? Even we can't refine this, Eli Ir and President, you have only succeeded once so far and it's still a defective product. With such a sign, this person can't really refine it, right? The other senior members of the Alchemist Guild expressed shock and astonishment. From the faces of these people it can be seen that this so-called Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill is really difficult to refine. Just hearing its name can make their faces change drastically and become frightened. As the 5 colors of light bloomed, Long Fei's powerful and invincible soul power crushed it decisively, wrapping the 5 elemental energies in the light to avoid direct fusion and causing instantaneous explosion. Then it will be all previous efforts have been wasted. The terrifying super high temperature of the heaven and earth pill fire quickly burns the 5 energy elements in the light into liquids again. The liquids of the 5 colors are suspended above the flames like tiny liquid levels, giving people a very strange feeling. As time passed, little by little the 5 materials condensed by Long Fei completely turned into liquid, and the 5 liquids were merged into one under the precise control of high temperature and powerful soul. Because the soul energy earthed by Long Fei Tiandi Dan Qi is very well controlled, the energy in these 5 liquids is distributed evenly. There is no more or less. It is completely out of the balance stage, so it is successful. Seeing the drop of liquid left in front of him, Long Fei showed a wise smile. He knew that success was achieved in one fell swoop, and then he could condense this drop of liquid into a solid Eli Ir to end this seemingly very long game. Even so, he cannot take it lightly. The light became more and more intense. Under the high intensity energy compression and the burning of the heaven and earth Eli Ir fire, the liquid gradually moved towards the real Eli Ir. In this way it remains in a roasted state, wrapped in flames, accurately controlling the temperature of the heaven and earth Eli Ir fire just in case it is burned and evaporated by too high a temperature. This is the point. Is it going to happen? The other elders' eyes were fixed on the flames in front of Long Fei, and their eyes were filled with horrified flames at this moment. This scene is really spectacular. Everyone was surprised and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is incredible. This is a sign that the Eli Ir will be successfully formed. This boy was born solely for the purpose of refining alchemy. Such a difficult Jinyang soul melting pill pill is like an obedient child in his hands, easy to capture. The words contained the admiration and shock of the elders as well as the voice of the president Chang Luo. As expected, he was right. Now he is also an old alchemist with a 4th level immortal level, but now it is not easy for him to refine this immortal level Jinyang soul melting pill, which is only a peak of the 1st level. It may only happen once in 5 times. It's not an understatement to say that the opportunity was successful. His success rate is already pretty good. Boom. At this moment the originally dark sky was once again covered with black cloud, and violent and loud thunder appeared, shaking everyone's heart. Everyone looked up and saw that the dark blue thunder was brewing crazily. There was already a whirlpool-like scene. Everyone's presence changed drastically. They all felt that the crisis of death was coming. Got it. Especially those who were close to Long Fei were so frightened that they called out to leave their replacement position. However, it did not go as they expected, because the alchemy table has been fied. Whichever number is drawn will be that number, and all the hundreds of alchemy tables here are occupied and there is no free space, so it is impossible to complete it. Replace people's job. The only way now is to leave the alchemy table. Of course you must bear responsibility if you leave the alchemy table, because this represents the result of automatically choosing to give up and being directly eliminated. After knowing this answer, some people planned to see how the situation would turn out before making a decision. If Dan Lei would hit them, they would definitely choose to give up the automatic elimination, because life is the ultimate thing and everything else is just a cloud. You can give up, there is still another session anyway, and they don't believe that there are these perverts in every session. It Dan Lei again. This boy is really amazing. President Chang Luo and others marveled. Chang Luo looked at Long Fei solemnly. This time the Dan Lei is darker than the previous one. It seems that it may not be more than twice as powerful as this morning. It is dangerous now. Jin Yang Soul Fusion Dan. It is a kind of Eli that forcibly defies heaven, because it is an instance that is not tolerated by heaven and earth, and the newly formed Jin Yang Soul melting Eli does not have very strong defense means. If it really catches this thunder, it will be really bad. You faced with such a terrifying thunder, Long Fei, what will you do? Everyone is asking for this answer in their heart. Dan Lei. Long Fei's eyes eyed the rich golden light, and he said indifferently, but so what? With the blessing of my heaven and earth Eli energy, no matter you are Eli or any other kind of thunder, you will all be subdued by me. Chapter 412 Three Thunders. At this moment a bright and dazzling golden light appeared in front of Long Fei. The golden light splashed and spread, making the scene in the entire venue uncontrollable. The Eli is finished. Boom. Long Fei looked at the central dot that was emitting golden light and spoke slowly. The bead that seemed to be nurtured in the light was the Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill. And this is not a defective product. It's the real thing. The Jinyang Soul melting pill that can summon Dan Lei. It is impossible to have a defective product and a perfect product. It can only be the most perfect product. President Chang Luo's voice trembled and his eyes were a little dull. It was so difficult to the Eli he practiced was actually succeeded by this young man in one go, and it was still the most perfect raid that could attract Eli IRS. After the previous scene, Long Fei now had self-awareness. He took a look at the terrifying dark blue pill thunder that was brewing and almost taking shape. He decisively took the refined Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill and flew into the sky away from the ground. At this moment someone seemed to have a tacit understanding with Long Fei. Chang Luo looked at Xia Taiyang and said, Lord, let quickly activate the formation to protect this place, otherwise the people below will be in great danger. The power of this Dan Lei is stronger than this morning. It's even more terrifying, and there must be more than one. Elders, listen to the order. Form an immortal level protective formation. After hearing what Guild President Chang Luo said, Xia Taiyang knew how terrifying this pill thunder was even without him having to tell him, but he could still resist it in front of his 8th level Xuan Ian. After receiving the order, everyone acted instantly. The figures had already arrived at similar positions inside and outside the square, such as the east, west, north, south, middle, etc., forming a universe-like position. They quickly formed seals, and beams of light came out from all directions and quickly connected together. Together they form a protective barrier, and the top of the formation barrier is where Long Fei himself is. He looked at the Jinyang Soul melting pill in his hand and then looked at the dark blue thunder in the sky with extremely powerful destruction. He already planned to let this Jinyang Soul melting pill be baptized by the Dan Li. If it was baptized, the benefits you get if you succeed are absolutely terrifying. Go on with me here, you can definitely survive this little Dan Lei baptism, don't be afraid. Long Fei threw the Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill directly upward. At the same time the rich heaven and earth Eli energy was emitted from the Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill. As long as the Eli was condensed in the heaven and earth Eli fire, it would have there is at least a trace of the Eli of heaven and earth, and this trace is enough to change the quality of the Eli ELIIR itself, improving it by a factor of 2. This is a very terrifying method. Is he trying to make Jinyang's soul fusion pill accept the baptism of this ELIIR? This is a very risky act. Jinyang's soul melting pill is an ELIIR that cannot be tolerated in heaven and earth. The ELIIR it faces is more terrifying than the ELIIRs faced by other ELIIRs. It's really crazy. I hope he can succeed, otherwise such a good grade Jinyang soul melting pill will become a defective product or even turn into dust. Those who know below are amazed, regretful and unable to bear it, and they hope to survive successfully. Especially those who want to spend a very high price to buy this ELIIR hope that the Jinyang soul melting pill will be safe and sound. Lei Lei seemed to regard Long Fei's move as a provocation to him. Lei Lei, who was still preparing to land so quickly, fell directly at this moment. The speed was extremely fast, and wherever the terrifying dark blue thunder passed, it was like the sky was shattered and layers of lightning appeared one after another. A layer of thunder ripples spread rapidly from the inside out. The NET moment the thunder directly bombarded the Jinyang soul fusion pill and soon submerged it. The target at the NET moment was Long Fei himself. Not only was he not afraid, but he was smiling and excited. The more powerful the thunder was to his body. Quenching can be effected for the best result. At the same time, he quickly activated the Wuji longevity technique, activated the power of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, and dealt with it directly with various abilities in his body. The power of this thunder is enough to kill many things under Xian Yan, but Long Fei is the exception. Bring it on! Boom! The dark blue thunder completely drowned Long Fei. Then it bombarded the protective barrier of the formation, constantly impacting. With such terrifying power, if it falls directly, it is conceivable that the monks below will suffer terrible injuries. Fortunately, Xia Taiyang and others deployed this fairy-level protection formation made of many mysterious immortals in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. At the moment of the strong impact, those who arranged the formation felt the strong recoil. Although they knew how terrifying the thunder was, they only realized how terrifying it was after experiencing real contact. Everyone worked harder to stabilize the formation. Although the thunder was powerful, it was completely impossible to break through the formation. At this moment, inside the thunder, Long Fei's power was pulled together with the Jinyang soul melting pill. The Jinyang soul melting pill was not destroyed by Wei Li Ia in this terrifying thunder, but the light on her body was a lot of fun. But this is a normal phenomenon. As long as you survive it, the light will be more intense than before. Long Fei also absorbed most of the power of thunder. Now his body is entangled with many thunders. He just wants to feel very comfortable. Then he began to condense and absorb the power of thunder. After quickly absorbing it, the dragon roared out, directly repelling the first thunderbolt. Long Fei looked at the Jinyang soul melting pill in his hand. At this moment there was a streak of thunder on the Jinyang soul melting pill, and the light bloomed again. After the baptism of the Danli, the level and medicinal effect would be huge improvement. It done survived the first baptism of thunder. Now this is the first grade and second grade Jinyang soul melting pill. The value has been divided several times. Everyone was shocked and surprised and even more gasped. This is really a miracle. But it's not over yet. Thunder is still brewing for the second one. Suddenly Chang Luo opened his eyes and muttered, "Here he comes." Boom! Sure enough, the thunder was more terrifying than the first one, and it landed towards Long Fei. Well done! Long Fei laughed. This was just an experience given to him. Having just passed through the first quenching of thunder, he not only received many physical benefits, but his internal control over the thunder element was also more mysterious and profound, and his cultivation level was also tended by a lot of experience point. This is great news. Now he is even closer to the 8th level true immortal. Maybe after absorbing this thunder I can successfully break through to the 8th level true immortal. Thunder is indeed the best tool. Boom! The thunder fell directly. Long Fei took out the Jinyang soul melting pill in his hand and added a thicker layer of power to it than before, and added a layer of bloodline devouring ability to it. Soon the same scene as before appeared. The thunder directly drowned him and Dan and hit the formation again. Chapter 413 Done special care. The terrifying thunder crashed, and this extremely familiar scene appeared again. The power of the second thunder striking the protective barrier was at least twice as powerful as the first. Everyone's prescience changed. However, under the protection of this barrier, the monks in the square are forcibly calming down and condensing their ELIIRs, because this is a very important key to their ability to enter the finals. It must not be distracted and failed by special interference from the outside world. The audience was very idle, and their eyes were all attracted by the shocking scene of Long Fei above. Such a terrifying thunder! This young man has been beaten 3 times in total from morning to now. If he survives this time, he will really survive 3 times. It is really a miracle. If we were the ones drowned by the thunder, we would have been wiped out long ago. This person's strength is really terrifying and scary. While these people people were discussing in vain. A strong dragon roar appeared again and ruthlessly wiped out the second Danlei thunder. Long Fei held the Eli Ir in his hand, and after passing through the second immortal Jinyang Soul Fusion Eli Ir, 2 lines of thunder appeared on it. This is the Jinyang Soul melting pill that has been baptized by 2 thunders. All its effects will be more powerful than before. As for how powerful it is, only the users who take it will understand. Jinyang Soul Fusion pill bloomed with a richer golden radiance. Its fragrance became richer, its color became smoother, and the whole became more noble. Now this second level thunder and second grade Jinyang Soul melting pill is already extremely pensive and hard to find. After experiencing 2 such terrifying thunder tribulations without being destroyed, this golden Yang Soul melting pill is already a peerless thing. And Chang Luo said with a shocked prescience and raised his head at the same time. At first glance the sky at this moment was not amused by the second thunderbolt. It seemed that the third thunderbolt was still brewing. This is the omen of the third thunder tribulation. Everyone looked shocked. If we survive this time, then the price of this golden Yang Soul melting pill that surpasses the most perfect level will be at least 2 billion fairy coin. If it fails, it will most likely become a defective product, but even so this defective product is different from those defective product. The former is also worth close to 100 million. And now the value of the second thunder and second grade Jinyang Soul Fusion pill is at least 1 billion. Every time a thunder pattern is added, the price increases by 1 billion. This is a very scary number. Do you want to know how many massive cultivation resources can be purchased with 1 billion fairy coins? That is very huge and massive. Are you coming again? If you don't care, I'm afraid you won't come. If you dare to come, I'll accept them all. On the other side, the excitement on Long Fei's face could not be concealed with a green arrogance on his body. He was so excited. He had just received the second thunderbolt. His body had once again improved by leaps and bounds, and his experience points were also soaring rapidly. He had a premonition that as long as he finished devouring the third thunderbolt in front of him, then he can successfully break through to the 8th level true immortal. Boom! The brewing thunder sounded loud and crisp like a world-destroying thunder that went straight into people's hearts, shocking them to the core. Most people really can't bear it. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary person. The third thunderbolt is more terrifying than the second and first thunderbolt combined. An ordinary Xian Ian might fall under this thunder, let alone Long Fei himself, who only has the cultivation level of a true immortal. These people all thought that Long Fei would give up letting the Jinyang Soul melting pill resist the third thunderbolt, but after all guessing could not defeat the reality. Not only did Long Fei not put it away, but he also sent the Jinyang Soul melting pill up. Accept the baptism of the third thunder. The possibility of this being the last thunderbolt is very high. Long Fei believed in his own strength and the ability of Jinyang Soul Fusion pill, a pill that was forbidden by heaven and earth. He would never succumb to a mere thunder calamity so easily. The terrifying power spread out from the Jinyang Soul Fusion pill to form a natural protective barrier. In order to successfully receive the baptism of the third thunder tribulation this time, Long Fei did his best. He used all the energy he could to save his life. All energy and means were used on this Eli Ir. At the same time, he was displaying the Wuji immortality technique and stimulating the power of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline in his body with the same confidence as before. Boom! The third thunderbolt with terrifying power that seemed to destroy the world officially fell at this time, instantly drowning Long Fei and Jinyang Soul Fusion pill in the sea of thunder. Within the sea of thunder, Long Fei's clothes were shattering and he soon fell into the huge Chaos Azure Dragon totem. The dragon shadow and the dragon's roar appeared at the same time to resist the baptism of this terrifying thunder tribulation, and the Wuji longevity skill was running rapidly. In conjunction with the power of his own Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, he absorbed and refined the power of the thunder that hit his body. With the help of these many factors, Long Fei quickly absorbed these powers. The power of thunder carried in his body became even more intense, and his ability to control thunder reached an astonishing level of Dzogchen. Practice for me. Give it to me. Suck it to me. Long Fei screamed in a low voice. The skin on his body became hot and large areas of redness appeared on his body. Due to the action of thunder and high temperature, a very loud sizzling sound of evaporating breath suddenly appeared on his skin. The devouring method used by Long Fei on the Jinyang Soul Fusion pill is also continuously absorbing the power of thunder. The strange thing is that this time the pill is not as powerful as the first and second time before. The light was dimmed, but under the baptism of this calamity of Danlei it became even more radiant, more dazzling, more cool and more incredible. Break it for me! Long Fei shouted loudly, and suddenly the power of the dragon in the sky became more powerful. The sky shook and the power of thunder shattered. Finally the dark clouds in the sky were relieved. This also means that the calamity of Danlei belonging to this golden Yang Soul Fusion pill has officially become a thing of the past. And more people are excited and excited. The first is to witness this extraordinary scene which is rare in a century. The second is that the Jinyang soul melting pill has parried in 3 thunder tribulations without being destroyed and survived, becoming a truly rare 3 thunder second grade Jinyang soul melting pill. The current price of the Jinyang soul melting pill has not only increased to an incomparable sky-high price but has also been greatly improved in quality and level. My visual inspection should be that it should be at the level of a 3 thunder second grade intermediate ELIIR. This is really a rare scene in history. President Chang Luo looked shocked and he even wanted to get the priceless ELIIR in Long Fei's hands. He looked at Xia Taiyang and then looked at the faces of some people below. These people all showed the same impatient prescience as him and they probably all wanted to pay for it. Chapter 414 Xia Taiyang's thought. After the thunder dispersed, Long Fei landed with the golden yang soul melting pill that issued bright light, and the protective shield was also untied at this time. When they landed smoothly on the ground, before Long Fei could say anything, an old man's voice rushed over from the front. After he stopped slowly, he could see his appearance clearly. The person who came was none other than the alchemist Chang Luo, the president of the association. Dian Yu, who was about to set off, also stopped after seeing the president Chang Luo setting off in person. Guild President Chang Luo's tone was pleading. Master Long, can you show me the 3 thunder second grade mid-stage Jinyang soul melting pill in your hand? Good. Long Fei nodded, put the ELIIR in his hand into the brocade bow and handed it to Chang Luo. Chang Luo took it carefully and said, "It perfect, it's so perfect. Just wait a moment, I'll get the test result for you right now." Good. Long Fei nodded lightly. After agreeing, Chang Luo turned around and quickly came to the machine and put the ELIIR in. Soon the test results of the ELIIR came out. Pill Jinyang soul melting pill. Grade mid-stage second grade fairy level. Variation 3 thunders. Color the most perfect. Round the most perfect. Dan Iong the most perfect. Medicinal effect the most perfect. Current valuation 2 billion fairy coins. Seeing the information content of these tests in front of him, Chang Luo's pupils opened wider and wider. Sure enough, the result was exactly as he had guessed, which was also expected. Although it has been guessed a long time ago, but now after such a identification everything has become completely different. I was very excited and my face was rosy. I didn't expect that someone would actually develop such high-level qualities. I want them all. He got the result. The ELIIR was put in a special bottle. Then he turned back to Long Fei and handed the bottle and the information to Long Fei. Master Long, this is really amazing information. Please take it. Rest assured. Long Fei naturally put it away. Then Chang Luo turned around and announced directly, "This president will announce something. You can just refine the ELIIR normally." Since contestant Long Fei caused thunder disasters twice, one with 2 thunders and one with 3 thunders, both of which were beyond his level and achieved superior results, we hereby announce that he will skip the NET finals and directly enter the top 5 finals. President Chang Luo's words shocked everyone. This is the case for so many years. When everyone looked at Long Fei again, their eyes were already hot and some other powerful forces had plans to draw him into their own forces. This kid really didn't expect to be able to do something like this. Such excellent results, it's a pity that he will die quietly soon. Right now he is a hot taro. Everyone is triumphantly holding the 3 thunder second grade Jinyang soul melting pill in his hand. It will definitely attract countless murders secretly. At that time we will only need the mantis to catch the cicada or the oriole. Then you can easily kill people with a knife and get the pill at the same time. In the high-rise building on one side of Guangzhou, on the tea house on the other side facing the light, the 3 supreme elders of the Bai family and the Bai family were discussing what would happen in the future. There is no way that no one in the audience can match Long Fei's performance. This is also a special consideration given to geniuses. He was the first to refine the ELIIR again. Guild President Chang Luo took Long Fei to leave first. As Long Fei left, a second person quickly completed the ELIIR. It was a woman, then a man, and they followed in a very orderly manner. These so-called geniuses, especially some women, are full of curiosity and interest in Long Fei, a person with great abilities. They want to find ways to get close to Long Fei and study him carefully. At the same time, Xia Taiyang left after giving orders to the other elders. Chang Luo took Long Fei into the indoor area. President Chang Luo smiled and said, "The territory lord wants to see you. Your performance today is really outstanding. If there are no special circumstances, you will be the first place in this alchemy conference." Long Fei said cheerfully, "Compared to these rankings, I am more curious to know what the top 5 presidents of this session plan to reward." Chang Luo stopped, slowly turned to look at Long Fei and said mysteriously, "Of course these items are not as valuable as the 5 items worth 20 million you saw before, but other than that the top 5 can enter to practice within the Xianlongming Palace in the central region of the Luhe region. Of course the only thing left is time. The further ahead you go, the longer it will take." Xianlongming realm? What is this place? Long Fei asked curiously. Chang Luo gave up and said, you don't need to know this. You just need to know that as long as you enter this place and wait for it to come out, you will be able to successfully improve at least 2 realms of cultivation. As for the higher level, you will have to rely on personal luck. It's measured by the amount of time. Although what Chang Luo said was unclear, it can be understood from his words that it doesn't matter whether it is a Xianlong mirror or not, as long as you know that this is a place where people can upgrade their cultivation. There are 2 levels of bottoming. Are these 2 levels unrestricted? Long Fei asked again. Chang Luo said originally those who have cultivated at the level of Xuan Yian have no effect, but those whose original level is below Xuan Yian, if they are lucky, they will be automatically released from it in advance after cultivating to the level of Xuan Yian, but this possibility it's too small. After all, with the resources within Xianlong Mingjing, it is too difficult for a true immortal to successfully enter the Xuan Yian level. Even if a peak real immortal is unlucky, he will not be able to become a real Xuan Yian at most. It's just a half step to the Dzogchen immortal, which is infinitely close to the immortal. After a pause, he seemed a little tired after saying so much at once, and then continued, but it's not really Xuan. There is still a world of difference between immortals and Yuan Yian. When he started talking, Chang Luo's footsteps had already begun to move forward, and Long Fei followed him while listening. As they talked and listened, the 2 of them arrived at a courtyard. At this moment, there is the only ancient house in front of this place. The flavor is old, and there are surrounding wood and ground ponds. 1 or 2 big golden fish will jump out of the pond at this moment, walking through the gravel road towards the interior. There is also a pond on the other side of the courtyard that is larger than the one we just entered. A recreational fisherman is sitting by the pond. At the first sight, Long Fei recognized who this person was. Who else could it be if it wasn't Territory Lord Xia Taiyang? Lord Master Long has arrived. As a veteran, he naturally understood the reason why the Territory Lord asked Long Fei to come over this time. Although he also wanted to obtain the 3 Thunder 2nd Grade Intermediate Jinyang Soul Melting Pill in Long Fei's hand, he was taken aback by the Domain Lord, and there was no hope for him. Chang Luo, you can go and take charge first, and I'll be able to talk to little friend Long here. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang spoke slowly. Then he turned to look at the 2 of them. Chapter 415. 415. Mysterious Pill Recipe. Yes. Chang Luo nodded and just came for a moment before leaving. He was really just a simple guide. Gave Long Fei a smile, then turned around and walked outside. Little friend Long, sit down. One of Xia Taiyang's hands moved lightly in mid-air, and a blue stream of light appeared on the ground and turned into a very good wicker chair. It was exactly the same as the one he was sitting on. If others see such a scene, how happy it is to be able to sit on the same wicker chair as the Territory Lord. I don't know how many people will be excited and fight for it. What's the reason why the Territory Lord called me here? However, Long Fei walked over calmly and sat down slowly. If I didn't tell you, wouldn't you have already guessed it? Xia Taiyang chuckled and continued to fish with the fishing rod in his hand. He looked into the lake. His eyes were bright and clear, and he felt very comfortable looking at people. Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill is extremely difficult to practice. There are so many details and controls that it is extremely difficult. Although I am not an alchemist, I understand this. Most of the products on the market now are mainly defective products, even the better one, the perfect batch, but the latter is extremely hard to find in the dazzling continent, and this is your first time refining this Eli, right? There was a tone of admiration in Xia Taiyang's tone that could not be hidden. Yes. Long Fei smiled and nodded, then took out a fishing rod from the ring and said, do you mind if I fish together? Xia Taiyang looked happy. Haha, you have already taken it out, can't I say no? Smart little guy. Long Fei smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't have anything to say. He just threw the line of the fishing rod towards the pond and waited. Xia Taiyang looked curious. Oh, don't you need bait? This can't be dropped. These fish are not like the ordinary fish outside. These are fairy fish. The one who wishes will take the bait, Long Fei said, slowly closing his eyes. Xia Taiyang particularly admired Long Fei. What a wisher you are, worthy of being a wizard who can refine the 3 Thunder Immortal level 2nd Grade Intermediate level Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill for the first time. Even if it is a rare encounter in 1,000 years, it is not an exaggeration. So Long Fei's lips moved lightly and he said, how does the Territory Lord want to get this Jinyang Soul Melting Pill from me, which is currently limited to 1? Of course it's traded with fairy coin. You don't think I'm going to rob it, do you? Xia Taiyang slowly stroked his long beard and said with a smile, if that's really the case, there's nothing I can do about it. Long Fei shrugged after hearing this. Ha 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 ha. Xia Taiyang finished laughing and then said, little friend Long, the market value of your 3 Thunder Immortal Grade 2nd Grade Intermediate Golden Yang Soul Fusion Pill is at least over 2 billion fairy spirit coins, and I won't treat you badly. I'll give it to you. How about you sell me this Eli for 3 billion fairy coin? This Eli is very important to me, and I hope you can give it up. He no longer continued to make detours but directly stated his trading choice. 3 billion fairy coin. Even Long Fei, who was not interested in money, took a deep breath after hearing this value, and his voice was a sigh. Long Fei sighed. How many cultivation resources can I buy with this? Ya Taiyang looked at Long Fei, who still looked hesitant, and continued, indeed 3 billion immortal spirit coins are enough for a person to go from being an earthly immortal to relying entirely on resources to become a true immortal in the later stage. This is really, it's a hefty price. What do you think about it, little friend Long? There are only 2 of us here, so you can open your heart. For Long Fei, 3 billion fairy coins can be obtained in about 5 or si days using a 100% mirror copy, but that is also quite tiring. But it is really not easy for a second-grade immortal level Eli IR to have such a price, and this was originally the pinnacle of the first rank. 3 billion, that is comparable to the most perfect immortal level 4th grade peak Eli IR. Long Fei said 3 billion fairy spirit coins are indeed very tempting. Most people must agree directly, but as for me, I really want to have a taste of this Eli IR. As he said that, he took out the golden yang soul fusion pill contained in the bottle was found. As soon as this thing came out, Xia Taiyang stared at it with great desire. Xia Taiyang said with burning eyes, no, you are not dead. Eating has no effect, and you are now an 8th level true immortal. With your terrifying cultivation talent, you should be able to enter the Xuan Ian in less than 10 years. By then the pill may be of no use to you. Xia Taiyang looked at Long Fei thoughtfully. How about I kill you now and you can eat it and experience it? Ah! Long Fei shook his head. Lord, don't be joking. The thing that restricted Xuan Ian was the Jinyang soul melting pill before, but now I have the Jinyang soul melting pill that has been baptized by thunders that are more terrifying than the last. His limit has been broken long ago. Even if it is eaten by Xuan Ian, it will be effective as long as it is not eaten by Jin Ian. How do you know? Xia Taiyang was surprised and angry. This guy didn't eat. Of course I know what I refine. Long Fei said, thinking, am I going to tell you that I only knew this after asking the system? If that's the case, then I want it even more. Xia Taiyang said with a serious face, it's really important to me. I can sell it to you, but I want to hear the reason why you need it so much. Can you briefly e-press it? Although Long Fei had guessed a few things, he still wanted Xia Taiyang to tell him personally. Xia Taiyang had a complicated e-press Zion on his face. As he sighed, his e-press Zion became sad and longing, and then he said, for the sake of my dead wife, I want to resurrect her. Sure enough, Long Fei confirmed the answer in his heart. Long Fei said, so you asked me to go to the ancient ruins to find the sty flower for your wife. These are the necessary materials to resurrect your wife? Xia Taiyang nodded. Not bad, but can someone who has been dead for so long be resurrected? Long Fei accidentally e-posed some information he knew, because Xia Taiyang never told him that his wife had been dead for a long time. How do you know my wife has been dead for a long time? Xia Taiyang was stunned. You guessed it, it's not difficult. Long Fei raised his head and looked at the sky, saying, and the most important thing is, does the will of heaven and earth in this ascension plane promise you to resurrect a person who has been dead for so long? Xia Taiyang shook his head, looking at the sky with a hint of hatred in his eyes. I can't control that much. Acting against nature is what people of our generation have always done, and people who have been dead for a long time cannot be resurrected, but I have retained a trace of him. Immortal power. As long as I can find the sty flower, I can use the heaven-defying ability of the sty flower to use my wife's immortal power as a guide to condense the 7 souls and si souls into a soul body that truly belongs to her. Xia Taiyang continued, and a good Jinyang soul melting pill is one of the most important items to obtain in the future. Okay, I didn't expect the territory lord to be such a sentimental person. I was indeed moved by you. Long Fei said, this 3 thunder immortal level 2nd grade intermediate Jinyang soul melting pill is sold to you for 3 billion. Moreover, Long Fei still needs to pay the original material cost of this Eli IR later, so the total is not 3 billion. Okay, deal. Chapter 416. 416% of deduction. After the 3 billion transaction was completed, Long Fei and Xia Taiyang chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Long Fei said goodbye to the latter and left the courtyard. Arriving at the front, many alchemists have left at this moment, and tonight's game has also ended as time goes by. By the way, I seem to have forgotten something. Long Fei touched his head. He looked around and seemed to be looking for someone. He remembered that he wanted to take Sun Mingfei as his disciple, but he would finish practicing in the afternoon. He left without remembering him at all. Really are. I don't know where that guy is. Forget it, I really can't find him. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Long Fei went directly to find Chang Luo and planned to pay the material fee. Although others did not ask him to pay it as an earthling, he still needs to be reasonable. Act according to the rules. After all, the materials collected by others are not pie in the sky. However, at this moment Chang Luo looked at Long Fei Fei with a smile and some surprise. Didn't the territory lord tell you? Long Fei was stunned for a moment, frowned slightly and had some doubts. If there was, I probably wouldn't have come. Chang Luo smiled and nodded. Haha, that's right. Okay, you can just go back. The domain master will pay the material fee for you. It's really good. Long Fei asked, how much does this material cost? Chang Luo said there are 5 kinds of materials for Jinyang Soul Fusion Pill and the total material cost is 58 million fairy coin. After hearing this, Long Fei took a breath of air unconsciously and was surprised. It's so pensive. They are all first grade Eli IRS. This is completely different from the material cost of the pill. I paid for it in the morning. Chang Luo said he is quite special and he is also the most difficult to refine in the audience. By the way, for the 2 games starting tomorrow you will arrange the Eli IR recipes and materials for the Eli IR by yourself. There is no limit to the materials as long as you refine them within the specified time. Just finish it, but you will skip tomorrow's finals and enter the top 5 competition the day after tomorrow. I'll tell you in advance and you can prepare. Okay, I understand. Long Fei nodded. Then asked, President, do you know that one of your staff here is named Sun Mingfei? Chang Luo he frowned then shook his head. There are many staff members in the Alchemist Guild. I won't remember them all, but you can ask Dion Yu, he is in charge of this area. Okay, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Long Fei left the place and looked at the sky. After coming out, it should be around 10 o'clock at night. Quickly returning to the room in the central palace, Long Fei immediately called out the system and took out the smelted Qinglong ancient sword. At this moment the green light blooming in the room was very strong. Even this green light had a very terrifying lethality. The blood-red aura emerged from inside and outside the blade, and the dragon's power was even more terrifying than before. In addition, there are many very awesome things. He inherited all the abilities and effects of those weapons, and Long Fei can be driven by his thought. After getting to know the party roughly, Long Fei said to the system, help me check the quality information of the Qinglong ancient sword. At this moment the system's voice sounded after testing 100,000 fairy coins. Do you want to activate the automatic deduction service? You are indeed a profiteer, but I have plenty of money now and I am not short of fairy coin. Long Fei just thought about his 3 billion fairy coins plus the hundreds of millions he had made before. Although he had used some, the total amount was about 345 billion. The business of refining medicine is really profitable. As long as the quality is good, no matter how bad the Eli IR is, it can be turned into a treasure. Eli IR, stop talking nonsense, let me deduct the speed. Long Fei ordered. Automatic deduction successful. After the system operation is completed, Long Fei's Qinglong ancient sword is directly tested. Then soon a more detailed information treatment came out. Weapon name Qinglong ancient sword. Quality Dzogchen Xuan Ian. Weapon level Dzogchen Xuan Ian. Comes with abilities Dragon Power, Dragon Roar, Shock, Defense, Break, Armor Break, Strengthen, Kill God, Kill, Bless, Restoration, Fire. Ranking sequence of weapons in the heavens 10,000 plus. System comment: overall it pretty good. Currently a powerful sword can kill some ordinary mysterious immortals. Under mysterious immortals it's like cutting tofu and killing them without any pressure. Really not bad. After reading the message he couldn't help but lick his lips. Such an awesome weapon can be regarded as one of his powerful trump cards now. Hurriedly put it away. By the way system, did I have a random lottery opportunity that didn't work today? Long Fei suddenly thought of it. Yes, do you want to use it? The system asked. Long Fei said yes. 10 million fairy coins will be automatically deducted and the random draw is being started. The draw is being drawn. The random lottery of the system is randomly drawn from the planes of the heaven. What you can draw with 10 million fairy coins all depends on your destiny. Congratulations to the host for attracting a volume of mysterious Eli IR. After testing, some of the materials in this Eli IR can be replaced with materials from the Ascension world, and the grade is comparable to the 3rd grade Immortal Eli IR. The sound of the system rang again, and this time Long Fei realized what luck meant. It's actually an Eli IR, but what a coincidence. I happen to need to prepare my own Eli IR the day after tomorrow, so this completely meets my need. Long Fei is looking forward to how much benefit he can get from the pill this time. Of course, if he has it he will choose to keep it for himself. And now he is already an 8th level true immortal. If he is baptized by the manager with a few more powerful pills, he will soon break through to the 9th level true immortal, and he will definitely be able to get the first place and enter the mysterious dragon that Chang Luo mentioned. By cultivating in the mirror he will definitely be able to reach the Xuan Ian level. By then he will return to the sect after everything is settled. At present Long Fei doesn't know that someone is planning to attack him, but even if he knows he will let it go because now he has the means to easily kill Xuan Ian head on. Come and kill one, come and kill a pair. Take out. With the thought, Long Fei took out the so-called mysterious Eli IR recipe from the system warehouse and came out to check it out. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. This damn thing is actually an immortal foundation building pill. This foundation building is not about entering the foundation building stage level from immortal but directly becoming an immortal instantly from immortal. The lowest level is Earth immortal level. Those at the immortal level will become immortals if they eat it, and those at the immortal level will get a very terrifying effect of building the foundation, strengthening the body, etc., and it will have very powerful growth benefits for the body, and the speed of cultivation will also increase. Rapid improvement. Long Fei took a deep breath. I didn't expect that such an awesome ELIR is at the third level of the immortal level. This level is so awesome, but what if it is a higher level? Wouldn't it be even more heaven-defying? The geometry is incredible. Then he looked at the medicinal materials on the prescription. Most of these medicinal materials may not be available in the Ascension world, but the humanized operation of the system has allowed these unavailable materials to be replaced by medicines that are available in the Ascension world and have almost the same efficacy. After all, this volume of ELIR does not exist in this world of Ascension. However, after changing the materials, some effects may not be as awesome as the original one, but even so, one can become an immortal by eating it below the immortal level. Long Fei's face was full of smiles. Once interviewed, this pill will definitely bring more money than the Jinyang Soul Fusion pill. Is it 5 billion or 10 billion? This is really exciting. Chapter 417 Crisis. After a little research, after taking this ELIR, Long Fei didn't seem to find it too difficult to refine this immortal level foundation building ELIR, probably because he absorbed the ELIR of heaven and earth. So he started to ask the system, do you have the 8 materials above? Both raw materials and modified materials are available. The system answered quickly. Can you sell it to me? Long Fei finally asked about the idea. If he went out to do it, he might not be able to get it all in one day. It would be a waste of time and would be extremely troublesome. If the system can be sold to him, he can just buy it directly from this supplier. Moreover, the products produced by the system must be high quality and cannot be compared with those on the market in quality. It doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive, since you can earn it back several times over in the future. The most important thing is that he is not short of money now. The system said, of course. Does the host need raw materials or modified materials? What are the prices? Long Fei asked curiously. System: 8 kinds of raw materials are packaged for 250 million fairy coins each. If 8 kinds of modified materials are packaged, it is 20 million fairy coins per package. Although Long Fei was already prepared, he couldn't help but gasp after hearing the price with his own ears. Even though he was rich, he couldn't help but feel his heart bleed. There is such a huge difference between the original version and the revised version. It can be imagined that the effect of this refining is also very. It's so expensive, you black-hearted system. Long Fei scolded. The products produced by this system must be high quality. The system's tone became particularly serious. Then I want the raw materials. After hearing this, Long Fei sighed and said that although the modified materials were cheaper, he still decided to use the original materials, which would have the best effect. Automatically deduct the user balance and convert it into system currency. After Long Fei agreed, the system operated decisively and directly deducted Long Fei's 250 million fairy coin. The purchase was successful. The items are already in the system warehouse. Please check. The system sound appeared and Long Fei said, take it out for me, I want to inspect the good. As his voice came out, a bright red bag of tips appeared in Long Fei's hand. Then 8 things floated out. These 8 things are: Immortal level 100,000-year-old Ice Spirit Fruit, Immortal level 100,000-year-old Heavenly Spirit Fruit, Immortal level 100,000-year-old Magic Heart Grass, Immortal level 100,000-year-old Nightshade, Immortal level 100,000 Young Spiritual Grass, Immortal level 100,000-year-old Orchid, Immortal level by Lucy, who is 100,000 years old, Immortal level 100,000-year-old Pine Platinum Fragrant. Looking at the immortal level 100,000-year-old medicinal materials in front of him, Long Fei felt that the money was well spent. In Douluo's world, these are also 100,000-year-old soul beasts, but this 100,000-year-old is not the 100,000-year-old years. This is 100,000 years at the immortal level. Long Fei sighed. Since these 8 raw materials have been refined to such an extent by the system, even if they are not refined into ELIRS, their individual effectiveness will still have very amazing effect. These materials are really difficult to find in this Ascension world. After all, the concepts of growth are different, and the Ascension world is so big, even if there is one, it's not easy to find. It's also possible that someone has changed the name that belongs here, which would make it even harder to find. Long Fei touched these 8 materials and suddenly a wealth of alchemy knowledge emerged in his mind. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to deduce and practice crazily in his mind. Under the influence of the Elir of heaven and earth, he is so keen and sensitive to everything related to alchemy. His practice makes perfect, and at first glance he looks like a reclusive master of alchemy. Zinjao master. Time passed quickly and Long Fei's room remained in this state. It's also very quiet here at night. Suddenly it came to the second half of the night and then early morning, and then the sun began to rise and the sounds of free-range livestock in the Luhi River basin could be heard, including roosters, hens, pigeons and other more common birds. Livestock. The square was already very lively early in the morning. There was no other reason than that today was the finals. Apart from Long Fei, there were a total of 15 people who entered the finals, and in this event there are only 7 people left, and these 7 people will enter the final 5 strong competition. Adding Long Fei, there will be 8 people. So this is the most important thing. Net. After all, the Irs and prescriptions used in this finals were produced by the monks themselves. Soon, with the sound of a drum, 15 people entered the square one after another. As the audience took their seats and with the voice of the president Chang Luo, the competition officially began. And all of this seemed so indifferent and ordinary to Long Fei, who was practicing in the central domain palace. It felt good to be admitted to the top 5 competition. He could pass the level easily and he could spend a lot of time practicing quickly and repeatedly. It can better improve the success rate and reduce the failure rate. Although I haven't failed once since last night until now. Long Fei's pupils opened and he woke up. Adjust your breath slightly up and down. After standing up, I looked outside and saw that it was already dawn. Very good. I have been deducing the immortal level foundation establishment pill for so many hours. I am 100% sure that I will be able to refine it all tomorrow. Long Fei muttered. Long Fei muttered to himself, time flies so fast. I will go to the entrance of the ancient ruins the day after tomorrow. It will be very difficult for me to come out after entering this ancient ruins. It would be a pity to have reached Xian Yian and then not be able to enter the Xianlong mirror. But whatever, after being out for so long I changed back to the Qinglong sect, so those 2 guys must be waiting to an ease. After saying that, Long Fei stood up, walked towards the door in front. Opening the door, he could see the sun facing him, its beams shooting in all directions. It's breakfast time in the morning. After saying that, Long Fei flew quickly towards the outside of the central palace. On the way I also met 2 acquaintances, Ye Piao and Ye Jin. After seeing Long Fei, the 2 men lost their previous arrogant attitude. Instead they sped up and left with panicked expressions on their faces. Long Fei didn't stop him from doing this. Anyway, if others didn't mess with him, he wouldn't bother them. I came to a restaurant outside, found a high seat and sat down and ordered some refreshment. The seat was very good and I could just watch the alchemy refining actions of the alchemist competition in the square. Long Fei watched while drinking tea. Among these 15 people he found 2 or 3 good prospects and he had the idea of accepting a disciple. However, others might also have alchemy masters, so he quickly gave up this troublesome idea. For the time being, apprentices can just accept one. His target is Sun Mingfei, the son of destiny. After a while, after tea, I will go look for that guy. I must get it today and then start free-range cultivation. His idea is so simple, he can just be a showcase. As long as the apprentice needs something, he can give it to him. Of course, this also requires some sacrifice. Chapter 418 Competition. Boom! Suddenly a sound of thunder came from above the square where the alchemy competition was taking place. This is Dan Lei. Long Fei stopped eating his breakfast with a little surprise on his face. At this moment, dark clouds swept over the sky over there and confusing light blue thunder was brewing. It didn't look powerful, it was probably a very ordinary fairy level pill thunder. Long Fei took a sip of tea to calm down. I didn't expect that there would be a second person after me who refined Dan Lei. It's okay. At this moment many people in the square were shocked. President Chang Luo and others were surprised and said, I didn't expect that a second person would refine the Dan Lei Elir in this 4th elimination match. Although the power of this Dan Lei is far less than the previous 2, it is still pretty good. Yes, after all, that person is a different kind. The elder behind him nodded in agreement. The next step is to see how this person resists this Elir. I don't know how many ways there are. Generally speaking, there is only one ordinary fairy level Elir. No matter what, the value and effectiveness of the Elir itself will be greatly improved after it is resisted. The elders and some powerful spectators murmured. Everyone's eyes were focused on a long-haired woman in the square. Yes, it was this woman who refined Dan Lei. Her face looked solemn at the moment, but she was not too pessimistic. Instead, she was a little excited and happy. The fact that she was able to refine alchemy showed that her alchemy skills far surpassed many people here. She hurriedly resorted to all means on Dan and herself, form a means of protection. Then he quickly flew up where Xia Taiyang briefly came into contact with the restriction. After all, this was a special situation. The same was true for Long Fei, who was able to fly before. Then Xia Taiyang waved his hand slightly and an energy barrier quickly eponded and enveloped the entire square. After all, the calamity of Dan Lei this time was not very strong. This defense was enough. Not everyone was as perverted as Long Fei. Although not as perverted as Long Fei, Dan Lei is the natural force of heaven and earth after all. No matter how weak it is still at the immortal level. It is not an instance that ordinary people can easily underestimate. Rumble. Under the thunder, the power is terrifying and huge. With the help of fairy weapons and other means, the woman collided with the thunder. However, thunder is the most domineering armor-breaking force in the world. In just one round, the woman was extremely exhausted and the Eli seemed to be unable to withstand it. Damn it, what should I do? If I had known that I would be able to refine the Eli, I would have done more. Although these are magical weapons, they are not worthy of a big job if they are of poor quality. The woman's face was pale and she felt a little regretful. Now that the thunderbolt had finally resisted the net-1, a lot of the things she had sacrificed had been destroyed and it seemed that a second thunderbolt was still brewing. How is that possible? There is actually a second thunderbolt. The eyes of Chang Luo and others below were widened and they couldn't believe it. Guild President Chang Luo's presence changed greatly and he said, no, this person is different from little friend Long. It was so difficult to resist the first attack. Many immortal weapons and magic weapons were destroyed and the power of the Eli seemed to be dissipating. Come on, if this happens again you will definitely be unable to resist it. Lord, you need to take action. The president and others looked at Xia Taiyang, who was aside. Xia Taiyang is not worried about this thunder. It is easy for him to resist this thunder. Li Su Luolian, go and help. Oops, it's too late. As Xia Taiyang said, his presence suddenly changed and his pupils shrank because at this moment the thunder that was still brewing seemed to see their intention and struck directly at the unprepared woman. Get down. Hurry and save people. Xia Taiyang and the other three suddenly moved. He used his immortal level and blasted toward thunder. Boom. But it was still a step slower. The speed of the thunder was too fast, like a madman who suddenly accelerated midway. It seemed that this woman had a grudge against it. No trace of emotion was left and the figure of the woman and the Eli were drowned by this thunder in despair. No. Xia Taiyang and others shouted angrily. At this moment everyone had arrived around Lei Lei and they beat him out angrily with strong force. The few rays of fairy level energy just now were about to approach the thunder and suddenly an astonishing scene appeared. A cyan light emitted from the thunder broke through the thunder and directly broke the attacks of several people. Boom, bang, bang, bang. A crisp explosion sounded in the sky. The blue light. I vaguely felt the breath of a dragon. So familiar. Isn't it him? Everyone looked at the somewhat familiar cyan light and the familiar dragon's breath in front of them, and soon the figure of Long Fei appeared in their minds, because Long Fei was the one who impressed them the most this time and he was the only one. Soon the light disappeared and two figures were revealed. Long Fei held the woman with one hand and held the Eli in his hand. Moreover, the Eli was not destroyed but had two more thunder patterns. This meant that he had successfully survived the thunder tribulation. The value and potency of this Eli will be increased several times. It's really him. No, when did he show up? How come we didn't notice him coming? When exactly did this happen? Everyone was confused and shocked. After all, there were many people at the Xuan level here and they didn't even notice when Long Fei arrived. Everyone looked at Territory Lord Xia Taiyang and wanted to ask, but Xia Taiyang's reaction was unexpected and beyond the expectations of several people. Xia Taiyang also shook his head slowly and said, don't look at me, I didn't feel when he appeared or how he came out. Everyone was shocked. What kind of instance is the Territory Lord? That one is the 8th level Xuan superpower. It turned out that not even a powerful person of this level discovered when Long Fei appeared and how he appeared, let alone people like them, and he immediately felt that he was not being unfair. The woman in Long Fei's arms blinked her eyes, not expecting such a scene in the end. Since it's him, she raised her head and looked at Long Fei appearing in front of everyone in such an attitude. As a woman she couldn't help but feel a little shy. Her face turned red and she suddenly felt that Long Fei was so handsome. Don't be stupid, I happened to be passing by. You have taken this Eli. Long Fei couldn't stand the look in this woman's eyes, so he returned the pill to the woman and pushed it away from her arm. The woman was a little stunned, which made him wonder if her feminine charm was still there. She's not ugly, she's also beautiful. Why did the other party push her away like that, seeming to dislike her? Aren't you beautiful anymore? Or is it that this person has no interest in women and is a gay man? Good morning everyone, I just happened to be passing by. Don't think too much. Since there is nothing else, I will go do my thing first. Long Fei came here simply because he wanted to be struck by thunder and absorb some experience point. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. Chapter 419 Desperate Sun Mingfei. After seeing that this incident was over, everyone went back one after another, and Long Fei also entered the hall directly to look for the figure of Sun Mingfei, and the woman also quickly walked towards the hall after Dian Yu completed the appraisal of the Eli Ir looking for Long Fei's figure. Finally I found Long Fei at a corner crossing. She was so happy that she ran directly towards Long Fei. At this moment Long Fei has also found Sun Mingfei and he is now waiting for Sun Mingfei's statement. Long Fei looked at Sun Mingfei and said, how about it? I've given you so much time to think about it. Now can you give me the answer I want? Are you strong? Sun Mingfei looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said lightly, of course. Sun Mingfei thought about the result for a day, and this is the result. I want to have a fight with you. If you beat me I will become your disciple. Long Fei laughed happily. You and I, who are now at the level of Earth Immortal, can kill you hundreds of times with just one breath. You just say yes or not. Sun Mingfei gritted his teeth. Becoming a disciple is obviously not a casual matter. This is a lifelong matter. Okay, you can find a place. Long Fei put his hands behind his back, and at this time a set of footsteps came towards this side. Great, I finally found you, my savior. Long Fei recognized the woman in front of him at a glance. She was the woman who had just fallen under the thunder. There was some joy and excitement on the woman's face. Long Fei looked at the woman happily. I've found you all. What do you want to impress? The woman said, hello sir, thank you for saving me just now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Yi. Wei Yi has long blue hair, a delicate face, regular facial features, slightly long eyelashes, a tall figure, and a plump jade rabbit with long legs, white and tender skin, and a well-dressed image of a beautiful girl that everyone loves. Hello, my name is Long Fei. Okay, now that we are acquainted, if there is nothing else you can leave. Long Fei looked at him and introduced himself, etc. Wei Yi said shyly, do you have a listening account? Can I add you? A woman chases a man with a barrier, but a man chases a woman with a barrier. Long Fei said calmly, okay. After saying that, he took out his own listening device. The two of them quickly joined each other with quick hands and feet. Long Fei's face was calm. Jia, I have something to deal with now with my prospective disciple. You go and prepare the recipe for tomorrow. We haven't competed yet, so don't talk nonsense. Sun Mingfei was immediately unhappy when he heard this. This guy made his own decisions and called himself random names before even competing. Sooner or later you can't beat me. After saying that, Long Fei raised his hand and pressed directly on his shoulder. Sun Mingfei didn't even have time to react before he and Long Fei disappeared from the spot. Wei Yi looked at this scene blankly. After reacting, he was surprised and said, what a powerful movement, it just disappeared and there was no way to detect it. Could it be that he just used this movement to come to my side and save me? Although this is said, there are some elements of suspicion in it, but this result is also very close to reality. Maybe it is like this. Then see you tomorrow. She knew that Long Fei was directly selected into the top 5 competition tomorrow, and the top 5 were selected from the NET 7 people who advanced. When they reappeared, Long Fei and Sun Mingfei came to a wilderness open space. There was no one around. Only 1 or 2 birds occasionally flew by, and there was no other sound except the sound of wind and grass. Where is this place? Sun Mingfei came here for the first time. After frowning, he looked at Long Fei. I saw Long Fei wave his hand slightly. He said calmly, you don't care where this is, you just need to understand that this is where we fight. After the word fell, a formation quickly spread to the surroundings and a large circle appeared in this area. A full 10 kilometers around him were enveloped by this formation, which directly blocks Ya Taeyang's perception of this place, and he was also able to fly. Long Fei put his hands behind his back and looked at Sun Mingfei with a very calm expression. This place is 10 kilometers in radius. I have used formations to isolate the outside world from the perception of this place. Come on, let's fight quickly. 10 kilometers? That's a pretty good formation. Sun Mingfei looked surprised. Why should you be surprised that you are a first-level Earth Immortal? Long Fei was speechless and then said, don't worry, I will pass on these skills to you after you become my master. Okay, let me see how powerful you are. After Sun Mingfei finished speaking, he attacked Long Fei directly. The red magical energy on his body spread quickly and the violent flame attribute stood out from the crowd under his fist. He planned to simply test it first. Test me? I think you'd better use all your power directly, otherwise you won't have a chance. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, showing some contempt. Sun Mingfei had already arrived in front of him, punching out quickly. His fists were fast and carried scorching flames and powerful immortal energy. It looks really cool, but the reality is that until now he has not been able to hit Long Fei with a single punch. Long Fei's movement moved very slightly and there was almost no stagnation or disconnection in the interval. He easily dodged all Sun Mingfei's attack. Damn it, since I didn't even hit him with a single punch, my speed is already very fast. Is this the difference between an earthly immortal and a true immortal? This is too big. Sun Mingfei thought unwillingly. Then he gave up the attack and turned into retreat. The figure disappeared in a flash and appeared 1,000 meters away from Long Fei. Sun Mingfei rolled his eyes and suddenly suddenly thought of something, so he said, "It's not fair, you have to suppress the first level Earth Immortal who has the same cultivation and strength as me, otherwise I can't fight with me with such a high cultivation level. I will admit you, haha." "Then as you wish." In an instant Long Fei suppressed his cultivation and strength to the level of Earth Immortal. "It's okay now." Long Fei pointed at Sun Mingfei and raised his palm, which was very provocative. Sun Mingfei's eyes flashed with fire and his whole body was filled with flame-colored fairy energy. Red Pearl Ghost Todoroki. The NET moment, countless flame energy formed huge flame beads in the air and on the ground. They shot out from the sky and plotted on the ground. Rumble. Bang bang bang. The NET second Long Fei's whole body was submerged by the move. Sun Mingfei looked at the scene in front of him and did not relish his vigilance. Instead he summoned the weapon that he had fought with for a long time. It's a very big knife. Emperor's 7-star sword. Fire Ling Jipo. In an instant terrifying power condensed on his sword and he fought directly towards Long Fei. The attack flew toward the person who was drowned in the explosion flame. Chapter 420 Recruiting a disciple. Did you use your true skill? Long Fei muttered. Even if he now his cultivation and strength have been suppressed to the same level as Sun Mingfei, but he is not worried about the damage this attack will do to him. At this moment he was shocked by the previous flame explosion, but there was no injury at all on his body. It seems that these flame attacks are completely childish to him. A breath of air spread directly, dissipating the surrounding flames, and what came forward was Sun Mingfei, who was slashing with a sword using the immortal sword skill. Sun Mingfei was still a little confident before, but he was thinking that the previous attack would bring some damage to Long Fei, but now there was no damage at all and his shocked face quickly recovered. He is also able to withstand such a terrible calamity of Dan Lei without dying. The flames like mine are nothing to worry about in front of him. Although Sun Mingfei is unwilling to give in, he will naturally be happier as Long Fei gets stronger. The stronger his master is, the greater the power he can rely on in the future. This is a great thing. Eat me with a knife. Sun Mingfei yelled angrily and had already arrived in front of Long Fei. The Emperor's 7-star sword in his hand had already been chopped off, but Long Fei had a disapproving look on his face. He just stood there quietly without any intention of evading and planned to directly follow up with the attack. Seeing Long Fei's behavior, Sun Mingfei felt a little unhappy for a moment and said angrily, "Aren't you going to hide? How arrogant! Are you still looking down on me? Because there is no need at all." Long Fei's mouth moved slowly, his voice was flat and his flat eyes were staring at Sun Mingfei, who was beheading him. For some reason, seeing Long Fei's calm demeanor at the moment, Sun Mingfei felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Bang! The NET moment he didn't care so much and just lashed at Long Fei's body. He wanted to see if Long Fei really had this ability or if he was just making things up. But the NET second, his whole complexion changed drastically, because his sword clearly struck Long Fei's body, but it felt like it struck an extremely strong and indestructible iron stone. Long Fei gave him the feeling that it was very solid, as if it couldn't be broken at all. "Take this knife in your physical body." This is a magical sword that he has gathered all his strength into. Even a 4 or 5-star Earth Immortal may not be able to follow him, not to mention that the current Long Fei can suppress his exact strength and cultivation. At this moment he finally understood Long Fei's powerful physical body, not to mention that even with the same cultivation level the gap in strength was insignificant. "It's useless. Although it suppresses my cultivation and strength, there are some aspect that I am born with that cannot be suppressed at all, such as my physical strength." Long Fei looked at Sun Mingfei with his extremely calm eyes and slowly made a sound in his mouth. This voice and the aura emanating from him formed a terrifying deterrent. The NET moment, just when Sun Mingfei opened his mouth to say something, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Long Fei's body, forming an aura barrier and directly knocked Sun Mingfei away. The knife in his hand flew out directly and his whole body, he was just blown away 100 meters away. Sun Mingfei looked horrified and it took a lot of effort to stabilize his body. Then he quickly summoned the Emperor's 7-star sword and stuck it on the ground. At this moment he was in a half-kneeling posture to grab the knife. So powerful, too horrible. Sun Mingfei was panting, his pupils were condensed and his expression changed drastically. Just a moment ago Long Fei's breath spread, which made him look like this, and from the beginning to now the other party stood still and motionless, let alone I took action myself. How about it? Do you want to keep fighting? No matter how many times you fight, the outcome will not change. You can only lose. Long Fei looked at Sun Mingfei, trying to make the latter understand through these words that Sun Mingfei was not qualified to fight against him in the face of absolute strength. Continue. After Sun Mingfei finished speaking, he rushed towards Long Fei with the Huangtian 7-star sword and used powerful immortal skills to defeat him. This time Long Fei punched directly and shattered Sun Mingfei's body with one punch. Not the real body? Long Fei frowned and suddenly understood understood Sun Mingfei's weird little moves before. At this moment on the other side of him several Sun Mingfei appeared. There are 10 in total. The immortal of the 10 directions. As the voices of 10 people sounded, the terrifying power emerged again, forming a terrifying force, and crazy superimposed marks appeared under Long Fei's body. The terrifying power of fire surged out directly. Long Fei saw it in his eyes. Sun Mingfei's attack this time was different from before. It was more fierce. It seemed that he didn't intend to keep it. Do you want to test my ability with the strongest strength? Very good, then I'll show you what I can do. But depending on your full strength you are far from qualified. Then just let anyone implode. At this moment another attack from 10 directions had arrived in front of Long Fei. This attack had terrifying armor breaking and destructive capabilities and was specially designed to deal with tough guys like Long Fei. Long Fei took a deep breath and drank quietly. In an instant a terrifying aura of power burst out from his body, reaching its peak. The cyan gas was very pure without any adulteration, and his hair stood on end at this moment. Come on, the muscles on your body are revealed and Long Wei appears immediately. Boom! The explosive energy was spreading and the faces of Sun Mingfei and everyone changed drastically. Shi Fang, Cha Ian and the array attack were all wiped out after a little resistance. What? Sun Mingfei changed again. He didn't expect Long Fei to have such a terrifying method. He wiped out his attacks in an instant. He was completely uncomfortable now. He was about to leave and change his plan, but the aura erupting from Long Fei's body formed a terrifying magnetic field which wiped out all his clones instantly. Sun Mingfei's face was pale as well. He was so frightened that he was sweating again and again. His back was soaked and his body was trembling out of instinctive fear. What kind of power is this? Ah! His body was blown away by this powerful force and he was pressed to the ground like a bulldozer and kept pushing towards the distance. Everything his body endured caused him immense pain. Blood came out of his mouth and he was unbearable. Boom! Then it plotted with him as the center and the entire ground formed an underground cave. Having achieved this step, Long Fei directly put away all his aura and slowly walked towards Sun Mingfei. At this moment Sun Mingfei was lying in the center of the large depression below. He was in a miserable state and his face was pale and haggard. His clothes were in tatters, there was blood in his mouth and his body was still steaming. How do you feel? I just let out a little breath and you are at your peak. How can you compare with me? Do you have any questions about worshipping me as your teacher now? Long Fei just looked at him, waiting for Sun Mingfei's answer. Chapter 421 Bloodlight Wood Absorption. After the smoke receded, Sun Mingfei, who was paralyzed in the center of the depression in front of him, was obviously disabled and had no fighting ability, but now he can be resurrected with full health with just one word from him. Others can't, but Long Fei, the king of Qi, can definitely do it. No. Sun Mingfei was extremely bitter. His face was pale, he was extremely weak and he was close to death. After seeing Long Fei's perverted and terrifying strength, what else could he say? Just accept it honestly, there is no need to do other complicated things. Long Fei looked at Sun Mingfei with a smile. Are you going to worship me as your teacher now, or will you continue to lie here until your life is exhausted and leave this world forever? At this moment he showed a smiling presence. People who knew him well knew that he did not do it on purpose, but that he always looked like this to his own people. Apprenticeship. Sun Mingfei's weak voice sounded from his mouth. Although it was very low, Long Fei, who had a good hearing and a good hearing, could naturally hear it clearly. Long Fei smiled and shook his head. You should have chosen earlier. You have to be beaten before you are convinced. I really don't know if all of you have masochism. You will feel uncomfortable unless you are beaten. Regarding Long Fei's words, Sun Mingfei was speechless and he was too lazy to speak in his current state because his body was in pain. Then Long Fei raised his hand and a life energy representing healthy color appeared from his body. His field of resurrection of all things spreads directly. As Long Fei's own strength improves, the area that his field can now cover becomes even wider. A phenomenon soon appeared on Sun Mingfei's body. The embarrassed Sun Mingfei felt the green light that suddenly appeared on his body, raised his hand in disbelief. His eyes trembled and said in shock, such a strong life energy, what kind of incredible power is this? While he was speaking, all the injuries on his body had healed as had the internal injuries. Sun Mingfei, who could still feel the pain, was now resurrected with full blood. He stood up slowly, took a breath of air, checked various parts of his body and found that he was really healed. Then the mysterious power in him disappeared. Since he has already recovered, Long Fei will naturally not continue to be released. Disciple Sun Mingfei pays homage to master. Sun Mingfei flew to Long Fei and got down bowing. Long Fei nodded secretly and then an ancient sheepskin scroll appeared from his hand. Put a drop of blood on it, Long Fei said calmly. Since he was Long Fei's apprentice, he naturally wanted to join the Qinglong gang. Sun Mingfei was stunned and wanted to ask something. Master, what is this? He didn't know why he felt uncomfortable. It's something that is of great benefit to you. Naturally I can't treat you badly by becoming my disciple. disciple Long Fei. Long Fei did not say anything directly but explained like this. Sun Mingfei was dubious, but it was too late to regret now that the matter was over and he was no match for the other party. After all, the area within 10 kilometers was covered by this person's formation and there was no possibility of escaping. After thinking about it, Sun Mingfei drew a drop of blood from his finger and dropped it on the parchment scroll in front of him. When the blood dripped, the parchment turned into particles and directly ignored Long Fei's formation and rose into the air, followed by thunder. At the same time, a lot of strange, simple and incredible information appeared in Sun Mingfei's mind. Just as he was digesting, the sudden sound of thunder here also attracted the attention of some people in the Luhe area. It's not a good time to stay here for a long time, it's time to go. Long Fei naturally he understood this. He was too lazy to reason or deal with those people. After dismantling the formation, he disappeared with Sun Mingfei, who was stunned on the spot. However, not long after the two of them disappeared, several figures with fluttering immortal energy appeared here. Since lying is prohibited in the Luhe area, these people had no choice but to comply, otherwise they would have arrived even earlier. This place is the origin of the unknown thunder. Look at the big gap there, and I can smell some war here. There was a big battle here not long ago, but we didn't notice any movement. The fighting people have set up the formation, otherwise it would not be us but the territory lord who would come here. No matter who the opponent is, he dares to fight privately in this place in the Luhe River Valley and turn this place into such a broken state. This person is unforgivable. The people who came spoke one after another with expressions ranging from surprise to displeasure. These people talked about their story. As long as Long Fei was unwilling to be opposed, they would never see the perpetrator of this battle in their lifetime. After taking Sun Mingfei away, the two of them returned to the hall of the Alchemist Square. Master, Sun Mingfei looked around. Unexpectedly, I returned to this familiar place in just a moment, and there were only a few people around at the moment. They had almost finished walking and no one noticed the two of them appearing. Long Fei looked at Sun Mingfei, who was a head shorter than him, and said, the information in your memory belongs to our gang. You go back and digest it. After this alchemist conference is over, I still have one more thing to do. Go and deal with it. After the process is completed, I will contact you via voice in my mind. I understand, Master. Sun Mingfei nodded. By the way, I'll give you this material. This is double dragon glazed Ji. It will be good for you to absorb it after you go back. Just as Long Fei was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and took out the material from Chang Luo. The purchased Shuanglong Liulazi was handed over to Sun Mingfei. This can be regarded as an apprenticeship gift. The reason why I gave it to him was because it was dispensable to Long Fei. After you absorb and refine it, my master will give you another thing that can help you strengthen your blood and improve your cultivation. You will know what it is when the time comes. After Long Fei finished speaking, he disappeared directly, and it seems that Sun Mingfei is the only one left here. You can come and go freely. Master is indeed amazing. Sun Mingfei sighed. Then he looked at the brocade bow in his hand. After opening it, a glaze-like light appeared in front of his eyes. This is Shuanglong Liulazi. This doesn't seem cheap. Sun Mingfei claimed besides money, what he lacks most now is cultivation resources. The benefits this Shuanglong Liulazi brought to him must be extraordinary. Master gave it to me, so I won't be polite. Sun Mingfei is now at the first level of Earth Immortal cultivation. I wonder how much this pensive double dragon glazed Ji can improve his cultivation. He couldn't wait any longer. He quickly left this place and headed towards his residence. After leaving, Long Fei returned to his central palace. Now he also needs to practice. He took out the blood light wood and planned to absorb it today to strengthen his body. Chapter 422. The last scene. The color of blood and light is based on the chi of Mingshan Mountain, and the redwood is the body. This represents both ominousness and hope. The blood light wood appears, which can build a strong body, strengthen the blood in the body, and strengthen the vigorous vitality of the body. The body cultivator chooses the best strategy. Looking at the bloody wood in his hand, Long Fei showed a look of longing, and his eyes revealed his impatience and excitement. He drew it close to his nose and inhaled sharply, and he suddenly felt the smell of ancient mahogany. Although this piece of bloody wood was only as big as a palm, it had already eased for a long time. It had been brewing for a long time, and its essence was huge. Long Fei was no longer polite and quickly performed his kung fu, and the bloody wood floated up. He sat cross-legged, and his hands naturally formed a circular gesture on his abdomen. Buzz! At this moment a blue light appeared on his body. This cyan light spread throughout the room, forming a powerful magnetic field barrier. The blood light wood floating in front of him exudes a rich blood light which is very bright. If a person keeps looking at it intently like this, he will soon be fascinated by the abnormal energy of the blood light wood. This piece of bloody wood also has an addictive temptation from another perspective. From the light of the blood light wood there were soon wisps of energy gas that looked like fairy energy, which was pulled by the power of Long Fei's body and entered his body. This state continued until Long Fei completely absorbed all the blood light power in the blood light wood. In this way Long Fei continued to absorb the energy of the Mingshan mountain from the blood light wood. After all, the bloody color on it is the energy that has been transformed into by the energy of countless underworld mountains after many years of contamination. So now this kind of qi can be called the qi of blood and light, or the qi of Mingshan. While Long Fei was absorbing the blood light wood on the other side, that's where he and Sun Mingfei fought just now. At this moment, following the discovery of those people, they quickly notified the territory lord and others in the Luhe region to come. Xia Taiyang came with Li Su, and Luo Lian was arranged to sit in the palace. At this moment, including those from before, there are now a total of SI people in this place. The remaining 4 people are all powerful talkers. Lord of the territory, this thief dares to set up battle formations in the area where you implicitly prohibit fighting and also destroys this place like this. This is undoubtedly a challenge to your majesty. Yes, territory lord, such an arrogant thief should be quickly found and executed in public to show that your dignity cannot be offended. With such a rare opportunity to get close to this powerful territory lord, how could the 4 talkers let go of this great opportunity to flatter him? So from just now until now, these 4 people have been talking to each other and their voices have become louder and louder. I am deeply afraid that Xia Taiyang cannot pay attention to any of them. Xia Taiyang and Li Su just listened to the 4 people's word quietly without saying anything. Their ears were listening, but their eyes were looking at the large depression left by the battle in front of them and the jagged line, very wide traces. The more they looked at each other like this, the colder their eyes became. Xia Taiyang said coldly, to be able to set up a formation on my territory without letting me notice it at all. This person is very powerful in terms of strength. It may not be just 1 or 2 people, but a group of people. Although the 4 people were a little verbose, one thing was correct. This was within the Luhe River region, but someone did this. It was undoubtedly a challenge to his bottom line and authority, which no one could tolerate. However, others have arranged a formation to prevent him from discovering it. From another perspective, the other party does not want to provoke him, so this is not a challenge to his majesty. But he only looked at the reality in front of him. The reality was that these people fought within the jurisdiction of the rules he had set and destroyed the place like this. They were challenging him. After hearing this, Li Su pressed his own opinions and remarks. These people came well prepared, and the means of leaving must be the weirdest. It will not be easy for us to find the territory lord, at least in a short time. Impossible. After hearing this, Xia Taiyang responded to his opinions and remarked. He slowly raised his hand. Although his tone was still a little cold, he said softly, there's no rush. Let's find someone to repair this place first. These people are here without a trace. Those who go without a trace will definitely not appear for the first time, and there will definitely be a second time. After speaking, Xia Taiyang looked at the 4 speakers. The 4 speakers watched and listened with their mouths shut when Xia Taiyang and the 2 started talking, not daring to interrupt in any way. It was only now that Xia Taiyang looked at them and said, I wonder what the territory lord has ordered. We must go all out. Xia Taiyang said, inform the informants of the nearby forces and ask them to send people to covertly investigate the recent and existing suspicious characters on a large scale. Anyone who is suspicious will be arrested, and you will do the same. Yes, we will definitely complete the mission. The 4 people quickly raised their hands and said respectfully, go down. Xia Taiyang waved away the 4 people. The 4 of them took another look at the damaged place in front of them before leaving. After the 4 people left, Xia Taiyang personally fell into it, looking for every bit of it to see if there were any possible clues. This is obviously the mark left by the knife. Xia Taiyang frowned. Soon he noticed a breath, a somewhat familiar breath, but he was not sure about it, so in the end he didn't think too much about it. After confirming that there was nothing else, he turned around and told Li Su, you have someone come here to deal with this place and repair it quickly. Continuing, after we are done, we will summon the guard and other forces in the Luhe region to observe secretly together. It's the domain lord. Li Su nodded. Then Xia Taiyang flew away from here. This aura can't be him, can it? It should be not. On the way back, Xia Taiyang guessed in his mind, but the time that is between them was too short and it would not be so smooth at all. Could it be that it was arranged in advance? Finally he sighed, if it's really him, then I really can only turn a blind eye. With the rapid passage of time, Long Fei in the room in the central domain palace has absorbed a lot of the energy of the blood light wood. During this period, Xia Taiyang came outside Long Fei to confirm his guess. Looking at the red and cyan light emanating from inside, he did not open the door and go in because he understood that Long Fei was entering into deep cultivation. This is also a good thing. Going to the ancient ruins the day after tomorrow will be a good help. The stronger he is, the better. And as an 8th level Xuan Yan, he can feel that there is always a very powerful force inside the room. This mysterious energy is the formation barrier. He just came to check secretly and didn't want to alert others. years. Then he left. Chapter 423. Unusual approach. On the other side, Sun Mingfei, who listened to Long Fei's words, also took the Shuanglong Liulazi given to him and returned to the room to quickly absorb and refine it in order to improve his own strength. The time of training flies by. In the central palace in the room, the originally rich blood light wood light was now extremely dim without the bright color before, which meant that the essence energy inside him had been almost absorbed by Long Fei and Thena's. The last ray of light completely disappeared. The blood light wood was finally completely absorbed by him. The blood light wood, which lost its power of blood light, fell to the ground and turned into a very ordinary piece of mahogany with a dong dong sound. If you take it out, you can still sell it as an antique artwork for a good price. On the contrary, at this moment Long Fei's whole body was surrounded by a layer of red mist like aura, and his skin, neck, face, etc. were all blood red. From a close distance, the te-toured energy on these skins gives people a very solid and indestructible feeling. What actually happened requires Long Fei to judge by taking damage in actual combat. The mist of blood energy outside his body gradually entered his body, hailing back and forth through the blood capillaries. Long Fei slowly raised his hands and then slowly lowered them. Open your eyes, look in front of you and continue to feel the great changes that have occurred in your body. The red color on his body has now dissipated. To be more precise, it should be hidden under the skin. Really not bad. Long Fei raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. It's been absorbing for so long and now it's almost night. Long Fei first calmed down and then took out the Tiangang Divine Refining Pill directly from the ring. The golden color is quite beautiful. A very strange and clear fragrance of red pepper entered his nose. By the way, let's make a few copies first and bring them to my disciples tomorrow. Long Fei has not forgotten Sun Mingfei. Now this person is his apprentice. As a master, he naturally cannot ignore this person. If there is any benefit, meet him. The movements were fast and smooth, and he took out the 100% copy mirror and copied it as fiercely as a tiger. Soon many Tiangang Divine Refining Pills came out. Without counting them specifically, Fang Zheng just threw them all into the ring and left them there. Then he seemed to remember something, and when he patted his head he was a little dumbfounded. By the way, I used this mirror to copy the Shanaya Dan and Jinyang Soul Fusion Dan before. In that way not only can I have a taste and you can sell it for more money. Long Fei criticized himself for this stupid behavior, and he will definitely remember it any time. It's a pity that they have all been sold, so naturally it's not a good idea to ask for them back. After the copying was completed, he didn't care so much anymore. After taking the Tiangang Divine Refining Pill, it melted in his mouth and tasted pretty good. Golden light seeped out from inside his body in the net second. Amazing. Looking at this scene, Long Fei muttered to himself, and then his entire consciousness underwent a very mysterious change. Then the whole person froze in place, standing still. It has remained this way. When he woke up again, it was already the net day. I have to say that this time is really unreasonable. It's daytime. Today is my last game and I'm going to that Seagull Ridge tomorrow. After saying that, Long Fei left the room quickly. He had not eaten 2 meals and now he had 3 meals in the morning. Now he was very hungry. Things were easy in the past, so now he found a restaurant to eat, ordered a lot of delicious food, and now is the last day of the game. The square is already very lively, crowded with people. Long Fei also speeded up to eliminate the food and used lightning flash to leap to the square. After entering, the person who received him was an acquaintance, Dian Yu. Under Dian Yu's leadership, he registered the name of the Eli IR he was going to make today. After getting his location sign, he went directly outside to find his location. As he left, Dian Yu took the message written by Long Fei and looked at it with a look of doubt on his face. Immortal level foundation building pill? Of course there are foundation establishment pills and others in the ascension world, but they are only used when the chi training stage is promoted to the foundation establishment stage. This is nothing here at all. But what the hell is an immortal level foundation building pill? The entire ascension world has never heard of the existence of such a strange Eli IR, and it is a 3rd grade pill? Dian Yu soon became confused, but the curiosity in his heart was still strong. Didn't he only have the 1st level? How did he refine the 3rd level? Directly skip the level and refine? But his soul power is so powerful, if it is really refined, it can be directly transferred from the 1st level immortal level to the 3rd level immortal level. I really look forward to your performance. You will always bring different surprises to people. It shouldn't be more of a shock. Dian Yu recalled the 2 Eli IRS from before. He didn't expect that those Eli IRS could be refined, and that the Eli IRS were of the highest grade and attracted such a terrifying calamity of Eli IRS. He was really a monster. The most frightening thing is that Long Fei, a perverted monster, used his body to force him down and nothing happened. If you don't agree with anyone, I will obey you. After that, Dian Yu compiled the information about the 8 people and sent it to the President Chang Luo. President Chang Luo took it over and looked carefully at the names of the Eli IRS that these players were going to refine this time. Then just like Dian Yu, he was surprised when he saw the pill from Long Fei's message. Immortal level foundation building pill? Is there such a pill? And at third grade? He wants to skip a level and refine third grade Eli IRS? President Chang Luo's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. Then he looked down. At this moment Long Fei jumped up to his position and stood there. The other 7 people had also arrived early. On the other side, Wei Ya secretly looked at Long Fei from time to time and greeted him quietly. After hearing this, Long Fei smiled lightly and responded. Chairman Chang Luo looked at the confident Long Fei and couldn't help stroking his long beard. His old voice slowly said from his mouth, "Since you want to challenge me, let me give you a try. I hope you can give us another surprise." Several people around him were also curious and asked Chang Luo what he wanted to know. They were quite gossipy. Chang Luo showed the information on his hand to them. The reactions of several people were similar to those of Dian Yu and Chang Luo, but they seemed to be much more aggravated than the two of them. Isn't this nonsense? He is only a first-grade immortal level alchemist. He is a third-grade immortal level alchemist. And what is this fairy level foundation building pill? Does such a pill exist? I know about the foundation building pills in this mortal world. I have never mentioned the fairy level foundation building pills. Chapter 424. Thunder disaster. Several times more terrifying. The game has officially begun. Long Fei took out the volume of Eli IR prescription documents e-track from the system and then took out the 8 materials that contained only 1 set. That's right, there is only 1 pair and he only needs to buy 1 pair and he can succeed 1. Now he has a 100% success rate. The 8 materials floated in the air and the familiar Eli IR energy of heaven and earth appeared on his body. The Eli IR of heaven and earth turned into Eli IR of heaven and earth and appeared below the 8 materials. Guild President Chang Luo and the rest of Chang Luo and others who had been paying attention to Long Fei were shocked. What shocked them was the 8 materials that Long Fei took out. What are these medicinal materials? Why haven't we seen them before? And judging from a series of factors such as the color and smell of these 8 materials, they are all very top-notch. Could it be that he brought it from the lower realm? These people were talking in shock. The President Chang Luo took a breath of cold air. His eyes widened in shock and sighed. The power of these 8 ingredients is very terrifying and the age is also very old. It's hard to say what the ingredients are, but these 8 ingredients are very powerful. Even if the 8 materials do not need to be refined into Eli IRS, each of them can bring about an unimaginable and huge improvement to the human body if absorbed alone. How could he have such incredible materials? One of the elders asked. Could it be from the Qinglong sect? The president and elders frowned after hearing this. They recalled that Long Fei's identity was a disciple of the Qinglong sect. Everything was possible in this top sect. They didn't see it. It may not be available in the past, but even if it is available, it must be very expensive. If this is really the case, it is very difficult for ordinary people to get anything in Qinglong sect, let alone 8 of them coming out at once. It is even harder than climbing to the sky. Guild President Chang Luo stroked his long beard and an old voice slowly sounded from his mouth. No matter where he got the 8 materials, we just need to keep watching. I am really impressed by his immortal level foundation building Eli IR. I am becoming more and more interested and curious. Even though the president had said this, these people naturally did not make any other noise but chose to watch quietly. Almost all of these people's eyes were fixed on Long Fei. If he really refined it, maybe he would be the first one. Don't let us down. At this moment Long Fei seemed to have become the absolute protagonist of the set. Unshakable. Sun Mingfei, who was working indoors, also arrived at the venue and looked at Long Fei, the chief master, in front of the door. At this moment Long Fei has already started a series of operations. The steps are not as sequential as those of traditional alchemists, but his techniques are extremely skillful. These are skills that can only be used by very advanced alchemists. Seeing Long Fei's strange yet powerful refining technique, Sun Mingfei couldn't help but fall into obsession. Is this master's alchemy technique? If I can learn it, I might be able to become a powerful alchemist. No, it can definitely be done. However, the simultaneous refining of flames and souls is definitely not something that ordinary people can try and control. If there is any mistake, the consequences will be severe damage to the soul. Sun Mingfei sighed from the bottom of his heart. Not only do you need excellent skills in this area, but you also need great courage that is far beyond ordinary people. The master I worshipped this time may really be able to bring me a different and powerful direction. He clenched his fist. After absorbing and refining the double dragon glaze his yesterday, even though he had not absorbed all of it, he had only absorbed half of it and had been promoted from the first level Earth Immortal to the second level Earth Immortal S level. Yes, he is now a genuine second level Earth Immortal powerhouse. However, here the second level Earth Immortal cannot be measured by the word strong, but can only be briefly described as ordinary, because Earth Immortal immortals are too common and earth immortals cannot make any waves here. After all, the people above him are either high-level true immortals or mysterious immortals. There is a big gap between him and him now. I have no ability to resist in front of these people. While looking at what was in front of me, I was thinking in my mind. At this moment Long Fei has also entered the mid to late stage. At this moment the temperature of the Elir of heaven and earth was even more intense than before. With the help of Long Fei's soul consciousness, which was even more terrifying than before, the 8 immortal materials in front of him that were 100,000 years old all turned into liquid at the same time. These liquids are not round but flat, like a liquid blade, very smooth and beautiful. The surface of the liquid shows the essential energy color that originally belongs to these materials. Very bright. The 8 liquids emit 8 different colors of light. Under the control of Long Fei's powerful soul consciousness, these dispersed liquid blade gradually gathered towards the center of the flame, naturally showing a vertical straight line, and the liquid blades were neatly arranged one by one, orderly, and there is an energy that attracts each other. This scene is like 8 parallel planes that were originally impossible to communicate with each other under this power, but now they have been forcibly opened up to a path to the blade plane between them. We call this path the plane channel. Once the plane passage was opened, the 7 pieces of liquid were forcibly fused together by Long Fei's powerful soul consciousness. This process is not instantaneous. After all, these liquids are the concentration of all the essence of the immortal level 100,000 years. The power of a drop of medicine here is unimaginably huge. If an ordinary person falls asleep directly, the end result is likely to be suffering. Unable to contain the medicinal energy inside, blood seeped out of the body and then he plotted and died. But if all 8 materials are fused into one Elir, the effect will not be so cruel. After all, these 8 materials all have mutual restraint and neutralizing effect similar to chemical reactions. Obviously the effect is often the best when blended together. Similar to traditional Chinese medicine materials, the golden energy of the heaven and earth pill fire turned into wisps of mist, like mist floating in the blade that was about to be completed. 8 in 1 becomes the most perfect art. Under the check and balance of the 2 energies, the Tai Chi pattern outline was formed in the Elir of heaven and earth, and then the blade liquid was instantly transformed into a round Elir liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is what must be experienced before becoming Elir. Important step. Under the power balance and coordination of Tai Chi, the circular energy slowly turned into real Elirs in the high temperature of the heaven and earth Elir fire and disappeared. We are really ashamed of ourselves for such alchemy technique. Those people above had been paying attention to Long Fei until now and couldn't help but sigh. Guild President Chang Luo closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, took a deep breath, looked ahead and said, "Go and prepare a 3rd grade immortal alchemist batch. I have a hunch that he will not fail and will be defeated again soon. A history is born before our eyes." The people behind him were stunned when they heard this and then quickly went to handle it after hearing an echo. Chapter 425 Overcoming the tribulation, getting promoted, a terrifying punch. As time goes by, everyone present has also entered the intermediate stage of the Elirs refined in their hands, but despite this his rhythm couldn't keep up with Long Fei's. Regardless of whether it is the previous competition or this competition, even though he has participated in one less game, he is still the fastest person in alchemy among all the people, and the Elir he is refining now is a 3rd grade immortal level Elir, but it is far beyond the level of the badge he wears on his chest. The rest of the people are refining Elirs that are consistent with their own level. To be precise, the time used is far from enough. After all, Long Fei has already entered the process of transforming liquid pills into physical pills as time goes by, and the current liquid pill has reached the standard appearance of a semi-solid pill. At this moment Long Fei had his eyes closed and had no intention of opening them. The whole person's mind seems to have been integrated with the energy scene being refined in front of him. After all, it is not that easy to refine Elirs of the 3rd grade immortal level, and it is even more difficult for all his materials to be immortal level 100,000 years old. But no matter what, fortunately he absorbed and refined the Dan Qi of heaven and earth, and this difficult and seemingly impossible thing was about to be completed by him. The semi-entity of the immortal level foundation establishment pill shrouded in the heaven and earth Dan fire has a very strange energy mass on its body. This strange energy mass is exactly Long Fei's soul consciousness. The refining is still going on. An hour has passed by now, and the other 7 people in the square are not very rubbish, and they have quickly entered the step of combining liquid and condensing pill bead. At this moment on the seat above the square, the President Chang Luo was holding a square plate covered with red cloth. There is a silver white medal with fairy spirit placed on the plate with 3 dots lit up on the medal. It is the alchemist medal. The 3 dots represent the status symbol immortal level 3 alchemist. At this moment these people's eyes were all fixed on Long Fei and the immortal level foundation building pill that was about to appear. As long as the Elir is successfully formed, then this alchemist metal, which represents the third level of immortality, will belong to Long Fei. I think this Elir is ready and this immortal level 3 alchemist metal is within reach. An elder said, I also have this hunch. Although it's a little ridiculous, I also have this hunch. I don't know why, but I think so too. At this moment these people had seen the various bizarre and disobedient methods used by the alchemist to refine medicine that Long Fei had used one after another. The reason why they were successful naturally made them feel inexplicably confident this time. Everyone thought they were right, and Long Fei's net scene did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Are you kidding me? The 8 ingredients for this Elir cost me 250 million fairy coin. Although there is only one pair, it is pensive. If it fails I will cry. And also verified that his deductions throughout the day were all fart. At this moment the real Elir has been formed. That's right, the immortal level foundation building pill is now available. The immortal grade foundation establishment pill exudes multicolored light, extremely dazzling, and the fragrance of the Elir is unmatched by all the events in the venue put together. This is not an exaggeration, it is true. It done, but it didn't attract Dan Lei. Just when everyone was surprised, shocked and excited, someone was slapped in the face before he finished speaking. Because the net second, that is this moment, boom, above the sky dark clouds spread all over the place, and in an instant there was thunder, and the world suddenly entered the dark night. Dan Lei, what a powerful thunder power. No, this is stronger than the previous 2 times. You are truly worthy of being my benefactor. This is really too powerful. Damn it, master is awesome. Soon the whole place was boiling, and most of those who were not alchemists looked at the coming thunder disaster above with horror. Quick, activate the strongest protective formation. At this moment the prescience of Xia Taiyang and others changed because he had to protect the people here. It would be too late to evacuate because it looked like this calamity of Dan Lei was about to fall. As his voice fell, many people started to move, and the number of people was even greater than before. Even the President Chang Luo and others joined them. The calamity of Dan Lei of the third level of immortal level is several levels more terrifying than the previous level 1 and second level. And looking at this posture, Douluo is definitely more terrifying than the ordinary third grade fairy level Dan Lei. This guy is such a weirdo. Every time he attract Dan Lei he is so perverted. Haha, wizard. Some of the people setting up the formation now are frightened and some are excited. Xia Taiyang's eyes looked at Dan Lei at this moment. There was a trace of fear in his deep eyes at this moment. For some reason this time Dan Lei made him feel a little uneasy and dangerous. The only thing that can feel this feeling in the 8th level Xuan Ian is that what is coming is really extremely terrifying. This Elir is very scary. Little friend Long, what are your plans? Xia Taiyang looked down at Long Fei, who was also looking at the sky, and asked. But the difference was that Long Fei looked at the sky with neither fear nor fear but excitement and passion. From his unusual eyes and prescience you can read a message that is different from ordinary people. Crazy, Xia Taiyang murmured in a low voice. Even he was afraid of this Dan Lei, but Long Fei actually showed such an prescience as if he wished the Dan Lei would hit him quickly. What are your plans? Long Fei laughed loudly, grabbed the refined immortal grade foundation establishment pill and flew into the sky, arriving 100 meters away under the dark cloud, and said, of course it is to transcend the tribulation. Ha ha ha, madman. Crazy. Little friend Long, please don't act recklessly. It's dangerous for you to do this. Come back quickly. Those people became uneasy when they saw Long Fei's behavior of seeking death. Haha, you are really looking for death. If you die under this Dan Lei this time, we will be saved from taking risk later. On the other side, the 3 supreme elders of the Bai family and the Bai family laughed and were in a strangely good mood. But having said that, looking at such a terrifying Elir that was coming in front of them, the 3 of them felt chills in their back. If they went forward, even though they had the cultivation level of a first level immortal, they would still be severely disabled if they were not killed by this thunder. It's a pity that such a young prodigy has to commit suicide. The supreme elder of the Bai family felt a little regretful. All of Long Fei's previous alchemy efforts really amazed him. The 3 of them have been hiding in this place and watching from the beginning. But what is helpless is that the domain master's order has arrived. As Xuan Ian level elders, the 3 of them cannot stand by and watch. They need to go to their positions to activate and display the strongest protective formation. After all, there are also disciples of their family in the square, and this time the domain master's order cannot be violated. Unlike last time, which only required a few people, this time it is everyone. Chapter 426 An astonishing amount. Long Fei listened to all the words and opinions of those below, but he didn't pay any attention to them because there was no need. So what if Dan Lei is terrible? It's not just a tool to help him improve his body. So So what if Dan Lei is terrifying? It's not just a tool to help him improve his cultivation. So he likes this upcoming thunder disaster very much. If the power and momentum of the previous thunder tribulation was 100, then this time it would be 1,000. The difference is 10 times. Long Fei sacrificed the fairy level foundation building Eli Ir in the sky, and the power on his body emerged and quickly integrated into the Eli Ir, wrapping it up and shaping it with himself become interconnected. Green light bloomed from his body and a giant chaotic green dragon virtual entity rushed into the sky with the power of a thunderous dragon roar. When this scene appeared, everyone in the audience was shocked and horrified. Unbelievable comments of shock and horror arose again. Long Fei took a deep breath, calmed down in his heart, and slowly spread his hands to embrace the coming Dan Lei. The Wuji longevity technique and the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline in the body are quickly activated and running, and they are ready to go. And at this time the so-called strongest protective formation below has been completed with the cooperation of the Xuan Yian elders. The energy of these formations is all concentrated on Xia Taiyang with him as the core. Rumble, rumble. Above the sky, the world-destroying apocalyptic dark cloud and thunderstorms brought a terrifying hurricane. The huge and dense dark purple thunder condensed into a pillar of thunder that was as thick as a huge mountain. At this moment it was like the world was destroyed. Like a demon it fell towards the Eli Ir Long Fei and below instantly. At this moment everyone looked solemn and terrified, and most of them were trembling in fear. This is the first time they have seen such a terrible thunder disaster in their lives. What on earth did this person provoke? God will not forgive him. At this moment everyone's life and death are on the same line. If the formation is broken, then 95% of everyone here, not to mention the territory lord, will die. Not to mention those mysterious immortals, they will all die. Boom! The thunder has fallen on Long Fei, submerging the Eli Ir and his body here. The terrible thunder tribulation and the terrible hurricane. Under the dual power, even the peak Xuan Yian will become a product of tearing here. The moment the world-destroying thunderstorm fell on his body, Long Fei felt the terrifying power of world-destroying which seemed to destroy him and the pill in this world. Long Fei endured all this. The green light on his body bloomed and the dragon's power was infinite. Inside the thunder, the huge chaotic green dragon virtual entity was fighting against this thunder disaster with deafening dragon sounds and huge and chaotic green light. Long Fei below quickly used the advantages of Wuji longevity technique and Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline to enter into deep meditation practice. The blue light on his body became more and more intense, and the skills of the All Things Resurgence field and the super recovery in the bloodline quickly repaired his body as if passively. The repaired body has been strengthened even more powerfully. At the moment, above the immortal level foundation establishment pill was also baptized by thunder tribulation, but with the protection and help of Long Fei's various plugins there was no problem. The huge power of thunder was absorbed by him, and the Eli Ir and dense dark purple thunder soon appeared on Long Fei's body. At the moment he endured it, everyone in the formation below was also bearing the pressure brought by this thunder disaster. At the moment when Lei Ji fell into the formation, everyone felt the pain of being pressed down by 100,000 mountains for an instant. Some of the people with low cultivation levels spit out blood, turned pale, and had internal injuries. This time it was not as easy as the previous time. As people get injured, the formation's endurance is also decreasing. No, someone is injured. If the power of the formation decreases, the consequences will be disastrous. The prescience of territory lord Xia Taiyang and others changed drastically. Take the medicine quickly, said immediately. Those people did not dare to neglect and took out the Eli Irs one after another and started taking them. The territory lord Xia Taiyang was shaken just now and felt a little uncomfortable. He, an 8th level profound immortal, is like this, let alone Long Fei who is only a true immortal. Boy, don't die, my sty flower still depends on you. Xia Taiyang murmured. A true immortal as powerful as Long Fei must be like a boss after entering the ancient ruins with Xuan Yian level restrictions. As long as he look for it seriously, there is definitely hope. He has seen hope in Long Fei. As the core of the formation, he immediately used his strength to strengthen the power of the formation and resist the thunder buzz. However, at this moment a thick cyan light with a strong aura of chaos broke through the thunder pillar and spread out. Roar! What followed was a heaven-shaking dragon's roar of wrath. The terrifying power also appeared directly at this moment, directly breaking through the thunder pillar and scattering the powerful hurricane. Long Fei's figure burst out from inside with an immortal level foundation building pill and flew towards him. Thunder! Let me absorb it. The huge dragon's mouth opened and a black abyss hole appeared inside. The power of blood. The green dragon swallows. All those thunderbolts were interrupted, and at this moment they began to enter the interior of the chaotic green dragon virtual entity and then quickly and continuously fed back to Long Fei. Long Fei only felt that his cultivation body and everything related to him were constantly improving. His cultivation level has also been improving moving from the beginning of the 8th level true immortal to the early and middle stages of the 8th level to the middle stage to the late stage to the peak. He watched as the Eparian bar in front of him continued to rise. Finally it was full and his cultivation level directly broke through to the 9th level of true immortal. At the same time the strength and physical hardness of the body also increased rapidly. It's really so sour and refreshing. In this case it did not stop immediately and there was still a post-catastrophe state. Until the last moment everything disappeared. Long Fei suddenly roared. Terrifying power gathered until then punched towards the sky. A terrifying dragon hidden fist shattered the sky revealing the void of the universe and then completely wiped out all the dark cloud. The whole sky became calm. The dark cloud dissipated. The hurricane passed away. The thunderstorm dispersed. Although the pill thunder this time was terrifying, luckily there was only one. Although it was a pity for Long Fei, it was extremely fortunate for the people below. But the moment they saw the power of Long Fei's punch, the e-prescience of everyone below changed. How can it be? This punch, if it were me, I feel I would die. More than that, I should be out of my mind. This person is too dangerous. The supreme elders of the Bai family and the Bai family looked extremely frightened. The power of Long Fei's punch was so powerful that even those who had reached the level of Xuan Yian would not be able to follow it. Not only them but others were also frightened. This punch, can I take it? Xia Taiyang murmured with dull eyes, constantly asking himself over and over in his heart, because the moment he saw this punch his back felt a little chilly. A true immortal can perform such an attack that even a mysterious immortal may not be able to perform. Everyone gasped. My back feels cold. Chapter 427 427 Long Fei is generous. Let's break up. Forget it. Long Fei look calm. If there was another such terrifying thunder then he would get better upgrade resources now. At this moment the clothes on his body have already been shattered by the terrifying power of thunder. His upper body is naked. His muscles are strong but not aggregated, hard and beautiful, and there is a very bright chaos green dragon tattoo on his skin. As the ending subsided he quickly recovered and the tattoos on his body were also hidden. He was not surprised to find himself naked but took out a shirt from the ring and put it on. Buzz! In front of him an extremely dazzling multicolored light flashed and the fragrance of red pills spread everywhere. At the same time some fairy bees and other things in the Luhi area were also attracted by this smell, and it was actually able to spread to such a far range. It is conceivable that I knew that the quality of this Eli Ir was extraordinary. Should it be called the 3rd grade first level immortal level or the 4th grade immortal level foundation building pill? Now he took it over and looked at it. It was very valuable. He planned to auction it or sell it directly to Chang Luo or Xia Taiyang. Let's take a look first. As he said that he had already landed downward, the formation below also read and successfully passed this disaster. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and many people looked at Long Fei with a lot of awe. Being able to make Eli Irs survive being hosted and deliver such terrifying punch attacks, you should not mess with such a person but make friends with him. There must be a superpower in the future. The 3 supreme elders of the Bai family and the Bai family chose to retreat obediently, cancelling all their previous plans and never wanted to see this person again from now on. I am really afraid that I will be punched like this when I take revenge. I am too old to bear it. It has to be said that Long Fei's careless punch faintly shocked many people who were interested. When it fell, Long Fei said to Xia Taiyang, I'm causing trouble for you. Xia Taiyang was stunned and smiled bitterly. It's okay, your pill. His eyes looked at Long Fei's hands. Long Fei's pupils flashed and he said, do you want the domain lord? As long as the price is high I can give it to you. For the first time he understood that this territory lord was generous and had no shortage of money, and he can eat it himself because now he remembers to copy the mirror 100%. When the time comes I will copy hundreds and thousands of them and sell them out. Hey, you can earn him to death. Although copying mirrors can make money, he feels that the money he gets from selling them is more satisfying. This Eli Ir is pensive. You should test it first and see the result. Although Xia Taiyang didn't know what the pill in Long Fei's hand was or what it did, but after living for so long and seeing for 800 years he could clearly feel that this pill was absolutely extraordinary. Anyway, it seems that it will be of great use to anyone. Good. Long Fei descended to the ground and Dian Yu, who was not far ahead, was about to leave, but he was still one step ahead by the president Chang Luo. The rest of the people are also concentrating on refining their own Eli Irs and cannot be distracted anymore because several people have failed once and are now refining them for the 2nd time. As long as they are refined several times within a time they can do it. Of course, just prepare enough materials. Everyone was also shocked by Long Fei's previous scene, especially Wei Ya showed a stronger love for Long Fei, and Sun Mingfei, who had been watching from beginning to end in the hall, was even more adoring. Such a powerful person turned out to be his master. There was nothing wrong with becoming his master. It it's only a matter of time before I want to become such a strong person. President Long Fei looked at the old man in front of him and said hello. The president smiled and was very excited. Even if he tried very hard to suppress it, he could still see it. Quick, give me this fairy level foundation building pill and I will test it for you. He couldn't wait to see if this Eli would enter the 4th level of the immortal level from the 3rd level to the 4th level due to such a terrible thunder catastrophe. If so, then the price must take off. Long Fei smiled faintly and placed the immortal grade foundation establishment pill in the center of the brocade bow on the table to the President Chang Luo. The brocade bow was originally equipped here. The President Chang Luo quickly and carefully carried the thing and headed forward. When he came to the machine, he put the Eli directly into it, but this time it took an unusually long time for the results to come out. Everyone was a little strange. Why did it take so long? Chang Luo and several staff members were confused. A minute passed. Long Fei frowned at his position, but at this moment the results came out. Chang Luo and others looked at the information coming out of the machine. Pill immortal level foundation building pill. Grade immortal grade 4. Mutation world destroying thunder plus. Color the most perfect plus. Mellow the most perfect plus. Dan Iong the most perfect plus. Medicinal effect the most perfect plus. Current valuation 6 billion fairy coin. Seeing the answer given by the machine in front of them, Chang Luo and others couldn't help but scream. It turns out, after taking a breath of air, he quickly got the result. This Eli that I have never heard of is so terrifying. SI billion fairy coin. At present the Alchemist Guild is still a huge sum of money. Although the Alchemist Guild is not short of money, SI billion is still a profit for several years, and this does not include the remaining costs of labor, materials, etc. and other miscellaneous expenses. If all deductions are made, this amount will no longer exist. Fortunately, the Alchemist Guild has existed for so long and the SI billion fairy coins can still be easily taken out, but it is very painful. For such a valuable thing, most people will just kill people and buy it, which can save money and make money. You must know that many sect forces in the Luhe region cannot afford half of this huge sum of money. Chang Luo did not hand it over to Long Fei immediately but gave the result to Territory Lord Ya Taeyang. Currently he still doesn't know the function of this so-called immortal level foundation building pill. Seeing his move, Long Fei closed his eyes tightly and waited, because the big fish will come net. As expected, when Xia Taeyang got this information, he was also very shocked. This let him go to his old place to find me immediately. Take this Eli and the information back to him. I need to understand the effect of this Eli. Xia Taeyang took a deep breath and spoke to Chang Luo. Chang Luo nodded, and he was also very curious and wanted to know. Soon he arrived in front of Long Fei. He tried his best to suppress his shock and excitement and said, the domain master asked you to go to the old place to find him. As he spoke, he looked into the hall. After hearing this, Long Fei opened his eyes and understood. Nods, I understand. Then he reached out and took the Eli and information. When he looked at it, he was a little surprised. What surprised him was not the content above but the price below. His cost of SI billion fairy coins was only 250 million. If that were the case, he would have made a total of 575 billion. Damn your blood. Sure enough, pills are the most profitable business. Now the 4th grade has this price. Then what about the 5th and SITH grade or even higher ones in the back? Although Long Fei understood that the average Eli of this level was definitely not that high, he didn't care. The Eli he could refine in the future were either heaven-defying or came from the system. And the most important thing is that once this Eli is copied, he can use the Alchemist Guild's verification information Eli to sell it privately to other people. In this way he can continue to make a lot of money, and starting from the second one, it's the kind that completely cost-free. Thinking about it makes you happy. Thinking about it makes you excited. Chapter 428 Trade again. Long Fei left here soon while the others were still refining. However, those who can enter the final 5 competition are naturally not rookies. Now they have gradually completed the process of condensing the Eli and transforming it into a real Eli. Get up, it just takes a little more time to complete successfully. On the other side, Long Fei entered the hall and he was met by the excited Sun Mingfei. Master, you are so amazing. Sun Mingfei looked at Long Fei excitedly and shouted. Seeing him, Long Fei smiled lightly. Disciple, your master and I are naturally powerful. I have reached the 2nd level of Earth Immortal, which is 1 level higher than yesterday. Have you finished absorbing the double dragon glazed Ji? But what I am a little confused about is, can this Shuanglong Liulazi only be able to upgrade one person to 1 level? Is this too watery? However, Sun Mingfei slowly shook his head and said, no master, I have only absorbed part of Shuanglong Liulazi now, and there are still several parts that have not been absorbed. It contains so much energy that I cannot absorb it in one day. After today I will absorb it all with ease of mind. Bloodline. Long Fei smiled and asked, well, you've already become my disciple, why are you still here? Why don't you just stay in the room and absorb it? Sun Mingfei said, well, I'm actually short of money and I also want to learn about alchemy, so I came here to work. That's it. If you are short of money you can find me as a teacher. The most important thing for a teacher is money. Long Fei took out a bag of tip and threw it to Sun Mingfei and said with a nonchalant expression, there are 100 million fairy coins in here. You can look at the flowers yourself as well as some fairy grass and other things. You keep it for yourself to use when practicing. 100 million fairy coins. Sun Mingfei took a breath of air as if he had never seen the world before and was suddenly pleasantly surprised. This damn master is really rich. Sun Mingfei was excited. Its master, my disciple will definitely not let you down. Long Fei said, don't reveal your identity as my disciple yet. You can experience and grow by yourself. If you encounter any difficulties or questions you can contact me through the consciousness in your mind. As long as there is still a trace of my existence in you, it can accurately find your location and be in front of you instantly, no matter how far away or how many star realms away. After hearing this, I really admired the master in front of me. Sun Mingfei. Sun Mingfei asked excitedly, master, you are so amazing. So do you have any powerful skills or skills that you can give me? Isn't there someone in the gang? Long Fei said, I want to learn something else powerful. I won't lose your face after I go out, right? Sun Mingfei looked like he was licking a dog. Well, since I am your master, I will give you some skills as a master. With that said, Long Fei sent a beam of light directly to Sun Mingfei's forehead. Then he took out a ring from the ring and handed it to Sun Mingfei. Sun Mingfei absorbed the memories that Long Fei passed on to him and soon woke up. However, the whole person may have sent too much information at once, making him look a little stupid. Master, is this here? Sun Mingfei looked down at the ring in his hand. Long Fei said, this ring contains a lot of cultivation resources. It is a ring purely for decoration and cultivation resources. But one thing you have to remember is that there are several bottles of the blood of the earth plotting star dragon in it. After you have completely absorbed the double dragon glazed G, use it to refine it and you can decide how to allocate the resources afterward. The usage, dosage and function names are all there. As his only direct disciple now, Long Fei will naturally not be too stingy with him and will give him what he deserves. Hearing this, Sun Mingfei was so excited that he started crying again. Master, you are so kind to me. When my disciple becomes stronger in the future, I will definitely repay you well. Sun Mingfei cried and was extremely moved. Okay, by the way, take out your knife and show it to me. Long Fei said. Sun Mingfei obeyed the order and immediately summoned the Huangtian 7-star sword. Master, please look. Long Fei took it over, looked at it and said, although your sword is good, it is still limited. Since you are my disciple, there can be no ambiguity in the weapon. Long Fei continued, wait for me here first. I'll go in and talk about something. When I come out, I'll give you a powerful sword. Yes, master. Sun Mingfei nodded, looking in awe. Then Long Fei walked directly inside. Arriving at a deserted corridor, Long Fei summoned his Qinglong ancient sword. I don't know if the copying mirror can copy this knife, Long Fei said, and also took out the replica mirror. Then he aimed at the Qinglong ancient sword. The net moment the mirror shook and an identical Qinglong ancient sword flew out from inside. Long Fei grabbed it and looked at it, frowning because he felt something was wrong. Why does it seem to be weaker? Isn't it a 100% copy? Long Fei was confused and asked the system. The net moment 100,000 fairy coins will be automatically deducted. This sword comes from the system, so it cannot be 100% copied by foreign object. However, it is also copied, but it is sealed. It can be unlocked by casting the swastika. When the seal is lifted, the user will need consuming one's own power. The strongest low can kill Xian Ian, and this sword has a direct connection with the main body sword. The stronger the main body sword is, the stronger it is, but this powerful power is sealed because in this, from the moment the sword is given to the host is the first to bind it, and now the clone of the sword needs to be bound to the second person and the person dies and the sword is destroyed. Listening to the system's answer, Long Fei understood. So that's what happened. But that's okay. Long Fei nodded and looked at the copied Qinglong ancient sword. Although it was sealed, it was still very strong. So what is required for binding? Is it bleeding? Long Fei said. 100,000 fairy coins will be automatically deducted. Yes, what a pitfall. This all requires deduction of money, and the answer is not completed in one go. Long Fei's face darkened. If the system could appear in front of him now, he would definitely give it a beating. Even if you may not be able to defeat him, you must not lose in terms of momentum. Long Fei took his natal sword back into his body and placed the replica of the ancient Qinglong sword in the ring. But this sword is not bad, since the power of the seal can increase with the improvement of my original Qinglong ancient sword. If I recruit the other disciples, I can also use it for self-defense. After getting this information, Long Fei immediately drew inferences about other ways to play, and his eyes lit lit up. As for whether it can achieve the effect he expected, he will know when the time comes. Since the host has accepted the first disciple, the upgraded system has activated the master disciple function section. Does the host choose to activate it? Just when Long Fei started to move towards the inside, the system's voice sounded in his mind. As soon as this voice and content came, Long Fei was completely surprised. Wait a minute, I'll make some money first and then come back. This is not urgent. After Long Fei finished speaking, he immediately walked inside. After all, he had just wasted some time. On the way, he also used the copying mirror to copy many immortal level foundation building pills. When the time comes, he will give his apprentice a few founder pills. Chapter 429 10,000 Dragons Destroying Fist. In the courtyard, Long Fei's figure appeared. At first glance it was still the same as before. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang was sitting in front of the pond and fishing leisurely. It seems that what happened outside because of Long Fei has been forgotten, which is really strange. Here we come. Xia Taiyang felt the sound of people and footsteps behind him, and the voice of not looking back came from his mouth. There was something on the way that delayed me. Long Fei came to his side and looked at the pond in front of him. This fish won't take the bait. You don't have to take the bait, just be willing. Xia Taiyang chuckled. Xia Taiyang praised from the bottom of his heart, what you have done today is nothing short of incredible. It's really incredible. After surviving the thunder tribulation, your cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of mid-level true immortal. It's really incredible. Others have to go through countless trials and resources to achieve this kind of cultivation, but you have achieved it in just a few days. I am really ashamed of myself. Xia Taiyang continued talking and then stopped talking. Long Fei smiled lightly and said lightly, if the people mentioned by the territory lord can take lightning strikes one after another like me without being killed or injured, although it may not be as high as my level, it will definitely benefit many levels or more, or at least it will improve. Haha, forget it, that kind of death-seeking behavior. Xia Taiyang took a deep look at Long Fei and continued, not everyone is as evil and perverted as you. With your cultivation and strength, you will definitely be hard-pressed to find an opponent when searching for ancient ruins tomorrow. I'll leave it to you to take care of the flowers. Long Fei said calmly, don't worry, unless it's not there I will definitely get it back for you. I'm still waiting to compete with your strongest power. I'm old. No matter how strong I am now, I won't be as strong as when I was young. Xia Taiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Long Fei said, I don't mind. Looking at Xia Taiyang's face, he looked back and said calmly, I'm done talking about the warm-up, let's get to the topic. After saying that, Long Fei took out the immortal level foundation building pill contained in a special bottle from the ring and slowly floated it in front of Xia Taiyang. When he saw it for the first time, Xia Taiyang's pupils widened and desire could be seen in his eyes. However, he was not blinded by this and asked, what does this pill do? Long Fei said calmly, anyone who is an earth immortal can immediately become an earth immortal by taking it, which means he will become a first level earth immortal. What? He became an immortal instantly when he was below the immortal level? Is there such a pill in the world? Xia Taiyang's eyes were extremely shocked. He looked at Long Fei in disbelief. This kind of ELIR cannot be found in the Ascension world. Moreover, he had never heard of the immortal level foundation building pill, and he had never seen the materials used by Long Fei before. I brought this from the lower realm, but I never thought of refining it, so I threw it aside. But I took it out today when I had the opportunity. What Long Fei said was hard to tell as a lie. Xia Taiyang looked solemn and said, if this pill is released, it will definitely bring disaster. There are thousands of people below the immortal level in the Ascension world. There are also disciples who are attached to more powerful immortal level people, which will definitely attract these people. It's better not to let the murderous intention come out, otherwise it will be a disaster for you and me. And just a moment ago there was a layer of barrier stuff all around here, just to prevent eavesdropping. I know. Long Fei nodded, naturally understanding the disadvantages of this. Although he is not afraid of Xian Ian level figures now, there is no guarantee that those big guys like Golden Immortal or Tai Golden Immortal will take action. Some old guys are shameless and insist on attacking you. After all, the interests are here, don't be a fool. The benefits of treasures are touching. Xia Taiyang's presence was extremely solemn and solemn. Besides you and me, who else have you told about the effects of this pill? Only you and I know. Long Fei said. Okay. Xia Taiyang nodded and said, then what are the benefits for those of us who have reached the immortal level? Long Fei slowly said, increase lifespan, strengthen the foundation of the physical body. In addition to the above, there may also be the possibility of rejuvenating youth. You will only know how to do this after taking it. After all, this is my first time. Refining, although it is recorded in ancient documents, is not necessarily the only one, and the current one has been baptized by the world-destroying thunder, and the effect will be even more mutated. The one in front alone is worth the price. After hearing this, Xia Taeyang spoke slowly. Then just follow the price above, no more or less. What do you think, Territory Lord? Long Fei directly handed the piece of paper tested in the machine to Xia Taeyang. Xia Taeyang took a look and nodded slowly. Okay, SI billion fairy coins, deal done. After saying that, he casually threw a ring into Long Fei's hand. SI billion fairy coins are here, click them. Xia Taeyang said. SI billion, there are so many that I'm too lazy to order, so I can rest assured that the Territory Lord will take action. Long Fei said this, and in the NET second a trace of spiritual consciousness came in. After entering the ring, I quickly scanned it, and finally I was relieved after confirming that it was no more than 6 billion. Ha ha ha. Xia Taeyang was very happy after hearing this and then took the pill. Do you plan to take it now, Territory Lord? Long Fei asked. Actually, I'm also curious about the effectiveness of this ELIR. Then he added specifically. Xia Taeyang said, if we absorb it now it will take a long time. Can you wait? Wait a moment, I'll go out to deal with it for a while and I'll be back soon. Territory Lord, please prepare yourself first. I'm naturally not afraid of running out of time while waiting to see the miracle, Long Fei said with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Xia Taeyang nodded. Then Long Fei's figure disappeared from the place. Xia Taeyang kept looking at the Immortal Level Foundation building pill in his hand. Immortal Level Foundation building pill, I hope you don't disappoint me. After all, SI billion is not a lot to me, but it is still a huge amount. Xia Taeyang couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. To be honest, even if he was not short of money, it was still painful to spend SI billion fairy coins in one go. All of a sudden it felt like a huge hole had opened up, which made people very uncomfortable. And Long Fei was also very fast. He suddenly appeared in front of Sun Mingfei. I handed him the Qinglong ancient sword clone and also explained some information about the swastika to him clearly. The moment Sun Mingfei got this knife, he was extremely excited. He is an old man who plays with knives. He can tell at a glance that this knife is a peerless good knife. Anyway, it is far better than his original Emperor 7-star knife. Moreover, breaking the seal can kill Xuan Ian. Although it will continue to consume his spiritual energy, it is an absolutely good thing to save his life. He is not stupid either. Naturally, he will not use the power of swastika until he is in the most dangerous situation. After everything was explained, Long Fei returned to Xia Taeyang. When Xia Taeyang saw him coming back, he arranged the barrier and other means, then took the Immortal Grade Foundation Establishment pill and began to sit cross-legged to absorb and refine it. At the same time, the remaining 7 people for the competition outside have all finished their exercises. Under the inspection of Dian Yu and others' machinery, Long Fei's one was finally ranked first, so Long Fei was the first person, then the second, the third, and so on, and the last 3 were directly shot. It's really a pity to be eliminated, but there is also a consolation prize of 100,000 fairy coin. Chapter 430. That's it. Soon the top 5 names in the competition were announced by the President Chang Luo in front of everyone. Many people have already guessed the first place, which is Long Fei. The second place is Wei Ya. The third place is a man with long black hair. The fourth place is a woman, and the fifth place is a man. The President called all the first 5 people inside the square. After the announcement of the end of the game, the spectators in the square dispersed. This competition has come to an end. Then at this moment 5 people followed the President Chang Luo and came inside. And the most important thing is that the Long Fei outside now is the clone of Long Fei's body. His true body is still there waiting for feedback from Xia Taeyang, who took the ELIR. The President Chang Luo announced the rewards for the top 5. Now I officially announce the rewards for the 5 of you. 5th place reward to enter Xianlong Mingjing for 1 month to practice and reward a true immortal level fairy skill Xianlong Mingshao. Fairy spirit coins 1 million and retain the qualification to enter the Alchemist Guild first and become the Hall Master. As Chang Luo's voice fell, a ray of light fell from the sky into the hands of the 5th man. When the man took it, he was excited and happy. Thank you, President. In his hand a ring appeared. When he looked inside with his spiritual sense, he found 4 things inside, namely fairy coins, a book of fairy skills, a sign with the 4 words Xianlong Mingjing, and a certificate of priority for the selection of the Hall Master. These 4 things are very important to her. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to the ring in this person's hand. Although they could only see this, the information just said by Chang Luo showed that the reward was very good. 4th place reward to enter Xianlong Mingjing for 2 months to practice. Reward to mid-level true immortal skill Tai Yuan Quantian. Immortal spirit coin 2 million and retain priority to enter the Alchemist Guild and become the Hall Master. Qualification. The 4th woman looked at Chang Luo, her face showing joy, and she thought to herself, it's finally my time, I can't wait, and my heart is extremely itchy. Thank you, President. She happily thanked her and a ray of light fell on her hand. Then he also entered with his spiritual mind to check. The scene was similar to that of a man. 3rd place reward to enter Xianlong Mingjing for 3 months to practice and reward a copy of the late level True Immortal Skill Divine Flame Demonic Armor Immortal Spirit Coin 3 million and retain priority to enter the Alchemist Guild and become the Hall Master qualifications. As the president's voice fell, another familiar light fell on the long-haired man's hand. The long-haired man nodded. Thank you, President. Quickly enter to check. The smile on his face became even brighter and then he quickly put it away. Second place reward 4 months of training in Xianlong Mingjing. Reward half step of the peak level of the True Immortal Skill Emperor's Light Immortal Spirit Coin 5 million and priority will be given to enter the Alchemist Guild to become the Hall Master qualifications. After hearing this, Wei Ya couldn't help but reveal her plump face full of smiles. Thank you, President. She bowed slightly, then raised her hand to receive the light falling from the sky and turned it into a ring in her hand. She didn't rush to check because the president would not lie. The 4 of them all looked at the pervert Long Fei. Chairman Chang Luo looked at Long Fei and his smile became even stronger. First place reward to enter Xianlong Mingjing for SI months to practice and reward Xian Ian early level fairy skill 10,000 dragons destroying fist fairy spirit coins 8 million and retain priority to enter the Alchemist Guild to become an elder qualification. At this point everyone was shocked. They all had the qualifications of Hall Masters, but Long Fei actually had the qualifications of an elder. This is simply not on the same level. But this is really not the same level. Everybody knows it because your performance this time is too outstanding. You have refined the Eli IR of a 4th level Immortal Alchemist with the level of a 1st level Immortal Alchemist. Here I will grant you the badge of a 3rd level Immortal Alchemist and I will give you the badge of a 3rd level Immortal Alchemist. It will be recorded in the file. The president's words shocked everyone present except Long Fei's clone. Skipped directly from the 1st level of Immortal level to the 3rd level of Immortal level. Everyone took a breath of air conditioning and were extremely envious. And with Long Fei's strength shown here, no one is unconvinced. Using one's body to withstand thunder and leaping through levels of refining are all unbelievable things. But now it has come true in this young man. It's really incredible. Awesome. Long Fei's clone was stunned and asked a little strangely, President, since I have refined the 4th grade product, why is it not the 4th grade Immortal level 1? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, thinking, are you still bargaining? Guild President Chang Luo laughed after hearing this and said, because your Eli IR itself is defined as being in the 3rd level Immortal level. Even if it is the 4th level Immortal level, my Alchemist Guild here is not qualified to evaluate and award you. As he said that, Chang Luo shook his head with a bitter look on his face. Because the level is not enough. Is that so? Oh, where can I do that? Long Fei's clone frowned. Chang Luo slowly stroked his long beard and explained, you can take the EM in the public domain of alchemists in the dazzling continent or in other high-level star realms such as your sect. Understood. Long Fei's clone nodded and then a ray of light fell on his hand, which was also a ring with everything inside. President Chang Luo came to Long Fei with a noble silver badge. Everyone could see 3 dots lighting up on the badge. Very enviable. This is the monster. This is the difference between them and the monsters. Long Fei took off the original 1st grade Immortal Alchemist badge and placed it on the brocade bow in front of him. This badge is to be given back to the alchemist. After all, there is no use keeping it in the future because the badges worn in the future will be the 3rd level Immortal level badges and will no longer wear the 1st level Immortal level badges. Under the gaze of everyone, Guild President Chang Luo helped Long Fei securely place this brand new noble silver badge on his chest, representing the status of a 3rd grade Immortal Alchemist. This is recognized by the entire Ascension world. Long Fei's clone looked at his chest, then looked at the President Chang Luo and asked, is the date to enter the Xianlong Mirror specific, or can I choose a date to enter? President Chang Luo replied, we can make unified arrangements, or individuals can choose a date to enter as long as it works within this year and it is still under the Xian Ian. Good. Everyone thinks this plan is very good. You can complete some eternal things now before entering. After all, the time is not short. Although the 5th place only has 1 month, what you get in the Xianlong Mirror this month may not be visible. Get a small amount. Then everyone dispersed. Long Fei walked towards the inside and the net moment he turned into an after image and disappeared from the place. In the pool courtyard, Long Fei received all the events that happened outside at the same time. Looking at the ring in his hand, he saw that the after image of the clone just now was integrated into his body, and the 3rd grade alchemist badge of immortal skills that was originally on his body also appeared on his body. Long Fei took out the Xian Ian level 10,000 dragons destroying fist fairy skill scroll from it. Open it and look at the content above carefully. Chaos King Glong's pupils memorized it in an instant, and with the cooperation of his various plugins he quickly deduced it and learned it in the sea of consciousness. It's not difficult, and he integrated a series of terrifying power elements such as destruction, annihilation, and the power of the Chaos Blue Dragon that he originally possessed into this 10,000 dragons destroying fist, making its power even more terrifying. Chapter 431 Drinking too much. System: can I create a technique that belongs to me and can continuously remind me of my strength and cultivation level? At this moment Long Fei suddenly thought of an idea to create his own technique and asked the system directly. As soon as Long Fei's question was raised, the system had an answer. The system said not possible at the moment unless the host is lucky enough to win something related to self-created skills in a lottery. After hearing the system's answer, Long Fei was inevitably a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered. It didn't matter. He felt that his luck would not be too bad. Long Fei then opened the Master and Apprentice section first and show me his information. Discourse: as soon as it falls, a string of information appeared in front of him. Mentoring section: Disciple Sun Ming Fei. Identity: a native of Dazzling Continent in the Ascension Realm, one of the Sons of Luck, an ordinary alchemist. Background: Orphans of the Sun family in Obito City in the southern part of the Dazzling Continent. Level 2 Earth Immortal. Immortal root attribute: fire and wood. Weapons: Huangtian 7-star sword, Qinglong ancient sword clone. Immortal skills: Scarlet Pearl, Ghost Blast, Fire Ling Break. Luck 300,000+. When the apprentice reaches a higher level, both the master and the apprentice can get a master disciple gift bag, the contents of which are different. When the apprentice upgrades to a small realm master, he will receive massive experience and luck feedback. Each time you advance to a higher level, you will receive a huge amount of experience and luck feedback. Looking at his new direct disciple, Long Fei nodded secretly. All the data were pretty good. He hoped that he could develop well in the future so that he could get more benefit. To be honest, at best it sounds like a personal disciple, but at worst it sounds like a tool. As time passes little by little, at this moment all the changes in Xia Taiyang became more and more obvious. Long Fei just looked at him like this because this old guy became younger. From the appearance point of view, it is the most obvious and the most prominent. It seems that the effect of my mutated fairy level foundation building pill is very extraordinary. I will try it when I go back. Long Fei licked his mouth. If he hadn't promised to wait for this old guy before he now directly breaks the barrier and sneaks out to enjoy. The time for a cup of tea passed again, and Xia Taiyang finally woke up from his meditation practice. The moment the old guy opened his eyes, a sharp cold light flashed through. Take a deep breath, calm down a little and quietly look at the changes in your body. Whether it is an internal or eternal change, it is very shocking, horrifying and even unbelievable for him. It is unimaginable. Lord, you finally woke up. At first sight, Long Fei was attracted by the strange divine realm released by Xia Taiyang. Xia Taiyang raised his head slightly and sighed. It's unbelievable. It really is a magical Elir. With such an effect, it is really an honor for me to meet you. Tell me how many good effect this Elir has brought to you. Long Fei couldn't wait. He had been waiting here for so long just for this moment. Xia Taiyang's head is actually very messy right now. My foundation, blood, longevity, physical strength, etc. have all been sublimated in a very strong and huge way, and my appearance has also become younger. This pill, even I can't tell you all the benefits it brings. Anyway, it's too mysterious. You need to take one to understand it yourself. Long Fei complained. Damn it, what you said is the same as what you didn't say. Besides, it's just one. Why don't you give me the second one? I've been waiting here for so long just to hear you talk about common sense that most monks know. After saying that, Long Fei turned around and walked towards the door without looking back. After listening to Long Fei's words and looking at Long Fei's actions, Xia Taiyang suddenly became speechless. I didn't want to do that either. I really can't explain it. I really have to eat one to understand the mystery. It's not my fault. He suddenly felt a little ashamed. This old man has been here for so long and has no dignity. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Long Fei is the first person in the Luhe region who dares to talk to him like this. If it had been anyone else, he would have been slapped to death. But when he recalled Long Fei's punch that morning, he immediately felt extremely dangerous. It seems that we should be careful in future duels. Little friend, where are you going? Xia Taiyang still opened his mouth and planned to stop Long Fei. Go home and practice, Long Fei said without looking back. I haven't lifted the barrier yet, so you can't get out, Xia Taiyang said with some pride. It was already like this. Naturally, Long Fei couldn't stop and turn around to talk. It would be very shameless, so he directly contacted the system. How much does it cost to break this barrier? He can also break through, but that is violent. I am afraid that this place will become ruins by then, and Xia Taiyang will really kill him by then. Although he is not afraid, he does not want to do this. After all, they are now considered a cooperative relationship. This is a big fat fish that can continue to be slaughtered in the future. The system answered him this way. 10 million fairy coins will allow you to directly gain immunity to all formations for 1 minute. But Long Fei doesn't care about this as long as he can go out domineeringly. Stop talking nonsense and fight it for me, Long Fei said in his heart. heart. 10 million fairy coins will be automatically deducted. Deduction successful. Enable immunity to all formations for 1 minute. Buzz. Just when the system sound fell, a cyan light appeared on Long Fei's body from the outside world. The system is quite user-friendly, making this physical effect the same as his attribute color. Long Fei could feel the different feeling in his body instantly. His body became much smoother and a layer of cyan glazed light appeared on his body. What is this? Ya Taiyang's eyes were extremely vicious. After all, after living for so long, he could see the strange changes in Long Fei's body at a glance. Like, I want to see what you do and what methods you use to break through my formation. Xia Taiyang was unconvinced and then secretly moved his hands to pinch the formation patterns, and the barrier was strengthened. He wanted to see what this kid was going to do. Just when he was thinking this, the net second, the scene in front of him made his eyes pop out with a look of disbelief, because he saw Long Fei walking out of his formation in such a normal manner. The moment he passed by the barrier wall of his formation, it was as if he had encountered nothing, as if there was nothing there in the first place. How so? Xia Taiyang was shocked and suddenly doubted his life. God knows what method this kid used to get out so effortlessly. The net second, he was suddenly startled. Is it because of the Qingguang ghost that suddenly appeared on him? No, that's what Qingguang did. Chapter 432 Refining meeting acquaintances. After Long Fei successfully ate the formation barrier, his footsteps stopped, but he did not look back but said in a voice, Lord, we will see you tomorrow. After saying that, the body turned into a phantom and disappeared directly from the place. It's incredible, it's really incredible. The alchemy wizard is very powerful and has this mysterious skill. If we let him grow up, who will be able to defeat him in the future? Fortunately, he and I are friends. While sighing, Xia Taiyang smiled. Young people should spread their wings and fly. After Long Fei left, Xia Taiyang continued to explore his own changes alone. The more this goes on, the more surprises keep coming. After a long time, the light in his eyes kept blooming. My body has undergone such an incredible sublimation transformation. The true value of these billion fairy coin. After leaving, Long Fei wandered on the street, and for some reason a feeling of joy suddenly arose in his heart. And because of his outstanding performances in the square, he was quickly recognized when walking in the street. Immediately attracted countless fans to come and watch. Look, it's number 1, Mr. Long. Now Long Fei's name is known to everyone in the audience. Many people are looking at him crazily, and the women are even showing admiration. Master Long, I want to give birth to a monkey with you. I want it too, Mr. Long. I also want. Master Long, don't run away. Everyone, sisters, chase after me. For a moment everyone chased after Long Fei, who was running. These people are really crazy. Beads of sweat flowed from Long Fei's forehead and he looked helpless. For a moment he himself felt a little scared, so he had better leave here quickly. Looking at the large group of people chasing after him, Long Fei decisively transformed into thunder and quickly disappeared from here. Hey, what a powerful movement. Let him run away. Don't be afraid. As long as he doesn't leave the Luhi area, we can find him. Everyone go look for it quickly. The dazzling Long Fei cannot resist the admiration of these fans. After leaving, Long Fei returned to his central palace and breathed a sigh of relief that he was safe and sound. He didn't worry about those people being able to enter this place, so he felt a lot more relaxed. I gave the 5 things before to Double Dragon Liulazi and forgot to copy them when I went out, but it doesn't matter. I copied the Blood of Earth Explosion Star Dragon, and what I gave to my disciple is also a copy. Long Fei returned to the room, arranged the formation and quickly sat down cross-legged and took out the Blood of the Earth Plotting Star Dragon. This was not a replica. At present this is the only blood he has not drank. Of course there is also the previous Double Dragon Liulaji, but this thing actually has no effect on him now, and he needs to suppress his cultivation, because he not only wanted to enter the ancient ruins but also wanted to enter the Black Dragon Mirror. Both of them are qualified to enter only if they are under the Xuan Ian. This is very troublesome, but it was not difficult for Long Fei. Long Fei, a system, after my experience points are full this time, can you help me suppress the upgrade? As for the experience that continues to increase, I can store it and upgrade it before using it. After all, if this thing doesn't say hello in advance, it might be directly upgraded to him by then. Yes, but you need to pay some fairy coins as handling fees to the system. The system's answer was indeed what Long Fei expected. Tell me, how much is it? The most important thing I don't need right now is money. Long Fei looked extremely arrogant and proud. Now his total fairy spirit coin property has reached the level of 10 billion fairy spirit coin. Now he is completely a wealthy generation in the world of immortality. Starting from scratch, it only take 3 or 2 days. Every day the system will automatically deduct 100,000 fairy coins, which is 1 system coin, as a handling fee. It depends on how many days you have to suppress the host. The system replied, and he also knew that the host is not short of money now and can kill a little bit a little bit if you can cheat some. Okay, you're a cunning old man and you got me a one-day deal? Long Fei snorted and touched his chin. Now this system is really getting more and more unfair. I don't know how many days it will be. Anyway, I will wait until my level of experience is full. After that, just open it for me and the calculation will start based on the day it is opened. Long Fei shook his head, feeling a little confused himself. After all, he is only a mid-level 9th level true immortal now, and he still has a lot of experience before reaching the 9th level peak true immortal. Now it's just a matter of saying hello in advance. Okay, the system will notify you when the time comes. The system replied. Okay. After hearing this, Long Fei nodded and spoke English directly. Then the cap of the bottle containing the blood of Earth Explosive Sky Star Dragon was opened, and at the moment after the bottle cap was opened, a looming dragon's power came out. Humph, little star dragon, you should also show my dragon power to my chaotic blue dragon. Ridiculous. Long Fei's eyes became cold and stern, and a surge of supreme dragon power soared. In an instant the dragon power in the blood was suppressed and completely dissipated. What surprised Long Fei was that the blood of these earth-plotting star dragons did not have an unpleasant bloody smell, but instead had a very clear fragrance. What's going on? Am I also the cause of dragon blood? Long Fei frowned, his face suddenly full of doubt. The blood of the same kind tasted so fragrant. Now he wanted to drink it directly and assimilate it. Coming from my own blood, there is no aversion to this blood. It turned out to be so. Long Fei poured it into his mouth without ceremony. Gulu. The amount of this bottle is just enough to swallow in one gulp. My tongue unconsciously licked my lips, so delicious. Feeling the urge to drink more, he quickly took out the other replicas. Anyway, the effect were exactly the same, and then drank crazily. Hiccup. When you are full and your body is satisfied and no longer wants to drink, you will stop. Now he has lost interest in the blood of Earth Explosion Sky Star Dragon. After drinking so much just now, it only had subtle effects such as my whole body started to heat up, but the real effect did not appear. And as Long Fei is full and satisfied, the real effect is coming now. The effect of so many servings of cohesion will definitely be stronger and richer than the effect of one bottle. Long Fei immediately sat down by the stream again and then began a series of familiar meditation exercises and absorption. He could feel that the heat effect brought by the dragon's blood on his body was getting hotter and hotter now. He understood that now is when the real effect of the dragon's blood will come. Each part of the body under the influence of the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline and Wuji Chang Sheng Gong brings different effects and bonuses to the Earth plotting star dragon blood, and then nourishes the bones, internal organs, tissues, cells, genes, etc., and a series of other things related to the human body. Although it is very hot, it is also very comfortable. Suddenly the aura inside Long Fei's body was turbulent. He didn't know if it was because he drank too much, but the effect of the medicine was too strong. He opened his eyes. Suddenly their eyes were red like a murderer, making people tremble unconsciously, and a red aura rushed out of Long Fei's body quickly. Women. Long Fei was so angry at the moment that he really wanted a woman, but there is none around. Damn, it can't be controlled by this desire. Press it down. Long Fei shouted angrily, and suddenly white ice mist appeared on his body. Since there was no woman, he just used absolute zero to calm himself down. Chapter 433 Tasumuke, get down here. As Long Fei roared, the air of ice appeared in the red flames on his body. This air of ice quickly spread around, and in less than 5 seconds the entire floor of the room was covered with ice. Fenghua. Soon the entire room was assimilated into a world of ice, and Long Fei himself was also sealed by the ice here, turning into a stone sculpture of a person sitting cross-legged. Fell into cultivation again? No, in this state it will break out of the shell very quickly. About the time of a light has passed. Click click click. Many cracks appeared on the originally transparent ice sculpture, and the energy inside seeped out through the cracks, which was a red and cyan light. Bang! The ice sculpture plotted, and countless ice cubes turned into ice crystal fragments and scattered on the ground. Long Fei's body was revealed with clear muscle line. He looked at the room covered by cold air and ice. If an outsider came in here, unless he was of a very high level, he would definitely turn into an ice sculpture. Raise your hand and rotate your palm to hold it. The ice blue light turned into a vorte in his fist. Receive. After a low groan, the ice and cold air in the room quickly turned into gas and flowed into the vorte in his hand, and finally entered Long Fei's body. Everything around him quickly returned to its original state. After doing all this, Long Fei checked the changes in his body. The benefit he received were that his energy and blood were strengthened again, his physical strength was strengthened again, and the violent energy of the Earth plotting star dragon was added to his body. He also learned a very powerful skill from this blood. The Earth plot and the stars are destroyed. This should be the strongest stunt of Earth Explosion Sky Star Dragon. In addition, the blood of the Earth plotting star dragon was quickly assimilated by the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline after entering Long Fei's body. Anyway, it has more benefits than pure blood. It brought brought a lot of sublimation to his body. These are all benefit. Then he took out the world-destroying thunder immortal level foundation building pill from the ring. Come, let me taste your effect too. The one in Long Fei's hand is the original one while the one sold to Xia Taiyang is a replica. He ate it. Meditate again. His foundation is very good. It only took 1 hour, that is 2 hours, to completely absorb the Eli this time. When he woke up again he felt more comfortable than ever before. After absorbing good things one after another, his body blood foundation strength cultivation and many other things have been improved beyond imagination. Take a deep breath. This is the end of today's practice. He stood up and opened the door. At this moment the sky had darkened and the world had entered night. Time flies so fast. We will enter the ancient ruins tomorrow. Long Fei looked at the countless stars and the big moon in the sky and sighed. Today's series of exercises consumed him very much, making him very hungry now, very much in need of food to fill it up. Do you think it's strange or not? This person has already become an immortal and he is also a powerful person at the level of a true immortal. How can he still be hungry? Thinking about those ancient immortal level characters who seemed to have lived for millions of years without eating food, or even several epochs passed by like that. But that's not possible here. Then the only problem is the rules of this ascension world. No wonder there is no high level in ancient time. His current true immortal realm may still be very far away from the true immortal realm in the prehistoric time. After all, there are many laws and other connotations that can be understood there, and in this world it's just the level of the body itself. Rather than saying it is an immortal, it is better to say it is just a title of a level. Everybody is still human. Compared with prehistoric times this is really very different. But no matter what, all of this is just a transitional area for Long Fei. Sooner or later he will go to the great world. At that time everything will really start. Walking in the palace, Long Fei saw many fireworks flying in the area outside the palace. Today seems to be a festival. Could it be the Mid-Autumn Festival in this world? Don't be kidding, the Mid-Autumn Festival is a traditional Chinese festival. How could it appear here? He left quickly. However, with the experience of being chased by a large group of people today, this time he directly used the transformation skill to change his appearance and figure into another person. Long Fei took out a mirror and took a look. He could not be confused with his original appearance at all. They were two completely unrelated people. Not bad, very satisfied. Now I feel relieved. Long Fei touched his chin and said coolly, go forward boldly. The night scene here is still so lively. This place is very big, but Long Fei has tasted all the nearby restaurants in the past few days. No matter whether they taste good or not, he will not go there a second time. There are some places where you can just try them once. So he deliberately headed to another place further away in the city. His pace is very fast and he can arrive there in less than a minute. Here is another brand new visual impact. At this moment Long Fei met an acquaintance whom he had met several times before. Not really an acquaintance. Not far ahead a long-haired woman was walking slowly towards this side. This person is Wei Ya. It's really a coincidence, Long Fei murmured in a very low voice. But now his appearance and figure have changed and he no longer has the muscular figure before. Now he looks completely like a scholar. Wei Ya passed by Long Fei and the two just missed it. But at this moment Wei Ya's body paused. What happened? Why is there a familiar feeling? Wei Ya turned around quickly and all she saw was an extremely unfamiliar figure. She frowned and a woman's intuition told him that she must know the strange man in front of her. In order to clarify this illusion, she quickly opened her mouth and said, wait a minute. Long Fei naturally knew that this little girl had discovered him, but he did not discover his true identity. The steps paused and I thought to myself, this woman's self-consciousness is really terrifying. You didn't really guess it, did you? I'm acting like a bird now, I shouldn't. His face was very calm. He slowly turned his head and said calmly, miss, are you looking for me? Wei Ya backed up towards him and looked at Long Fei seriously. This person looks very strange. I have never seen him before. Could it be that my perception was really wrong this time? Wei Ya was very confused. Although she was thinking so in her heart, Wei Ya still planned to ask directly, I don't know why I feel that the young master looks familiar. Have we met the young master before? Scene. When Long Fei spoke, Wei Ya was stunned and then Long Fei shook his head. Impossible, I can remember the women I have seen at a glance. If you don't let me remember, then you must have never seen her before. If the lady asked you to stay here because of this matter, then I'm sorry. I have something else to do and I won't stay here with you any longer. After Long Fei finished speaking, he turned around and left directly. Only Wei Ya was left standing there looking at his leaving figure, wanting to say something more, but she didn't. There is something to say. Chapter 434. People seeking death. Peach Sumuke. After quickly leaving Wei Ya, Long Fei came to the store. The store in front of me has a large building and is very luxurious. The lights are shining in an orderly manner and the color difference is very comfortable without being dazzling. You can eat and bathe here and you can experience many projects. It should be similar to the foot massage shop on Earth in the previous this life but it's more luxurious here. Long Fei muttered and walked inside. The humane thing was that the door opened automatically. So advanced. This place actually has automated technology. Long Fei was a little stunned, but I realized in the net second that this was not an automatic opening but a magic or formation that could be activated under certain conditions, so the door automatically opened. The doubts in my heart were immediately cleared. As soon as Long Fei entered, it was very big. There were rows of beauties standing in 2 rows with their hands in front of their abdomen. When Long Fei came in, he bowed politely and asked, "Sir, welcome to Desumuke." A pair of scorching eyes stared at Long Fei, looking up and down. He immediately felt a little embarrassed when he saw him like this. Damn, there are so many beauties, but I am a person of status, so I must hold on tight. Women will only affect my strength and women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Long Fei coughed dryly and put his hands behind his back naturally. At the same time, he was not the only person passing by here, but most of them were men. Some are sleazy and some are pretending to be calm, but most of them are playboys, sleazy uncles and other monks. A woman came to Long Fei. "Hello sir, would you like to come to the store to make some purchases?" "What are you doing here if you don't want to spend money?" Long Fei said. "Do you have a place to eat here? Take me there." The woman was stunned when she heard this. "There is a place to eat?" "Oh, of course there is sir, please come in." Suddenly the woman seemed to understand the meaning of Long Fei's words and looked at Long Fei with a meaningful smile. Long Fei frowned. In fact, there was no meaning in his word. He really wanted to eat, not play with women. When he saw the woman's face and expression, he knew that she had misunderstood him, and he immediately thought about that. "Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Now that you're here, enjoy it." "Again, I am not short of money." Long Fei followed the woman towards Nei Tong. The lights inside are colorful and the tiles on the floor and walls each have their own characteristic. Walking through this corridor, you can see many men and women having an affair. The women are from this store and the men are playboys. They must be young masters and young masters from certain families. Long Fei shook his head secretly and didn't pay much attention to it. "I hate it, please be gentle." Suddenly a charming and shy female voice sounded. Long Fei frowned and said to the woman leading the way, "How long does it take to get to the place to eat? And what I said about eating is really eating and not these." The woman smiled slightly. "Don't worry young master, I know that the slave family is just ahead." At this moment Long Fei smelled the aroma of food. This guy didn't misunderstand feelings, but am I overthinking it? Soon we entered another hall with a front desk in front. "Master, this is the place to eat, but we have a service here which is to feed the mandarin duck. I wonder if you would like to experience it." The woman looked at Long Fei charmingly. Since he is a man, he must have internal anger. She didn't believe that this polite-looking man could hold his own. "Men, they're all just pretending. Watch me break through your defenses and tear apart your disguise." After all, after being here for so long, she has seen everyone, especially men like these who pretend to be polite. "Don't want." Long Fei shook his head. The woman suddenly didn't know what to say. "Please come in there." The woman plans to take a look first. Long Fei entered forward. When I saw the scene inside, it was exactly as I imagined. At each table there are 2 women sitting on one side, one on the left and one on the right, performing feeding and other formal services that can be seen in public. The woman took Long Fei to a separate seat and sat down. This seat was pretty good as it was by the window. Looking out the window, this is already the 2nd floor. In fact, the 2nd floor is not very high, so naturally it is not as wonderful as the view from a high place. "Bring me all the delicious food you have here. Money is not an issue." As Long Fei said, he took out a bag of tips and threw it towards the woman. The woman was startled and quickly picked it up. Then Long Fei's voice came out, "Here are 10,000 fairy spirit coins as a tip for you. Speed up and let me buy those fancy things." "Yes, yes. Wait a minute sir, we will never hide the delicious food in our store, we will serve it to you." The woman's expression changed drastically and her service attitude changed drastically in an instant. She looked even happier than before. There was no way the other party came up with a tip of 10,000 fairy coins, and he didn't even blink. To him these 10,000 fairy coins were nothing, and those other people can only give a few hundred at most and only about 1 or 2,000. It seems that her previous guesses are probably wrong. This person is so rich, the young master is not sure that he is just here to eat. "Go. I don't want to wait too long." Long Fei waved his hand. After the woman bowed, she turned around and left quickly. The next step is to wait. Long Fei didn't know how long he would have to wait. At this moment a woman came over from the other side and her sweet voice sounded, "Sir, do you need service?" After Long Fei glanced at her, he immediately lost interest. No need. Immortal cultivators should abstain from sexual intercourse and live a good life in cultivation. Moreover, these women accompanied too many men and he suddenly felt a little bad. "Tisk, you're a prude." After being rejected, the woman snorted coldly, then turned around and left. "You don't want service? Then I won't serve you yet." Pretending. Long Fei ignored the woman's words and just looked at the night scene outside quietly. Although this place is not as good as the one in the central domain palace. It still has its own characteristic. Come here, I need service. At this moment a man's voice sounded from the other side. Okay sir. The woman's face immediately smiled and she quickly walked over there. The woman who left did not disappoint Long Fei and soon brought a lot of food to his table. Sir, these are all. The woman introduced the food to Long Fei one by one and then asked cautiously, young master, do you really not need service? After all, the other party has given too much. If you can do more for the other party, do more. No need. Long Fei shook his head. His eyes were all on the delicious food in front of him and he was not interested in women at all. If he had been fiercely internalized before, he would definitely want it, but now he has been calmed down by the eyes. Immediately I lost interest. The woman asked again, does the young master need to take a shower after eating? We have dedicated people here who can give you massages and so on. Long Fei thought about it and decided that he had come, so how about he try out the regular services here? So he nodded, bring me some of these regular services and I'll go and experience them after I finish my meal. The woman smiled broadly, my little lady will arrange everything for you, please use it slowly. After saying that, he left after getting Long Fei's consent. Chapter 435. This day has come. Long Fei quietly ate his dinner on the table. Chew slowly, taste these delicacies, chew in your mouth and savor the taste. Suddenly a voice came from the other side. A man comes to such a fairyland and doesn't like women. Do you really dislike it, or are you pretending to be like this to show your justice in front of us? The owner of this voice came from Long Fei's right side, where there was a man holding two women in his arms, and he was sarcastic towards Long Fei. What he dislikes the most is people like Long Fei who are pretentious. If you don't like women, why are you coming here to eat? This is clearly just for showing off. By saying this, you can look noble in front of the two women. Of course he enjoyed it. The two women looked at Long Fei with ridicule. However, Long Fei ignored it completely and ate his food quietly. This move immediately made the man feel extremely angry. This was an instance that was completely ignored. It was a humiliation to him and a slap in the face in front of the two women and others. Hey, brat, do you hear me talking to you? Don't pretend to be deaf here with me. The man was furious, stood up directly, threw away the two women and came to Long Fei's table. He raised his hand to the table and was about to slap it down. With this power, he was an immortal monk and he would definitely hit the table with one palm, crushed to pieces. And the rest of the people just watch the show. Just watch this man teach this pretentious person a lesson. Long Fei finally moved, probably affected by this man's actions. Do you have to find something to do even if you have a meal? Seeking death. His eyes turned cold and the net moment a green light flashed on the man's arm. Then I saw the bloody light appear and the blood sprayed, but it was directly frozen. The man's arm was broken and the broken arm was frozen. Then he saw a green knife appearing in the air, plotting with a powerful energy and blowing the man away. The entire process of this happening was completely completed at the same moment. So when the man reacted, he felt severe pain in his arm, but the remaining half of his arm was already frozen and the ice was spreading above him. Ah! The man screamed. Cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. His face was extremely painful and he was wailing. The others were also dumbfounded because the process was too fast. And now, except for Long Fei's own seat, all the seats in front of him have been blown apart and the man is at the wall at the end of the blown road. The noise was so loud that it frightened many people inside, especially the women. The management staff outside also quickly came in to see what was going on. What happened? One of the managers who came in was serving Long Fei, the same person just now. Everyone looked at Long Fei and naturally they also looked over. After seeing the Ling Ran sword, everyone felt the aura of danger and death and they all showed fear and surprise. Scary face. At this moment they wanted to say something else, but Long Fei had already finished his meal, wiped his mouth and stood up looking ahead with an indifferent expression. It was originally a pleasant dinner, but there are always some people who are looking for death. I'm looking for trouble. I'm in a bad mood after this meal, so go to hell. Long Fei's cold voice sounded and he raised his right hand and pointed it at the man in front of him. The Qinglong ancient sword shot directly over. Help! Help! When the man saw this scene, he was extremely frightened and tried to escape despite the pain, but no one came to help him, and the manager who came in to serve Long Fei quickly pulled the other managers away. The deadly knife is approaching. The man's eyes widened and turned red and he gritted his teeth and roared, I'll fight you. Now he couldn't care less about the pain of a broken arm in his right hand. He also summoned his weapon AE, released his true immortal power and slashed forward. Yes, he is a genuine immortal. True immortal fluctuations. I didn't expect this person to be a true immortal. The manager felt it and his expression changed slightly. Then he looked at Long Fei wondering if he could defeat him. At this moment the person in charge rushed over and shouted hurriedly, stop, this is the Luhi River region. Fighting and killing are prohibited. Otherwise the territory lord will definitely kill people. If someone dies here, her store will also suffer huge damage. Who would come to a shop stop where a dead person is. Full of bad luck, but she's late. The attack has been launched, but the net moment when the man was 90% confident his weapon was directly smashed into countless little bits of starlight by the Qinglong ancient sword like cutting tofu, and then a green light flashed across his frightened face and the output on him was crazy. Soon he became a bloody man, but all the blood that spurted out turned into ice. The net second the dead man completely turned into an ice sculpture. Long Fei took back the Qinglong ancient sword, and after smelting it turned out to be really powerful. He was not disappointed. After everything was done, Long Fei walked forward and was stopped. Master, do you still want those services? It was the woman who served Long Fei. Take me there, Long Fei said softly as calmly as if nothing happened. Who are you? It's hard for me to do this. This is the Luhe region. The person in charge came to Long Fei's side, pointed at the dead man who had been carved by ice, and spoke to Long Fei. And so many people here witnessed all this happening. If the territory lord really blamed them, 10 of them would not be brave enough to bear it. After hearing this, Long Fei glanced at the ice sculpture briefly, then briefly glanced at the strange woman in front of him, and then said, don't worry, he won't blame her. Let go. Long Fei glanced at the woman on the other side. You won't do it if you say you can't. Do you think I'm a fool? The person in charge was angered by Long Fei's words. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. How about you punish me now? Long Fei looked at her with amusement. The woman immediately shut up. They all saw how powerful Long Fei was. Even the men of the true immortal were killed so easily, let alone people like them. You have time to talk here, why not find someone to deal with this ice sculpture? After saying that, Long Fei went out without looking back. The woman quickly followed. Sir, the bathing place is over here. I have prepared it for you. No. The heat was rising from the large open-air hot spring. Long Fei soaked in the water naked and immediately felt extremely comfortable. He is the only one here enjoying it to himself. It was also arranged specially for Long Fei by that woman. It's also nice to take a hot spring bath occasionally. Looking at the starry sky in front of him, Long Fei slowly lowered his hands into the water, and those people inside also finished handling the ice sculpture and cleaned up the damaged thing. These damaged bills will all be recorded in Long Fei's payment. Chapter 436 Seagull Ridge. Long Fei system. Do I still have a lottery draw that I haven't drawn today? System. Yes. Start it. Long Fei nodded yes. By the way, help me activate the daily automatic reminder service, otherwise I'm afraid I'll forget it. System. No problem. The system will automatically deduct 100,000 fairy coins every day as a reminder service fee. The host can turn it off by itself. Long Fei was not short of money. Okay. The deduction of 10 million fairy coins has been completed. The random draw has begun. Listening to the sound of the system in his mind and looking at the flashing images in front of him, Long Fei suddenly became a little bit more excited. I don't know what I will draw this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random dragon vein among the planes of the universe. It has been placed in the system warehouse. Please check it yourself. As the sound of the system came out, first a picture that finally stopped appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes. It is a picture of a thick mountain-like mountain that exudes golden light. Is this the dragon vein? Long Fei muttered and then asked, can you take it out now? No, the dragon vein is very big. We need to find a big place, otherwise the entire Luhe city will be swallowed up by this dragon vein. As Long Fei came up with this idea, a warning reminder appeared in the system. That's it. Then can I put it into the dragon kingdom in my palm and cultivate it? Long Fei asked curiously. The system said yes. Good. The net moment Long Fei's consciousness entered the dragon kingdom in his palm. At this moment the country of Palm Dragon is also in cyan chaos, but there are very rare people here. These people are the chiefs of the 8 ancient tribes who followed Long Fei, as well as Zukun and others. They have received Long Fei's promise, have all become emperors in this country. The spiritual thoughts entering this chaotic heaven have been recognized, so they can live and practice here for a long time. Now these people are practicing. Long Fei sees that they are all in a state of seclusion, so he doesn't bother them. Later these people will be called out to make a difference, and their level is very important. Long Fei swept over these people. The cultivation levels of these people were all around the 7th or 8th level of Earth Immortals, which was still far behind him. Then he withdrew his gaze and found a place to call the system place that Long Fei at that location. According to Long Fei's thoughts, some synchronized movements soon appeared in that area. Buzz. The moment his voice fell, the system directly entered operation. A golden light appeared from the endless chaotic sky, and then a huge ancient and threatening dragon appeared. The golden light blooms. The golden light is bright like the great boundless chaos. The moment this huge dragon vein appeared, countless dragon shadows appeared on it. This dragon vein is really big. It's so big. How big is it? This is bigger than Luhe City. Long Fei's eyes widened. This time he made a profit from the dragon vein. He spent 10 million fairy coins to extract. You must know that it will take a very long time for this chaotic world to automatically generate such such a magnificent dragon vein full of endless power. But now this is completely safe. But the moment this dragon vein landed at that location, the endless mist of chaos directly submerged it. When it appeared again the net moment, the color of this dragon vein was directly assimilated by cyan. At the same time, Long Fei seemed to have received huge feedback. The cultivation level has skyrocketed. The 9th level peak true immortal upgraded. The system is fast, otherwise I will break through Xian Ian. Long Fei's E-Press Cyan immediately changed and he said hastily, because he felt that a lot of E-Perience points were pouring into his body crazily. If he didn't turn on the suppression now, he would become a mysterious immortal immediately. After receiving the order, the system automatically deducted the fairy coins and suppressed Long Fei's cultivation, making him stuck at the 9th level of the peak true immortal. As long as he completed those tasks, by then he would directly contact the breakthrough Yuan Ian. I didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. The pressing fee has been deducted today. From tomorrow until the end of the day, the system will continue to deduct money. Now there are 2 automatic deduction services. Long Fei looked at the dragon vein that had been assimilated by chaos in front of him. Now this dragon vein has become a product of this chaotic world. It can be regarded as the first dragon vein in the world. As time goes by, this dragon vein will be in this chaotic world. Yang Zhong received a very terrifying sublimation. The feedback Long Fei will receive will also be terrible. Now he can feel that a lot of energy feedback enters his body every minute. I really look forward to how many levels he can improve after releasing the suppression. After quickly enjoying all the regular services, Long Fei fell asleep in the room here. The passage of time is merciless and a day flies so fast in the world of immortal cultivators. The day to go to Seagull Ridge and enter the ancient ruins is today. Long Fei woke up early in the morning and came to the central palace in a flash. He found his location instantly by virtue of his familiarity with Xia Taiyang's qi. Now he has arrived in front of Xia Taiyang. Lord, I'm not here, am I? The moment he appeared, the 4 young men and women beside him were stunned for a moment and looked at him. Is this the 5th member the territory lord mentioned? Yes, the 4 of them are the 4 of the 5-person team that entered the ancient ruins this time. 2 men and 2 women. These 4 people all felt very strong energy and blood from Long Fei's body. The 4 of them gave Long Fei a mental comment, very strong. Very strong. They have been completely suppressed. They were extremely shocked. You must know that they are the 4 strongest among the younger generation in Luhe region, and this person is actually more terrifying than them. Who is he? It's really unbelievable. Haha, it won't be too late. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang shook his head with a smile. It came just in time. That's just right, Long Fei said with a smile. Xia Taiyang smiled, looked at the other 4 people and said to Long Fei, these 4 people will enter the ancient ruins with you this time. This is Long Fei who will serve as your captain this time. You must obey his command in your actions this time, Xia Taiyang said, showing a serious face to the other 4 people. Why, territory lord? Some people are dissatisfied. Why did an outsider become the captain when he just arrived? And the 4 of them have been practicing for a long time. The captain's choice has been made. Haha, don't you accept it? Of course I have my reasons for this arrangement. You just need to accept the order. Could it be that this territory lord will harm you? Territory lord Xia Taiyang's E-Press Cyan changed slightly and he said, and that person still. When he wanted to say something, his teammates stopped him and shook his head, saying not to say anything. The 4 of them looked at Long Fei solemnly. Long Fei had a smile on his face from the beginning to now, giving people a hard to understand feeling, and Long Fei has returned to his original appearance. Chapter 437. This is good luck. The woman who held the young man said, Lord, territory lord, although this offends you a little, we want to know the reason. Xia Taiyang glanced at her and said indifferently, because he is better than you all. The woman hesitated a little as she spoke, but being powerful doesn't mean we also need to understand strategy. Then he is a 9th level peak true immortal. Xia Taiyang looked at Long Fei with a complicated E-Press Cyan. I don't know how this guy grew up and he was promoted to the 9th level of peak true immortal so quickly. As an 8th level Xian Ian, it was really easy for him to see Long Fei's cultivation at this moment. Moreover, Long Fei did not let the system deliberately conceal his own cultivation. 9th level peak true immortal. As soon as Xia Taiyang said these words, the 4 of them looked shocked and frightened. The 4 of them looked at Long Fei with disbelief. No wonder this person exuded such a terrifying aura. Unexpectedly he turned out to be a 9th level peak true immortal. But this person looks younger than the 4 of them. And what about them? In other words, he is just a 7th level peak true immortal. Do you still have any opinions now? Looking at the frightened 4 people, Xia Taiyang spoke slowly. Not only were they frightened, but Xia Taiyang himself was also frightened. Long Fei's growth rate was really terrifying, completely beyond his imagination. Now entering the ancient ruins is more secure. Long Fei's own single combat power is very terrifying. Now that it has reached this level, it will naturally be even more terrifying. No, the four of them shook their heads. Since there is no more, let's set off. The door to Tian's Seagull Ridge is about to open. After saying that, Xia Taiyang waved his hand and left with the 5 people. When it appeared again, it was a space teleportation void array. 5 people stood on it, but Xia Taiyang didn't go up because he wouldn't go, and he was needed to cast a spell to activate the formation teleportation. This is the map there. This formation will teleport the 5 of you to a random place in Seagull Ridge. Once you get there, just go to the place with more people or search on the map. All the information is there, it's on the map. Before casting the spell, Xia Taiyang threw a parchment scroll into Long Fei's hand and continued to chatter for a while before officially starting to cast the spell. We know. Long Fei and the other 5 nodded. Xia Taiyang's hands were very skillful in forming seals. Then a light blue light energy appeared directly from his hand and was then injected into the formation by him. The formation patterns were activated and a bright sound of striking sounded, briefly followed by a burst of blue light beams rising into the sky and covering the 5 people. The light shot straight into the sky, straight upward, seemingly without end, and the thick clouds were all washed away at this moment. The light beam that suddenly shot into the sky from the central palace also attracted the attention of the people outside. Why does that beam of light look familiar? Of course I am familiar with it. That is the teleportation array leading to Seagull Ridge. It seems that the Domain Lord has teleported a few more people there. So that door over there is about to open. Some people outside started talking about it. In the crowd, Sun Mingfei's figure passed through. I also saw the light in front of me. Sun Mingfei frowned and said to himself, Master said before that he had something to do. Is it to go to Seagull Ridge and enter that gate? No matter what, Master, you must have a smooth return this time. Disciple, I will be here waiting for your triumphant return. After that we may be separated. Sun Mingfei muttered, because at this moment he recalled what Long Fei told him yesterday about practicing on his own. That's how he understood it, but the reality is really like this. Looking at the blue beam of light that was gradually relaying, Xia Taiyang in the central palace couldn't help but murmured, I hope you can successfully treat the Pearl Minghe flower this time, otherwise she doesn't have much time. The light disappeared and the figures of the 5 people had disappeared from the formation. As he spoke, a ray of light flashed out from Xia Taiyang's right hand and then disappeared, leaving a transparent jar. This jar contained the ray of immortal energy of his beloved dead wife. Before, this ray of immortal energy was very bright, but as time goes by now, the light of this ray of immortal energy has disappeared and dimmed, almost completely dissipated. So far he has not found anything that can restore it. He does not dare to open the lid carelessly before gathering the materials or installing the utensils. He is not afraid of 10,000 just in case some moths really come out. By then it would be too late for him to regret it. At that time his beloved wife really has no chance of resurrection, so he is praying now that he must succeed this time, otherwise he will never have the chance again. Seagull Ridge. Somewhere within the mountains a blue light flashed away and then there was 5 figures appeared in this place. These 5 people are Long Fei and the others. Is this Seagull Ridge? Everyone murmured and looked around. The surrounding area is surrounded by forests composed of tall trees and vegetation. Birds and everything else lie here, and there is a damp smell as well as the smell of long-standing animal excrement, the smell of blood and other meat things. The smell is disgusting. Long Fei was fine, but the other 4 people frowned and were immediately made nauseous by the smell. The 2 women even retched. What a bad smell. What a disgusting smell. It's not a good time to stay here for a long time. Let's get out of here quickly. Several people looked at Long Fei with embarrassed expressions. Is this your first time coming to Seagull Ridge? Long Fei frowned. Yes. The 4 of them nodded decisively. Strange, why would people who have been here before come here? Long Fei said. They said this is the support of the territory lord to us newcomers, giving us a chance to parry in. Generally speaking, people will not come to this kind of place for the second time unless they come here themselves. These are another matter. Okay, let's get out of here first. As soon as Long Fei's spiritual thought came out, he swept around and found that this place was very big. He quickly found an open space with a river. It was very clear and clean. I found a place, hold on to me. When the 4 of them heard this, they were stunned and immediately grabbed Long Fei's hand. As soon as Long Fei used his body skills, he led the 4 of them into a bolt of thunder and disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the plain with the river that Long Fei had found. Everyone looked at everything in front of them. The bad situation here was completely different from the place just now. Here, good. The 4 people couldn't help but speak. Please take your time and introduce yourself. I don't know your names until now. Long Fei said. My name is Feng Tian. My name is Ben Tian. My name is Jaeger. My name is Menduo. Chapter 438. 438. Enter. Is anyone still watching? Leave a reply and I'll take a look. My name is Long Fei. After everyone was introduced, the 4 of them were ready to go. Everyone's eyes fell on Long Long Fei because he was the captain of the team and they had to obey his arrangement. Long Fei, what should we do now? This is the first time for everyone here and they are all very unfamiliar with the terrain here. Long Fei said, use your spiritual thoughts to sweep around to check the situation. Don't rush. There is only one possibility that there is so little movement here. The door to the ancient ruins has not been opened. Otherwise this Epondade place is impossible. Can't see anyone else. At this time he suddenly showed his leadership-like talent. The four of them did as Long Fei said. And Long Fei himself was not idle either. He also let go of his spiritual thoughts and swept across Seagull Ridge as far as possible. His current soul energy is very powerful and the range it can cover is also very large. Although Seagull Ridge is very large, it is also swept away and enveloped by his powerful soul. Scanning the area, he discovered that many figures appeared invariably in many places around him, men and women, old and young, and what surprised Long Fei was that these people seemed to be gathering towards them. Captain, we found a lot of people, and these people seem to be coming towards our direction. Do you think our plane is the location of the opening door of the ancient ruin? The auras of many strong men are approaching here. The four of them spoke out their words one after another. Feeling these powerful auras, the four of them couldn't help but frown because many of them were higher than the four of them and they were probably some 8th level true immortals. There are even 9th level or 9th level peak true immortals like Long Fei. Maybe it really is here. If that's the case, we are very lucky and it saves us the effort of looking for it. Long Fei said calmly, then took out the parchment and opened it to take a look. Everyone came closer. His pupils narrowed. He looked around and exclaimed in shock, this is really the place. Everyone is a little surprised. The same is true for Long Fei himself. He is so lucky. There are so many people everywhere he looked. Long Fei looked at the four of them and said, you are only 7 level peak true immortals, so be careful. The domain master said that this time's ancient ruins are likely to attract forces from the star realm or the mainland outside the dazzling continent. The cultivation of these people, because they are probably all the same as me, I am not worried about it since these people are not my opponents anyway. We know. The four of them nodded solemnly and then said, is it possible that you can defeat them all by yourself? The tone of the four people was joking or even sarcastic. Long Fei looked calm and nodded calmly yes. After hearing this, the four of them were speechless at Long Fei's arrogant and confident words and could only roll their eyes to express their current emotions. Soon the people who were sensed had arrived here, some running on the ground and some flying in the sky. Many groups of people came at once. This is no longer in the Luhi area, so you can fly wherever you want. We are not the first. I didn't expect that someone would find this place before us. Suddenly there were many voices. Everyone looked at each other with vigilance because they all knew that these people were competitors inside, and there were also different forces that were ready to kill people in the ancient ruin. This time disciples from many sects in the Eastern Star territory also arrived, as well as other local disciples from the dazzling continent and people from other star boundary continents, so the place was suddenly crowded with people. Everyone who came here was a stranger, not a single familiar person was seen. Where are you from? At this moment someone came up to talk to him. He was a very strong middle-aged man. They also want to find out which force the first arriving force member belongs to. We are from the Luhi Valley. When Long Fei and others opened their mouths, Feng Tian and the other four looked proud. At the same time those who came closer saw the alchemist badge on Long Fei. A 3rd level immortal alchemist? So young? Is it true or not? These people were shocked and found it incredible. Suddenly everyone had a unanimous suspicion. Could the young man in front of them be an immortal and rejuvenated, or an old monster that retained the appearance of his youth? Of course Long Fei was not the only alchemist who came here, but there were also other monks who were practicing strength and alchemy skills. In the sky several figures wearing black robes appeared among the crowd. These people are very mysterious and give people a strange feeling. Are they coming too? Among the crowd below, a woman wearing a mask looked lightly behind her and murmured in a low voice. Although the mask covered her face, one could sense from her body aura that this person had disgust and hatred for the mysterious figures in black robes above. Long Fei simply looked at the people around him and decided in his heart, it seems that there are really many ghosts and monsters coming this time, but it's okay, this won't be boring. This badge on my body and my skills are genuine. Long Fei looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, how old are you this year? Someone asked. Anyway, I'm not an old monster. You can be however old you think you are. Long Fei looked away from them and said, when will the ancient ruins here be opened? Soon. At this moment a deep voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked over. It is a squinting old man with narrow eyes. This old man has a very dangerous aura emanating from him. He must not be a good person. No one knows what will happen this time and what they will gain, let alone what they will encounter after entering. But one thing is clear, that is this trip will definitely be difficult. With more people, various internal and eternal factors will become more and more uncontrollable. People from the Ridge Snake sect. As soon as the old man appeared, those with vicious eyes eyes in the crowd immediately recognized the old man's identity. Although they all have the word Ling, this Ling snake sect is not a force from Seagull Ridge but a force from the rest of the dazzling continent. It is very powerful but its methods are very vicious. Such people are not easy to mess with, especially the old man in front of him is a leader of Ling Shi sect. I don't know exactly which hall master it is. Although Long Fei didn't know the specific information, he wouldn't have much reaction even if he knew it. For him, the old man's threat to him could be said to be almost zero. Although this old man looked like a 9th level true immortal cultivator from the aura emanating from his body to Long Fei, at this moment he was just an ant that could be killed with a slap, and the Ling snake sect was playing poison. What a pity he can restrain all poison. Oh, how do you say this? Coming. Just as Long Fei was speaking, a cold voice appeared from the mouths of the mysterious figures in black robes in the sky. At the same time, boom. Chapter 439 Teleportation. The moment this person's voice fell, the ground suddenly shook, and it was violent from the beginning. Many people looked shocked, and then they flew up and looked at the source of the earthquake. The ground in front opened directly into an inverted ditch under the gaze of everyone, and then a thick beam of red particle energy rushed out from the ground directly from the inside. Everyone's eyes were lifted up by this beam of light that soared into the sky. The energy soaring into the sky began to be dispersed and fell toward the outside like rain, and finally stopped when it was still 3 or 4 meters away from the ground. At this time all the energy gathered again and circled towards the center of the original beam, finally forming an oversized circle. There is a red energy light screen inside the circle, and occasionally there are waves shaking. This scene is like the sparkling microwaves on the lake. That's right, this is the door to the ancient ruin. The old man from the Ling snake sect opened his eyes wide, showing excitement. Others who were not here for the first time recognized this circular energy light screen and were very excited. Walk. At this moment several people took the lead and flew towards the circular energy light screen very quickly. These people are the mysterious men in black robes. Under the gaze of everyone, he quickly entered it as if he was sucked in. Don't be stunned. There are countless opportunities inside. First come first serve. Hurry, let's go. Someone shouted, and soon these people all flew towards the energy light screen like madmen, entering one after another. The old man from the Ling snake sect also flew over quickly. Long Fei, when will we go in? Feng Tian and others looked at Long Fei. No rush, let's take a look first. Long Fei was very vigilant. If he were alone he would fly in right now, but there were still 4 people and he couldn't act rashly, although he was not worried about traps. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst, Jaeger said, but those people said first come first serve. If we go so late we may be robbed of those opportunities. Benchen rolled his eyes and said, do you believe what others say? This is an ancient ruins and it is extremely dangerous inside. So what if there is a chance? How can it be so easy to obtain? Let them fight in the pot first and the mantis will catch the cicada yellow. The bird is behind. Yes, it's not that easy. Long Fei nodded. Meng Duo said, and our main mission this time is to find the sty flower mentioned by the territory lord. Let's use this as a basis to get our chance. That's right. Everyone nodded. As a few people started chatting, those people here had already entered there, but now there are only 5 people. Long Fei, let's go, it's our turn now. After Long Fei finished speaking he flew directly forward. Feng Tian and the 4 others quickly followed. Suddenly Long Fei stopped. None of us have gone in. If we are scattered inside, take this with you. Even if there is a formation I can find your position. If you encounter danger just ask for help. We'll come to you. As he spoke 4 very small red energy formations appeared from Long Fei's hand and finally merged directly into the backs of the 4 people's hands. The 4 people were stunned by such a sudden thing and then said, we know, but what is this? There is no way. The curiosity of the 4 people is quite strong. I was suddenly implanted with this thing and I didn't know what it was. It felt really uncomfortable. After hearing this Long Fei smiled lightly, but he didn't hide it. Anyway, this was not an ulterior evil thing. Said, these 4 marks are just positioning mark that I refined with 4 drops of ordinary blood in my body just in case something dangerous happens. I call them blood fiation mark. After a pause he added, don't worry, this blood seal will be eliminated automatically after we get out of the ancient ruin. Now I am just thinking about your safety, so don't think too much. After the 4 of them heard Ho Long Fei's explanation they all understood. Then they looked at the mark on the back of their hands and the uncomfortable feeling before suddenly disappeared. After all, these are just psychological effect. Once the puzzle is solved it will be removed naturally. Long Fei suddenly remembered this and asked, should the domain master give you some map information about the ancient ruin? Everyone nodded. Here you go, we have all studied it. Based on the Eparian's summarization of the senior brothers and sisters in the past plus the photo mentioned by the territory lord, our final result is that the sty flower is probably hidden in there. Seems to be a very powerful fairy beast guarding the innermost river, so we must take reasonable action when the time comes. Okay, no matter whether you are scattered or not, you must find a way to move towards this location. We may meet each other along the way. Long Fei nodded and said, no matter how you say it, these 4 people are still 7th level peak true immortals. Although they are a bit weak in front of him, they may not be really weak inside. After all, those people are also weak in his eyes. Let go. Feng Tian looked at Long Fei. Long Fei nodded, and what should be E-planed has been E-planed. What will happen after entering is left to fate. With that said, Long Fei took the lead and the 5 people flew into the light screen. After the light screen continued to stay for a minute, it completely disappeared into the sky, leaving only a long trace of a beam of light. On the other side, in the world of ancient ruin, everybody appeared in different places one after another, and Long Fei was not surprised. He was arranged. All 5 people were scattered to different places. As expected, they were separated. Fortunately, I saved a hand before. You 4 please be careful, Long Fei said, and then activated his mind to find the 4 blood seals. As expected, he found them very quickly arrive. The figures of the 4 Fengtian people were far away from him, and there were several secret rooms among them. Long Fei could have gone through them, but he didn't do so because he liked to move alone, so it was more convenient. Ding host, you still have a lottery draw that you haven't drawn today. Please draw it as soon as possible. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Long Fei was stunned for a moment by the sound and then remembered the incident. It's good to turn on the automatic reminder function. I don't know what I will draw today. I'm really looking forward to it. Long Fei muttered. Deduct the money and smoke it. 10 million fairy coins will be automatically deducted and random draws from all over the world will begin. As the system sounds, a familiar scene appears in front of Long Fei's eyes. He just looked at it calmly and saw what would happen. Soon the icon stopped. The pattern is covered with white. He was stunned. What is this? Congratulations to the host, you have won the teleportation skill in the Dragon Ball plane. Is it instilling learning? Long Fei looked happy. He didn't expect to get this skill. It was very convenient. Yes, 1 million fairy coins are automatically deducted and the enlightenment function is activated. Hearing this voice, Long Fei's face darkened and he cursed in his heart. The profiteer system. The enlightenment actually cost 10 system coins? This damn thing is really dark. Just when his thoughts appeared, unfamiliar knowledge was crazily poured into his mind. All he had to do now was to absorb and consume it. Leave everything else to the system. Chapter 440. Meet someone who gives you e-Parian. The enlightenment initiation was completed quickly. Long Fei's eyes flashed. Now every muscle cell in his body is very skilled in the use of teleportation. In order to verify his previous guess, Long Fei left a trace of his aura here and then searched for Zhang Kainian's aura in the universe. In the Qinglong realm, Long Fei quickly found Zhang Kainian's aura based on familiar aura operations. I found you. Long Fei smiled. You. At this moment, Long Fei's figure disappeared into the ancient ruin. Qinglong realm. Zhang Kainian, who came back at this moment, was practicing in his room. I don't know when the gang leader will come back. After opening his eyes, Zhang Kainian muttered. You. However, at this moment an after image appeared in front of him and the after image directly transformed into a person. Zhang Kainian was stunned. Haven't reacted yet. Long Fei looked around and saw a familiar smell here. That's right, it's the Qinglong sect in the Qinglong realm. How? Gang leader. Zhang Kainian's somewhat excited voice sounded. The gang leader is really you. You are finally back. Zhang Kainian was very excited and quickly stood up and came to Long Fei. Long Fei looked at him, smiled and said, hello, long time no see, we meet again. Gang leader, what have you been doing these days? You've been there for so long? Zhang Kainian asked, and then he was confused. And gang leader, why did you just show up here with a whoosh? You shouldn't be sitting in the formation. Can you come back? Regarding this unfamiliar scene, Zhang Kainian looked puzzled. Long Fei smiled and said, haha, I just learned a skill and I just happened to use it. This skill of mine can lock the target with aura and move directly to the aura owner without any restrictions on distance or other restrictions. By my side, this technique is called teleportation. I will give it to you when I come back. Teleportation? That's really instantaneous. After Zhang Kainian sighed, he said, gang leader, so you are going back later? Long Fei nodded. Not bad. What are you doing now? Zhang Kainian wanted to know. Of course, if Long Fei didn't want to tell him, forget it. But Long Fei smiled and told him about the ancient ruin. I will be back soon. By the way, take these cultivation resources. They are my newly acquired thing. They are not bad. There are 2 tips here. One is yours and the other is Liang Ping's. You can hand it over when the time comes. Give him. Long Fei took out 2 tips bags from the ring and handed them to Zhang Kainian. Zhang Kainian quickly took it and nodded. Good leader, I will hand it over to him in a moment. I wish you a smooth return. Okay, bye. After Long Fei finished speaking, he used teleportation again and his whole person turned into an after image and disappeared from the place. After Long Fei left, Zhang Kainian's face flushed and he said excitedly, with such a convenient technique, if you want to go to other places in the future, you only need to leave a trace of your own breath or the breath of others, so you don't have to go to so much trouble. It's so convenient to teleport directly, and I'm excited just thinking about it. It's better to give this tip to Liang Ping Ian first. Zhang Kainian said and suddenly remembered something. By the way, I just forgot to give the reward for that mission to the gang leader. I'll wait until he comes back. Net time. Hand it over. After saying that, he went out directly and walked towards Liang Ping's house. Inside the ancient ruin, Long Fei teleported directly back here. How convenient. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Long Fei smiled and praised. He is indeed back. He only needs to leave his breath. Even if the ancient ruins east in the dimensional space, he can still come and go freely. I had to die. This teleportation is really more magical than a magical skill. The appearance race in Dragon Ball can invent this kind of ability, and skill is also awesome. Long Fei's eyes showed a look of longing. I wonder if I can go to the world of Dragon Ball in the future and interact with the so-called powerful instances such as Super Saiyans, gods of destruction, angels, great priests, and all kings over there. Pass it over. System, do you think it's possible? Long Fei asked in his mind. The system replied, it all depends on luck. That's right, it's random after all. Is there anyone I can choose by myself? Long Fei frowned and thought of several possibilities. The system said whether there is or not depends entirely on you. Are lucky in the lottery, there must be some in all the world. Long Fei said, I want to buy it directly from you. Don't you have it? You are the system. The system should have everything. The system voice sounded. The current version of the system has not opened the malfunction, so these cannot be sold. Long Fei said, so it will happen then. Which version can you open it? The third one, just upgrade it once more. The system answered decisively. Long Fei frowned and asked, now that you don't issue missions anymore, how can I let you level up? The host can recharge to upgrade to the third version in advance. The system said, how much? What I need most now is money. Long Fei said proudly. The system said 1 trillion fairy coins to upgrade to the third version. The system detect that the host's current assets are only 98 billion, which is far from enough to upgrade. The upgrade cannot be carried out. This slap in the face came so fast. 1 trillion fairy coins? Wow, what a waste of fun. Even copying will housed him to death. Forget it, I shut up and take back what I said. In the end, Long Fei gave in. There was nothing he could do. At present he couldn't defeat this profiteer system in any aspect. Besides money, what other ways to upgrade are there? Long Fei, find the plane fragments of the Ascension Realm and collect 4 of them to upgrade. The system's answer made Long Fei doubt his life. Finding plane fragments in such a huge world is even more difficult than ascending to the sky. Is there any other way? Long Fei asked unconfidently. Besides the above, there is one last method. That is to wait for thousands of years and the system will be upgraded naturally after that year. After hearing this, Long Fei was speechless. Forget it, I think it is more reliable to be the first to recharge money. The most important thing now is to visit this ancient ruins first. Long Fei withdrew his mind and focused on the strange world in front of him. Continuously watching and first scanning with his spiritual consciousness, he found that he was suppressed. There was a very powerful law that suppressed his spiritual perception to only about 50 meters in radius, which was seriously reduced. Ahead is a passage. It was eerie and the surrounding walls were covered with strange vines. Chaos green dragon pupils appeared in Long Fei's pupils. While walking, suddenly a sharp machete sound came from the front. He saw a thin figure with long hair in front of him holding a knife and stabbing the dead man below. It was a gloomy scene with blood constantly spurting out. Chapter 441. There's a bit of a twist here. Under the vision of Chaos King Long's pupils, Long Fei could see the face of this person and the face of the person who was stabbed very clearly. Both of them were attracted by the sound of his footsteps. The man who was stabbed seemed to have seen a life-saving straw and stretched out his hand tremblingly towards Long Fei with a weak and trembling voice, help, help, life. The murderer, who looked like a madman over there, also looked over, his eyes shrouded in scarlet light, and then a strange and cold voice sounded from his mouth, I have been discovered. Then, let's kill together. Well, after saying that, he directly inserted the knife into the man's throat, quickly pulled it out, and blood spurted out as if it was free. The man's eyes were wide open and he had no breath. He was already dead. Well, seeing this scene, Long Fei wanted to say, you continue, I didn't see anything. However, before he could open his mouth, the lunatic murderer who had finished killing the man grabbed the bloody dagger in his hand and flew out, stabbing Long Fei's skull at extremely fast speed with his ghostly movement. Long Fei frowned. This kind of person must have received professional killer training and be a natural professional killer. I don't know if it's the people outside or the creatures that exist here. They are also puppet. His speed is very fast, but Long Fei's speed is not slow either. It can only be said that the tough trouble he encountered this time was because he provoked Long Fei. Under the gaze of Chaos Azure Dragon's pupils, no matter how fast this person was, his speed would be infinitely slowed down, so the madman killer's speed was very slow in Long Fei's eyes. Long Fei turned his head slightly and easily avoided the assassination of the dagger. What? The madman killer looked shocked and actually dodged away. The net moment he felt danger approaching. When he looked down he saw a fist as big as a sandbag hitting his head. Feeling the danger brought by the fist, his E-Pression changed drastically and he wanted to avoid it, but his speed was still slow. Bang! Ah! A big hard fist hit his face and the huge impact directly sent his whole body flying out and hit the wall hard. The wall was dented and dust flew. The already gloomy and dark place now seemed. People are even more frightened. But this is nothing to Long Fei. After all, in his eyes now this dark world is exactly the same as a place with light. Nail. The dagger fell to the ground. Long Fei slowly walked towards him, crushing the dagger with his foot. In a burst of cyan energy the broken dagger fragments turned into particles and disappeared here. Do you really think that after killing a person you can assassinate me in front of me? Ants are ants after all. How can they have the same perspective as an elephant? Long Fei's cold voice sounded and his pair of shining blue eyes looked so scary in the darkness. The aura emanating from him completely overwhelmed everything here. The dust dispersed and the man's body was stuck to the wall indifferent. He showed a look of fear. He was not dead, but half of his head was gone. His body was twitching violently and his voice was trembling. Who are you? After all, he was an 8th level true immortal and he was punched like this by the man in front of him. It is impossible for Xuan Yian to enter this dimensional space, so the man in front of me is probably a peak real immortal, but even so, how could one punch cause him such heavy damage? He began to doubt life. He had seen peak immortals, but they were not that terrifying. At least he still had a chance to react and fight, but in front of this person in front of him he had no chance to fight back. A dead man is so verbose. Long Fei came to him, raised his hand very quickly, pinched the man's neck with fear and trembling in his face and squeezed him hard. There was a crisp cracking sound of the spine breaking and the man's life stopped. Here it is. But when a person dies he only has his body and his soul. A soul floated out. Let me go, I can serve you. The soul screamed in horror. I'm not interested in your services, but I am quite interested in your soul. Long Fei showed a cruel smile, licked his lips with his tongue, stretched out his hand and pinched the soul directly. The power of blood. The green dragon swallows. This is the power of devouring. Ha ha ha. It turns out we are all the same kind of people. Ah. As the final sound sounded, Long Fei's soul was completely swallowed up. After hearing what he said, Long Fei frowned. Are we all the same kind of people? Humph, that's ridiculous. Maybe. After devouring the soul, Long Fei also read the soul's memory and discovered many unknown secrets. His pupils narrowed as if he was thinking about something, and then he said slowly, this world is really complicated and the surface is just the surface after all. Now he also understands why this soul said that they are all the same kind of people. So that's it. Generally people who can swallow the power are on the evil side and are not tolerated by the right path. However, Long Fei did not show his previous devouring power. In the eyes of others he was simply absorbing and refining the right way, the evil way. Only I can define what is good and what is evil. Others are not qualified to judge. Long Fei walked forward and found the soul of the dead man. However, this soul was also a true immortal. Naturally he would not let go of this resource and absorbed it directly. If the system hadn't suppressed his cultivation he would have broken through to the mysterious immortal realm now and might have reached the 2nd or 3rd level of the mysterious immortal realm, but the specific number will have to wait until the day the suppression is lifted to know. Long Fei walked like this along the way, according to the instructions on the map and the penetrating ability of Chaos Azure Dragon's pupils. Long Fei quickly found the right direction to walk. Along the way more than 10 minutes had passed. It was said that it was an ancient ruin, and it seemed to Long Fei that it was more like a super large maze. Apart from the two people he met earlier, Long Fei didn't meet anyone else along the way. Strange to say, where did those people go? Could it be that this ancient ruins are composed of multiple dimensional spaces and those people were sent to the other dimensional spaces of the ancient ruin? Although they are separated now, they will all be reunited in the same place in the end. The place? Of course this is also Long Fei's guess. If this is the case, the scale of this ancient ruins is really huge. While walking, Long Fei has reached the end. This is a cliff wall, and at the same time a beam of light appears in the bottomless abyss below. This is really an incredible thing. Interesting, I want to see what's down there. Long Fei jumped directly without hesitation. The previous ones are probably all foreplay, but now is the real beginning. Chapter 442. Molten Three-Headed Python. Under the cliff there are risks everywhere, because at this moment there was a strange movement on the surrounding walls. After all, at this moment concave holes appeared. Are you here? It seems that you just can't calm down. Long Fei frowned, and it was within his expectation that these things would happen midway. The NET second murderous intent emanated from it, and then countless chaotic sharp attack instruments flew out. These instruments were all covered with a layer of fierce killing power. Damn, are you so fierce? They came in such a large number, leaving no trace of human kindness or a way to survive. Long Fei looked surprised, but he was not afraid at all. These numerous attacks were very terrifying, and the others would probably suffer if they encountered them. But now now they encountered Long Fei, and Long Fei was not used to them. He shouted loudly and a terrifying cyan energy came from his body. The explosion spread out, forming a huge circular magnetic field barrier that instantly shattered the assassination instrument. At this moment explosions continued to sound. Long Fei didn't stop and launched directly towards the bottom of the cliff with all his strength. As he continued to go downwards, the further down he went, the more he felt a strong sense of oppression constantly superimposing on his body. It's almost here. This pressure is getting stronger and stronger. It seems to have reached Xian'an. Haha, Xian'an's people are obviously not allowed to come in, but the pressure here has the strength of Xian'an. Doesn't this mean bullying people? This damn ancient ruins, I will definitely harvest all the useful things you have here this time. There was a hint of ridicule in Long Fei's words, mocking the designers here for using such methods to bully outsiders. It seems that this ancient ruins is a cemetery condensed by the so-called 4,000 strong men in ancient times to place their remains. The ruins are still there. Doesn't the cemetery sound better? How could the dead let outsiders disturb their peaceful rest? Woolen cloth? Long Fei thought about it, his brows getting tighter and tighter. The answer is impossible. Outsiders who disturb them will definitely be killed, and they don't want anyone to get out alive. Then you want people to come in, but you don't want people to get out alive. Long Fei thought of a possibility that there is an ulterior conspiracy going on here, and this conspiracy requires the lives of many people to be launched. Don't these people want to be resurrected by some means? Suddenly Long Fei seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. At the same time his body entered the dazzling light. When he passed through the light he came to a new world. This is no longer a dark place but a bright world with sunshine. But the scene in front of him made Long Fei stunned. The murderous aura, resentment, death aura and evil aura all around are overwhelming. This is actually a pile of dead people. The ground was covered with blood clot formed by blood that had dried for a very long time. The smell of blood was extremely strong and the stench of corpses was nauseating. Just after I finished speaking, a scene like this appeared in front of me. It was conceivable that the result was very close to what Long Fei had guessed. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Long Fei guessed. Long Fei was not impressed by the scene in front of him, and he could bear the stench of the corpse. Did you bring me here to tell me something? He murmured as he walked forward. This scene is also asymmetrical. A large area of dead people should not have a bright sky as the background. Looking not far ahead, Long Fei saw a huge stone gate at the end of this place. Boom! But at this moment the earth was shaking and the sky was shaking. Suddenly Long Fei felt a very strange feeling. This sky seems to be fake. Long Fei looked at the cracks that appeared in the sky and at the sky fragments falling to the ground one after another. Finally the sky fell into darkness again. Inside, this sky is really constructed, but it is fake. Long Fei's eyes widened as he looked at this scene. Some mothers were dissatisfied. It's really scary. He was also speechless. The ground shaking became more and more intense. A scarlet blood mist appeared in the dark sky. This thing without warning makes people unable to imagine how terrifying it is. Just when Long Fei's attention hit the scarlet blood mist in the sky, the skeletons affected by the ground vibration suddenly stood up scatteredly as if they were alive, with the same symptoms as those in the sky appearing on their bodies. The scarlet blood mist, infinite murderous and violent energy appeared on their bodies. The pupils were shrouded in scarlet light and the dense mass looked very scary. The average person would definitely be terrified and scared to death. Seeing this scene in front of him, Long Fei showed a cruel smile, clenched his fist and said, "Are you playing corpse trick? Anyway, it's not the first time I've met him. The aura is a bit scary, but in my case, Long Fei, are you playing this trick in front of me?" As he spoke his tone changed, his face turned cold and a chilling air spread. The skeletons in front that were given life rushed towards Long Fei like a wave of zombies. "Get out!" Long Fei shouted angrily and punched out. 10,000 dragons, all destroyed. Fist contains a variety of terrifying energies. Punch out. Xian'an is going to die, not to mention that these are just dead puppets and garbage, and they are even more vulnerable. There was a loud boom. The power of the fist was huge and terrifying, covering most of it in an instant. The impact of the fist also affected the bones that were not hit, and plotted instantly under the effect of the terrifying impact. Punch out. All things are destroyed. After a few seconds there was only a huge trace left in front of him. The force of his fist hit the stone door at the end, and the stone door and surrounding walls plotted on the spot. The sky couldn't bear this terrifying power and began to collapse. Sample. Long Fei smiled disdainfully and flew forward. Soon he entered the broken stone door. There is a big secret room inside here. Inside the chamber is a large sea of molten magma. The very hot heat spreads everywhere, and the mark of Long Fei's fist was left on the opposite wall, and large pieces had fallen off and fell into the sea of lava. The fire attribute energy here is very abundant, which is suitable for me to practice. I need to gather some wool first. Long Fei circulated the skills in his body to quickly absorb the fire attribute energy and immortal energy here. Suddenly his body became became different from usual and became more powerful. The control over the power of fire attributed immortal energy has also become stronger. After finishing it, he looked around and saw that there was no road here. Could it be that the road is under the magma sea? Long Fei frowned, and at this moment the center of the lava suddenly spurted out. Then a huge three-headed python-like creature appeared, very vicious. When he saw Long Fei, he opened his mouth and spit out a pillar of flame energy without caring about anything. Chapter 443 Conquer. Hey, is this thing so crazy? Will you hit me when you see it? I don't know what the sky and the earth mean. Long Fei smiled disdainfully, then jumped up and easily dodged the fire pillar energy attack of this thing. Boom, boom. The downed attack hit the ground and made a strong and harsh explosion. Long Fei just followed the trend and quickly reached the middle end of the three-headed python, then raised his fist and punched it out. Roar. At the same time as the loud hoarse and low angry screams sounded, the terrifying huge force directly flew this thing and its entire huge body away, hit the opposite wall of lava hard and landed under the lava. The gravel fell rolling like slag. System, help me check this guy's information. Looking at the defeated three-headed monster, Long Fei said. The system said the query requires deducting 100,000 fairy coin. For the convenience of the host, the system provides an automatic deduction query every time it sees a creature that it does not recognize or recognizes, and automatically pops up content information about this creature for you. Long Fei was also surprised by the system's sudden sales word. You really sell everywhere. Long Fei mocked. This damn system really has the opportunity to make money and he will never let it go. The system said, does the host need to be turned on? You like to rip off my money so much, why don't you stop calling me host in the future and call me boss instead? Long Fei suddenly rolled his eyes and thought of a bad idea. The voice of the system seemed a little happy. Yes, the change fee is 1 million fairy coins per month for one-stop service. Before that, the two words about host will be replaced by the word boss. The system asked, what do the host think? After hearing this, Long Fei snorted coldly and said, good guy, but your boss, I'm not short of money, so I'll do what you said, but do you have any other humanistic model for your service attitude? I don't like it now. Your cold voice and poor service attitude. The system said, start the monthly renewal and change mode. 1 million fairy coins in the first month have been deducted. Boss. System, boss, it's okay. This system has 4 types of tones: Lolita, royal sister, young woman and sweet. Each one has a different price and is deducted monthly. The service attitude will also be integrated into the real royal sister's attitude. Among how much does UG cost? Long Fei chose it without even thinking about it. Boss, 1 million fairy coins a month. The system said, your boss, I'm not short of money. Give me one. Long Fei nodded. Automatic deduction successful. Hello boss, I am your reservation system. The extremely charming UG's voice sounded in Long Fei's mind. There is also the sound of Sister Yu sighing, which is really intoxicating. Oh my god, it's so tempting. Long Fei couldn't bear it for a while. After all, he hadn't felt this way for a long time and his whole body was creepy. Boss has shown you the information about this creature, please check. Sister Yu's voice sounded again and Long Fei felt extremely comfortable. It was so good and his blood boiled when he heard it. At the same time, the thing that was sent out suddenly came out again and Long Fei also looked at the information in front of him. Without even looking at the three-headed thing, he kicked it on the head and let out a fierce cry before returning to the lava. At this moment, the information content in front of Long Fei: creature molten three-headed python, level 8, peak true immortal, bloodline python, immortal beast, evolution direction Rongian three-headed dragon, special skills summon the power of lava for one's own use, control the molten flame, speed up training with the power of lava, skills molten breath, wrath of the three-headed python, molten heaven and earth. The three-headed python of molten fire was born from the heaven and earth under this molten lava. It contains the power of the natural molten fire of heaven and earth. It has been practicing for 50,000 years since the beginning. The 50,000 years here are not on the same level as the 50,000 years in Douluo continent. The former is equivalent to the latter's 50 million years. Moreover, the planes are different and the strength is also completely different. Long Fei was happy and a little surprised. It can still evolve. It's interesting. I wonder if I can tame it and take it out to raise. Boss, you can put these three-headed things into the dragon kingdom in your palm to eliminate some of them. The unnecessary laws escape from this place smoothly. Like a timely rain, the system reminded Long Fei of the humanized Yuja-ian reminder in his mind. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it's different after giving money. When Spare Tire said this, Long Fei suddenly became aware. Then looking at the bottom of the magma again, the bubbles on the surface of the magma continued to roll and a force was mobilized to cover the entire area, and then large pillars of magma surged up one after another. The terrifying temperature and terrifying burning power are simply not something ordinary people can bear. You're playing with fire, right? Then I'll play with you with ice. The frozen era. A cold air appeared on Long Fei's body and the cold air became extremely cold in an instant. A burst of ice energy was poured into the molten magma and spread rapidly around the surface. While freezing the surface, it also quickly filled the molten metal one by one. The bottom of the pillar spread, and soon all the molten pillars were frozen into popsicles. The cold air splashed everywhere, suppressing the energy of the molten flames here, and the entire secret chamber valley instantly turned into a frozen world. Long Fei grabbed hold of the molten ground in the frozen world. The invisible terrifying power broke through the ice, merged under the ice, and forcibly uprooted the three-headed molten python below. The huge three-headed python's body was suspended in mid-air, and its whole body was already frozen. The ice power released by Long Fei made the power and temperature of its own flames even more terrifying and low, making it a completely crushing situation. Hey, are you mean to me? Attack me? Although you have been born here for more than 50,000 years and your body contains the natural molten power of heaven and earth, you are not enough in front of me. Long Fei grabbed the frozen thing and laughed disdainfully. How dare a little fairy beast be so arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Snort. Then he punched directly, destroying the ice on the three-headed python. The whole python came back to life and hit the ground hard, moving uncontrollably, screaming continuously. He is also a snake-like fairy beast at the 8th level of peak, true immortal, but now he has no power to fight back in front of the human being in front of him. What exactly is this gap? Doesn't it mean that creatures at the Xuan level cannot enter here? Have you been deceived? Human, who the hell are you? The three-headed molten python was unconvinced, glared at the human in front of him unwillingly and roared angrily. Your future master. Long Fei chuckled, seeking death. Immortal beast will never be slave. The three-headed molten python roared angrily, and the power of the molten flames on his body burst out, and an unknown and pleasant strange energy spread out of his body. At this moment the ice surface was suddenly shaking, and the underground molten lava that was originally frozen began to revive fierily. All the molten energy here is turned into particle mist and is pulled towards it, shrouding it. Chapter 444. The secret room in the cave. Someone is coming. Is it too high? Fairy beasts will never be slave. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Long Fei immediately sneered and ridiculed. Human, let me let you taste my true strength. Die to this beast. Being ridiculed by Long Fei in this way, the three-headed molten python couldn't bear it any longer. It gathered all the power of the molten metal and turned it into a huge molten ball and blasted towards Long Fei, directly turning into a giant ball on the way. The phantom of the three-headed molten python has terrifying power. It's a good move, but it's a pity that you met me. Long Fei raised his hand and shook it, and a forest-white energy group appeared in his palm. The energy group used the terrifying power of ice. Superb skill, freeze everything. This set of skills was obtained by absorbing the prying eyes of the gods in the divine world, but he has never used these attribute energies. Now he can just use them, otherwise these various types of energy attributes will be produced in his body. Rusty. Although the skill was brought over from the low-level realm of Douluo continent, the god realm, as long as the user is strong, its power will naturally be extremely powerful. Bang! The palm-sized ice energy ball was shot out successfully, freezing the air it passed and colliding with the molten energy ball. One large and one small were facing each other in mid-air, and the whole chamber was shaking continuously. You don't have to be big to be powerful. Even a small one like me can beat you. Long Fei raised the corner of his mouth and said coldly. The net moment the ice energy ball turned into a sharp cone of ice and broke through into the molten energy ball. Even if the high temperature and flames resisted, it could not withstand the power of ice that had surpassed them. The overbearing ice power breaks through the inside of the molten energy sphere. The molten energy sphere rapidly spreads from the inside to the outside, turning it completely into an ice ball, and it is still covered with ice balls like hedgehog needles. What? The three-headed molten python looked horrified, and his eyes were extremely frightened. This was already his strongest attack, and was it resolved so easily? Isn't the strength gap between them too terrifying? You a Xuan? Impossible. How could a Xuan enter this dimension? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The three-headed molten python screamed in horror and was frightened. Eplode. Long Fei spat out this word from his mouth with no precision on his face. Boom! Bang! The hedgehog ice ball in mid-air plotted directly, and the sound was deafening. The impact of the explosion spread and affected the surrounding areas. Now I give you two choices. 1. Surrender to me. 2. I will chop off your snake head right now. As he spoke, a green cold light flashed in Long Fei's hand, and a long green sword eluding the aura of death and terrifying annihilation appeared. It was the ancient Qinglong sword. For some reason, the moment the three-headed molten python saw this knife, its whole body trembled and its fear became even deeper. It seemed that the knife in front of it was his nemesis, and it had no ability to resist under this knife. There is a dragon aura on this sword which directly suppresses it, and it is not a simple dragon, that's for sure. After all, it has been soaked in the chaotic Qinglong bloodline in Long Fei's body for a long time and it has also been smelted. The current Qinglong ancient sword can be regarded as a super mutated sword. Don't answer. That means you chose the second option. If that's the case, I'll send you to hell today. Long Fei looked at the three-headed molten python with cold eyes and slowly raised the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand to cut it off. No, stop. The three-headed molten python shouted directly. It was cowed. The molten three-headed python said, I choose to surrender, but you are a creature from the outside world. I have been here since I was born and I have been blessed by the power of the laws of this dimensional space. You can't take me out, and you can't escape from the power of the law here. You just need to choose to surrender. As for taking you out from here, I will naturally have a way. Long Fei raised his hand and under the guidance of the power of blood a blue sphere shrouded in the fog of chaos appeared. It is the dragon passing by in the palm. The seemingly small and inconspicuous sphere contains a huge chaotic world. After the chaotic world is completed, it can evolve into 3,000 avenues and become countless planes. However, it's still a long time before that day comes. Long Fei didn't know how long it would take. What is this? The three-headed molten python was stunned. My world dragon kingdom in the palm, you and your sea of lava come in together. As Long Fei spoke to Yi Luo, the dragon kingdom in his hand expanded directly, but this expansion only east in the virtual world of dimensional space and the reality was still so small. The net moment when the three-headed molten python appeared again, it had arrived in a very unfamiliar world filled with cyan and chaotic atmosphere, and below him is a sea of molten metal. Both of them were placed directly in a place in the chaotic world in the palm of your hand. Where on earth is this? The three-headed molten python shouted, somewhat panicked. A cyan particle-like shadow appeared in front of Long Fei. This is my world, molten three-headed python. Now you can get rid of the constraints of the laws of that space. As he said that, he raised his hand and waved, and he was the consciousness of heaven in the chaotic world, instantly breaking the laws of the three-headed molten python. Immediately the three-headed molten python felt a little disconnected from that world. The layer of restraint that is in my body is really gone. The three-headed molten python murmured incredulously. Come in here. From now on you will be a member of my Qinglong gang, and the gang joining ceremony and inheritance will be held net. Long Fei's voice was so ethereal that people couldn't help but be convinced. It had a very powerful power of intimidation. Having entered someone else's territory, the three-headed molten python could only obey and wait for orders. It couldn't be beaten or scolded, so it could only be like this. Then at this moment an energy entered the body of the three-headed molten python. Under the baptism of this energy, the three-headed molten python soon began to change. As time passed, it soon changed successfully. Long Fei said to it, you have the ability to evolve, do you know it? The three-headed molten python shook his head. I have been like this since I was born and I don't know the direction of evolution. Long Fei's calm voice sounded very good. Then I will tell you that you have an evolutionary direction, and your evolutionary direction is to walk away with the molten three-headed dragon. If you want to evolve, you must shed your python body and enter the dragon stage. The three-headed python of molten flame. Gray gang leader, how should I evolve? The current three-headed python of molten flame doesn't know anything at all. Yes, the system, how should it evolve? Long Fei also frowned and asked in his heart. After all, the information only explains the direction of evolution, but it does not explain how to evolve. This is completely tempting. Boss, if you want the molten three-headed python in front of you to evolve into a molten three-headed dragon, then you must use any kind of fairy fire on the fairy fire list in the Ascension world to burn its body, just like it is the same as overcoming the tribulation. The boss can refer to the strange fire burning process of Medusa in Dochi continent. In addition, it also requires the inner elir of a fire attribute dragon, or the core of an immortal beast, or the essence and blood. One of the three is enough. Can the system's charming sister Yu's voice sounded in Long Fei's mind. Chapter 445 Attributes conflict with each other. After hearing the systematic method, Long Fei directly told the three-headed molten python this evolutionary method. Immortal fire, burning fire attribute, inner elir. Hearing this, the three-headed molten python was immediately frightened. What a terrifying flame the sky fire was! If it were to be burned directly, even its current level would not be able to withstand it. And if he wants to break through to the mysterious immortal, he must pass this level, otherwise he will only be able to stay in the half-step mysterious immortal realm for the rest of his life, which is even considered a peak true immortal at the 9th level. That gang leader, what should I do? The molten three-headed python looked to Long Fei for help. Long Fei Shuiying said calmly, don't worry, you first practice the bodybuilding techniques I passed on to you. The higher the level you practice, the greater your success rate will be when you evolve, and with some of my methods you can definitely evolve successfully. The three-headed molten python nodded. Okay, I understand, leader. Long Fei said, you have lived in that world for so long, do you know the specific situation of this ancient ancient ruin. Although I have lived here for more than 50,000 years, this place has existed before I was born, and I have been living in the molten sea. I don't know about other places. Most of the monks who came here in the past years have I was eaten. The three-headed molten python said awkwardly. Long Fei said in surprise, good guy, I didn't expect this ancient ruins to have existed for so long. Long Fei frowned and asked, there is no way to the net place here. Is there a passage under your sea of lava? If it is as he guessed, then the passage where he has moved the sea of molten water now has no effect. The three-headed molten python shook his head. There is no passage from my place to the net place. It is at the end. Okay, you practice hard. I will be able to use you when the time comes. Long Fei said. Yes. The three-headed molten python nodded very obediently. After the call ended, Long Fei came over and took a look at the scene outside. The original sea of magma disappeared as if it had been drained. But what surprised Long Fei was that there was a strange formation on the ground beneath the disappearing sea of magma. He was stunned. This thing shouldn't be under the sea of molten magma. No wonder the three-headed molten python didn't find it. I see it's hidden deep enough. This formation must be a formation, and it is also the only passage to the net place. Now Long Fei couldn't waste any more time and flew down directly. He didn't expect that the area covered by this sea of magma was so large. The moment his body entered the formation, light appeared and directly teleported him to another place. The moment Long Fei looked at the scene in front of him again, he had arrived at a new place. Here is a cavernous secret room that is larger than the place just now. In front of him is a very large humanoid stone sculpture of an old man sitting cross-legged. The entire Dongtian secret chamber was shaken by a supreme coercion. Long Fei immediately understood where this pressure came from. It came from the humanoid stone sculpture of the old man in front of him. Looking through the Chaos Azure Dragon's pupils, Long Fei discovered a secret. It turned out that there really was an old man's bones inside the stone sculpture, and those bones were enlarged by some kind of power. There are 5 treasure chests in front of the old man, and there are some gold coin type things on the ground around them. I don't know whether they are gold coins or not. The strange thing is that the transaction currency in this world is fairy coin. These gold coins should not be valuable. Why are there so many in this place? Is it just because it's worthless that it here? While Long Fei was making an estimate, he also scanned the surrounding walls and found that there were many strange lines and patterns which seemed to be telling a very unique story. It's strange. In such an ancient cemetery of remains, shouldn't there be something guarding this place? Why is it so quiet? Long Fei frowned. Even though this is a cemetery, it seems a bit crude. Click click click. An accident occurred. How is it possible to get through here so safely? The surrounding walls quickly cracked and then fell off, and pieces of debris withered to the ground. From the low wall to the high wall, up and down, everything hidden inside is revealed. It turned out to be a humanoid puppet made of stone statues. The eyes of these puppets turned red. It seems to have been activated due to the appearance of Long Fei. I just said, how could it pass safely? Long Fei smiled. Instead he became excited. But at this moment rays of light suddenly appeared one after another on his left and right side. Long Fei was stunned. He was familiar with these lights. They were really the lights of the teleportation array. Are all these people sent here? Long Fei originally thought that he would fight alone. A one-person war is the most comfortable. But now that these people are here, they can be treated as an afterthought. The light quickly disappeared and people appeared one after another, both men and women. Where is this place? Everyone looked at each other. Are you all being teleported here now? These people are asking each other. Now is not the time for discussion. Look, there is something interesting waiting for us. At this moment Long Fei spoke. He blended in secretly among these people and seemed to be using this language to tell these people that he had just arrived like these people. But as long as he doesn't tell anyone, no one will know where he came from. And he looked at the 5 treasure bows in front of him. There were only 5 treasure bows here, but now there were 10 people here including him. Good guy, this is to let us deal with the stone monsters in front of us first and then start a civil war over the distribution of these treasures. I have to say that the design of this tomb owner is very straightforward, but now everyone's eyes are on. He was attracted by the falling stone humanoid monsters in front of him and didn't pay any attention to the treasure chest, which also obscured his vision. What are these? A monster condensed from a stone statue? No, these stone monsters look unusual. Everyone frowned and talked to each other. Long Fei could feel that these 9 people were all true immortals of around 8th level. If he really snatched the treasure bow, he could completely kill them all. Those stone monsters were already attacking them crazily, and everyone quickly used magical skills, weapons, magic weapons, etc. to fight against them. And Long Fei soon joined in, and everyone here had their own thought. Bang! Long Fei easily killed a stone monster with one punch. Everyone who thought it was easy found that the broken stone monsters were resurrected directly on the spot as if they were invincible. And as the battle became fiercer, these people also saw the existence of those treasure bows and the gold coins on the ground and everyone tried their best to fight for them secretly. After all, there are so many meaty boys and wolves here now and there aren't enough points for them. Chapter 446 The Poison Gate. After many rounds killing and regrouping, no matter what I couldn't kill him. In the end their eyes were all set on the treasure chest. As for the stone monsters, they went around after smashing them. At this moment an after image appeared in the sky. It was a man rushing directly towards the treasure chest on the high platform above. He showed a successful face. No, he wants to rob the treasure chest off him, someone shouted. Everyone discovered it in time. However, they were still fighting and had no time to take action. However, Long Fei was not an ease at all when he saw this scene. Instead he looked at the high platform in front of him with a meaningful smile. It seemed that he had discovered something that others could not think. When the man in mid-air rushed into the treasure chest at an arm's length, he was suddenly bounced back by something very hard and invisible. The man was caught off guard by this and the collision caused him great pain all over his body. The flying body smashed through several stone monsters before he stabilized himself, covering the painful parts of his body, showing an embarrassed look. What happened? Including himself, 8 people except Long Fei looked at this person with puzzled expressions and then returned their gaze to the high platform. Everyone could see clearly that just when the little thief was about to succeed, he was knocked away by an invisible energy wall. In other words, there is a layer of wall above that they cannot see which protect the things inside. Damn, it turned out to be an invisible wall. It hurts me to death. The man gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. You deserve it. Who asked you to steal the fish? One woman said proudly. This is your fate. Shut up, you stinky woman. The man was unhappy and scolded him directly. The woman scolded back. You, what did you say? I will tear your mouth to pieces. Immediately there was internal strife. Okay, don't make any noise. The most important thing for us now is to destroy these stone monsters in front of us, not to start internal strife here. The speaker was a long-haired man. His eyes were always on these stone monsters in front of him. That's easy to say, but these stone monsters will come back to life no matter how hard we fight them, and they are getting more and more fierce and increasing in number. How can we fight them? I think these stone monsters are just here to consume us. Our correct goal should be to work together to break the invisible wall in front of us. This place is closed in all directions. There are no other crossings or it is like an end point for us. The rest of the people pressed their opinions one after another. Suddenly the voices of these people rang out while they were killing the stone monsters. No matter what, let's try again. The long-haired man frowned and said calmly, hey, that man over there, you haven't taken action since the beginning. Where are you doing? Look at our performance. A man looked at Long Fei and became unhappy and shouted. The rest of the people also immediately noticed Long Fei. They were so focused on hunting these stone monsters that they almost forgot about this man's instant. I have to say, Long Fei's presence is really low. It's useless. Long Fei looked calm and said calmly, if you continue to fight like this, you will never be able to defeat the opponent and the number will only increase. Then what do you think we should do? Where can we stand and wait to die? The man said angrily in displeasure. We need to use method. Long Fei ignored the fool's anger and spoke calmly. The essence of the stone monsters is made of soil and gravel. The right key to break them may be to use conflicting attribute energy. For example, submerging them with water may be intentional. Unpected effect. Attributes conflict with each other. After what Long Fei said, these people were immediately awakened. The battle just now was so serious that I didn't even think of these methods. The long-haired man looked at Long Fei and seemed to be thinking about something. Are there any people here who have water fairy powers, or can they use water-related fairy powers or something? The man asked immediately. Anyway, he is a fire attribute. Fire and water are incompatible. As long as it is fire, it is impossible for it to have water. They can't. I want to blow myself up and die. Everyone looked at each other. The long-haired man said, I don't think anyone has water attribute. I was observing the battle just now. Most of them have fire or wind attribute. You were the only one who didn't take action, so what about you? The long-haired man looked at Long Fei. Everyone's eyes also looked at him. At this moment the scattered stone monsters gathered together again and the evil energy on them was huge. Long Fei raised his hand and said to the stone monster in front of him, you are lucky to have met me. The sea and sky are vast. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying water energy appeared on his body and a huge and magnificent water energy attack appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked when they felt the aura emanating from Long Fei's body. What a strong force! The long-haired man's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. This kind of power has surpassed me. The turbulent force like sea water submerged all the stone monsters. After a brief struggle under the impact of this terrifying water energy, the stone monsters were all dissolved into gravel and soil. The net moment a cold air appeared and the water froze directly on the soil and gravel to become an ice sculpture. Dual elements of water and ice. Everyone looked shocked, but they quickly calmed down. After all, having dual attributes attributes or even multiple attributes is not a rare thing in the Ascension world, but attributes like ice are extremely rare and most people will never awaken to them. Could it be that it was made through some kind of genius treasure the day after tomorrow? Even though there are some immortal spiritual roots on the market, they are extremely expensive and very rare. It's all over. The scene ahead is frozen gravel, one after another, one after another. The cold and dampness are still lingering here. Everyone did not move immediately but first took a look at the situation and finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that these people would no longer be resurrected. The long-haired man said, "You have solved the problem here. You have priority in selecting the 5 treasure chests. Everyone's eyes are looking forward. Everyone wants to take it as their own. Of course some people are rational and cannot be too greedy, otherwise the gain will not be worth the loss. It's impossible for 10 people to divide 5 treasure chests." Long Fei said calmly, "The winner will eventually be determined here." After listening to Long Fei's words, everyone looked at each other worried that something like that would happen. If that's the case, then only the last 5 people are left. Someone has already expressed murderous intent. This place is very wide and everyone dispersed immediately. No one trusts anyone here. Do you really want to fight? Then come on. Is this a life and death battle? Everyone was dissatisfied and sneered. "Hey, people are unpredictable." Long Fei sighed and a faint voice sounded, "I'm sorry, I want everything here. The 9 of you will deal with me together." Long Fei looked at everyone calmly. "You have a big appetite. You're not afraid of dying," the long-haired man said coldly with a cold look in his eyes. "Arrogant, seeking death. I don't know how high the sky is." The others felt humiliated by Long Fei's words and suddenly became angry. Chapter 447 Bloodthirsty Bee. "He actually wants to seek death, so we will meet his request and work together to kill him first." Agree. Angry voices sounded and these people joined forces to attack Long Fei, and their attacks were very vicious, the kind that directly hit the door of life. Long Fei looked at it calmly. It seemed as if the occurrence of these things had nothing to do with him. Dry tongue. He raised his hand and waved, and a burst of cyan power turned into a roar of a virtual dragon and charged out. What? Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone's presence changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads unconsciously. Bang! The net second, the attack of the blue virtual dragon directly collided with the attacks of everyone. The attacks of everyone seemed to be as vulnerable as paper tigers in front of it. After holding on for about a second, they were all broken through. Boom! Ah! Bang! 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 Everyone's attacks were broken, their bodies were hit and they hit the wall hard, screaming in agony. Only one move was used. Just kill the 9 people who joined forces. The strength is very terrifying. Everyone's scalps were numb, they were extremely frightened and their bodies were shaking unconsciously. How could it be so scary? The male and female monks took a breath of air conditioning. "Don't even think about eating alone. Eat my poisonous needle." A woman gritted her teeth and showed a venomous look. Then she waved her hand and flew out hundreds of hidden weapons and poisonous needles, all of which rushed into the dragon and flew away very quickly. "Venom-eating needle? Are you from the Nether Poison Sect?" The long-haired man narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. After hearing what he said, the rest of the people who knew about this force showed some thoughtful looks, not knowing what they were thinking. Some people who didn't know about this force were curious. "So what?" "Yes, I am a disciple of the Nether Poison Sect." The woman snorted coldly and said coldly, her face extremely proud, "Nether Poison Sect, it's good to finally meet you. Let's work together to kill this guy first and then we will settle the score with your Nether Poison Sect." Others spoke coldly with hatred and murderous intent in their eyes. "I have never been afraid of anyone. Come as soon as you come. It's hard to say who will win." The Nether Poison Sect woman disdainfully mocked. "Defeat me? You are thinking too much. The dreams these days are really becoming more and more unreal." Long Fei looked at the few people indifferently and disdainfully and looked at the hidden weapon poison needles lying in front of him. When he raised his hand, the poison needles suddenly plotted, sending out a dense poisonous mist that enveloped his whole body, and then there were poison-eating needles directed towards him, flying towards him fiercely. "Ha ha ha! Who wouldn't tell a big story? We were just careless before. Even the immortals who were hit by my poison-eating needle can't save it." The Nether Poison Sect woman put her hands on her hips and laughed cruelly. The rest of the people were also wary of this person, but they also looked in the direction of Long Fei. "With such a violent fog, he should be dead. No, stay away from here quickly. These fogs will also affect us. You're a vicious woman and a treacherous person. It turns out you had a plan." Everyone's presence changed and they immediately used fairy spiritual power to protect themselves and at the same time moved away from the mist. "Ha ha ha! I just realized it now. It's too late. Even if the Xuan Ian comes, he may not be able to escape the poison and poisonous mist of the poison-eating needle, let alone those of you who only have the cultivation level of a true immortal." The woman from the Nether Poison Sect laughed, showing the face of a winner, and then ignored these people and jumped directly to the front of the stage to stand leaning back gently to see the invisible protective wall. She looked looked at the people below with a cruel smile, then raised her hand to attack those people with the poison. But at this moment she suddenly froze, because the poison had no response and did not move with her control, and the poisonous mist seemed to be slowly relaying. She was suddenly startled, her face changed in shock. What's going on? Move. The rest of the people didn't know what happened, but the net moment the fog disappeared and Long Fei's figure appeared from it. Everyone looked over and saw that Long Fei's whole body was intact. How can it be? Impossible. How come you don't have anything going on? When the girl from the Nether Poison sect saw her, she immediately lost her composure and screamed in horror. Long Fei opened his hand and the poison-eating needles fell to the ground one after another, making a tinkling sound. Sorry, I am naturally immune to all poison. Long Fei looked at the frightened and angry Nether Poison sect woman and showed a slight smile and then said, and your poisons are garbage in my opinion. Asshole. Impossible. How could someone be born immune to all poisons? Impossible. I don't believe it. The Nether Poison sect woman was shouting like crazy. Long Fei's face turned cold. Vicious woman, it's your turn to die. After saying that, his body disappeared directly from the spot, and the net moment he appeared in front of the Nether Poison sect woman. The moment the Nether Poison sect woman heard Long Fei's words, she knew something was wrong and immediately took the strongest defensive measures. But it is a pity that the air under his fist has no effect at all. Long Fei's fist directly broke through her strongest defense. No. The Nether Poison sect woman, who felt the aura of death, screamed in horror. Her feet went limp and she peed directly. But the net moment Long Fei's fist had already come to her head. Bang! A crisp blast sounded, but those people behind them had their eyes widened and their faces were shrouded in fear. Someone swallowed hard because they saw Long Fei blowing the head of an 8th-level true immortal woman with just one punch. Blood splashed like firework and not even the last scream was uttered. As the saying goes, killing with one move is truly overbearing and unreasonable. The woman's entire head is gone. Only a headless corpse was left, and Long Fei's fist had a cyan energy that cut off the flesh and blood. The moment the body fell to the ground, a ball of flame appeared on the woman's body and instantly burned all physical things related to her. But in the end the ring and property were confiscated by Long Fei and they escaped the fate of being burned. After doing all this, Long Fei calmly turned around and looked at the other 8 people below with a smile. In front of these people his smile makes him look like a smiling tiger. No, he should be even scarier than a smiling tiger. Long Fei smiled and said lightly, this is how you should kill people. How can you kill someone who is weak against the attack you just killed me with? Everyone swallowed. Long Fei continued, now I give you a chance to choose. First, everything here belongs to me. You are not allowed to have any opinion. Second, I'll kill you all. Long Fei's smile suddenly turned cold and then the murderous aura in his body rushed out and attacked the 8 people. The 8 people instantly felt the pain of being unable to breathe and the physical and mental torture. Don't we choose? Chapter 448. 448. Kill together. Don't, let's choose the first one. Although everyone was unwilling to give in, their hearts went cold the moment they saw Long Fei blowing a woman's head off so mercilessly. This man's killing methods were decisive, domineering and violent, so he finally chose to compromise. There is no way. If you are weak you will be beaten. None of the remaining 8 people wanted to be shot in the head. Forget it, you have clearly seen the situation in front of you and did not choose to die. Long Fei nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned around and reached out to touch the invisible wall in front of him. The 8 unwilling people looked around, seemingly looking for something. Moreover, some people are transmitting messages to each other and they don't know what they are saying or what they are paying attention to. They say they choose the first one, but how many people are really willing to give up these treasure resources and give them up? They are looking for a good opportunity to take action. If they are not sure of killing with one move now, they will definitely die. Long Fei didn't pay any attention to these small actions and didn't care. It all seemed to him like loud wall. He murmured, then clenched his fist tightly and a blazing power appeared. Then let me see which one is harder, you or my fist. After saying that, he punched the invisible wall directly. Bang! Buzz! In an instant multiple sounds sounded harshly, making people feel uncomfortable in their eardrum. It's uncomfortable. The people below were affected by the harsh sound. Their expressions changed and they quickly covered their ears. Long Fei frowned slightly and the net moment he saw invisible cracks the size of spider webs appeared on the wall and a milky white light suddenly emanated from inside. The cracks quickly spread and became huge. The sound of clicking and clicking also sounded in the secret room of the cave, and the 8 people also saw the scene in front of them. What is the milky white light seeping out from the invisible wall? Looking at it this way, there is no such light there. Just when everyone was confused, the milky white light turned into red mist and then the invisible wall plotted with a bang and the red mist completely leaked out. What this? Everyone looked shocked. Long Fei felt that something was not good. When the Chaos Azure Dragon's pupils opened again, he saw many wasp-like creatures flying in the sky. They had scarlet eyes and a scarlet aura wrapped around around their bodies. His body suddenly jumped behind him and landed in front of everyone. "What is this?" the long-haired man asked. "The weapons are becoming more and more intense." Someone recognized this thing and shouted in horror, "The owner here is quite sinister. He actually raised a swarm of true fairy-level bloodthirsty bees here." "What, it's a bloodthirsty bee? And it's still at the level of a true immortal?" After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed completely and cold sweat flowed out quickly on their forehead. "Run! Get out of here!" the long-haired man shouted and then quickly dispersed. Everyone did not dare to hesitate and quickly dispersed and escaped. Long Fei, on the other hand, had just received the automatic deduction service from the system, and now he was looking at the information released by the system in front of him. Creature bloodthirsty bee. Level 5 peak true immortal. A large group of 50. Bloodline bee immortal beast. Evolutionary direction killer fairy bee. Special skills killing fog. The fog is highly poisonous. You can use the fog to become invisible and phantom-like to assassinate your opponent. Skill bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty bees are group creatures, the evil products of the bloodthirsty clan. They have powerful attack power, extremely fast speed, and are extremely poisonous. If the poisoned creatures are not dealt with in time, they will quickly turn into blood, water and pus, even if they are Xian Ian. Also avoid Sanxi. After reading the complete information, Long Fei also understood the role of these bloodthirsty bees in front of him. Why is he still standing there? You're not scared to death, are you? I don't think so. Whatever, it's fine. If you die, then we can get a share of the treasure chest. But those bloodthirsty bees are not easy to deal with. You will die if you are not careful. Stop talking nonsense. First prepare some anti-to-IC Eli IRS as well as Eli IRS to restore injuries and suppress the poison entering the body. If it is useful, you can save your life. The rest of the people who were scattered and running away said something to each other. As the blood-colored mist spread, the entire cave chamber was soon shrouded in blood-colored mist. Now is a good opportunity. Maybe this is the last chance to win the treasure. Some people discovered this wedge and looked towards the high platform, planning to use this opportunity to grab the contents of the treasure chest. If you miss this time, you may never have it again. This is a good opportunity. Let's see if we can join forces to give that person a fatal attack. Someone was transmitting messages to each other, looking towards Long Fei, who was completely wrapped in the blood-colored mist. But now the 50 bloodthirsty bees have completely dispersed and started killing these humans unscrupulously. With the help of the Chaos Azure Dragon pupils, Long Fei has every move of these bloodthirsty bees under his control. He didn't care what those people were paying attention to. He would just kill them one by one. A ball of deep purple thunder with a destructive aura appeared from his hand. Long Fei raised the corners of his mouth and struck at the bloodthirsty bees flying in front of him. In an instant there was a crackling sound here and the power of thunder rolled like a river. The others were also resisting, and Ken simply couldn't care less about what was happening here. Moreover, there is the concealment of the bloody mist and the hugeness of this place. The bloodthirsty bees that attacked Long Fei were overbearingly killed under the thunderbolt. The destructive armor-piercing thunder turned into drag and fell to the ground. These bloodthirsty bees may seem difficult to deal with to others, but to Long Fei they are something that can be solved with just a slap. Dense thunderbolt flashed and crackled on his body to protect him. The attacking bloodthirsty bees turned into drag and scattered like the previous bloodthirsty bees the moment they came into contact with the thunder. Long Fei just walked towards the high platform in front where the 5 treasure bows were placed. As for those gold coins, they were worthless to him. He only needed 5 treasure bows. However, at this moment a man took advantage of the bloody mist filling the secret room and used some mysterious body skills to quietly avoid the pursuit of the bloodthirsty bees and arrived in front of the treasure chest. Just when he was about to think he had succeeded, with a plump smile on his face, he heard footsteps coming from behind. "Little insect, you have good movement skills. It's a pity that you met me. I'm born to restrain you." Long Fei's figure was revealed in the bloody mist behind him, and he looked at him with arrogance and contempt as he continued, "Little bug, if you don't follow the rules, then I can only send you to see that woman." Long Fei's voice became extremely cold and the murderous aura in his body instantly locked onto the man. The man's pupils shrank, his face changed drastically, and he broke out in cold sweat. "Don't go too far. These 5 treasure chests belong to the dead and everyone here has the right to get them. You will not die if you take them all for yourself." He quickly made a gesture of resistance with a murderous look on his face and a terrifying gloomy look. The spear in his hand appeared and he focused all his explosive power directly on Long Fei's head to attack. Chapter 449 Killing. It is the strongest blow that goes straight through the fatal point. There is no way, and he doesn't want to, but what he has done now has violated the previous choice agreement and has officially broken up with him. If he can't kill the other party, then he will definitely die. The horror of Long Fei's murderous methods deeply impressed everyone. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he grabbed the spear in his hand and aimed at Long Fei's head. However, Long Fei smiled smiled disdainfully and completely ignored this person's attack. The deep purple thunder with terrifying destructive power transformed into a thunder dragon and charged towards him. Thunder attribute. The man reacted and his e-pression changed drastically. You are actually a 3-attribute fairy spirit power user? Long Fei sneered. Yes, but what if you know about it? The dead have no right to speak. Then I will break your thunder. The man roared angrily, increased his strength again, and in the net second he was directly confronting the terrifying thunder dragon. Bang! Both sides were very powerful, but the thunder dragon was better. The net moment it directly broke the spear attack and penetrated the spear body at the speed of thunder. Kaka. Thunder swept through all his spears, cracking in front of his eyes, and the net second click. Bang! The spear just shattered in front of him. The man's e-pression changed drastically. How is that possible? He backed away in fear. Long Fei walked towards him with a smile. Don't kill me. The man looked frightened and his voice trembled. A ray of green light flashed across his neck. Then the original Qinglong ancient sword appeared first. There is no blood. It is very smooth, as if the nerves and blood have not reacted. But the man suddenly couldn't breathe and a bloodline appeared on his neck. He slowly raised his trembling hand and touched it, and his face suddenly turned pale and frightened. Then his neck and head fell to the ground without control, and his body also fell to the ground. If you want to come together, don't waste time. Long Fei held the ancient Qinglong sword in his right hand and said calmly. Just now he sensed someone hiding behind him. These people made full use of the blood-colored mist. The bloodthirsty bees looked scary, but they were solved by some means. After all, the bloodthirsty bees were also afraid of them. Fire! Long Fei turned around slowly and saw 7 people coming at once. Your choice is wrong, Long Fei said calmly. The long-haired man took the lead and said, you are indeed very powerful, but the 7 of us may not have a chance of winning if we join forces. The odds of winning? Long Fei smiled. Just now all 9 of you couldn't defeat me. Do you think you can defeat me now that there are only 7 of you left? That was because we were careless. We won't do it this time. Everyone has warmed up due to the front and back battles, and now the true immortal level fighting instincts in their bodies have been officially activated. They believe that as long as 7 people join forces, they can defeat the person in front of them. Ha ha ha, I really don't know how you got the courage, but it's okay. After I kill you all, no one will bother me about the net thing. Long Fei laughed loudly. This group of people really didn't know the heights of the world. He raised his hand and pointed the ancient Qinglong sword forward. His face suddenly turned cold. I hope you can please me. Looking for death? Go ahead and kill him. The 7 people looked gloomy and suddenly became furious. The 7 people turned into 7 airflow-like figures and rushed towards Long Fei from different directions using the strongest and most powerful move. And the rest of them are all 8th-level peak true immortals. 7 8th-level peak true immortals. The person in front of them is definitely not a mysterious immortal and can be killed. Long Fei did not hesitate and an after-image disappeared in place. This is the battle for the treasure chest. So tragic. Bang bang. The attacks of the 7 people suddenly fell to the ground. Careful, the long-haired man shouted. Some people are more sensitive to danger and their e-pressions change. It's up there. Everyone looked up. Long Fei escaped into the sky and the terrifying destructive dark purple thunderbolt came out from his body like thunder and tribulation, divine punishment, killing all the remaining bloodthirsty bees. When everyone saw this terrifying thunder, they immediately dispersed to avoid it. With the death of the bloodthirsty bee, the bloody mist also dissipated. Long Fei rushed directly towards the long-haired man and the destructive thunderbolts on his body rolled around the Qinglong ancient sword and merged with his own sword power to become even more fierce and monstrous. Among these 7 people you will be the first to die. His cold voice was aimed at the long-haired man. Come. The long-haired man's e-pression changed dramatically and he immediately hid. Then he threw out the long sword in his hand, drawing a long distance. The fire attribute energy in his body appeared on the sword and on his body at the same time. The net second a huge flaming Fini was transformed and rushed towards Long Fei's attack. Immortal skill Kangqian Fini. Oh Fini! Long Fei's e-pression was indifferent. Although the destructive power and aura emitted by this thing was very powerful, it was still like this in front of him. Bang! 2 moves against each other. Don't be stunned, let's go too. Let's work together to kill. The others also seized this opportunity. Immortal skills dancing wildly to the sky. Immortal skill the wrath of the celestial lion. Immortal skill palm of Ling Huo. Immortal skill immortal fall of 10,000 heavens. Immortal skill breaking through the sky and making rain. Immortal skill annihilation beam. In an instant additional SI path immortal skills and immortal level attacks also appeared. Together with the long-haired man's immortal level alliance, they formed 7 terrifying immortal level attack using 7 terrifying destructive powers. These attacks came from different directions, and after someone released the immortal level, he immediately ducked around Long Fei and set up a formation to block Long Fei's retreat. They are quite united. Long Fei was a little surprised. The ancient Qinglong sword in his hand resisted the Fini skills in front of him him and other attack methods also came. Naturally he would not neglect it, and a golden energy mass appeared from his body. Bang! Directly blocked the remaining 7 attack and formation method. Powerful power also burst out from his body at this time. The impact of the terrifying power instantly suppressed 7 attacks and blew 7 people away. The miserable appearance of the 7 people seemed familiar. At the same time 7 attack plotted directly. The terrifying and huge energy completely overwhelmed Long Fei and the Qinglong ancient sword. Even if he is a 9th level peak true immortal, he would not dare to be careless. After all, the energy this time is too powerful. However, his body is still at the level of the mysterious immortal, so naturally there will be no serious injuries. This time it should be gone. Those people looked at the scene of explosions and horrific scenes in the sky. If they were inside they would definitely die. And this time the explosion was unavoidable even for the 7 of them, and they quickly used their fairy power to protect them. However, several people still broke through and were blown away again. The screams made it clear how painful it was. Suddenly an angry sound sounded from the explosion. The net moment azure light burst through, terrifying power swept out, and a huge azure dragon instantly wiped out those attacked. Long Fei, who had medium long blue hair, burst out with a terrifying energy aura and appeared in front of everyone again. Chapter 450. The Holy Land of Taisha Mirror. If the 7 of you only have this ability, then you can go die. Long Fei's cold prescience and chilling aura infected this place. The green aura emanating from his body has a very annihilating feeling which makes people feel chilling and want to die. He raised his hand and directed several light waves shooting out from his palm. Everyone's prescience changed and they wanted to run away, but unfortunately the speed of the light wave was even faster and it had already arrived in front of them. Net moment. Bang bang bang. The lower part was enveloped by the explosion of light waves, and Long Fei disappeared into the sky and appeared in front of a person in an instant. His face was extremely cold and he punched the person in the chest. Bang! The fist was very fast and powerful. It penetrated the man's body. The sound of broken bones was clear and loud, and blood and flesh spattered. The man opened his mouth and screamed. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with fear. A blue energy enveloped his entire body, killing his body and soul with a loud bang. Long Fei disappeared again without hesitation, and the moment they heard this man's screams, the other people who were killed also understood that this man was in danger. Now everyone cares about themselves first and can't care about others. Moreover, these people are strangers, so they will die as soon as they die. Appearing again, Long Fei came to a woman. Before the frightened woman could say anything, he flicked his hand and transformed into a green dragon sword which penetrated her neck with an extremely sharp edge. Boom! Just like before, the whole body and soul were destroyed after being shrouded in cyan light. There are 5 left. After killing 2 people in a row, Long Fei turned around and looked at the 5 injured people. The rest are all men. Seeing Long Fei kill 2 people so decisively and cruelly, the hairs of these 5 people suddenly stood up. Long Fei looked at the long-haired man with cold eyes and said coldly, "I wanted to kill him, but you insist on seeking death, so you can't blame me. I think I am very powerful and the so-called immortal skills are nothing in front of me. It's just a child's trick of crying for his father and scolding his mother." Of the remaining 4, 3 have short hair and 1 has a bald head. The remaining 5 people were seriously injured in Long Fei's terrifying attack, and the injuries on their bodies were visible to the naked eye. Although they are all of the same level, I really can't figure out why this person's attacks can be so abnormal and terrifying. The 5 people quickly took out many pills from the ring and put them into their mouth. The ELIR worked. The pain on the body gradually decreased, the blood condensed, and the internal and eternal injuries were gradually repaired. The lost fairy power is also gradually recovering, and all of this is happening simultaneously. Long Fei gave them time to recover and did not take action immediately. He wanted to see what these ants could do. If the 5 of us join forces again, we may not have a chance of winning. I'll go first. The only bald man put his hands together. The Buddha beads were enlarged and then a golden spiritual power appeared on his body, transforming into a Buddha-like shadow. Immortal skills. The heavenly Buddha has arrived. The phantom bloomed with vigorous power and flew directly towards the dragon. The net moment he arrived in front of Long Fei. Long Fei raised his hand and struck down with a knife. The terrifying knife came out majestically, cutting the phantom into 2 halves and turned into a blue dragon to swallow up the 2 halves of the phantom. It's like a king fighting brawn. One is an 8th level peak true immortal and the other is a 9th level peak true immortal. The gap between them is so huge, who can imagine it? Immortal skills. 10,000 Buddha's Chow Zone. After breaking the attack, the bald man's prescience changed and he immediately used his skill again. The rest of the people also followed up at this time, using their own weapons to charge forward. Long Fei's body was light and easy. He easily avoided the attack of these people with every move and jump. Faced with the move in front of him, he rushed forward and slashed it open dragon with a single stroke followed by a cyan light and shadow. On the bald man's body Long Fei's figure also appeared behind him. Holding a long knife in his hand he stood upright. On the other hand, after long blood marks appeared on the man's body he separated in fear and his body became two halves. Another body fell to the ground representing the death of another living life. There are 4 people left. Long Fei turned around and waved the knife in his hand gently, and suddenly the sharp sword light and sword shadow plotted directly. The 4 of them were stunned when they saw the scene of the bald man being beheaded. Sensing the danger brought by the sword and swords in front of him, he immediately reacted. His prescience changed and he reacted. The weapon in Long Fei's hand disappeared and he turned into a phantom and rushed directly towards the 4 people. The 4 people who were blown away were instantly knocked away. The 4 people were extremely miserable. On the other side of the 4 people, after being knocked away, Long Fei's figure appeared again, and then he took a deep breath and clenched his hands into fists. A dragon roar came out and the terrifying fist power gathered instantly. All dragons will be destroyed. Long Fei used his special move and punched out. No. When the 4 of them saw this scene they immediately panicked. The terrifying fist overwhelmed the 4 of them and smashed the head of the humanoid stone sculpture, then penetrated it and drove it into the wall. The roar was deafening. After a few seconds the place became quiet. Everyone except Long Fei was killed. Moreover, Long Fei could clearly feel an unparalleled amount of experience entering his body one after another. But now his level is suppressed by the system, otherwise I really look forward to how powerful he is now. System, open the character panel. I haven't seen this thing for a long time. Let's take a look now. Character interface. Host Long Fei. Age 31 years old. According to Douluo star it is more than this age. Kung Fu Wuji longevity Kung Fu 400 levels. Blood and cell development and activation SI Tai 5%. Martial Soul Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline package. Fighting Chi level 9th level peak True Immortal. Basic strength comparison SITH level Mysterious Immortal. My own divine position Qinglong. Weapon Qinglong Ancient Sword. The strongest controller of alien fire fighting Chi Azure Dragon Emperor Flame. Field Dragon God Realm Void Realm Resurrection Realm of all things Killing Realm Plane Realm Divine Emperor Realm. Bloodline package. Talents developed Eternal Youth Attribute Increase Lifespan Increase Evil and Evil Orcism Super Healing Invulnerability to Poisons Super Growth Supreme Dragon Power 1% Development. Right hand transforms into a blue dragon 2% Development. The left hand becomes the blue dragon 3%. The blue dragon becomes the back of the torso 4%. The blue dragon becomes the predecessor 5%. The blue dragon becomes armed 6%. The blue dragon becomes the whole body 7%. Azure Dragon splits the sky and reigns 8%. Azure Dragon swallows 9%. Azure Dragon blessing 10%. Dragon Kingdom in the palm 11%. Chaos Azure Dragon photographs 100%. Part 12. The ascension of the blue dragon to the heaven. The elemental bomb of annihilation. The refining of the blue dragon. Skills Burning Sky Star Explosion Burning Desolate Sky Seal Transformation Chaos Azure Dragonis Lightning Flashes Martial Soul True Body Silent System Warehouse Divine Hidden Skin 100% Copying Mirror Random Travel Plane Scroll 1 Smelting Table. The World of Cells in the Body Douluo Heavenly Plane Fighting Chi Continent. The system interface is for reference only. Everything is displayed by Long Fei. Chapter 451. New place. The head of the broken stone statue of the old man was connected to the cave behind him to form a natural passage. A tunnel also appeared behind it. This tunnel can allow one person to walk through it at a time. However, with the help of Long Fei's fist the number of people in the aisle increased abruptly. Looks like I won the lottery. Looking at the tunnel, Long Fei said lightly. He didn't use the Chaos Azure Dragon pupils to examine it carefully just now. He didn't expect that there was such a tunnel hidden behind him. Even if this tragic battle didn't happen, it was only a matter of time before Long Fei discovered this tunnel with his own ability. That's all. This tunnel can be left alone for a while. He came to the first of the 5 treasure chests and smashed its lid with his bare hands. Yes, there is no explanation for such violence. Inside the first one is a red brocade bow. Long Fei picked it up. The system automatically deducted the fairy coins and then the inside information appeared in front of him. Wanyan Peachwood Bow. It is refined from the essence of 10,000-year-old peachwood, and a huge connotation is used to preserve the essence of the things inside for at least 1,000,000 years without diminishing. It seems that this small bow is not simple. It can be stored as a collection that may be used in the future. Long Fei smiled and then opened the bow, but he couldn't beat it. If the bow wasn't valuable he would have smashed it with one punch. Looking at the switch without a key, he asked the system, how does the system open this 10,000-year-old peachwood bow? Sister Yu's voice sounded. Boss only needs to inject powerful wood fairy spiritual power to open it. By the way, I have already deducted 100,000 fairy coins from you. New. Long Fei nodded, still thinking about about Sister Yu's charming voice. Then the ancestral spiritual power of the wood attribute that jumped inside the body was condensed in the palm of the hand and then directly injected into the 10,000-year peach wood bow. Under the influence of his wood fairy spiritual power, the 10,000-year peach wood bow that could not be broken began to vibrate slightly. This light vibration continued to appear. Immediately afterwards a horizontal line appeared in the middle of the originally seamless 10,000-year mahogany bow, which perfectly became the dividing line between the upper and lower part. After Long Fei increased his strength, the 10,000-year mahogany bow opened directly. The things stored inside were also revealed to Long Fei's eyes. There is a very strange leaf in the bow. This leaf has a profound energy essence which can be seen even by observing the light emitted from the leaf. The leaves are pink and have their own characteristic. Very good. Sister Yu deducted its money again and automatically generated the information content of this leaf. 100,000-year-old mahogany leaf contains huge connotation of innate peach wood essence and flower power. After taking it, it has a powerful effect of strengthening the body and obtains a large amount of spiritual power of the wood. It has a very good effect on the body and soul and has a strong effect of warding off evil spirit. Has the absolute ability to suppress unclean things and evil things will not enter. You will know the specific effects after taking it. It's a good thing, but the effect is the same as the effect brought by my bloodline, but it doesn't have much to do with it. As he spoke, he used a copy mirror to make a copy for backup and then directly put the leaf in his hand into his mouth. The refreshing and cooling feeling is pretty good. The NET second, the 100,000-year-old peach tree leaves turned into energy airflow directly on his tongue and entered his body. In such a short period of time, Long Fei could feel the unusual sublimation in his body, especially in terms of body and soul. It's indeed a good thing. Long Fei's eyes flashed with light. Then he put away the bow and backup leaf. Then he smashed the second treasure bow. What surprised Long Fei was that there was a transparent fragment inside. What is this? Long Fei was confused. This can't be glass shard. But don't be afraid of not knowing, because he has a system girl. The familiar money deduction operation appears again. Long Fei picked up this transparent fragment and the information content of this fragment appeared in front of his eyes. Taisha Mirror Jade Fragment, one of the 5 fragments formed by the fragmentation of the Taisha Mingjing Jade. After folding the 5 pieces, they can be combined into one. It is the space key used to open the dimensional space of the Taisha Mingjing Holy Land. Taisha Mirror. Long Fei was stunned. Is it still a holy land? It seems not simple. I have only heard of Xianlong Mirror. Sister Yu, where is the holy land of the mirror of the beginning? Long Fei asked. There was no other way. Although the Ascension realm belongs to the world of high martial arts and cannot compare with the great world, there are still many great secrets and treasures contained in it. The system automatically deducted the corresponding fairy coins, and then Sister Yu replied to Long Fei in a tone of voice, boss, this Taisha Mirror Holy Land was one of the pinnacle holy places in the northern star region of the Ascension realm millions of years ago. At that time, the Song Taisha Mingjing Holy Land was the most powerful of all holy lands. There were at least 3 great statues in it. Luo Xian is. However, it seems that after a very terrifying and unknown disaster happened later, the entire Taisha Mirror Holy Land disappeared inexplicably, as well as all the monks inside. The current place is equivalent to a deserted place, but it has the ability to instantly kill the peak Taisha. The terrifying power of Yi Zion Zun is, and it is in the dimensional world, and no one has found its location until now. In a word, the holy land of Taisha Mirror is extremely dangerous. Even the peak Tai Immortal Lord will be easily killed instantly, but the chance is also very huge. But boss, don't think about it now. Even though this plug-in is for your strength, you will definitely die if you go inside. The system lady reminded Long Fei one last time. This place is not a place where he can triumph now. Although he can kill people of the same level or leapfrog levels, here he is just a little ant in it. The 3 great Luo immortals are indeed a terrifying instance. Fortunately, these things have disappeared now. Long Fei took a deep breath and he could feel an unprecedented sense of oppression from the name of Taisha Mirror Holy Land. So is there really no one in that place now? Long Fei said. Yes and no. This was the answer given to him by Sister System. These 4 people have a lot of profound meanings. Long Fei doesn't want to speculate now, and he has only got one piece now. The Ascension world is so big with so many places and corners, he can't go to all of them. Wanting to get the other 4 pieces together is better than ascending to the sky. It's tens of millions of times harder. If I collect all the fragments by then, can you find the approximate location of the dimensional space of the Taisha Mirror Holy Land? Long Fei said. The boss needs to go to the Northern Star territory, and the boss's cultivation level must reach the lowest peak Tai Immortal Lord. Others may die if they go in, but you are different. You are born to be a cheat and you may not necessarily die. When conditions permit, does that mean we can find it? After hearing this, Long Fei was silent for a few seconds. As long as the money is enough I can find it for my boss no matter how secret it is. Chapter 452 Mantis or Oriole. The first two were collected. Long Fei Hammer plotted the third one. Here is an ancient parchment scroll. Did you use the technique? Long Fei had some small expectation. Pick it up and take a look. Pull it open and look at the content. This is not a skill but a map from a parchment scroll. The location information about the fairy fire is recorded on it but it is not complete, only part of it is missing. Is it fairy fire? Long Fei carefully looked at the fairy fire recorded on it, which was the yin and yang fairy fire, ranked 15th on the fairy fire list. Although this was incomplete, Long Fei was able to find the approximate location of the yin yang fairy fire from the known incomplete information. This yin yang fairy fire is in a strange space and it is self-contained. It's like the demon fire space where the pure lotus demon fire is located on Dochi continent. Sister Yu, do you think the other half of the yin-yang fairy fire map is in this ancient cemetery? Long Fei thought for a while and asked, who knows, it depends on your luck, maybe it's possible or not. Yu Ji's voice sounded, forget it, asking you is the same as not asking. Yin-yang fairy fire. I have never tasted the taste of fairy fire. I am really looking forward to what it will taste like. As he spoke he licked his lips and put the parchment away. Although he does not know the specific location of the yin-yang fairy fire, which is the 15th on the fairy fire list, he does know that the place where this fairy fire is located is within the Eastern Star Territory where he is located. Even so, the Eastern Star Territory is also a very special place, a huge gala. Why? If you can't find the other half of the parchment it will be impossible to find this fairy fire unless you are lucky. Maybe there are other ways in the system but he is not in a hurry now. He will put these things aside and take his time. The fourth treasure chest was blasted. There is a black stone hidden inside. What is this? Long Fei picked it up and saw that there was an array pattern on the stone. The system also deducted the fairy coins and displayed the information content of this black stone. Immortal grade black stone. The magical power with terrifying connotations allows the recipient to use it to fight against enemies of a higher level than themselves. The power is superimposed on the burst of power. It itself is very hard. The simple method of using violence is to throw it at a mysterious immortal and hit the head. If it hits the head it will die on the spot and the soul will be absorbed, strengthened and decomposed by the stone, and more power will be fed back into the stone. Even if the golden immortal is hit without much protection he will immediately lose his combat effectiveness and faint. As more souls are absorbed its power becomes stronger and it can cause harm to higher level people. There were a lot of names and information this time. Long Fei read it and immediately became excited. Nah, this fairy level black grain stone is awesome. This will be his second perverted weapon. Hurriedly put it away. After spending money, effort, killing people and seeing blood on this trip, it was indeed not in vain. This is the reward. Even without the first three gadgets there is only such a stone. He is very satisfied with his smile. Stand up. That's the last one left. Usually the ones at the back are the most awesome. I hope you didn't disappoint me. After the hammer plotted he picked it up. It's another parchment scroll. When you open it you will see that there is an immortal skill inside. A magical skill with a wood attribute which is very rare for Long Fei. After checking it, fortunately this parchment is completed and so is this magical skill. Immortal skill Tianmu Divine Prison. This is a magical skill used to control the opponent. Judging from the above information, what Long Fei got is if you want to learn the Tianmu Divine Prison you must control the wood attribute spiritual power and absorb the essence and energy of Tianmu as the basis. Only then can you practice it. Once it has been cultivated, even a large group of golden immortals can be easily trapped and the power and strength of the imprisoned people in Tianmu Divine Prison will be greatly weakened. Its power only occurs with the strength of the user. Changed, the stronger the user is the stronger it will be, and the weaker the user it will naturally become weaker. In other words, it is also an upgraded immortal skill. In the future even beings like Tai Golden Immortal and Tai Immortal Lord can be trapped. However, the user must often absorb the essence and energy of Tianmu to replenish what he has lost. Tianmu essence. Otherwise the effect will become worse and worse. It's a good immortal skill system. Where can I find this Tianmu essence? Long Fei asked. If you don't understand just ask. This is a good student. The system's sister's voice sounded in his mind. It is in the tomb of this ancient ruins, but it is not in the current tomb. You need to at least go deep into it. I will remind you then. What a pity only the first of the 5 items was used. Long Fei was a little disappointed and then he put these items away. As for the stone statue of the old man in human form in front of him, he punched it out and smashed it to pieces. Then he burned all the gold coins and other things around that Long Fei was not interested in with a fire. What he doesn't want others can't get. After doing all this he flew into the tunnel ahead and quickly headed to the NET place. Soon I saw a white light spot which was the EIT message. Speed up and go out. After you go out it it will be very different from all the places you just passed. This is a barren mountain. This place and the places just now are completely two different worlds, but they all exist in the dimensional space of this ancient ruin. There are mountains, water and forest here. The mountains are majestic giants, the water is a huge sea of waterfalls, and the forests are pillars of immortal energy. Each has its own characteristic. Flying to a place, he let go of his spiritual thoughts and tried to sweep everything here. There are many people here. Among them was the mysterious black-robed man whom I had seen outside. However, after scanning his spiritual mind, he was discovered by these mysterious men in black robe. It seems that this place is a place specially arranged to bring scattered people together. If that is the case, they are just the flags of the planners of this ancient ruins, and the entire ancient ruins are the chessboard. Long Fei is not willing to be someone else's flag and let others manipulate him. He also hates this the most. Treat us like dog, sooner or later I will tear you apart. Long Fei snorted and looked around coldly. In the distance, the mysterious man in black robe. When he realized that something was wrong, one of them said in a low voice, someone just scanned us with his spiritual mind. To be precise, I should be scanning this new place. This person's soul power is very powerful. He is above us. Try not to get into unnecessary things other than the mission. We're almost there where we want what we want. Let's work harder. The mysterious men in black robes kept talking to each other, making it mysterious and mysterious. It seemed that they had planned everything here and knew the location of the thing they were talking about. Chapter 453 Yanjian Red Eagle. There are also many good things in this new land, such as fairy bones, animal bones, fairy treasures, fairy medicine, and so on. There is nothing unpecked, only not found. Because of these various reasons, these treasures have aroused people's jealousy and people's greed has begun, and a battle for these treasures has also begun here. Strength is respected. The strong should obtain these treasures. The weak can only look at the plum blossoms to quench their thirst. At this moment, Long Fei passed by a place, and not far ahead there were two people fighting for the heart and soul of a fairy beast, and he stood on the branch of a big tree hiding his breath and watching. The mantis stalked the cicada and the oriole followed, and he also discovered that he was not alone in the oriole, and there were two people waiting in different directions around him. All the movements around here are controlled by Long Fei. Hand over the heart and bones of the fairy beast. The fart I saw first was mine. Bullshit. Is that what I see is yours? Or I touched it first? Let's see who can fight today. Just what I want. My fists speak for themselves. After the two male true immortal cultivators became angry, they charged directly towards each other. Soon they met again. Bang bang bang. The fight was so intense. The two stupid preys didn't know that they were being targeted until now. The heart and soul of the immortal beast were tossed back and forth in the fierce struggle between the two. But soon the winner was determined, and the victorious man decisively killed the defeated man. Holding the fairy beast's heart and soul in his hand, he burst out laughing, and the blood on his body did not flow in vain. Whoosh! But at this moment two black figures flew out from two different directions. When the man was unprepared, one stabbed him in the head and the other stabbed him in the heart decisively and quickly ending his life. Men never thought that they were all praying mantises. As blood spurted out from both sides, the man fell to the ground and died on the spot. This is forever. This piece of immortal beast's heart and soul also fell into the hands of one of them smoothly. After fighting for so long, you still haven't made wedding clothes for us. Another man who didn't get the heart of the fairy beast kicked the dead man's body on the ground and laughed. Another man holding the heart bone of the fairy beast said, okay, this heart bone of the fairy beast is very good. When the time comes, each of us will take half of it. We will accept it when we see it. Don't be greedy. Okay, it's not a good time to stay here. Let's leave as soon as possible. Both of them seemed to understand the principle of being greedy and giving up when things get good. It turns out that these two people are in the same group, but they are quite united. Long Fei, who was hiding in a tree and observing from a distance, had been watching them. It's my turn to appear. Net. He jumped and his body disappeared into the tree. After the two of them finished speaking, they were about to leave. Suddenly I felt a depressing breath coming towards my face. The expressions of the two men changed on the spot. He looked in the direction of the breath. Who? The two men shouted coldly, and the fairy spiritual power on their bodies emitted at the same time, and they were ready to fight. They saw an after image appear in the original open space in front of them, and then it materialized into a tall man with the appearance of a strange young man. This person is officially Long Fei. Good morning, you two. Long Fei looked at the two of them with a smile and took the initiative to say hello. Crazy, who can be nice to you? Go on, kill him. They felt a very dangerous aura from Long Fei. With their rich appearance, they directly concluded that the danger level of this person was very high. After putting away the heart and bones of the immortal beast, they roared angrily, and the immortal spirit energy on his body burst out. The dagger in the man's hand was attached with a faint layer of arrogance. The net moment, the movement technique was extremely fast, turning into after image clones to disrupt Long Fei's vision like a ghostly movement technique. As soon as Long Fei's chaos blue dragon pupils came out, all the bells and whistles were instantly seen through. Even without the use of eyes, he could accurately find the two people's true bodies among these after-image clones just by relying on their breath. As for why it has to be conspicuous, it's because it's cool. The two were very fast and their sword skills were subtle, and they stabbed Long Fei directly in the head. The dragon raised his head after flying but missed the two knives. He easily dodged it and at the same time used inhuman gestures to send the two of them flying away with a kick and a punch. Well, the two of them rolled to the ground, one to the left and the other to the right. Their bodies were as solid as beasts, their eyes revealed an incredible color, and the daggers in their hands were held tighter. The two of them were working on a sound transmission. The NET moment a new plan was formulated. Like a wolf or a tiger, it pounced on the dragon and flew away. Long Fei dodged and arrived in front of one of them. He gave an uppercut with a crisp and loud cracking sound that reverberated and the person's head plotted in an instant. He didn't want to waste time with these rubbish, so he chose to take action directly and make a quick decision. The man's blood spattered, his bones and flesh were awe-inspiring. He rolled around in the air and then hit the ground hard. Haggard, Lily, I'll kill you. The person who was killed was not the one holding the heart and bone of the immortal beast. The person who was angry now was the one who was furious. The potential in his body was stimulated. He saw his companions dying so cruelly in front of his eyes. How could he accept this brutal reality? He displayed terrifying and powerful magical skills and vowed to kill Long Fei to avenge his companion. You are only allowed to be an Oriole but not a praying mantis. Long Fei looked at him coldly. This man had gone crazy. He didn't recognize his relative and the hostility in his body was too strong. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Like a madman he lost his mind. His eyes were scarlet and the original blue fairy power on his body was replaced by angry red. As his roar became louder, the power he erupted became more powerful. He has already arrived in front of Long Fei and is about to hit Long Fei, but it was a pity that he met Long Fei. In front of him his movements were slow. The angry man was full of flaws. He found a vacant position that was directly fatal. He punched him directly on the side of his body towards his heart. Bang! Wow! With one punch the terrifying and violent shock directly caused the angry man to feel painful. When he opened his mouth, blood spurted out. The blood continued to flow out in large amounts as if it was free of charge. After being hit by a punch, he now lost his ability to fight. The violent strength caused by anger in his body also completely dissipated. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground and then his whole body became impotent as if in an instant. He was angry, his face was pale and painful and he fell weakly to the ground. Coughing and vomiting blood are still going on. His eyes showed helplessness and fear. Kill me, devil. Even in this state he still gritted his teeth and endured the pain and uttered these 5 words intermittently in a weak voice. To satisfy you. Long Fei raised his hand and a flash of green light flashed through and he was about to understand this person. But at this moment, chapter 454 Helpless beast. The ferocious roar of beast sounded here deafening. Then the sky suddenly became dark. The dying man's eyes widened and he looked up in horror. And Long Fei also raised his head slightly. A huge ferocious beast covered the sky and blocked all the light here. Angry roars sounded again and a powerful ferocious beast aura was released, suddenly hitting some mountains and directly bursting into pieces. The powerful aura caused the ground to shake and tear apart. Many surrounding trees collapsed in an instant and a continuous series of reactions triggered by an incident occurred here. It's really big, very fat and very powerful. Seeing that this thing had no intention of attacking him, Long Fei directly took the man's life with his knife and then began a series of harvesting trophies. The bone in your hand is the heart bone of the fairy beast. The system was also very smart. After deducting the corresponding fairy coins, it began to release the news in front of him. It is the heart bone on the side of the heart of a 9-level true immortal beast, the demonic ape. It contains the essence of the demonic ape. The precious blood and the power of the demonic ape have great effect and many effect. What specific effects do the users need to use? I found out later. How to use it can be used as medicine to refine irs. It can also directly absorb all the essence in the heart bone. Transplant the heart bone into the user's heart bone. Momang ape. This is the first time I have heard of this kind of fairy beast. It seems that this place is indeed an ancient ruin with a lot of strange things. After reading the news, Long Fei sighed. Forget about transplantation, my own bones are the most powerful. What kind of ELIR can I make when refining it? Long Fei frowned. The moment he had this idea, several ELIRs that could use this piece of demonic ape heart bone as medicine appeared in his mind. The medicine comes out. What's going on? Could it be the reason for the ELIR of heaven and earth? Long Fei murmured. This explanation was quite clear. After all, the ELIR of heaven and earth transformed his physique into the most invincible one. ER's alchemy constitution is very sensitive to all kinds of ELIRs. He also understood the general contents ingredients of these Eli Irs. They were all good, but they were too troublesome for him. He gave up refining the Eli Irs and simply absorbed the bone. Bone. As he murmured, suddenly Long Fei's mind flashed and he thought of something interesting. This thing is actually a bone, so it should be able to make soup. But apes are somewhat closely related to human. Let's forget it. It's a bit nauseating to drink the soup, so just absorb it directly. As soon as this idea came up, Long Fei gave it up decisively. If this bone belonged to another creature, it must have been used to make soup and drink it, but that's not the case with apes. It would give people a sense of guilt about eating the same kind. Killing the same kind is okay. As for eating the same kind, forget it. Bah! The scream of the ferocious beast sounded again, and suddenly the ferocious beast quickly flew up into the sky. His actions and shouts attracted Long Fei's attention. Long Fei watched this thing rolling over and over in the college entrance examination. The movement here and its roar also attracted the attention of people from other places. Some people chose to leave to avoid the disaster, while some brave people chose to come over to join in the fun and see if they could kill this thing. This thing is so huge and full of treasures. Far away, several mysterious men in black robes watched this scene and had no urge to come. This thing is really big. In a forest and rocky valley, a long-haired woman in long clothes holding a green sword in her hand looked coldly at the rolling beast in the distance, and the green sword in her hand was dripping with blood. There were several beheaded monsters around. This ferocious beast suddenly opened its huge wings and a powerful force suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately many fireballs like meteorites appeared. Seeing this, many people felt the crisis. They knew what this beast was going to do and they were going to attack them. His presence changed drastically and someone shouted, "No, run away." Most of the people living close to each other in this new continent chose to escape, and some people want to see how the situation goes first. The second, a ferocious beast roared again and dense fireballs high in the sky fell quickly towards the ground. Soon we came to the ground. Rumble, bang 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 bang. In an instant it was as if the entire world had been plunged into a meteorite disaster. Some people were running away, hiding and fighting back. The scene was chaotic and exciting. Long Fei, who wanted to sit down and absorb the heart bone of the demonic ape, was disturbed and lost interest. He put away the heart bone and left the place with a decisive jump. As soon as he left the place where he was subjected to violent and continuous blows. During the bombardment, the entire land suffered huge destruction and damage. Before it stopped, this ferocious beast leaned down, struck quickly and attacked anyone it saw. Some people couldn't resist and were simply swallowed up in helpless despair. Swallow. The human being became even more excited about this thing and the power on his body became extraordinarily powerful. This thing is a terrifying instance of a 9th level peak, true immortal, and most people are no match for it. At this moment many people planned to join forces to fight against this beast. Long Fei, who had arrived at a safe place, looked at the huge beast that was being slaughtered in front of him, and relevant information about this thing appeared in front of his eyes. Creature: Yanjian Red Eagle. Level 9 peak, true immortal. Bloodline: a collateral descendant of the Golden Peng Big Winged Bird. Evolution direction: Golden Flame Winged Sky Eagle. Holy Demon Flame Eagle. Choose different evolution directions according to the evolution materials. Once evolved, there is no return. Special skills: it can condense the fire attribute laws in the 3000 laws to itself, and there is a flame totem in the body which can convert the absorb fire attribute power into violent fire attribute energy, which is 10 times more powerful than the original skill. Baptism of Heavenly Flame. The Yanjian Red Eagle is an ancient creature from 60,000 years ago. It contains a trace of the blood of the golden rock in its body. It is naturally super immune to fire-related attack. It has powerful attack power and extremely fast speed. Under normal circumstances it's rare to find an opponent. His hobby is to eat humans and apes. Each time he eats one, his strength will increase. Kindly remind you that the master of the boss's heart, the demonic ape, failed after fighting this thing and was swallowed up in one gulp, and it's really a miracle that this heart is left behind. Generally there is no residue left after being swallowed, let alone such a bone, and it has long been fed back into Yanjian Chuhongyang's body. After reading the information and prompts from the young lady's system, Long Fei understood immediately. It's awesome, an eagle is actually related to a bird, but then again the relationship between the two is just like us humans and apes. It seems normal to have a relationship. Long Fei complained and then looked over again. This thing should be difficult to deal with. Although he was reading the message just now, he is really good at multitasking. One eye is reading the content of the message and the other eye is observing the battle of this Yanjian Red Eagle. Even though there are many 8th level and 9th level true immortals on the human side, they still fell behind when fighting this thing, and many died and were swallowed up. And as it swallowed more people, the strength of this thing became even more ridiculous. You can't let this thing swallow it anymore, otherwise it will be really troublesome. Long Fei frowned, and he was not the only one who discovered this. The mysterious man in black robe and some men and women with mysterious identities also discovered it. Chapter 455. The power of one punch. Ding dong host, your random draw today is useless. Do you want to directly deduct the money and use it? Just when Long Fei was about to leave, the voice of the system lady rang in his mind. Long Fei was stunned. Didn't I smoke today? The passage of time in this dimensional world is somewhat different. One day has passed in the outside world and now it is a new day. The system answered. Long Fei suddenly realized, no wonder it was like this. I didn't expect that there is such a level of time in this inner and outer world. Okay, then I will deduct money and draw the lottery as usual. The money was successfully deducted and the random lottery from all over the world has officially begun. While Long Fei was waiting for the results of the lottery, in front of him the mysterious men in black robes and some other people with mysterious identities outside had also taken action using their magical skills to control the actions of the Yanjian Red Eagle, but this thing was too big and there are too many people eating it and the strength increases too fast and it cannot be trapped for long, and everyone tried to attack but the skin of this thing was too hard and even the immortal skills couldn't break through it. This beast skin is too hard, even our magical skills can't break through it. No, we can't waste any more time with this beast, we must find the entrance to the NET place. Okay, then let's leave here. The life and death of these people has nothing to do with us. The mysterious black-robed man also realized how terrifying this beast was and did not intend to contain it for a long time. Instead he planned to run away directly to the NET place. The same goes for others who come with specific purposes. This new continent is very big, but luckily the four of Fengtian also came here and the four of them met by chance, but they did not appear in the area of the Yanjian Red Eagle. There's a lot of noise coming from far away. It seems like there's a war going on. I wonder what's going on over there with Long Fei. If the guess is correct, he will still come to this place. Let's find a way to find him and meet him. This place is extremely dangerous. Let's try not to be too posed and keep a low profile until we find Long Fei. Good. Feng Tian and others reached a consensus. After all, everyone cherishes their life. Although their strength is at the level of the 7th level peak true immortal, it is nothing here. With this level of cultivation they will be killed easily. The purpose of their coming here is to gain experience and find the sty flower as well as to get some resources and treasures for cultivation. Along the way I got some resources without any danger. They also know the danger and will not rashly be greedy for things beyond their abilities. Once you get it you will be satisfied. And when he came in, Xia Taiyang also specifically told him to put his own life first, not to take too many risks and to conserve his strength. They all remember these words firmly in the heart. At this moment Long Fei looked at the result of the lottery and showed a wise smile. He looked at the Yanjian Qianjing in front of him who had got out of the predicament and showed a mysterious smile. Congratulations to the boss for being so lucky and winning the very rare Hunyuan Elf Ball. The Hunyuan Elf Ball can conquer all creatures under the Xuan Ian and there are 10 creature locations within one ball. It can also be upgraded with the money paid and the number of creature locations will also increase. The level of creatures that can be conquered is also higher. Listening to the introduction of the system, Long Fei became even more satisfied. Yes, it really came at the right time. Long Fei tracked the Hunyuan Elf Ball from the system warehouse. It was very round and beautiful, especially the faint golden luster of the Hunyuan on it made it even more mysterious and noble. I wonder if it is possible to copy a mirror. Long Fei tried it but failed. But this is normal, after all this thing is not a mortal thing. Fortunately you can upgrade by spending money. As for the number of creatures, you don't have to worry about it. 10 is enough for now. Seeing that those people had all run away, many of them did not intend to stay here anymore. They used some quick escape skills and some weird plots to finally escape a group of people. As for the rest of the people, they fell into the trap of some thoughtful people and became the food of the eagle. Getting stronger and stronger, this thing seems to be breaking through the Xuan Ian. Now even if someone set up a formation here before, they were directly crushed by the terrifying and domineering power of this beast, and several people who set up the formation also felt a lot of backlash and were injured. Everyone ran away. Yanjian Red Eagle directly escaped into the sky and once again used the baptism of heavenly flame to penetrate this area. This area has been destroyed in the war and there are still some monsters and beasts of insufficient level. They also died in this disaster and became the food of the eagle. At this moment a special light appeared on the Yanjian Red Eagle. It seemed to be upgrading, but it seemed to be restrained by some kind of force and unable to break through. It made it even more angry and its shocking roar filled the sky. In this new continent it seems that it is the strongest person here, but the reality is that it is the strongest instance in this dimensional cemetery continent. Although there are several instances as terrifying as it is still no match for it. So after fighting for so long we almost didn't see other fairy beasts coming out because they were all afraid and hiding. And just when everyone chose to stay away and quickly search for the NET place, Yanjian Qianjing also felt felt the fear of these people and suddenly felt that this group of people was not fun and too weak, so he stopped chasing them. What it wants to break through now is Xuan, and because it is restricted by the rules of this world, it is difficult to enter Xuan. Damn God, I must get rid of this damn shackles and step into the realm of Xuan. The Yanjian Red Eagle roared in anger, deafening, and its angry voice spread throughout the new world. Even this sound carries a very terrifying power. Those people and creatures and beasts were frightened and became even more frightened. I didn't expect this beast to have such restraints on its own, but it's a pity that Xuan can't come in, and even if we join forces we are no match for each other. We are invincible in terms of attack and defense. No matter what, I seem to have found the entrance to the NET place. Once we enter there we will be close to where we want to go. The secret realm will only be open for half a month. After half a month it will be closed internally. We will also be forcibly sent out. We need to speed up the pace, the mysterious man in black robe said while quickly drinking nectar. Not only them but also those who come with a purpose. At this moment Long Fei's figure appeared in the sky. It was observed by some people who were running away and hiding, but they did not publicize it. They were afraid of being discovered by the terrifying beast, and being eaten would be more than worth the loss. Everyone wants to see what this person is going to do. Human? There are still humans who are not afraid of me? Interesting. The blood is so thick and the dragon's breath is so strong. If I swallow this person I might be able to break through the damn rules and become a Xuan. As if Yanjian Qi Hong Ying saw hope, his angry pupils emitted two extremely terrifying red beams and shot towards Long Fei. Looking at the two beams of light in front of him, Long Fei didn't have a trace of fear and murmured, although I can accept you directly, I prefer to conquer the opponent first and then conquer him. The more powerful the Yanjian Red Eagle is, the more he likes it. Chapter 456 Transform into a dragon. Facing the two red beam attacks with terrifying power, Long Fei smiled softly and the Chaos Azure Dragon pupils suddenly appeared. You have a vision and I also have a vision. Let's see who is better now. As soon as Long Fei's eyes widened, a cyan beam of energy with chaotic annihilation aura shot out directly from his eyes, and its power were even stronger than Yanjian Red Eagle. This move is called Chaos Blue Dragon Laser. This is also one of the Bloodline eye skills that are awakened according to the activation percentage of his bloodline. As the awakening percentage of the bloodline increases, he now has many new skills in the power of the bloodline, but not all of them are used just come out. There were too many and he didn't think it was necessary. Under normal circumstances a fist could solve the battle. If not, he would directly drag the opponent into the Dragon Kingdom in his palm and ravage them. Those who saw the scene and those who hid and watched the show all changed their impressions, and Yanjian Qianjing also felt very surprised. It seems that the human being who came this time is different from those human, but unfortunately ants are still ants after all. So what if they have some skills? I am the strongest one here. A flame in Yanjian Red Eagle's heart, it was immediately ignited. One was a red beam of destruction and the other was a cyan beam of chaos. The two quickly collided in the sky and were directly connected together in the NET second. A loud rumbling sound suddenly resounded. Bang! It plotted instantly, and the terrifying impact caused big vibrations in the sky. The mysterious men in black robes and others below who were about to leave in hiding were also attracted by the movement here. What is that? Someone is fighting that beast? Look, there seems to be someone in the sky, but the distance is too far to see clearly. Don't worry so much. If he wants to die, just let him. Let's leave as soon as possible. No, wait a minute, I'm curious as to why this guy singled out that beast. Just when the other mysterious men in black robes spoke and some were about to persuade them to leave, the leader of the mysterious men in black robes spoke in a low voice. This person is the leader here and these people must obey orders. Someone actually wants to challenge that beast. The long-haired woman in long clothes also frowned and hid aside to watch. From this position she happened to see Long Fei's appearance. Although it was still quite far away, her eyes had a very unique pupil power that allowed her to observe distant things. After seeing Long Fei's appearance, the woman suddenly heard something and said in surprise, "It's actually him." She remembered the scene outside Seagull Ridge. Everyone was very curious, so they hid and watched secretly. Let's see what real qualities this person has. I hope you won't disappoint them. The huge explosion spread with impact and then rebounded. The violent wave force caused Yanjian Red Eagle and Long Fei to fly away. The former was surprised and the latter was a little bit surprised, but they recovered quickly. Yanjian Red Eagle felt that Long Fei was unusual and directly danced its huge wings. Suddenly countless wing rains held dense flames and launched a large assault like a submachine gun towards Long Fei. Long Feiren didn't say much. He turned into thunder and rushed forward. The gaps in the rain of flame wings kept dodging. These flaming wing rains plotted directly in the sky, but they did not bring out Long Fei's true form. In the end, Yanjian Red Eagle simply detonated all the flaming wing rain. Bang 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 bang! Crackling fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. Long Fei's incarnation of thunder and lightning was also submerged in it, and how could Yanjian Red Eagle miss such a good opportunity? Flying into the high altitude with an angry cry, he rolled and directly accelerated and dived towards the fireworks with the help of the impact. The strong dive caused a blast and cutting sound in the sky which was very harsh, and at this moment a cyan light appeared from the smoke, the most dazzling instant. The green light bloomed and immediately scattered all the fireworks and smoke. Long Fei rushed out directly and punched the Yanjian Red Eagle that was swooping over. Intertwined and chaotic dragon roars surged across most of the sky. All dragons are destroyed. Roar. The dragon roars to the sky and penetrates the heaven and the earth. Feeling this scene, Yanjian Red Eagle's pupils shrank and the net second he collided directly with it. Bang. Long. Roar. This beastin is quite hard and its strength is great, but it's not enough. Long Fei thought in his heart and suddenly increased his strength and punched out. The huge power of the fist instantly overwhelmed Yanjian Red Eagle's entire huge body. Then it flew out along the direction of the impact and hit the huge mountain 10 kilometers away on the opposite side. After the impact, the mountain collapsed on the spot and countless rock fell down, and the huge body of Yanjian Red Eagle was completely submerged at this time. Above the sky, Long Fei clenched his fist and maintained a fighting stand. Looking at the scene in front of him, his frown relented. The Chaos Azure Dragon's pupils penetrated the mountains made of stones, and he immediately saw that the body of the Yanjian Red Eagle with its head submerged. What surprised Long Fei was that such a powerful blow only broke the extremely hard skin of the thing. Now the thing was bleeding continuously. It looked miserable and seriously injured. The people below who had been watching this scene all had their eyes widened, their pupils filled with horror. Damn it, this person actually knocked that thing away. Everyone who has fought with it knows that the attack and defense of that thing are terrifying. It can't be penetrated by a hit and it can't be beaten back. At least it can't hit as far as the person in front of me. Everyone took a breath of air conditioning. Even those mysterious men in black robes, those mysterious Elder Sons, saints and saints are like this. These saints are just those holy places in each star realm, not the four most powerful holy places in the Ascension realm. So strong. After everyone swallowed their saliva, they spoke with some difficulty. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the reality. Long Fei raised his hand, a green light spread upwards in his 5 fingers, and then a cold blue sword appeared in everyone's eyes. Qinglong ancient sword. As soon as this sword comes out, 10,000 swords will surrender. As soon as this sword came out, the dragon's roar shook the sky. Long Fei held the handle of the knife and naturally slashed forward with the knife. Suddenly in the sky, a terrifying green sword 10 feet high and 100 feet wide shot out and flew directly towards Duidian in front. It's not over yet. Long Feiheng struck again. It is also as high and wide as the first sword. The speed of the second one was very fast and it came behind the first one in a few seconds. The two sword lights naturally formed a terrifying cross shape. The net second he landed directly on the mountain. Bang. Chapter 457 Power Training. Rumble. Bang bang bang. The pile of mountains collapsed again and a red flame emerged from it and penetrated into the surroundings to form a huge sea of fire. As soon as this scene appeared, Long Fei looked calm. The huge body of the Yanjian Red Eagle in the broken mountains was shrouded in a ball of crimson flame. Majestic power was everywhere in its body and a very strange energy was released from its body. Even so, you can see from the front that Yanjian Red Eagle in the flames is seriously injured and his face is a little weak. Boss, with your help, this Yanjian Red Eagle has awakened the bloodline power of the golden rock and the big winged bird hidden in his body. Through the totem in his body, it has been sublimated. Its power has become infinitely close to that of the Xian Ian. But to the boss it doesn't matter. After all, your basic strength has already reached the level of a 5th or SITH level mysterious immortal. Suddenly Sister Yu's system voice sounded in Long Fei's mind. At this moment Long Fei is using his chaotic green dragon pupils to explore the body of the Yanjian Red Eagle in front of him. From the tendons, bones, etc., it seems that there is an unusual energy entering its central ELIR constantly feedback to its body to repair the damaged injuries, and the speed is getting faster and faster, and every repair will enhance its strength. Long Fei said softly, it seems that this unusual power is the activation of the bloodline of the golden rock and the big winged bird. You really have to thank me for helping it open up the second lineage of the immortal beast Rondu. A huge flame totem appeared on Yanjian Red Eagle, and then a huge image of a golden rock and a large winged bird appeared in the flame totem. A golden power spread everywhere on its body, and then it was completed at a speed visible to the naked eye, completely repairing its internal and eternal injuries. Bah! The Yanjian Red Eagle roared angrily. The sound of anger once again filled the sky. Human, you are very good. Unexpectedly you helped me awaken the blood power of the golden rock. You also succeeded in making me angry. As repayment and revenge, I will send you to death with my own hand. hands. The Yanjian Red Eagle roared in anger, and at the same time a force came out of its body. The net second in front of everyone's eyes, its huge body gradually shrank and finally formed a giant human form that was almost 3 meters tall. After it has transformed into a human form, it now has a big golden tail behind it that is full of flame. The strong muscles on its body are also wrapped in flames and golden line. It has a pair of huge golden rock wings on its back and has delicate and cold facial features. His whole body was filled with murderous aura and anger. He turned into a human. The faces of everyone below were shocked. The power of this beast in human form is even more powerful than before. If it was 10,000 just now, then it is 100,000 now. It's 10 times more powerful. Do you really think that having a little more special bloodline will make you crazy? The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up, his expression cold and stern. Let me tell you, Big Bird, today I will let you see what the true power of blood is. Long Fei threw his hands and shouted angrily, "Ha! The power of blood!" The whole body transforms into a blue dragon. Soon a blue holy light fell from the sky and penetrated Long Fei. Then the net second terrifying power plotted in all directions. Yanjian Red Eagle's pupils shrank. How could there be such a terrifying dragon's breath? Roar! The net moment from the cyan light, a thundering roar of an angry dragon rose up. As the light disappeared, Long Fei transformed into the form of a chaos azure dragon that was more than 3 meters tall. He could control this size at will. Even if it became 100 meters or 1,000 meters tall, it was just a matter of his thought. Countless fragments from the ground rose to the sky, directly turning into dragon shadows floating around him, and a halo of light eluding the power of the sacred dragon appeared behind him. Bloodline suppression. At this moment, Yanjian Qi Hong Ying's pupils became even bigger. His face turned pale and his body trembled unconsciously. This was the fear coming from deep in his blood. Yes, it is absolutely the supreme bloodline's absolute suppression of the lower bloodline. Is this person turned into a dragon? No. This dragon power energy is so powerful, it's an unprecedented dragon. Isn't this person a fairy beast himself? No, this news it needs to be passed back to the adults for them to know. All of a sudden everyone below was dumbfounded and gasped many times. Roar! Little bird, let me give you a taste of the power of this dragon. After transforming into a dragon, Long Fei roared angrily. The moment the joking voice sounded, the figure disappeared. Before the Yanjian Red Eagle could react, his figure had already appeared in front of it. Until this moment it felt the endless danger of death and didn't react. But it was already too late. Long Fei, who transformed into a dragon, punched it directly in the face. The terrifying punch directly shattered the world, and a large crack in the void appeared in the dimensional space. The terrifying dragon fist whirlwind destroying the world. No! The Yanjian Red Eagle screamed in fear. Only at this moment did it truly realize how ignorant it was. The human in front of it had exceeded its ability to recognize. Boom! Bang! Ah! Its body was submerged by the terrifying power of the dragon fist in the net second, and it quickly fell to the ground like a meteor. A huge depression 100 kilometers long appeared ahead. A huge fist mark seemed to be engraved there forever. The body of Yanjian Red Eagle was lying in the middle area. It was already dying at this moment with blood all over its body. Its body was broken and torn, and its arms, legs and limbs were missing. The injuries were so severe that even if he had the blood of the golden rock, he couldn't repair them. How come? Its body was twitching violently and its eyes were full of despair and helplessness. There was no unwillingness because his heart had been conquered by the fear brought by Long Fei. Now there is only fear in his heart. Is this the end? Another punch to the death? No, the beast in this form shouldn't be very strong. Why was it still knocked out by one punch? Appearing on stage is just a formality. I thought it was so awesome that I was already hiding and preparing to watch an epic battle. Everyone was speechless, but they were extremely frightened by Long Fei's power. You can't mess with such a person or you will be wiped out with one punch in a matter of minutes. The boring little bird can't even catch this dragon's ordinary punch. Long Fei shook his head secretly, and his lost interest in fighting suddenly returned to his original body. Then he took out the Hunyuan elf ball from the system warehouse and threw it over there. At the same time he opened the resurrection field of all things and entered the body of Yanjian Red Eagle, and then the ball hit it, and a wave of the terrifying power caused it to be absorbed into the Hunyuan elf ball without the slightest ability to resist. Then it returned to Long Fei's hands. Come on, get out of here. The mysterious black-robed man was also very frightened. He did not want to greet such a pervert. The rest of the talented people also chose to leave here in fear, because they have found the passage to the net place. Chapter 458 10,000 Years Lotus Flower. After collecting this big guy, Long Fei felt the breath of Feng Tian's 4 people and moved instantly and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this person just disappear, the rest of the people also left one after another. Appearing again, Long Fei had arrived in front of the 4 Feng Tian people. Damn it! The 4 of them were startled by the sudden appearance of Long Fei. Because they didn't know what Long Fei had done yet, they weren't that surprised. All 4 of them are intact, that's good. Long Fei nodded. Long Fei waved his hand. Net, I will take you to hunt for treasure. Now that I am here, you can go and get it with confidence. Long Fei's return also gave the 4 of them a sense of security. How did you find us? Yes, we have all blocked the breath. Feng Tian, I asked this day. Long Fei simply said, I remember that I can accurately find you with just 1 breath, so it doesn't matter whether you have shielded your breath or not. Let's go, follow me and drink spicy food. After saying that, he turned around and led the way. Just when his spiritual thoughts swept across this area, he found a hidden cave with a large basin inside. As for heading to the Net place to find the sty flower, there is no rush. Let's explore the path for those people first. Yes, he has discovered that those mysterious men in black robes have found the passage. The Net step is to conduct experiment, just a stage. Soon, under the leadership of Long Fei, the 2 of them went to the basin he mentioned. In this basin there was a fairy beast guarding it, but it was awakened by Long Fei and the other 5 and became angry, but was killed by Long Fei with 1 punch. This terrifying strength also treated the 4 Fengtian people. They were all dumbfounded, it was so scary. The immortal beast in front of me was at least the 8th level of the peak true immortal, so it was destroyed with just 1 punch. The 4 of them took a breath of air and became frightened. If they had fought because of their dissatisfaction, I don't know what the outcome would have been. Looking back now, it feels extremely exciting and thrilling. Fortunately, we are teammates now. Net, there are a lot of fairy grass and Eli Irs in this basin, as well as some treasures and other rare items. In the eyes of everyone, Long Fei took out the replica mirror and a copy of them all was stored in the ring, and then the selection was made and the remaining ones were given to the 4 people to share. In addition to this basin in the Net, few days Long Fei took the 4 of them to fight monsters, level up and pick up missing treasures such as fairy beast bone. There were also some treasure hiding places that had not been discovered by the 5 of them harvested. On the way they also encountered some monks and powerful fairy beasts, but they were all destroyed by Long Fei with either a punch or a sword. To others they are very terrifying fairy beasts, even beings that cannot be defeated even if they pay a heavy price. In his hands they are just ants that can be easily crushed to death. Now Long Fei is already very powerful. The true immortal level is already invincible. Even if a mysterious immortal appears here, he can easily eliminate it. But it's a pity that so far Long Fei and others have not encountered a creature that has reached the level of Xian Yan. The only person who can enter the Xian Yan is probably him whose cultivation has been suppressed by the system. This new continent seemed to have no value anymore, so Long Fei led Feng Tian and the others to the Net passage. This is a formation, and now there are already a lot of people entering the Net place. But Long Fei is not worried that the treasures in the Net level will be taken away by them. After all, the strength lies here. None of us know what will appear in the Net level or what we will face. I don't care, but the 4 of you should be careful, Long Fei said to the 4 people from Zifeng and Tian, and then moved his fingers and 4 cyan rays of light fell on the 4 of them. A faint cyan line appeared on the 4 of them. This line was like Yu Lao's thread, that kind, but Yu Lao's one is invisible and Long Fei's one is visible. The main purpose is to tie the 4 of them together just in case they can't find each other. If they are forcibly dispersed, they can use this cyan line to find the opponent's position and gather together. Long Fei himself does not have to worry, he can sense the breath and move instantly. We understand, Captain. The 4 of them have followed Long Fei's success these days and experienced battles one after another. Under the influence of the genius treasure, the 4 of them have successfully broken through from the original 7th level peak true immortal to the 8th level. Level 8 true immortal, and the strongest Feng Tian also took advantage of this rare opportunity to reach the peak level 8 true immortal in the early stage and is only 1 step away from becoming a mid-level 8 true immortal. Not only that, the sharp power in his body also became more intense. It was indeed a little different under Long Fei's special training. Since there is no problem, let's go in. After saying that, Long Fei took the lead and entered the formation, and then the other 4 people also took their positions. Long Fei cast a spell to inject very spiritual power for the activation ceremony. Soon the formation was activated, and instead of a beam of light appearing to envelope them and take them away, the place where the formation was located suddenly became empty. The 5 people looked shocked and they stepped on their feet and fell down, and there was one among them. A strong gravitational force from below pulled them down. Calm, Long Fei said. The rest of the people immediately calmed down, stabilized their landing bodies and looked at what looked like a time and space tunnel in front of them. For the 5 people who were descending, a force suddenly appeared in the form of palms from the void-like tunnel and attached itself to their bodies. What this? Damn it, it can't be broken. As soon as this thing came out, some people started to panic, and even though they tried to beat it, they couldn't break it. Remember my word. After Long Fei finished speaking, the 5 people were forcibly pulled into the remaining taking void positions. In the tunnel 5 people just disappeared. If they are like this, then those who came in before must also be like this. The reason why Long Fei didn't resist was because he felt it was not necessary at all. After all, he also wants to see where this thing will take him. We are getting closer and closer to the location of the sty flower. If it is not impossible, the target of those people is also likely to be the sty flower. When Long Fei opened his eyes, the world he saw was a thick foggy forest. The fog is really too dense, but since Long Fei has Chaos Azure Dragon pupils, it's not a big problem. However, there seems to be something strange about these fog. I can't say what is strange about it. It seems to have brought a certain suppression to Long Fei's vision. He frowned. This was too strange. What else can suppress the products from chaos? Moreover, his plan to release his spiritual thoughts was also suppressed when he was very weak. So it is very possible that there are high-level guys at the Xuan Ian level in this place, or even golden immortals. I'm really looking forward to it. Faced with this dilemma, he smiled instead. Although his spiritual thoughts did not sweep through everything, what Long Fei did sweep was a forest that was silent in the mist. He had a premonition that this world was just a foggy forest and nothing else. Could it be that the sty flower is here? Long Fei thought in his mind. Then I felt this scene was a bit familiar, so he took out the image stone crystal that Xia Taiyang gave him. Chapter 459 Fighting the Black Robe. In a cyan chaotic world. This is a strange world for Lotus Flower, and it is also a new world. Long Fei placed Melting Sky Mountain on that one side of the dragon vein, then directly broke the rules of these things in the outside world. Immediately afterwards, Long Fei had a conversation with her phantom, completed some rituals, and successfully became a product here. Wanyan Lotus Flower is very happy with such a huge amount of chaotic energy. The molten pool was also deeply enveloped in the energy of chaos. After doing everything that followed, Long Fei chose to leave here. Looking at the huge empty space in front of him, Long Fei just said lightly, "Keep going. There are still 2 kilometers away from the destination." Long Fei moved at high speed and arrived here in less than a few seconds. In front of here are large mountains surrounded by misty forest. There are also fairy beasts and other things appearing, and the navigation also provide prompt. The most important thing is that there are already people inside this mountain range. These people Long Fei had seen before were those mysterious men in black robe. Their goal is indeed the sty flower. Long Fei sneered, "It's a pity that you met me." Long Fei used the lightning flash step to ignore and penetrate the walls of the mountain. He quickly entered the depths of the mountain. There was a hidden water cave here. It was very high, a bit like a water curtain cave, because there is a huge waterfall falling rapidly above it. There are 5 black figures ahead. These 5 people are exactly those mysterious men in black robe. "Finally found it, sty flower. You will be ours soon." A low figure spoke from the leader. The other 4 people said, "Let's hurry up." The leader spoke in a low voice, "There is only one sty flower, and it is a thing that goes against the heavens. There must be an extremely powerful fairy beast guarding the sty flower. When we go and you are responsible for attracting attention and delaying time, I will quickly obtain the flower of sty." As he spoke, his presence suddenly changed. Immediately turned around. "Who is it?" The other 4 people also turned around quickly because they all felt someone coming here. At the same time, a bolt of thunder turned into a human form and appeared 100 meters away from everyone. "If not Long Fei, who else could come? It's you." Seeing Long Fei, the 5 people's eyes narrowed and their presence suddenly changed in shock. They have seen Long Fei's terror before. The 5 of them combined are no match for him. How could this evil star appear here at this time? Could it be that his goal is also the sty flower? It would be terrible if that were the case. The 5 people kept thinking in their hearts, and the faces under the mysterious masks became more and more solemn. The leader of the team came out from among the 4 and looked at Long Fei. "Sir, why are you here?" Long Fei did not answer their questions but asked, "I am very curious. How did you know the news about the sty flower?" "Of course, we have channels that we know about. By the way, are you also here for the sty flower?" When this question was asked, the mysterious person in charge felt extremely solemn. He hoped that the other party's answer would be no. "Yes, I am here just for the sty flower. Let me show you that I want this sty flower. If you want it, just buy it with fairy coin." Unfortunately, it didn't go as he wished. Long Fei's questions and answers made them all understand that this battle was inevitable. "Captain, what should we do now? We can't beat this thing." The message came from everyone. "I'll find a way to hold him back. The 4 of you go inside. If you encounter a guardian beast, 3 of them go to delay the time and 1 goes to seize the sty flower. I will find a way to meet you. If I can't come back, you take the sty with you. Just go back and recover. You don't need to worry about me." The leader of the mysterious black-robed man sent a message back to the ears of the 4 of them and confessed his last words as he spoke. He understands that this battle is very dangerous. Long Fei looked at the 5 people with a smile. "How is it? Have you discussed the countermeasures through communication?" These 5 people suddenly stopped talking. "You look at me and even a fool knows that they are talking over a message. Hearing what Long Fei said, the 5 people became even more solemn. Sir, I'm sorry, there is only one sty flower and we must get this one. To be honest, I don't want to be your enemy. However, our positions are different and this battle is unavoidable. The mysterious man in black robes headed forward, took a few steps forward and stopped with a purple energy flame emerging from his body. Then crackling thunder flashed on his body with lightning, attribute fairy spiritual power. So you want to fight with me? Long Fei instantly felt the presence of this person's level from his aura. This person was a 9th level peak true immortal, but unfortunately there is also a huge and insurmountable gap between the 9th level peak true immortal and the 9th level peak true immortal. Your excellency forced me, the man in black robe said in a cold and low voice. You and I are both 9th level peak immortals. If we really fight, it's hard to predict the outcome. Then he continued to speak. Ha ha ha. Very good, if you want to fight then I will satisfy you. Long Fei laughed, laughing at this man's lack of appreciation. The remaining 4 are all late level 9th level true immortals. If they really join forces they can fight, but he doesn't dare to bet because they all saw with their own eyes that Long Fei instantly killed the Yanjian Red Eagle that even they couldn't defeat. This gap in strength cannot be made up by the number of people. Therefore he wanted one person to delay this person while the other 4 went to find the sty flower. And when the time comes we will have to disperse our manpower to delay the guardian beast inside. If there is no guardian beast then everything will become very easy, and when the time comes to get the sty flower you can immediately retreat and leave this damn place. Also I have remembered the anger of the 5 of you. Long Fei looked at the other 4 people and showed a meaningful smile. Everyone's expressions changed drastically again, and the captain, the man in black robe, shouted coldly, follow the plan. After saying that, a phantom appeared on his body. This thunder-filled phantom emitted powerful thunderous annihilation power and blasted towards Long Fei. Thunder, you are not the only one who has it. Long Fei curled up his lips, raised his hand and moved his 5 fingers, and a bolt of thunder rushed into the sky and was thrown directly out by him. What? The man in black robe's expression changed in shock. When the 4 people behind them saw this opportunity they gritted their teeth and immediately chose to turn around and use their fairy spiritual power to rush into the waterfall. After seeing all 4 of them go in, the man in black robe breathed a sigh of relief. He could then concentrate on fighting to delay time. Let him fight in person to test how terrifying this person is. A loud rumbling sound also sounded at this time, and the concussion of the explosion spread to the surrounding forest. Long Fei looked at the backs of the 4 people entering and smiled, but did not stop them. Let the 4 of you go explore the path for me. Anyway, I have teleportation so you can't escape. You actually want to play? Then I will play with you. With thunderbolts on Long Fei's arms he rushed towards the man in black robe. The man in black robe felt the danger and immediately used the surrounding fog to hide, then launch a long-range thunder attack. Long Fei's spiritual sense was very strong and he instantly found the true body of the man in black robe. After defeating many attacks he punched him directly. His body also disappeared directly from the place. When he reappeared he came to the man in black robe. In front of people's faces the man in black robe shrank his pupils and he was struck. Bang! So fast. A punch hit the face and the mask shattered, revealing his true face. At the same time severe pain was felt and the whole person flew backward. Chapter 460 Gap. In the rubble ahead, the man in black robe with the mysterious black mask shattered was seriously injured and lying on the ground. His appearance was pretty good and cold, but now he was a little distorted after being hit by Long Fei's punch. The bridge of his nose and bones on his face were broken and covered with blood. My face hurt so much. His eyes were frightened and in great pain. Both sides are true immortals at the peak of the 9th level. Why are there such terrible differences in strength? The pain made his body tremble. The winner had already been determined in just a few small rounds. In fact, it was Long Fei who played with him before. If he was really serious he would have punched him in the first round and the man in black robe would have died on the spot. Now he is not dead, but Long Fei has withdrawn his strength. But even if he is not dead, it is not much different from death. His brain was damaged by the strong shock and impact. At this moment he can no longer mobilize the fairy power in his body and loses control of his body. Unable to mobilize his spiritual power, he has completely lost the ability to fight. At this moment he finally understood what the gap in strength was. His eyes were filled with despair, helplessness and fear. He finally understood now that they all underestimated the terror of this person. Run quickly. He gritted his teeth and used his last struggle to transmit these 2 words to the 4 people. Actually, you can't even resist one of my punches. The reason why you are still alive now is because I am playing tricks on you. Don't be invincible just because you wear a mask and a black robe. There are also peak level 9 true immortals. The difference between heaven and earth. Then Long Fei walked towards him with a ruthless expression and moved his hands towards his body. Ahem. Kill me. It is already doomed to be a king or a bandit. After the man in black robe said these last words, it was impossible for him to make any answer. He was very tired, sleepy, and wanted to sleep. Satisfy you. Long Fei moved his hand, and in the net second the entire body of the man in black robe was wrapped in a ball of fierce azure dragon emperor flame, which was quickly burned away. This is the price of being a rival with Long Fei. A 9th level peak true immortal fell so easily. This was the first time Long Fei killed a human of this level. Unpectedly, it was easier than he imagined. Is the other party too weak? No, it's because he is too strong, incredibly powerful. True immortal level opponents can no longer meet his needs. Slowly turned around and looked into the waterfall cave. In the water cave, the 4 people who had entered suddenly felt a bad feeling spreading from their hearts while walking. Run quickly. An extremely weak and short-lived message rang in the ears of the 4 of them and never appeared again. Even though it was such a weak and short-lived voice, it was extremely familiar to the 4 of them. It belonged to their captain. Their presence changed drastically and their steps stopped. How could it be so fast? The 4 people screamed in horror. Less than 5 minutes had passed since they entered here, and judging from the sound, their captain had been defeated. Otherwise, how could the news of running back be sent back? We can't control so much now. We can't let the captain work in vain. Let's hurry up and get the sty flower before that person comes. Another man in black robe said, this is the only way. Speed up. The 4 of them stopped staying. Even if they knew that their captain was killed, they must grit their teeth to complete this task. There is no turning back for them. We can only bite the bullet and move forward. Whether you live or die later depends on luck. At this moment, Long Fei had jumped over the waterfall and entered the water cave. He also wanted to see what was there, and he also felt the aura of the 4 men in black robe. As long as he moved instantly, he could appear directly net to them and kill the 4 of them instantly. However, he did not do that but let them rest for a while. Now his main task is to take a look inside this water cave. The navigation in front of me also switched to the structural diagram of the water cave, which clearly marked the exact location of the sty flower. I briefly looked at the structural diagram in the navigation. The layout of this water cave has many bends and forks, and it is also very deep. There are at least 3 levels of underground space below, and the sty flower is at the last one below layer there. There are other things in this water cave, such as some secret caves with treasures piled up. Long Fei walked leisurely looking at the scenes after passing through different roads and came to this secret room with treasures piled up. In front of the cave there is a moldy wooden door here. He kicked it away and walked in. It is dusty and smells musty. In addition to a large number of treasures, there are also many unknown broken limbs and bones, as well as moss mold and dried blood on the walls, as well as hanging object hanging above humanoid skeleton. No, the bones and limbs on these humanoid skeletons are uneven, as if they are connected and pieced together by the bones of multiple creatures. The ground is covered with moss and grass, and there are some fairy herbs and irs everywhere. Overall, there are fairy herbs, treasure chests and skeletons here, and there are no other strange things. But there is an altar in front, and a strange statue-shaped monument is erected on the altar. Regardless of this, Long Fei pocketed all the celestial herb and irs here, and then released a strong breath that shattered all 20 treasure chests, revealing the contents inside. Most of the gadget here are strange statues ranging from the size of 2 palms to the size of 2 arms. Besides these, there are also the bones of some other beasts. These bones seem to be different from those on the ground. The ones that can be put into the treasure bow should all be of great value. Ignore all that for now and put away all the things that Long Fei is interested in. But at this moment, a ball of black energy flew up in front of his eyes and entered the statue-shaped monument on the altar. This mysterious black energy bead also came out of the treasure chest. Now that you are flying like this in front of Long Fei, what can be used will be used on sight. After packing up these things, Long Fei was also attracted by the black energy bead. He was also curious about what this thing was. Then he came to the altar. Looking at the erected statue and monument in front of me, I always feel a very strange aura. Click click click. Then he saw cracks appearing on the statue monument, and wisps of black aura came out from inside. These auras are a bit weird and very problematic. Bang! When Long Fei wanted to see what tricks this thing was trying to do, the thing in front of him plotted. He raised his hand and patted away the flying debris. Then I saw a huge black mist rising into the sky in front of me. The temperature in the entire secret room also dropped. The atmosphere became even weirder. Gg. Then a creepy sound sounded in the black mist. Chapter 461 Master Suandeo. Long Fei frowned and looked calmly at the thing formed in front of him. This black mist gradually formed into a humanoid mist and came out. The Tao has finally appeared. Let me take a closer look at how kind-hearted people are to help me. The humanoid spoke, his voice low and filled with joy. He looked at Long Fei. Long Fei looked at him. It was you who broke my seal? The humanoid said. Long Fei said, it's me. Who are you? Ha ha ha. This Dao is the true master of Xian Dao from thousands of years years ago. Can you hear that? The figure laughed. No, Long Fei replied decisively. Hey, it seems that with the decline of this Tao there is gradually no news about this Tao. The humanoid black miss sighed and spoke. You are covered in black. You can tell at a glance that you are not a good thing. I will surrender you now. Long Fei shouted coldly and was about to take action, etc. The humanoid black mist immediately spoke and stopped Long Fei from taking action. Why, do you have any last words to say? Long Fei said calmly. Young man, don't be impulsive. After all, you are just a 9th level peak true immortal. Although the Tao has fallen, you are now just a ball of soul mist. Although your strength is not as good as before, you still have the real power of the mysterious immortal. Although there is only one word difference between immortals, the difference in power can be as great as heaven and earth. Regarding Long Fei's words, Master Xian Dao just laughed and did not feel any threat to Long Fei at all. After all, he did not think that Long Fei could beat him. It is too easy for Xian Yan to kill the real immortal. Then what do you want? Long Fei cooperated with his performance, gave up his desire to attack and pretended to be curious. Seeing Long Fei's attitude and change, Master Xian Dao suddenly smiled knowingly. Everything seemed to be under his control. This Taoism has fallen, but unfortunately there is no one to inherit the mantle. You are very qualified in this Taoist temple and I want to pass on the mantle of my Taoism to you. I wonder if you are willing to accept me as your teacher? Master Suandao floated slowly in the sky with his hands behind his back and then spoke one sentence at a time, looking at Long Fei from time to time. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I become. Long Fei rolled his eyes as if he was brewing some bad thoughts in his heart. If you want to play old man, then I will play with you. If you dare to play any tricks, see how I will kill you. Then he slowly asked, then what level of cultivation were you at your peak? The pretentious attitude began to move toward sincerity. It has to be said that the performances before and after have the qualifications of half an actor. The most peak moment of my Tao is to be a 9th level peak profound immortal. How can I be my disciple without embarrassment for you? It won't be embarrassment for you to pass on my mantle, right? Taoist Xianzhen looked extremely arrogant. These are all true, but now he has been sealed for a long time. In addition, the injury he suffered 1,000 years ago has not been healed for a long time. At present he is only about the strength of a 2nd and 3rd level Xian Yan. If he wants to recover to unless the 9th level peak Xian Yan has eternal help, it will take more than 10 years or even longer. But the boy in front of him gave him a new hope. He also had his own plan. How could a person who had lived for so long be willing to die so simply? 9th level peak profound immortal. Long Fei took a breath of cold air. His face was extremely horrified and then asked, you have reached the peak level of cultivation. Why are you still sealed in this statue-marked monument? Master Xian Dao sighed and waved his hand. Oh, it's a long story and I can't explain it in a sentence or two. Moreover, these things happened thousands of years ago. I don't want to mention it anymore. Things were too complicated thousands of years ago. Long Fei looked at the statues on the ground around him and said, if that's the case, do the statues in these boes also have the soul of a strong man from your time sealed inside? Taoist Xianzhen was slightly startled. Maybe it's possible, but if you want to lift the seal you need energy similar to what I just did. If it is plotted by eternal force, you will really die. Suddenly his presence changed and he became extremely serious and told Long Fei, however, even if there is such energy as matter, I advise you to laugh at the thought of releasing the seal because you have no idea what is sealed inside. If there is such a being with a bad temper at your level, you will either be enslaved, killed or taken away from you. Then he turned into a smiling face and said, but you are lucky this time. It is my seal that has been lifted. I am a pretty good person. At least I won't do anything to you, a little kid like those evil people. That's it. Thank you very much for reminding me, Long Fei said with a smile. In fact, there was another special meaning hidden in these words. Then how do I inherit your mantle? Long Fei asked. What should I do? Hearing Long Fei agree, Tao Xuanzhen's eyes suddenly flashed, but he quickly hid it, forced himself to calm down and said with a slight smile, wait a moment. With that said, he directly raised his hand and waved towards the altar, and the altar was immediately sent out and off the pedestal. Then he used his power skillfully and a formation of milky white light suddenly appeared on the pedestal. Come sit cross-legged in the center of this formation, close your eyes, relax your mind, and then I will inject my thoughts and pass on everything about the mantle to you. Taoist Xianzhen looked at Long Fei and smiled kindly. Long Fei pretended not to know anything and nodded okay. Then he walked towards the top, but he sneered in his heart, old guy, I want to see what you are going to do. If you are just passing on the mantle, how can you do such complicated things? System, deduct the money for me and help me find out what formation this is. Long Fei asked curiously. After all, it was his first time seeing him. This is the soul body transfer array. It is mainly used to trap the creatures inside, forcing the caster's soul to be more perfectly transferred to the body of the creature within the array and successfully seizing the body without leaving any hidden dangers. Take away some things that should be in your body. Soon Sister Yu of the system deducted the money and gave Long Fei the answer he wanted. After listening to the introduction of the system, Long Fei immediately understood. He sneered in his heart and his face gradually became colder. He thought to himself, it's exactly what I thought. This damn guy wants to take my body. Haha, what's the matter? Pretending to be a good guy and actually daring to hit my attention. I'll let you know in a moment what it means to be unresponsive every day and to be unresponsive to the earth. As Long Fei stepped into the formation, the face of Master Xiandao in the sky suddenly changed. A strange smile appeared and his face gradually became colder. Sure enough, it is easy for young people to fool people. After all, how many people can resist the temptation of becoming a strong person if he inherits the mantle of a 9th level peak mysterious immortal? But this kind of greed also comes with a price, and it starts with you now. GGG, your body is in its rightful place. From the moment Long Fei stepped into the formation, it seemed to him that the outcome was already doomed. Chapter 462. It turns out the clown is me. Long Fei successfully entered the soul torso transfer formation under the watchful eye of Master Xiandao. Fozhong sat down cross-legged. The more he saw this, the more satisfied Master Xiandao became, and the sinister smile on his face became richer and richer. He showed a malicious smile and said, very good little doll, you just need to close your eyes and meditate now. Relax your mind and let me handle everything from now on. I have a lot of mantles and the inherited memories will more. You have to be patient. Good. Long Fei followed his approach. Come on old guy, let's see how I can beat you up later. You are so unlucky to have met me. The soul of a mysterious immortal must be very delicious and tonic after I devour it. He was a little impatient. Very good. Seeing this moment, Master Xiandao no longer hid but showed a slight evil smile. The NET moment, he manually cast a spell and the soul torso movement formation method was directly activated. Rays of light rose up and enveloped Long Fei's body, forming a closed wall outside the surrounding formations, and some strange black mist appeared. Ha ha ha, baby, your body is amazing. At this point he no longer hid but completely let go of his original appearance and laughed sinisterly. Sure enough, children are easy to deceive. Your body is so great, I'm here to take it now. After saying that, his entire black mist body escaped directly into the formation. In the NET second, it entered from the center of Long Fei's eyebrows and came directly to his mind. Ha ha ha, it's mine, it's mine. I will finally have a body with supreme qualification. Ha ha, God, thank you for helping me. As soon as he entered Long Fei's mind, he laughed wildly like he was going crazy. But the NET second, when he saw the scene in front of him, his smile froze and his face was stunned, because the space in his mind he saw was different from that of others. It was golden and alternated between gold and cyan from time to time. This space of the sea of divine consciousness is really strange and different from ordinary people. Could this be what makes a wizard special? As he spoke, he suddenly felt a little jealous and said with a fierce look on his face, no matter what, this body is destined to be mine. The NET second, he cast a spell directly, but the spell that was cast directly failed. What happened? Master Xiandao was stunned for a moment with a horrified look on his face. Why did his own body seizing technique fail? Then his E-Pression changed drastically. No, I was fooled. This damn treacherous boy. Ba bang bang. At this moment a golden figure emerged from his spiritual consciousness in front of him. It was Long Fei's soul and mind, and then he opened his mouth and praised sarcastically, old guy, do you really think I'm a fool and easy to deceive? You still want to inherit my mantle? If someone else might be tempted, but for me your mere Xian mantle is nothing but a hammer. Master Suandao looked shocked and said viciously, you bastard, so you have seen through it a long time ago. Everything you did before was to lure me into your spiritual space. He immediately became angry. It turned out that he was the one being fooled from beginning to end, and he was the clown. This is a huge shame for him, who is the pinnacle of Xian. He was really angry and attacked again, but the attack failed again, and now he started to panic. I want to escape from this space. Long Fei sneered, ha ha ha, I'm too embarrassed to oppose your fake compassionate attitude, so I'm just laying with you. If you want to take my body, you're not qualified, old man. Here I am, the god. No matter if you are at the current level of fallen immortal or the previous level of peak immortal, I have the final say here. A cold voice bloomed in this space, and then a terrifying soul power crushed directly towards the soul mist of Master Suandao. Your soul power is so powerful. You are obviously just a true immortal, but you have the soul power of a SITH or 7th level mysterious immortal. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who the hell are you? Feeling this terrible soul power, Master Xiandao couldn't hold it anymore. He screamed in fear and panic. He wanted to escape, but his whole body and soul were bound by this terrible soul power. He couldn't escape no matter what. If he continues to stay like this, he will definitely fall here. This time it's really a waste of money. You have harmed yourself. Let me go. Let me go. No, you can't do this to me, an old man. Let me go. I won't take your body. I don't want it anymore. Spare my life. I was just confused for a moment, seeing that he was being manipulated like a chicken and the soul power in his body was being swallowed up and disappeared by the mysterious power. Master Xiandao became frightened and screamed in fear. He no longer looked as sinister and cunning as before. Haha, tell me, what can you do to make me let you go? Long Fei raised his hand and his huge spiritual thoughts turned into a sky-covering giant palm, pinching the soul and body of Master Xiandao as tightly as a chicken. Master Xiandao was horrified, and then he continued with a smile, if your things can't make me happy, I will squeeze it tightly and your whole soul will be completely broken and you will be scattered and you will never be reincarnated. His tone was very calm but extremely scary. At least Master Xiandao was frightened when he looked at his smiling face and listened to his plain words. Come. This kid turned out to be even more sinister and terrifying than him. This time he really hit the wall. Under this giant palm he had no strength to resist at all, let alone use those magical skills that would malfunction as soon as they came out. He completely lost the ability to resist. His soul and body softened and he sighed, after living for so many years I didn't expect to encounter such a troublesome thing. As soon as the seal came out, it really makes me feel helpless. Master Xiandao said, I am willing to pass on all my mantles to you sincerely and tell you a piece of news about the fairy fire. Long Fei had a joking look on his face and sneered, do you still think of me as a child, or do you think I have a good temper? After living for so long you only have these gossips? If you are so insincere then I will crush you to death. Upon hearing this, Master Xiandao immediately became an es. No. What on earth do you want to hear? Isn't the immortal fire enough? And those things happened 1,000 years ago. Even if they are known now, they have no effect at all. Outside the world has changed. You care about me? Forget it. I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. No matter how unbearable you are still a mysterious soul. When I devour you I will know all your information, so I don't have to wait for you to say that. Trouble. After Long Fei finished speaking, a cyan black hole void appeared on his mind. Master Xiandao now really felt the danger of annihilation. He was frightened and begged for mercy, shouting, don't swallow me. Long Fei ignored him and directly threw his soul into the black hole. No, I am also a mysterious soul. After all, I can help you. Don't kill me, I am very useful. Feeling the strong suction which left him helpless, Master Xiandao screamed in horror, despair, helplessness and sorrow. Sorry, I don't need it. Long Fei was so indifferent, watching coldly as Master Xiandao's soul was completely swallowed by the black hole in despair and helplessness. Chapter 463. Good luck. Soon Master Xiandao's soul was swallowed up and digested. While Long Fei also gained massive experience and strengthened his soul power, he also read a lot of unfamiliar memory information related to Master Xiandao in his mind. Long Fei closed his eyes and slowly read and digested these memories. Keep some important ones and clear out all the unimportant ones. Reading it once is enough anyway. There is not much difference from what Master Xiandao said. 95% of the memory content was from 1,000 years ago and is of no use now. However, he learned the location of the two fairy fires from the memory he retained. What a coincidence, there happens to be one type of yin-yang fairy fire that is ranked 15th on the fairy fire list. It really takes no effort to get this. The location of the yin-yang fairy fire is within the Tianzhong Valley of the Tianyang continent in the Eastern Star region, which is the star region where he is currently located, and the different dimensional space it generates is in the valley at least several hundred years away from the dazzling continent, the length of light years. Long Fei frowned and murmured, Tianyang continent, Tianzhong Valley, hundreds of light years away. This place is not easy to get to and I don't have the aura over there, otherwise I can teleport there instantly, but it will only take 1,000 years. I don't know if the yin-yang immortal fire still is or if the others have taken advantage of it. As for the second fairy fire, I didn't expect it to be the purple sky burning god flame, which is ranked 12th on the fairy fire list. Long Fei was also very unfamiliar with the name and ranking of this fairy fire. If he hadn't read it from Tao Xuanzhen's memory, he wouldn't have known the name of this fairy fire. Purple sky burning god flame, read from his memory, is a kind of fairy fire used to target the souls of immortal monks. It has very terrifying soul critical damage. What is aggravated is that even the soul strength of Xian Yan is in it. The person in front of him was also burned to death in an instant, and the same was true for people under the same level as the golden immortal, and the level of this thing seemed to be around the golden immortal or infinitely close to the golden immortal. At least this thing is not something that Long Fei can touch easily now, otherwise he is really afraid that something will happen to him. At least we have to wait until his cultivation reaches Xian Yan after contact suppression. The location of the Zishan burning divine flame, the 12th one on the immortal fire list, is not within the E-star region but in the purple sky star realm of the North Star region in the Ascension realm, but the E-act location location is not clear. So this information feels like it is useful to Long Fei, but it also feels like it is useless. However, after being tired of the immortal fire, he also learned about some immortal treasures, peerless Eli IRS places of martial arts relics, and a series of incredible information about places. Some of them can be visited and some cannot be visited for the time being. They are either too far or not available in the right place, or too weird and scary. Therefore some information can only be hidden in the heart first and then be considered later when the cultivation level is strong. That's all the matter here has been dealt with. There is nothing left to leave. There was nothing left around, so he put away those statues. If he had the opportunity to unlock the seal in the future, he might be able to access some exciting memory information. Before leaving, Long Fei summoned the flames and threw them inside. Suddenly the flames were rolling in and soon it turned into a sea of fire. Even though there is no value here, his character just doesn't like leaving these mysterious places for future generations to check out, so he does this. After finishing the work, I felt something. I am so angry with those 4 men in black robe. Their energy was actually on the 3rd level below and they seemed to be fighting fiercely and their energy was a little weak. Yes, just now they used some means to find out the general layout of the water cave. They quickly calculated where the sty flower might appear and quickly found the entrance to the 2nd floor and went down. Then they quickly escaped downward. Although a 2nd level guardian beast appeared in the middle, its strength was only at the 8th level true immortal realm. The 4 of them joined forces and unleashed their special moves, quickly killing it. Killed. At this moment Long Fei arrived at the 2nd floor. In front of him was the corpse of a fairy beast that looked like a demonic elephant. He looked through it and found that some important and key places were missing. Needless to say, they must have been dug away, as well as some bones on the body, and the blood was also drained. It's not bad, but it's a pity that everything you did was to pave the way for me, Long Fei said calmly. As for these hollowed out things, they must still be on those people and they can be harvested after killing them. With their spiritual thoughts sweeping across, the 4 people at this moment were fighting fiercely against the sty flower guardian beast on the 3rd level. This turned out to be a huge dragon, and the most surprising thing is that this dragon is actually a fire attribute. Long Fei's face was full of surprise. My luck is really over the top today. I was also worried about where to find a fire attribute dragon as the material for evolution. Isn't this about it? Then he immediately set off and headed directly towards the 3rd floor. At this moment the 3rd floor was raging with war and various magical riots caused violent vibrations in the energy wall on the 3rd floor. At this moment the dragon, whose whole body was ignited by flames, was being trapped by 4 men in black robes using a formation. The dragon was hitting it crazily and the formation was gradually cracking. The 4 men in black robes looked embarrassed. It's time to drag it down. Feng, go and take away the sty flower. The 4 of us can't kill this thing, the vice captain spoke. The masks of the 4 people at this moment were also torn during the fierce battle, revealing pale and hard-working faces. The cultivation and strength of the dragon in front of them far exceeded their guesses. It was probably a fairy beast at the mysterious immortal level. His terror is no longer something the 4 of them can deal with. Unexpectedly, this task was more difficult than we imagined. Humans, don't even think about touching the sty flower. You will all die to this dragon. The flame dragon roared up and the terrifying destructive power of flames on its body shattered everything in the formation at this moment, and the terrifying flames struck in all directions. Just as the black-robed man Peak was about to take a detour, he encountered a crisis. His presence changed and then his whole body was bombarded and flew out. The flame dragon swung out and hit the other 3 people. The other 3 people could not care so much and immediately defended themselves with magic. Bang bang bang. The energy rioted again and countless flames on the ground turned into dragons and rolled up the 4 people. A stream of flames spread over them and plotted decisively on the 4 people. The screams of the 4 people suddenly rang out, which made people feel chilly in their heart. Boom. Throwing it out, the flame dragon opened its mouth to condense huge flame energy. Just like that, he spat it out and swept across the bodies of the 4 people. The 4 of them were exhausted, gritting their teeth, clenching their fists and dragging themselves hard. Move quickly. You can't just die like this. At this moment of death, a cool voice sounded and the net moment a figure appeared in front of the 4 people, and then countless ice auras and ice began to spread. It's you. Chapter 464. 464. One punch. The person who came was none other than Long Fei. The powerful power of ice collides with the powerful power of fire. It turned into a huge explosion in an instant, and after the loud boom, the ripples of the song of ice and fire began. A cyan energy light screen was released here, blocking a series of subsequent situations caused by the explosion, and the walls in the 3rd floor collapsed in several places. Such a violent explosion only caused the collapse of a few places, which is enough to prove that the building materials used here are extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, let alone the 3rd floor, the entire secret room water tunnel would be destroyed. After the explosion, smoke filled the air. A force dispersed it. Oh, another human is here. The roar of the flame dragon rang out and bodies rushed forward one after another. The human in front of him was different from the previous four. He was very powerful. The aura on his body gave it a sense of heaviness. The most special thing is that this person has a very strong and rich dragon breath. It is slightly less able to feel the pressure from the bloodline. At the same time, information about the flame dragon appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes. Creature dark flame scale Jiao. Level Xuan Ian level 1. Bloodline Yunming type. Evolution direction Yunming flame dragon. Special skills. In a cold place you can condense all the power of yin into dark energy to bless yourself. All attributes of the body will increase tenfold. However, you will be weak for a week after use. You will shed your skin once every 10,000 years. Each time you shed your skin you can directly improve your cultivation to a great level. Skill Yanming Dang. The nether flame scale Jiao is an ancient creature from 30,000 years ago. It contains the powerful bloodline of the Yunming clan. It is a natural fighting elite. It has a level of cultivation at the level of an earth immortal at birth. Its own potential and talent are huge, but it has always been ignored. The rules of this ruins have suppressed the cultivation level for 30,000 years. Once you leave this place you can get rid of the rules and suppress it. The upgrade speed will be unprecedented. While gathering the power of yin and ming, they can also bring themselves super immunity, strong attack power and extremely fast speed. Under normal circumstances they are difficult to defeat. Their mission since ancient times is to protect the sty flower. Warm reminder: it does not matter what realm it is when it sheds its skin to advance to a great realm, even if it is from the Golden Immortal to the Tai Golden Immortal. From the Tai Golden Immortal to the Tai Immortal Lord, it only needs to shed its skin to enter because it is so heaven-defying. The energy is not allowed to exist in the world, which leads to the extinction of the family. This child has great potential and is currently almost the last one to be extinct. The boss will definitely surprise everyone if he accepts it. From the perspective of qualifications, if Yanjian Qianjing is 10,000 then he is 1 million. This data analysis is no exaggeration. If it were not for the restriction of the rules, this nether flame scale Jiao would probably have evolved into the yin nether flame dragon and cultivated to the point where it has reached the level of Tai Immortal Lord. Even without that, very close. After seeing the information analysis of these data, Long Fei's eyes flashed. I thought secretly in my heart I didn't expect that this time when I came into this ruins I would encounter such a big treasure. This thing has huge potential. This is the first time I have seen the system praise and recommend Fairy Bees to it. Even though none of the previous Yanjian Red Eagles had this kind of treatment, this is enough to prove that the nether flame scale Jiao in front of you is incredible. I have to say that his heart is moved. No matter what happens this time he will conquer this awesome instant. The Hunyuan elf ball in his ring is ready. You actually saved us. How is our captain doing? At this moment the four people below spoke. Long Fei was summoned back by the voice, looked at them calmly and said, "Can't even catch my punch. Do you think he can still be alive? I came here specifically to tell you this time he was punched by me. He was beaten to death. Now I will personally take you down to reunite with him." You bastard. The four men in black robes all guessed the result of the captain. The power of the punch of the man in front of them could not even withstand the terrifying Yanjian Red Eagle, let alone the human body of their captain. But now that they heard the news with their own ears and the murderer of their captain was right in front of them, the result was different and the four of them were furious. But nay, his injuries were too serious. After roaring and getting angry, the four people suddenly felt their internal organs burning. The second they opened their mouths, a large mouthful of blood spurted out from their throat. Their pale and weak faces looked even paler at the moment. "Damn human, how dare you ignore me? How dare you despise me when you fight with me? This dragon will kill you." The dark flame scale dragon roared angrily, and the crazy flame energy all over its body drove its body towards the cyan energy light screen in front of it. Boom, bang. The two voices rang completely at the same time, and then they discovered that the cyan light screen in front of them was not only extremely hard but also had a terrifying rebound force. After the powerful impact force was absorbed in the second, it bounced out directly. The pupils of the dark flame scale dragon shrank and it was blown away and hit the wall hard. The dark flame scale Jiao was extremely horrified. Damn it, how could this happen? It's impossible. How could a small 9th level peak true immortal have a destructive energy light screen that could block my mysterious immortal level? Long Fei turned to look at him and said coldly, "Shut your mouth, you're making so much noise. Didn't you see that I'm talking to them? If you weren't special I would punch you to death right now." This time, due to system reasons, this thing avoided becoming the material for the evolution of the three-headed molten python. Long Fei had no choice but to look for it elsewhere, but the problem was not big. As long as he looked for it there would always be a way. Damn, people are so proud. Being so scorned by by Long Fei. The dark flame scale Jiao was furious. Dry tongue. It still wanted to attack Long Fei, but at this moment Long Fei's figure disappeared from the place and appeared in front of it in an instant, looking at it with the word cold. Then he raised his hand and punched directly. Bang! Ho ho ho! With one punch, the terrifying and overbearing destructive power ignored the mysterious immortal level hard scales of the liming flame scale Jiao and directly penetrated its body, and then its miserable screams of pain rang out. The net second he withered and fell to the ground. The punch that Long Fei just made directly hit the part where its inner ear is located, which is exactly where its weakness lies. There was no way Long Fei had Chaos Azure Dragon pupils that could see all the internal structures of this dragon's body, and the inner ear was quickly discovered. Suffering such a heavy blow, its inner ear has cracked, but the problem is not big for Long Fei. He can be rescued later. The main task now is to calm down the beast. Large mouthfuls of dark black blood spat out from the mouth of the dark flame scale Jiao. At this moment it was in extremely uncomfortable pain, and the previously strong flames on its body had now withered into the shape of small flame. This scene also dumbfounded the four people behind them. His eyes widened with fear. This beast that made them feel extremely uncomfortable and paid a heavy price was beaten like this by this person. When they looked at Long Fei's back again, the four of them took a breath of cold air, feeling extremely frightened. This is a devil. No matter what the other party says, it's also at the Xuan level. You are just a 9th level peak true immortal. Why is this level of strength so different from what they know? Chapter 465. Really, Blackheart Yu. Looking at the familiar figure emerging from the darkness standing indifferently in front of him, the dark flame scale Jiao spoke in a weak voice. Its eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. After all, he was also a level 1 Xuan. How could he be punched like this by a boy in front of him who was in the realm of a true human immortal? Sorry, I used too much force. Please be quiet. Net time. I'll deal with my own affairs first, and then I'll do it to you. After Long Fei finished speaking, before waiting for the nether flame scale Jiao to respond, he raised his hand and used the power of immortal energy to condense into a slap in the air, covering its head with a slap. No! Bang! The dragon's head was violently shaken and the eyes of the dark flame scale dragon were shining with stars. He fainted in the net second, completely losing the ability to fight and resist. After finishing these things, Long Fei slowly turned around and looked at the four people opposite him with a smile. I'm not interested in what you are at all. I will fulfill my promise and send the four of you to a family reunion. Long Fei's right hand faced the front and swept out like this. Then the ancient Qinglong sword came out with a loud dragon roar and turned into a green light sword light and flew out. The cold light was sharp and murderous. No, don't kill us, we are useful to you. The deputy captain was frightened. His expression changed and he shouted. The reason why he did this was that it was not like his opponent was also dead. As a deputy team member, you naturally have to consider the safety of your teammates, not to mention that they have been working together for a long time and they still have feelings for each other. Sorry, I don't need it. Long Fei ignored it with a smile, then turned around and put away the ancient Qinglong sword. A warrior who perfectly calculated his own damage would not bother to see the results, because the net second, even if the four people made a defense, they could not help but the terrifying light of the sword. It cut through the defense and wiped their necks at the same time. Four head fell to the ground and four people ascended to heaven smoothly. Long Fei put away all the rings and other things in their hands. There is also a ring with a skull in its mouth. This ring exudes a black abnormal energy. Long Fei muttered, what the hell is this? This was the first time he had seen this thing. Item: skull ring. There is a breath energy of the night skeleton hidden in it. After it is released, the skin and flesh of the whole body will be instantly faded by the black energy and turn into a skeleton, which will greatly enhance its own combat effectiveness. The side effect is the continuous reduction of lifespan and vitality. The net second this content appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes. Having a system is convenient. This thing is not fun. You are on the verge of death and you still don't want to use this thing to show me the effect. Long Fei is also a little curious, but he doesn't know how to use this thing. It doesn't suit his taste. When will he find it? Someone who was unhappy with him asked him to wear it and see the effect. The voice of the system queen rang out. Boss, you killed too fast and the other party didn't have a chance to use it. Just now I detected that this person wanted to move, but I still hesitated and was cut by your sword throat. Long Fei was stunned. Does this mean that the system has always been targeting these people? Speaking of which, how long is my lifespan now? Long Fei asked curiously. Now he has practiced the Wuji immortality technique to several hundred levels and his bloodline has been activated by more than half. He is still very interested in the upper limit of his lifespan. As long as the host doesn't try to die, you can live for 200 million years in your current condition. Upon hearing this information from the system lady, Long Fei suddenly opened his mouth and said, oh my god. He quickly looked at himself. He didn't he pecked that he could live for so long without knowing it. 200 million years, what a monk's desire. Now he has achieved it easily. Even if he spends 200 million years he can reach the realm of Douluo immortal. However, Go's Hideo is not suitable for him. His character is fierce and domineering and he only feels good when he fights. If he lives for 200 million years without fighting he will get tired of it and he will probably commit suicide when the time comes. The meaning of my life is to fight. Keep fighting to become stronger until you reach the top of the world. No, it has to be higher. I don't believe there will be a peak in cultivation. Long Fei clenched his fist and shouted, "System, what is the end of cultivation in this world? Everything comes back to the beginning and the only true self is achieved." The voice of the system's royal sister gave Long Fei this answer. Long Fei was stunned. How can I achieve it? I don't know, maybe never. The answer from Sister Yu's system voice made Long Fei stunned. After a moment of silence he shook his head decisively. Damn, why do I think so much? Let's clear the Ascension realm first and then talk about it. This realm of Nima is really too far away from him. The current Long Fei is not qualified to talk, and I have heard the system mention it before. The division of planes into high and low levels. Above the high martial level is the prehistoric level, and above that is the mythical level, the super god level, the domination level, and the eternal immortal level. Now he is only at the high martial arts level. He is still too far away from the above realms. After all, what needs to be understood is different between levels. In Long Fei's knowledge, the ancient saint of the great Dao, that's the instance of the ceiling. As for those above the prehistoric level, I have never heard of it and I dare not even imagine what it is like. He sighed and finally returned to the real world. Looking at the beast in front of him, he slowly walked over and took out the Hunyuan elf ball. System, in a current state, can my ball fit it in? After all, this thing can only hold creatures below the mysterious immortal level, and the guy in front of me is as rubbish as a mysterious immortal. No, but the boss can be upgraded to a golden immortal. Sister Yu's voice sounded in Long Fei's mind. Long Fei said, how to upgrade? If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter, just throw the dragon into the Palm Dragon Kingdom. Of course it's money. Sister Yu's voice rose a few decibels. Sure enough, the upgrade plan given by the system was exactly as he guessed. Long Fei said disdainfully, just tell me how much it is and you can just deduct it yourself. With my current net worth, are you afraid that I can't afford it? Sister Yu said, we need 1 billion fairy coins, but the boss is very wealthy, so a small billion is really not worth mentioning. I don't know why, but the moment he heard this amount, Long Fei's heart and eyelids jumped and he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. You are so evil. Long Fei couldn't help but curse. I can't help it, boss. According to the system's judgment, fairy coins are low-grade energy substances and worthless. It sounds like a lot, but it's really just that, Sister Yu said helplessly. Long Fei waved his hand. But anyway, I will earn a lot of money from this trip. When the time comes, I will take out the replicas and sell them, and I'm afraid tens of billions can go into my pocket. This world just doesn't have to hand over Ta, otherwise I will really cry to death. After thinking about making a lot of money after going out, he felt much happier. Chapter 466 Fat Harvest. The system was very agile. After deducting the money, it upgraded the Hunyuan elf ball in Long Fei's hand. This upgrade only took less than 5 seconds. Earn 1 billion in 5 seconds, what a huge profit. Long Fei looked at his remaining balance on the system. The original tens of billions, after all his large and small expenses these days, were only down to more than 7 billion at the moment. I didn't win anything good in the lottery in the past few days, but I could also sell it for money. Hunyuan elf ball level can accommodate all creatures under the golden immortal. Current position 12. There are 2 more positions than before, Long Fei muttered after reading the news. Then he looked at the unconscious nether flame scale Jiao in front of him and said, you are mine now. After saying that, he threw the Hunyuan elf ball in his hand. Immediately the Hunyuan elf ball bloomed with golden light, and after spinning, a powerful force directly absorbed the unconscious nether flame scale Jiao. The net second, the Hunyuan elf ball returned to Long Fei's hands. This elf ball has very powerful healing capabilities, and the space is also very large. It can be regarded as a small world, but the only ones who can enter are the guys who are included in the ball. After finishing it, Long Fei quickly sent the dark flame scale Jiao into the Palm Dragon Kingdom to perform a series of operations, and soon the rules changed. Now even if the 3 beasts of molten 3-headed python Yanjian Red Eagle and dark flame scale Jiao are included in the Hunyuan elf ball, they can communicate with the world of Dragon Kingdom in the palm of their hand and steal the energy of Hunyuan for cultivation. Long Fei summoned the dark flame scale Jiao. The huge body stands tall and tall. Gang leader. The dark flame scale Jiao is extremely docile at the moment. Looking down at Long Fei said, besides the sty flower, do you have any other treasures that have been collected here? The nether flame scale Jiao recalled for a while and nodded. Under the Yinming River there are a lot of inner Eli Irs and beast cores of fairy beasts and monsters, as well as some other things in the river. After hearing this, Long Fei's eyes flashed with light, and then he said, go down and bring these things up to me. All treasures in the river cannot be left behind. After all, you are moving. It's the gang leader. Then the nether flame scale Jiao turned around and jumped into the Yinning River behind him. Long Fei looked at the many flowers with shining nether-colored petals standing alone across the Yinming River. This is the sty flower. He dodged and came directly in front of the sty flower. Sty flower seemed to feel the danger and opened a wave of energy illusion towards Long Fei, and the power of the underworld spread rapidly. As he pecked it of the sty flower, it does have some look. Long Fei raised the corners of his mouth and easily resolved it with the absolutely domineering power of the Chaos Azure Dragon. Then a green energy appeared in his hand, inserted directly into the ground, dug out the sty flower and the surrounding soil and held it in his hand. Sty flower, 100,000 years. The medicine is extremely powerful. It is formed by the gathering of the underworld power between heaven and earth for tens of thousands of years. It has the ability to reshape broken souls into 7 souls and SI souls. Once a creature takes it, it can instantly comprehend the power of awakening the underworld, and its physique will also give birth to the underworld body. Because of its ability to defy heaven, it was regarded as an instance that heaven and earth could not tolerate. It violated the rules of heaven and earth. However, heaven and earth did not destroy it. However, it was cursed by the rules of heaven and could never grow spiritual intelligence or transform. Even if it was, this is the only way to achieve 100,000 years of combat effectiveness. It is estimated that one plant is worth more than 50 billion fairy coins. Good guy, this thing is awesome. One plant can sell for 50 billion fairy coin. Then I can make more copies and sell them in different places like crazy. I will soon become a trillionaire. It may even exceed trillions and reach higher unit. Long Fei instantly saw an absolutely incredible business opportunity and his eyes immediately dazzled. No wonder you haven't developed intelligence for 100,000 years and become a human being. Your attack power is so weak. It turns out that's the reason. But I don't know if you will change after entering my world. While he was talking, there was movement in the water. The dark flame scale Jiao came out and a lot of things flew out and came to Long Fei. That's it for the gang leader, said the dark flame scale Jiao. Long Fei quickly browsed through it, and there were a lot of inner ELIR cores and bones of fairy beasts and monsters, as well as some secret book and fairy weapons and treasures. Anyway, there were a lot of them. Ha ha ha, I've made a fortune now. This trip to the ruins is really rewarding. Long Fei laughed, and the results from this training far exceeded his expectations. The most important thing is that there are many dragon cores with 5 elements attributes in them, including those with fire attribute. It seems that the 3-headed molten python is now missing a kind of fairy fire. The nether flame scale Jiao said reluctantly, gang leader, I was born in the Yinming River, little Jiao. I wonder if I can take him with me? Of course. Long Fei was in a very happy mood, and he would do this even if the nether flame scale Jiao didn't speak. This Yinming River is a rare good thing. The NET second, he familiarly summoned the Dragon Kingdom in his palm and directly incorporated the Yinming River into the chaotic world of the Dragon Kingdom. After finishing all this, Long Fei used the copying mirror to make several copies of all the items and resources obtained today and threw the original sty flower into the Dragon Kingdom for a series of transformations. Sure enough, the Dragon Kingdom in the palm of my hand was very powerful. I easily figured out the restrictions and curses on it and gradually began to develop spiritual wisdom under the warmth of the chaotic energy. After that, Long Fei would ignore him and let them develop on their own. After doing all this, Long Fei quickly went to find Feng Tian and others for a round. Although the 4 Feng Tian people had some accidents and suffered some injuries along the way, everything went smoothly. After hearing Long Fei say that he got the sty flower, these people couldn't wait to see it. Long Fei took out the replica and showed it to them. So the sty flower looked like this. It's so beautiful. The 4 people suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Several generations of people had not found it before, but this time it was found for them. The mission was finally completed. In the NET few days, Long Fei was in a good mood, so he took these people to hunt for treasures and explore the secret. He also intercepted many people and beat them to death. However, Long Fei was too lazy to take action and handed them over directly. The 4 of them went to deal with it. The harvest has skyrocketed again. Then we found a nice place and started practicing together. Until the time comes to enter the ruins, the people who are still alive and the outsiders are instantly sent out of the ruin. I finally came out and I'm still a little reluctant to leave. Feng Tian looked at the seagull ridge in front of him and muttered, let's go back to Luhe region to report the progress to the territory lord. This time we will get another huge reward. Everyone was excited. A woman in the crowd did not see the figure of the man in black robe, and then she frowned and her eyes came to Long Fei unknowingly. Who is this person? He is so powerful. I wonder if he has power. If not, let's see if he can try to win over my Lanshan sect. Chapter 467. robbery on the way. The number of people coming out of Seagull Ridge now is obviously less than half of those who entered, and the group of people who can come out alive are all elite. Long Fei counted and found that there were only about 50 people who came out, and many people have seen Long Fei's terrifying strength, and naturally they will not offend him easily. They are afraid that when this guy is unhappy they will punch him in the face and then it will be really miserable. Crap. Long Fei and the other 5 were about to leave. Just then a woman stopped them, etc. The 5 people turned around and saw a strange woman coming over. Who are you? Is there any problem? Feng Tian frowned and asked. The woman said with a smile, hello everyone, my name is Lan Yan. Then he looked at Long Fei and asked, I wonder if this young master has any sec power. Hearing what she said, Long Fei and the other 5 were stunned for a moment, and now their prescience finally dawned on their faces. No wonder they came running over. It turned out they were trying to win over someone. Yes, the captain is already from Luhe region. The person who spoke was Ye. The others nodded. Lan Yan sighed after hearing this. She had thought of this result, but she was still a little disappointed. Long Fei smiled politely. Yes, I already have power. You can go and ask other people elsewhere. There may be rogue cultivators. Those who can survive in the ruins will be at the elite level. Okay, can you add a listening account? Lan Yan said. Long Fei frowned and glanced at Lan Yan's whole body. She had a good figure and appearance, so he nodded of course. Soon the 2 of them added a listening account as friends and then turned around and left. Long Fei took Feng Tian and others into high altitude, intending to use teleportation to return directly to the Luhe region. Feng Tian said, this person is really inapplicable. That right, he actually came here to ask for your listening number. You can tell he's powerful at this glance. Jaeger and others nodded. By the way, Captain, we don't have your listening number yet. Can we add one? Benchen said with a smile. The other 4 people reacted immediately. That's right, Captain, can I add one? Long Fei nodded helplessly. Okay. Soon 4 more friends were added to his listener. After the 4 people from Fengtian practiced for a few days with the help of various powerful resources, they strengthened their foundation, and at the same time they also raised their cultivation to the level of the 8th level peak true immortal. However, Fengtian is still a little short of reaching the level of a 9th level true immortal. If not for lack of time, he could definitely break through to the level of a 9th level true immortal. But it's not a big problem. It can be completed in just a few days when we return to the Luhe area. Captain Net, we have to find a formation to return to the Luhe region. Feng Tian spoke. Long Fei was confused. Isn't the formation we came before good? Ben Tian shook his head. You can only come here but not go back with that formation. Didn't the territory lord tell you? No. When Long Fei heard this, he cursed in his heart. Well, you old guy, you forgot to tell me this matter. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to get teleportation and remember your aura, otherwise I would really kill you. The 4 of them didn't know what to say. There's no need to look for it. You 2 are connected hand in hand. Feng Tian, just put your hand on my shoulder. I'll take you back directly, Long Fei said. Although everyone didn't understand, they still followed the instruction. After all, the captain in front of them was quite evil. He knew a lot of secret techniques and maybe he could actually use them. But at this moment a strong and unusual space fluctuation appeared in the surroundings, and the actions of Long Fei and the 5 others were interrupted. What's wrong? The space fluctuations are unusual. Feng Tian and others looked around. Long Fei frowned. Others might not be able to sense anything, but he sensed something different, and then he said, be careful, there are people coming over. I can sense more than one, and they are at the mysterious immortal level. What? Xian Ian level? What should I do? Run away. Feng Tian and others looked shocked after hearing this. Don't worry, it's just Xian Ian. Just wait and stand behind me and I'll teach you a formation. After saying that, Long Fei directly injected a ray of light into the minds of the 4 people, and the 4 people learned it instantly. It's really a plug-in. The net second, the space split open and 2 strange men appeared from inside. He looks to be in his SITs or 70s. In the eyes of immortal cultivators, these are still just a young age. But these people are already hundreds of years old. Although we arrived a little late, we still managed to catch these 5 people, which is pretty good. The man who took the lead looked at Long Fei and the other 5 and said with a smile, 5 little kid, did you come out of ancient ruin? The man net to him had a wretched look on his face and said with a smile. Everyone looked solemn and Long Fei looked a little amused. Yes, we just came out of the ancient ruin. I wonder if the 2 seniors have any advice? Feng Tian and others did not speak. While they were still hesitating, Long Fei spoke directly and told the matter generously. In fact, there is nothing to hide because his strength is here. Ha ha ha, great. The 5 little kids must have gotten a lot of treasure opportunities in the ancient ruins, right? Can you take them out and show them to the 2 of me? After hearing this, the 2 people burst into laughter and then revealed greedy faces and murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Yes, the 2 of them are here to rob. Sorry, I can't. Long Fei looked at the 2 of them with a smile, showing no fear at all. Then he looked at Feng Tian and the 4 others and said as expected, they are here to rob. raw buzz. Let form a formation. Hearing Ho Long Fei's answer, the faces of the two men changed drastically. They suddenly became cold and said coldly, "Humph, I won't give it. Is it really because I gave you face? How dare you, a mere true immortal, take action against us two mysterious immortals?" As he said that, the mysterious energy aura appeared on the two of them. The five people pressed directly towards Long Fei while Feng Tian and others had already dispersed and formed a formation. The core of this formation was Long Fei. The five people were wrapped in the formation and directly blocked the aura pressure of the two Xian Ian. The two of them were stunned. Interesting, there is such a formation. It must be a treasure obtained from ancient ruin. It seems that we have found the right one for you. So what if you are a 9th level peak true immortal? A true immortal is a true immortal and a mysterious immortal is a mysterious immortal. The gap at this level cannot be changed. The two men with gloomy prescience launched a terrifying blow directly at the formation in the net second. Let you ignorant little kids have a taste of the power of the Xian Ian. The huge attack is heading forward. Long Fei, who was the core of the formation, was smiling with disdain. If you want to fight, fight quickly. There is so much nonsense, Xian. You are just rubbish in front of me. The two people in front of him were under the dialysis of the system. He had just seen through everything about these two people. They are just two first level peak immortals, but they dare to be arrogant and domineering in front of him. Chapter 468 Stoned to death. Even if he didn't need to gather the power of the formation, Long Fei could still break through all the magic with one punch. This formation was just a barrier to protect the safety of Feng Tian and the four of them. As long as Long Fei, who is the core, survives, the formation will not be broken. Do you want Long Fei to perish? Now, unless a person of golden immortal level or above comes over, it is impossible to let Long Fei fall. He punched out. The dragon roared into the sky and the offensive was terrifying and invincible. With a loud bang, the two moves collided. It only took a second for the combined attacks of the two Xian Ian to be swallowed up by Long Fei's fist, and he rushed towards them. The prescience of the two Xian Ian changed and they couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Feeling the terror of this punch, the two of them did not meet it head on. Instead, they separated to one side and punched with great force. But at this moment, the fist suddenly plotted and the three attack plotted together, causing a bright and dazzling light. Not good. The prescience of the two Xian Ian changed drastically again and they immediately defended and evaded. The loud rumbling sound sounded again and the two of them flew directly 1,000 meters away and finally stopped. The two of them also suffered a lot of damage. This kid is incredible. He actually made us do this with the strength of a 9th level peak true immortal. This boy's attack power is very domineering. If we were to fight against each other, we might not be our opponent. Now that we are enemies, these four people here and there must be killed, otherwise there will be endless troubles. The two Xian Ian, who were thousands of meters away, were extremely shocked. They spoke with uneasy prescience. The more they spoke, their prescience became more and more fierce. Let's work together to break their formation first. Then the other four brats will be good hostages. Although it is disgraceful for Xian Ian to use this method against me, there is nothing we can do. For a moment it was really embarrassing that the two people who were Xian Ian had to use such method. Shameless. Captain is awesome. Xian Ian can't even do anything to you. The four Feng Tian people in the formation worshipped Long Fei to a higher level. They are all thinking about when they themselves will be so awesome, using their true immortal cultivation to fight against the mysterious immortals without losing or even crush them like they are now. They all felt the changes in the mentality and prescience of the two Xian Ian in front of them before and after they punched Long Fei. The two Xian Ian used Xian Ian level magic, which was terrifying and invincible. The wind quickly rose around them and the strong wind carried flames, forming a huge whirlpool of wind and fire. The terrifying heat wave and the wind that can tear everything apart form a terrifying threat in the sky. The two mysterious immortals, one with wind attributes and the other with fire attributes, work better together. The wind can amplify the fire better and the fire can make the wind even hotter. And the magic they are releasing now is the wind and fire breaking the sky. Haha, this move and all other moves will only be torn into pieces in front of it. I'll see how you break it this time. The two Xian Ian sneered, but they were still 1,000 meters away and did not approach. After all, this magic has a very powerful attraction. Even if they are not careful, they will get involved. The net second, he pushed directly forward. Looking at the huge whirlpool of wind and fire in front of him, Long Fei felt a strong attraction even if there was a formation. All the wind, cloud and mist around him as well as the stones and trees on the ground were absorbed and moved upward. The surrounding sky became aflame. The terrifying wind and blazing fire are difficult to deal with. Long Fei stood there, his face still so calm. Very strong. Well, today I will break it with one punch. Immortal magic. All dragons are destroyed. The power in Long Fei's body surged instantly, reaching an extremely terrifying height. A huge chaotic green dragon emerged and flew forward along with his fist. The huge wrath of the dragon's roar rises in the sky and the power of the dragon is invincible and untouchable. Long Fei's offensive was bigger than the whirlpool of wind and fire and the huge dragon fist came with a bang. Damn it, what kind of monster is this bastard boy? He has such terrifying offensive power. If this continues we may not be able to withstand the wind and fire. For some reason the two mysterious immortals who were originally confident now had some beads of sweat falling from their forehead and felt a little weak in their heart. The two of them felt extremely troubled. The loud rumbling sound sounded again and the two terrifying offensives officially collided, blasting out a strong energy magnetic field and shock wave. Long Fei jumped and disappeared on the spot, ignoring the offensive in front of him, and appeared behind the two Xian in the net second. The two Xian's attention was attracted by the offensive in front and they did not notice that Long Fei disappeared. Long Fei, who appeared behind him, took out the fairy level black patterned stone from his ring without saying a word and hit the mysterious fairy man with the wind attribute on the back of his head hard. A loud bang. Ah! After being hit, the Xian man with the wind attribute screamed in pain. Now the two people's attention came back and they shouted in horror, when did it appear? It's too late to react now. Long Fei sneered and the wind attribute Xian screamed in pain and then his head plotted on the spot, blood spurting out. Moreover, the soul was also absorbed by the immortal grade black pattern stone in an instant. Already dead, his body fell. At this moment the results of the offensive confrontation ahead came out and Long Fei's dragon fist won a complete victory. The net second, Long Fei directly punched the body of the fire attribute Xian man. The man screamed in horror. He looked at Long Fei and then flew towards the flying dragon fist offensive. No, the man still wanted to escape, but at this moment many green and thick trees appeared on his body and quickly formed a prison to trap him. At the same time he also felt that his own strength and cultivation were suppressed. Yes, this is Long Fei's magic Tianmu divine prison. And now Long Fei also happened to form a mark with his hands and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I will let you be the first to taste my newly learned control magic and you will die like this. Tianmu divine prison needs the essence of Tianmu and Long Fei has already found Tianmu through his intensive harvesting in the ruins and there is a lot of it. No, let me go. Little friend, let me go. I can give you what you want. The man was completely panicked. After all, his teammates also died like this. I can get everything you have even if I kill you. Long Fei smiled coldly. The man fell into deathly silence. The net moment his whole body was swallowed up by the dragon fist and then plotted instantly. The terrifying power directly destroyed the man's body and his flesh and blood evaporated instantly. After the explosion only a very weak soul and a ring were left. Long Fei used the fairy grade black stone to absorb the soul. He put the ring away by himself, then he remembered something and quickly lost his head to look for it. He soon found the body of the first dead person. After taking the ring away he burned the body with a fire. The fairy level black stone that absorbed two Xian level souls flashed a cold light. Holding it in his hand, Long Fei could feel that the stone became even more powerful. It is indeed a good baby. I couldn't help but admire it and put it away and then went back. With the Fanfiction and the four of them they teleported away from Seagull Ridge and headed to the location of Xia Taiyang, the Lord of the Luhi Valley. Chapter 469 Great Future. The land of Luhi region in the dazzling continent. Of course Seagull Ridge is also within the dazzling continent, but the distance is too far, just like going from the extreme north to the extreme south. Within the Luhi region in the upper courtyard of Xia Taiyang's main palace, the central palace of Luhi city, Xia Taiyang is sitting on the edge of the big lake fishing for the big fat fish in the lake. Of course these big fat fish are not ordinary fish. Even if they are caught they will be released back. Nearly a month has passed. According to the news sent back, as usual the door to the ancient ruins should be closed. It will take almost 2 days to go to the inner city to find the formation and teleport back. Xia Taiyang stared at the lake and muttered. Now he wanted to know what the outcome was over there, but that place is too far away from the Luhi River area and there is no place for hearing information at all. Then all we can do is wait. There was an old man with him, that is the housekeeper. He stood beside him and listened quietly and then slowly said, Lord, there should be no big problem with Xiao Long. Don't worry, that's it. Hey, it's hard to say. For this reason the attraction of the ruins is too great. It's not an exaggeration for those powerful people from outside the mainland to come here, and the distance of the 9th level peak true immortal is even more insignificant at this time. Xia Taiyang sighed and said, besides, even if I'm not worried about him, I'm still worried about whether he can find the sty flower in the ruin. After all, the people we sent so far have only found a shadow. Because of the effect of Long Fei's pill he is getting younger and younger now, and his strength has returned to its peak date. Now he is older than before and has brought more benefits to Luhi region and the surrounding forces. The deterrent is even greater, and he also got inspiration from it. Not long ago he successfully entered the 8th level peak Xian from the 8th level Xian that had been stuck for a long time. The benefits that the Eli IR brought to him were truly unimaginable. They were even greater than what he had predicted before. The cost of SI billion was really worth it. The old butler's voice sounded, I don't know what to say. I can only wait for them to come back. I hope the loss will not be too great. Looking at Ya Taeyang's red face and tall and powerful body at this moment, there was a look of envy in his eyes that could not be concealed. It would be great if he could get that immortal level foundation building pill. Then he would be able to return to his youthful self. I wonder if little friend Long can refine one. As for fairy coins, he has plenty of them. Having been a housekeeper for these years, he has also gained a lot. His total net worth is at least tens of billions of fairy coins. He does not believe that the price of one pill is worth his entire net worth. Just when the two of them were saying this, several figures appeared behind them. As Xian Yi level 2 people, they instantly caught the 5 auras that suddenly appeared. Their expressions changed at the same time and they turned around to look who. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 5 familiar people. Lord Old Housekeeper, why don't you remember me after not seeing each other for a few days? Long Fei laughed and looked at the two people with horrified faces. It's you brat. Territory Lord Xia Taeyang breathed a sigh of relief and said quietly, then frowned in confusion. Why did you appear here in such an instant? Naturally Long Fei would not tell everything. He made it up with a smile and said, haha, the spells obtained in the ruins are not worth mentioning. I planned to experiment them, but they are really accurate and come back, so there is no need to worry about them. The boring stage of waiting for formation. Lord Territory Lord Steward. The 4 Fengtian people behind them quickly spoke respectfully. Okay. The two nodded. Then Xia Taeyang put down the fishing rod and his hand came to Long Fei and asked excitedly and expectantly, have you found the sty flower? After hearing this, the smiles of Long Fei and the other 5 became even stronger. Long Fei nodded and said, you're lucky I went out to find it for you this time. With that said, Long Fei took out a brocade bow from the ring. This was the 10,000-year-old peachwood bow. After seeing the bow, even Xia Taeyang and the housekeeper were shocked. This bow is extraordinary. Yes, I also obtained it from the ruin. This time it is a full harvest. Long Fei laughed. The eyes of Xia Taeyang and the housekeeper are now focused on the 10,000-year-old peachwood bow. Quickly open it and take a look. Xia Taeyang took a deep breath and calmed down. Long Fei injected the wood fairy's spiritual power and easily opened the 10,000-year-old peachwood bow. There is a flower that exudes a dark and sinister aura. It is very beautiful and attractive. It is a replica of the sty flower. Of course, the 10,000-year peachwood bow in Long Fei's hand is also a replica, and the original body is naturally his own. What is collected cannot be given to outsiders. Everything sold or given to outsiders are copies. Although it is a copy, the effect is exactly the same as the original one, but what he likes more is the body. Long Fei looked at Xia Taeyang in front of him with a smile. Xia Taeyang's hands trembled and he became even more excited. That's right, this is the sty flower exactly as recorded in ancient book. Long Fei really wants to thank you very much this time. In addition, I will reward you heavily. Don't say you don't want it. Since I said it, I won't take it back. Xia Taeyang was afraid that Long Fei would refuse, so he struck preemptively. He was in a good mood at the moment. Since his wife's death, he had never been as happy as he is today. He couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. How many years? Finally I found you. Xia Taeyang's appearance at this moment also shocked the 4 people in Fengtian. This was the first time they saw the territory lord like this. Xia Taeyang seemed to realize it, then calmed down and said, sorry, I was too excited and lost my temper. Then he was stunned, looked at the 4 Fengtian people and said in shock, you have actually entered the 9th level of true immortal. Thanks to the captain, otherwise we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. The 4 of them nodded and looked at Long Fei. All the credit belongs to him. Long Fei's power exceeded all their imaginations, and Feng Tian and others even had the idea of following Long Fei. Ha ha ha. Well done. The good news this year really keeps coming. Brother Long, thank you very much. Xia Taeyang laughed, and then his name for Long Fei completely changed. Brother Long. The housekeeper Feng Tian and others all realized this and looked at the two of them in surprise. But now that the territory lord has regained his youth, there seems to be nothing wrong with calling Long Fei brothers. Outsiders generally can't see any big difference in age. It's serious. I actually promised the territory lord that I would find it, so I will definitely find it this time, and there are conditions between us. Long Fei smiled slightly. Of course I will never forget it. Xia Taeyang nodded. By the way, Brother Long, do you still have the immortal level foundation building pill here? After all, he has been following you for hundreds of years and I don't want him to die by then. Xia Taeyang asked. He looked at the butler and to him. When the housekeeper heard this, he was immediately moved. It turned out that the territory lord still remembered him. Very good. Yes, it was a coincidence. I was bored in the ruins and refined another another one, but the price should be the same as before. When Long Fei heard that the business was coming, he couldn't refuse it, so he took out a copy of the fairy level foundation building pill from the ring. Seeing the familiar pill, Xia Taiyang laughed. No problem, I'll let you go for 6 billion. A ring was thrown out of it and Long Fei put it away without counting it at all. Then he gave the Eli Ir to Xia Taiyang and Xia Taiyang gave it to the housekeeper. Then he said to the butler, everyone, when you return in triumph you go ask the chef to quickly prepare a banquet. After tonight you can find a place to take it. It's the territory lord. The housekeeper was extremely moved and nodded excitedly. Now he didn't know what to say. Then Xia Taiyang stopped him, pointed at Long Fei and said, from now on Long Fei is my brother Xia Taiyang. Naturally Long Fei would not let go of such a good opportunity. No, the territory lord is so much older than me and I don't have an older brother, so why not just be my older brother? Okay, from now on Long Fei will be Xia Taiyang's younger brother. Xia Taiyang laughed. It's the territory lord. Congratulations to the territory lord on the baby brother. Feng Tian and the others recovered and so did the housekeeper, who bowed quickly. Chapter 470 470 SI 100 and SI Tai SI billion. Soon under the instructions of the housekeeper the kitchen staff began to move quickly to prepare the banquet meals, and Long Fei and his party were taken to a place in the house by Xia Taiyang. Xia Taiyang gave them generous reward. Naturally Long Fei also got some. Since they were given he accepted them without mercy, and now the man in front of him was considered him. I recognize him as my god brother. However, the wealth of the godfather in front of him was indeed huge beyond imagination, so Long Fei took out a prepared ring while drinking tea and gently put it on the table. Brother Long, what does this mean? Xia Taiyang took a sip of tea and asked curiously. Long Fei said calmly, the things in this ring are the cultivation resources and some treasures I obtained in the ancient ruin. The quantity is huge. I think it is better to take advantage of others than to take advantage of yourself. I just don't know that Xia, can I eat it? When Xia Taiyang heard this he was stunned, then pointed at Long Fei and laughed loudly. I see brother Long really has something up his sleeve. Brother, can I take a look at the content first and then give you an estimate? Long Fei kept smiling and nodded of course. After receiving the agreement Xia Taiyang began to put his soul into the ring. Feng Tian and others on the side looked strange. They knew how amazing the number of treasures Long Fei had obtained in the ruins was, and they had almost wiped them all away. Sure enough, when Xia Taiyang's soul entered, his eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him and he was shocked. So many. This damn thing has a lot of stuff and even a small hill. And he took a quick look and saw that there were various cultivation resources here, including inner Eli Irs bones, blood cores, etc. of monsters and immortal beasts, as well as various rare treasures, Eli Irs fairy flowers, fairy grass and medicine. There are flowers, herbs, etc. and there are many things that he has never seen before, but he can feel that there is extremely huge power in them. In addition to these there are also some ancient secrets, technique and so on. Anyway, here are the first 7. The 8 pieces are all kinds of and gaudy, but they are all elite. What price should I give for this? Xia Taiyang was immediately dumbfounded. These are all good things and the price of each item is very high. This is the rhythm of his family's fortune, but it's not just about clearing it out. His own wealth is very huge. Of course Dai Hualongfei didn't put it in here. He had many resource rings like this and there was nothing he could do about copying many of them. When the time came he would resell them and get a large sum of money into his account and return them to the Qinglong sect. You can also pick their wool. The Qinglong sect is unimaginably wealthy. After coming out of the ring, Xia Taiyang had a troubled expression on his face and said again with certainty, Brother Long, are all the things in this ring found by you in the ruin? There are also some that I found during my previous experience outside, Long Fei added. After hearing this, Xia Taiyang nodded and said after a moment of silence, don't you need to use the things you have here to practice? You are now a 9th level peak true immortal. I can feel that you are very close to breaking through to the profound immortal. Most people want to break through the first level in just a few years or more than 10 years, but it only took a month or 2 for the young man in front of me. The talent for promotion through cultivation is really scary. Don't worry, Brother Xia, of course I have my own plans and I won't be delayed. Just give me the fairy coin. Long Fei smiled slightly. You have too many items here and everything is expensive and there are many duplicate. I counted at least tens of thousands. It's really terrible. Xia Taiyang sighed. I feel like I have lived through it. Of course the things in this ring are not all of Long Fei's belongings. There are still some things that have not been taken out. If they were all taken out, the quantity would be even more terrifying. Long Fei understood that Xia Taiyang was uncertain and that this was within his expectation and that this was the effect he wanted. Then he pretended to be deep in thought and said, let's see, you and I are both brothers, so I'll just be simple. I'll give you a price and I'll give you all this. What do you think of 66 billion fairy coin, SI 100 and SI TI SI billion fairy coin. When the four people in Fengtian heard this number, they were all stunned. They all had auditory hallucinations because of themselves. 66 billion fairy coins. How much is this? What a quantity this is. They can't take it out anyway. Everyone's eyes turned to Xia Taiyang. Xia Taiyang felt a little uncomfortable after hearing the price. However, when the soul probed into the ring again and saw the extremely precious treasure resources in front of him, it felt very delicious. It must add up to more than this number. In other words, Brother Long really gave him a bargain. Xia Taiyang gritted his teeth and nodded decisively. Okay then, 66 billion fairy coin. Make a deal. Long Fei laughed, raised the teacup in his hand and bumped it against Xia Taiyang. This is really a big deal. He suddenly became rich again. His godfather is really not short of money. He really wants to know how much wealth this godfather has. However, these are all cheap, but Long Fei doesn't care. Anyway, these are replicas. If this one is cheap, he can go to another one to sell it more expensive. Anyway, he has many ways to sell it. His goal is those super rich people. You know, a sty flower is valued at 50 billion fairy coins and it still doesn't have spiritual wisdom and awakened combat power. If the latter is completed, I don't know if the valuation will exceed 100 billion fairy coin. I have to say that Long Fei is really looking forward to it. SI TI SI billion fairy spirit coins is not a small amount after all. Brother Long, give me a few minutes and I will prepare it for you. Xia Taiyang knew that he had taken advantage and had nothing to shirk, so he stood up happily. Okay then, I'll wait for your good news here. Long Fei nodded and continued to drink tea. This time he was in a really good mood. Now he finally understood how comfortable it is to have money. Sure enough, it is good to have money in this world. As soon as Xia Taiyang left, Fengtian and others began to praise Long Fei and they were extremely envious. Captain, congratulations on becoming a billionaire. Captain, please take care of us younger brothers from now on. After hearing this, Long Fei said with a smile on his face, don't worry, as long as you follow me, I guarantee you will be popular and drink spicy food. But we can't join the Qinglong sect and we are already people from the Luhe region. Fengtian and others regretted. As for how they knew that Long Fei was from the Qinglong sect, it was naturally Long Fei who told them himself. These are not important. After I return to Qinglong sect, I will find some time to practice. Then I will take you to run the map and clear the dungeon. Long Fei said, besides, we also have a listening account. You can contact us at any time. Long Fei had already said the above modern words in the ruins, and Feng Tian and others also understood what it meant to run a map and brush a copy. When the four of them heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, I have to say that following Long Fei out is really delicious and there is meat to eat. Chapter 471 Immortal Level 5 Peak Covering Pill. We will eat soon. And Long Fei also got Xia Taiyang's 66 billion fairy coins as he wished. The transaction was successfully completed, and those rewards were also given to Feng Tian and others, and Long Fei also got them. After finishing the meal, Feng Tian and others left, and the housekeeper couldn't wait to go to a secret place to start swallowing the Net. Xia Taiyang took Long Fei to a secret room. This secret room was very large and the layout was exquisite. In such a large place, the ground was actually carved with huge formation patterns covering the surface. There are some stone statues and crystals on the edge of the formation which seem to be suppressing something. Long Fei said, this is really a wonderful and quiet place. Brother Xia, did you bring me here to resurrect my sister-in-law today? Then he said what he guessed in his heart. Yes, all the layout of this place exists precisely for the purpose of resurrecting my wife Yao Wen. For this reason this layout has existed for 100 years and it is completely sufficient to absorb the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth. When Xia Taiyang came in, his face was solemn, and then he was excited. The two looked up and saw that there was a smaller version of the corresponding formation at the top of the center of the formation. This formation had super penetration and traction effects and was used to reverse the day and night outside the secret room. The yin and yang energy attracted and penetrated into this secret room and then was firmly trapped in the formation I by this huge central formation. I have to say that this formation is also very awesome, and it is also a formation that was lost hundreds of years ago. A very good formation. Long Fei nodded in praise. Can't you complete this process alone? Why did you call me here? Long Fei was confused. Xia Taiyang shook his head. No, we still need another Net. I have prepared the medicinal materials, but so far I haven't found anyone who can refine it, so I need you. Long Fei raised his brows and said, you've said so. Why do you think a third level immortal can refine it? As he spoke, he took out the alchemist level badge and wore it on his chest. The ceremony still had to be done well. Tell me consciously that you will be a miracle. Xia Taiyang said. What kind of Net and what grade is it? Long Fei asked directly. J1 pill, the 5th grade peak immortal level Net. Xia Taiyang said in a deep voice. The fifth-grade immortal Eli. It's nothing to hear the name. After all, judging from the name, it should be used to cover the secrets of heaven. After frowning, he said calmly, I can give it a try. Maybe it's really reliable for me. Good. After saying that, Xia Taiyang passed the fairy level materials prepared in the ring to Long Fei. Long Fei took it and counted it and was surprised to find that this Jiuyuan Dan, which was at the peak of the 5th level of the immortal level, actually contained 15 kinds of materials at the immortal level. As he pected, it is a pill that specializes in this area. 15 ingredients are considered normal. Soon he felt like there was nothing left. When will it be needed? Long Fei asked. After she is successfully resurrected, you still have plenty of time. Xia Taiyang said, Brother Xia, I naturally won't let you refine it in vain. Brother Xia, I am not short of money. After you refine it, I will make it according to your requirement. The grade level will be purchased after deducting the material fee from you. After hearing this, Long Fei shook his head. No need, we are already brothers now. I will only charge you the corresponding refining fee. How much? Xia Taiyang looked at Long Fei with some emotion. Long Fei made an estimate and said, I'll just charge you 100 million fairy spirit coins as a handling fee for refining the 5th grade immortal Eli. What do you think? Xia Taiyang was stunned after hearing this. It didn't feel expensive, but it felt super cheap. The refining fee for outsiders would cost at least 1 billion fairy spirit coin. At this time he finally understood that Long Fei really helped him lower the price. He was even more moved by this. Okay, deal. I'll give it to you first. After saying that, Xia Taiyang was not polite and directly threw out a ring containing 100 million fairy spirit coins to Long Fei. Long Fei put it away without even looking at it and said with a strong voice, Brother Xia, don't worry, this hidden ring I will make it for you. About how many days? Long Fei asked again. Xia Taiyang was silent for a moment and after thinking said, it will take at least a year to wrap up the soul, nourish the soul and other operations. 1 year? So long? No problem, it's enough. Long Fei was extremely surprised when he heard this time. He finally understood why Xia Taiyang said that he had plenty of time. He thought it was 10.5 days before. As for the month, I didn't expect it to be a year. Haha, in 1 year a small 5th grade immortal Eli is completely within reach. Long Fei looked at Xia Taiyang firmly. Brother, don't worry, I can give you a 100% guarantee this time. On the first day of a year, maybe in less than a year, I will definitely give you a perfect shielding pill. Xia Taiyang was very touched and patted Long Fei on the shoulder. Thank you very much, Brother Long. Brother, I believe you can create miracles, and I also believe that my intuition was not wrong in choosing you. There's still 1 year left. What are your plans? Net? Xia Taiyang asked. Long Fei said, I will go to Xianlong Mirror first and then go back to Qinglong sect after coming out. As for the rest, let's talk about it. I haven't decided yet. Xia Taiyang nodded. Okay, Xianlong Mingjing, you have the qualification token and you can enter at any time. When the time comes, you can just go find Chang Luo, the alchemist president. You are familiar with him anyway. Long Fei's talent is extremely evil. Staying in the Luhe region will not be of much help to him. He can only grow by going to a more powerful and advanced place. The last place now is Xianming Longjing. Long Fei nodded. Net. Xia Taiyang began to use spells to completely activate the formation and began the second step of a series of operations. The first step is to collect hundreds of years of natural yin and yang energy from heaven and earth. Now the second step is to completely activate it to make it active. After all, it has been sealed for so long and needs to be more active. During this period he followed the detailed steps. After completing it, he entered the third step and took out the remaining ray of immortal spiritual energy from Yao Wen. Now this ray of immortal spiritual energy was very weak and he had to hurry up. After opening the bottle, he sent this ray of fairy power together with the sty flower into the core of the formation. The natural energy of heaven and earth that has been collected for hundreds of years has a stronger effect than he imagined. Then it is time to wait for the sty flower to use the natural yin and yang energy of the world to speed up and reunite Yao Wen's 7 souls and Si souls through this wisp of fairy spiritual energy. After saying goodbye to Xia Taiyang, Long Fei left the central domain palace and went directly to the alchemist guild to find the president Chang Luo. Of course he teleported directly. Long time no see, Mr. Long. Chang Luo burst out laughing after seeing Long Fei. Long Fei smiled and said, President, I have 2 things to do here this time. First, I want to buy you some resources. I wonder if you and the alchemist guild can eat them. Second, I want to enter the Xianming Dragon Mirror. Chapter 472. The joy of gathering wool. Looking at the so-called resources in the ring that Long Fei took out, Chang Luo's face was even more shocked, stunned and even frightened than Xia Taiyang. This, so many resources and treasures. Did you get them all from ancient ruin? Chang Luo took a breath of air. Long Fei nodded. There are tens of thousands of kinds here, each of which is valuable. They are all freshly released not long ago. Luo. I will pack up 70 billion fairy coins and sell them all to you. What do you think? 70 billion. Even Chang Luo's Zion after hearing this number was not much different from Xia Taiyang's. However, Chang Luo felt extremely itchy when he looked at the precious and rare treasures in the ring. Some of these things may not be available even if you have money, and some of them even cost hundreds of millions of fairy coins each. Ordinary people simply cannot afford this huge amount of money. The treasure will bring them immense greed and even risk their lives to fight for it. However, Chang Luo will not do this. After all, he cannot beat Long Fei and Xia Taiyang. The relationship between the domain masters is very close. Gritting his teeth, Chang Luo nodded. Okay, just 70 billion won't change, right? Long Fei smiled and nodded. It won't change. I'll give you this ring first. I'll wait here for you to collect the money. After saying that, he sat down directly without treating himself as an outsider. Chang Luo didn't say much and just took the ring and left. Long Fei felt happy again. He drank the tea from the cup in his hand and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Long Fei was really happy in his heart. I'm in a really good mood today. I just made a huge sum of 136 billion yuan. Tisk tisk. It's true that selling these gadgets is the most profitable. Those who sold arms in the previous life were not like this. Make money. Ding dong, boss, you haven't won the lottery yet today. Haha, old rules buckle. After Long Fei heard Yu Ji's voice, he waved his hand. Now that he has a lot of money, as long as money can solve things, it won't be a problem. Speaking of which, when can I top up money to draw a lottery? Long Fei asked. He could only smoke once a day and the bad things accounted for the majority. He couldn't smoke it a second time, which made him very impatient. He had money and nowhere to spend it, and he was not short of training resources. This may have to wait until the system is upgraded again. Sister Yu replied tactfully. When will it be upgraded? Long Fei couldn't wait. Sister Yu said, currently there are two ways to upgrade. The first is to find even one fragment of the origin of this world. The second is that the host recharges 1 trillion fairy coin. Damn it, taking advantage of the situation. Why don't you die? 1 trillion fairy coins? Damn it, I only have more than 100 billion now. Isn't the money from now on going to work for you? The teacup in Long Fei's hand shook and he suddenly roared angrily in his mind. He thought this damn system was cheating him. That's right, you're cheating him. Look how easy it is for him to make money now. Sister Yu said, so there are two choices, and it's so easy for you, boss, to make money now. After integrating these resources, make a few more copies. Each copy will have 1 or 200 billion fairy coins and sell it to the super rich. Can you sell it? Damn, you think it's so easy to find super rich people? Those people will definitely come to kill me out of greed. I will not only waste my saliva but also my energy to kill him, and I can't kill him. Who will pay for it? Long Fei became even more angry when he heard this. This system was really becoming more and more unruly. He wished he could take out the system and beat it up thousands of times. Now the Diddy system is stuck in the machine, unable to receive information. Long Fei gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, don't pretend to be dead. Anyway, the money will be gone and you will only have one life. I don't believe that I am so unlucky that I can't find a world-shattering origin fragment. Unknowingly, the teacup in his hand had been crushed by him and turned into nothingness under the breath of terror. But all his previous words came from his mind and the room was still very quiet. After calming down, he slowly said, hurry up and draw the lottery for me. Boss, don't be angry. The liver-damaging system has been randomly drawn now. Congratulations to the boss for being so lucky and winning the source of the power of the netherworld of the absolute beginning. As soon as the voice fell, a dark energy mist appeared on Long Fei's right palm, eluding unparalleled power of the netherworld. The source of the power of the netherworld in the beginning? What does this do? Long Fei was puzzled. The origin of the power of the netherworld in the absolute beginning is. After listening to Sister Yu's systematic introduction, Long Fei finally understood. Sister Yu said, Boss Aig recommends that you integrate the source of this primordial netherworld power into the weapon, which may produce results you can't imagine. Integrated into a weapon? My Azure Dragon ancient sword doesn't seem to be suitable for the properties of the underworld. Long Fei frowned. He had no intention of integrating it into the Qinglong ancient sword because the Qinglong ancient sword represented the scorching sun, while netherworld represented the complete opposite, which represented darkness and coldness. Don't you, the boss, also have an immortal grade black pattern stone? You can blend it into it and the effect will be very powerful. After Long Fei heard this, he actually had this idea a second before the royal sister's voice sounded. Maybe it's really different, but at this moment the sound of footsteps came and Long Fei was keenly aware that he knew that Chang Luo had come back to raise money. In order not to alert the snake, he decided to put away the source of the power of the netherworld of the absolute beginning. After all, this thing was, there is only one group of products produced by the system that cannot be copied. Once it's used up, it's gone. Sure enough, Chang Luo appeared in the net second with a smile on his face. He came to Long Fei with a blue ring in his hand and said, there are 70 billion fairy coins here, no more no less. You can count them. I still trust the president as a person. There is no need to count, Long Fei said with a slight smile and then directly collected it. 70 billion fairy coins are worth your sister. Do you want to be like me? After saying that, he opened the system interface and looked directly at his current total balance, including the previous ones. There are now a total of 150 billion. Master Long, please come with me. If you still have such resources in the future, don't forget them. As long as you have money, I will try my best to eat them, Chang Luo said as he took Long Fei away. Although the purchase price was a lot, he knew that the total price of these resources must be more than that. Long Fei sold it to him at a cheap price. As the president of the alchemy master, he has huge connections and will soon transfer the 700 after earning over 100 million. The remaining money will be a big profit. Both you and I are happy, so the cooperation will naturally go smoothly. Generally speaking, as long as it involves the domain's sphere of influence, most of the forces are very rich. Don't worry, President, we have a listening number to contact you. If you need any materials, then you can contact me. Maybe I will get them for you. Long Fei smiled. He naturally wanted to keep these rich people. How can I delete the contact when I am trying to figure it out? I will try to figure it out more in the future. Chang Luo laughed and quickly led Long Fei to the formation of Xianming Dragon Mirror. Outside the formation, Chang Luo said, you only need to put the token into the center of the formation. When the time is up, you will naturally be teleported out, or it will be the same if you upgrade to Xian Yan. Good. Then Long Fei started operating directly. Chapter 473 Unusual Spicy Tiao. The cultivation within the Xianming Dragon Mirror is similar to an enlightenment-style cultivation pattern in which one climbs to the top layer by layer. It is not as grand as imagined. There is only a large lake, a large forest and a large plain. Surrounded by these three, there is an extremely high peak in the center that reaches the 10th floor with flowing water. The peak of the building reaches straight to the sky like a huge pillar. There are 4 people here besides Long Fei. These 4 people are the top 5 in the Alchemist Conference competition. There is a person who only has 1 month, so today it's the day to leave. Some people who came in late had the opportunity to meet you, Long Fei. The woman who wanted to see Long Fei the most was Wei Yat. As soon as Long Fei came in, her little eyes shone with light and she quickly thought of ways to add this and that sentence. Long Fei is not a fool, so he would not know that this girl likes him, but he is a cultivator and everything is based on strength. How can he have time to pay attention to such things about the love between children, not to mention that he also has a wife? It's just that I didn't come here in Douluo world. We have to find time to go back to Douluo God realm to get together with them. Let's bring them over by the way, Long Fei muttered. He was not put into the Palm Dragon Kingdom like those ancient tribesmen, so the meaning would be very different. 10 days have passed since he entered the Xianming Dragon Mirror. In the past 10 days he has easily climbed to the 9th floor. In fact, he can definitely climb to the last floor, but there is no hurry. Anyway, it is the same today. The experience points that the system is still suppressing have not allowed him to upgrade. Now he is still a 9th level peak true immortal. There is a saying that the more severe the suppression, the more powerful the rebound will be. Since the suppression, he has gained a terrible amount of experience point. He is really looking forward to what level his cultivation will reach after being exposed to the suppression. He stood up and left the 9th floor. The 4 people were also practicing on the lower floors, but it was also very difficult for them. But not everyone is as perverted and immature as Long Fei. Jumping up the pressure to reach the top of the 10th floor was huge, but it was easily resolved by Long Fei. This is very outrageous because this power has the level of the Xian Yan realm. Many generations of people have come to Xianming Longjing, but only those who can reach the top of the 10th floor can be counted. After all, only people under Xian Yan can enter here. Now Xian Yan's pressure has become a daily occurrence for me and it has no effect. Standing on the lotus pond on the 10th floor, Long Fei shook his hands and spoke softly. If other people heard this sentence, they would naturally have the urge to vomit blood and die and even want to attack Long Fei. Such shameless words can only come from his mouth. The net second Long Fei began his formal final enlightenment. These are all experience point. After the previous 9 enlightenment initiations, his body and soul have undergone great changes. After receiving this 10th one, he believes that he will be even more sublimated. Every cell in his body is so active and full of unparalleled terrifying power. If all of it is unleashed, the Xianlong continent will cease to exist. This is no joke. 1 day passed quickly. Long Fei has already absorbed it. It only took him 11 days to absorb it. The moment he opened his eyes, a deep sigh and chaotic light flashed past, making it even more charming. Today is the day for me to leave here, Long Fei murmured in a low voice and then looked down at Wei Ya's location. Wei Ya was already on the 4th floor. There are still SI floors away from the top, but he doesn't think this woman will be able to reach the SITH floor. Maybe the 5th floor is the highest. After all, all she only has the cultivation level of a 4th level true immortal. As for the rest of the people, it pretty much the same. He looked at the world one last time because after leaving this time it was impossible to come back. The source of Taishu nether power appeared in his hand. Yes, he has not fused it into the weapon until now. Today this is where it is fused. In the past few days Long Fei has been drawing rewards as usual, which are all cultivation resources, and rarely win those precious toys with connotation. Within the ring an immortal grade black stone was taken out. The stone in the left hand, the black mist in the right hand. System, what should I do now? Long Fei asked. Start the smelting table and proceed with smelting and fusion. The familiar voice of Sister Yu rang and it still sounded so nice. Long Fei followed his instructions and activated the smelting platform, fusing the fairy grade black stone as the main part and the source of the netherworld power of Taishu as the auxiliary part. Looking at the time it took for the smelting to be completed, it only took an hour this time, which was really beyond Long Fei's expectation. An hour passed quickly, so Long Fei planned to wait for its new life here. Boss, you have a lottery today. After saying that, Sister Yu directly started the lottery function. The NET second, a pack of Wulong spicy strips was drawn out. You bastard, you used my 10 million fairy spirit coins to smoke spicy bars that only cost a few yuan in Chinese coins. Holding the package of Wulong spicy tiao in his hand, Long Fei looked extremely angry. This was not the first time. Damn it, this pack of spicy strips is worth a terrifying amount of Chinese coins. Sister Yu said flirtatiously, this system draws random draws from all over the world. The system can't control it. It depends on your luck. If I don't give you a thank you for your patronage and keep up the good work, it would be great. At least you still have a pack of spicy strips. You can eat it. Continuing, and the things track from the system are definitely not ordinary things, and your spicy strips are naturally not ordinary spicy strips either. The tone seemed quite proud. Long Fei suddenly became interested. Oh, then tell me, what is the difference between him and ordinary spicy strips? With that said, he also called General. The package of spicy strips was opened. Looking inside, something made Long Fei's mind hot. There was only one in here. One piece. That's right, there's only one. 10 million fairy coins were used to buy a packaged spicy bar. I'll fuck you. Long Fei roared angrily. This roar immediately frightened the 3 people below and woke them up. What's wrong? The 3 of them immediately became alert because something big was about to happen. They looked around and it was still so calm, nothing happened. Why are there only 3 people? Because as I said before, one person was sent out when his time was up. Long Fei reacted and knew that the sound was a bit loud. Then he looked at the eyes below and looked up at him. He sighed and said, you are hallucinating. There is no sound here. Go back and continue practicing. Don't waste time. The 3 of them looked confused and then looked around. Except for the sound of some running water, there was really no other sound. Is it really that we are hallucinating? Forget it, practice quickly. The 3 of them quickly returned to their position. Long Fei on the other hand suppressed the anger in his heart and mentally questioned the system. You must give me an explanation today. Why is there only one? This one allows you to move up a level regardless of any boundaries. Knowing that Long Fei was angry, Sister Yu immediately explained. After hearing this, Long Fei gradually calmed down. So I, the Tai Immortal Master, will be able to become a great Luo Immortal immediately after eating it? Long Fei said coldly. Yes. The system's answer surprised him. Awesome, nothing has happened to you anymore, you can leave now. After saying that, Long Fei directly put away the spicy stick. It was not the time to eat them yet. Chapter 474 Netherworld Soul Hunting. Lifting the shackles. Long Fei did not plan to use this spicy stick now but chose to use it later. After all, it is not easy to get this thing again. Warm reminder, this pack of spicy strips cannot be stored for a long time after it is opened by you, boss. Its validity period is 7 days. If you do not eat it within 7 days, it will appear and become ordinary spicy strips, and each time it is opened 1 day will be reduced. Damn it. Sister Yu's sudden voice directly dismissed the longer term thoughts in Long Fei's mind and he became a little angry. Why didn't you tell me before? You didn't ask. Sister Yu's voice was very confident. Long Fei was helpless with this answer. That's it, there are only 7 days left, that's enough. Today I will release the suppression and break through to the mysterious immortal realm. Long Fei frowned and murmured softly. Soon an hour passed. The smelting table also completed a masterpiece. Long Fei quickly took it out and looked at the knife in front of him that used strong ghost power marks and suddenly didn't know what to say. Then he thought about it and said to himself, the stone turned into a knife, but this knife combines the overbearing hardness and attack power of the fairy level black stone and the power of devouring souls, as well as the source of the netherworld power of Taishu. It must be cool. Anyway, now that he is holding it in his hand, this knife feels quite dangerous to him, and it is also cool and domineering. The length of the small knife should be about 20 centimeters and the handle should also be about 10 centimeters. Anyway, it fit Long Fei's hand very well and was very comfortable to hold. Boss, please let me me bleed you." Sister Yu said. Long Fei didn't hesitate and quickly took out a drop of blood from his body and dropped it into the knife. After Xiaodao recognized his master, he had a very subtle connection with Long Fei. "The new immortal weapon doesn't have a name yet. Boss, please name it." Sister Yu's voice sounded in his mind. "Name? I'll call you Let's Hunt Ghost in the Underworld." After Long Fei thought for a moment, he decided on this name. After naming him, a cold light flashed on the knife and his aura became more vivid. He seemed to like this domineering name very much. "Deduct the money and help me identify its quality." Long Fei issued the order. Soon the system lady began to deduct money and scanned the nether soul hunting knife. The efficiency of the system is very fast. Information about the nether soul hunting knife appeared in front of him. Name: nether soul hunting. Utensil type: knife. Grade: immortal. Grade: level golden immortal. Innate abilities: ignore, defense, super armor, piercing, soul devouring, communication with the netherworld, phagocytosis, netherworld, critical strike, void breaking, growth. Innate sword skills: soul cutting, light, netherworld, guy splitting. Blade 20 cm 4 cm wide. Handle 10 cm 4 cm wide. The nether soul hunting knife is a fusion of the fairy level black stone and the source of Taisha nether power. It has an extremely hard blade itself, powerful attack power and super armor piercing power. It is extremely sharp and has the ability to swallow the soul of the slain. Through Taisha, the optimization of the power of the netherworld forms a small world of its own. The huge power of the netherworld in the beginning can communicate with the netherworld to steal a steady stream of netherworld energy for its own use. Creatures injured by this knife will be quickly invaded by the power of the netherworld and feel the power of the netherworld. He can experience the pain of the nether devourer and can continue to grow by devouring souls. To sum up in one sentence, it is very awesome. Long Fei was very happy and excited after seeing this information. Damn it, I didn't expect that I would come up with such a terrifying and awesome treasure by doing it so casually. Long Fei was so excited that he wanted to hit him in front of him, but his reason told him not to. Then he put the nether soul hunting knife into his body with a thought. Now he has two weapons, both of which are knives. Qinglong ancient sword, nether soul hunting sword. Both of them are extremely awesome instances, and the latter's rank actually reached the level of golden immortal. It's true that you were born a golden fairy. The weapons are all golden, so naturally as the master he cannot lag behind. The net second he told the system, the time has come. The system can help me relieve the suppression of my cultivation Eperian. I want to enter Xuan. The order is received. The cancellation is successful and the money deduction contract is cancelled. The moment the system sounds, a huge and rich fairy spiritual power suddenly emerged from Long Fei's body. In an instant the entire Xuanming dragon mirror was wrapped up. The three people below felt the sudden terrifying aura and their prescience changed drastically when they woke up again. What a powerful breath, it makes it hard for us to breathe. Is there someone with great power? While the three people were exclaiming, they thought of something and looked up, locking their eyes on Long Fei. That's right, such a terrifying aura emanates from him. Boom! Suddenly there was thunder in this space. Thunder tribulation. No, stay away from here, he is really promoted to Xuan. The prescience of the three people changed and they all stayed away from this place, hoping that the thunder would not destroy the big pillar, otherwise what would they use to practice? Now that things have come to this, all we can do is pray. Long Fei felt the shackles on his body being released and his level increased crazily. In an instant he entered the realm of Xuan from the 9th level peak, true immortal, and his long suppressed and stored Eperians quickly soared and his cultivation level also rushed up quickly. It was really scary. He left it alone for now, his eyes looking at the thunder disaster appearing in the sky. He immediately laughed. I finally overcame the tribulation. This is the first time I have overcome the tribulation, but your little thunder tribulation can't do anything to me. After saying that, he got up and flew towards the sky to welcome the baptism of thunder tribulation. The thunder continued to penetrate him and a powerful and mysterious force appeared on Long Fei's body, swallowing up the thunder tribulation. Not only did he catch it also increases the Eperience, which really provides temporary warmth. Now that I have been promoted to Xuan, I can no longer stay here. You three should practice well. Long Fei looked down. After he finished speaking, a law of power in the space began to generate a strong repulsion against him, and this repulsion became stronger as his level continued to increase. The net second Long Fei did not resist and the message was directly in the Xuanming dragon mirror. This is also the first miracle. The three of them were stunned and envious. I don't know when we will meet again. Looking at the disappearing Long Fei, Wei Ya below said with a complete prescience, and then her face dimmed again with a look of sadness and loss. Perhaps we will never see each other again in this life. But the net second, she realized that she was not as desperate as she imagined. At least she still had Long Fei's listening number. When she encountered a life or death danger, the two of them might be able to meet again. Thinking of this, she was full of energy now. I must improve my level as soon as possible. possible. After saying that, he threw away the complicated emotions in his mind and returned to his position to practice hard. The NET time should not be wasted. Seeing this, the other two people also quickly returned to their positions and practiced hard, aiming to break through and catch up with the Long Fei monster. Chapter 475 Return. After being ecluded from the Xianming dragon mirror, Long Fei immediately felt the current state of his cultivation. The experience value that was still rising before has stopped, and now Long Fei's cultivation level has reached the SITH level of the peak Xian. Yes, this is the effect of suppressing rebound and the tribulation thunder. Long Fei is quite satisfied with this. He has reached the SITH level of peak Xian right away. No matter how many people spend hundreds of years, they may not be able to reach this level. He found Chang Luo in a good mood. He hit his cultivation level and showed him the cultivation level of a first level immortal in front of Chang Luo, because Long Fei was afraid that showing his true cultivation level would scare the old man to death. Chang Luo was not too surprised that Long Fei would break through to the first level Xian realm and be sent out. After all, Long Fei was a monster and could not be viewed with ordinary eyes. After chatting for a long time, they said goodbye to Chang Luo and headed to where Xia Taiyang was. He was also very happy to see Long Fei successfully break through to the first level Xian. Looking at the young man in front of him, Long Fei said, "Brother Xia, the previous agreement has not been carried out. I will leave for Qinglong sect today. I will discuss with you before I leave. Time flies so fast. Whether you want to leave or not, let Brother Wei check how your cultivation is progressing. Follow me." Xia Taiyang nodded and then took Long Fei to a small world. "This is a small world that I created. Here we can fight freely. Brother Xia, I will attack with all my strength. You have to be careful." Xia Taiyang, who was standing opposite Long Fei, looked serious. Although he had seen the power of Long Fei's fist before, his old body at that time was naturally not as powerful as he is now. He is at his peak now. The strength is terrifying. "Okay, let's get started." As soon as the word fell, a powerful force burst out from both of them. In this small world, two auras suddenly collided. Both of them disappeared on the spot and quickly attacked forward. They all planned to conduct a face-to-face interview first. Xia Taiyang rushed to Long Fei and activated the Xianyang Immortal Kung Fu and faced Long Fei with a palm. There was a bang and a powerful reaction force blew him away in an instant. He looked shocked and suddenly a little surprised. Just when he was distracted, Long Fei had already rushed towards him. "Brother Xia, you should just go all out and use all your abilities." Long Fei struck out with a palm and the dragon's roar shook the sky. From the moment he entered the mysterious immortal realm, an aura representing invincibility at the same level descended upon him. In fact, he can kill Xia Taiyang instantly, but it will be very boring. "As you wish." The light and sunshine are blocked by countless obstacles. Xia Taiyang shouted loudly and the power of the 8th level peak mysterious immortal burst out from all over his body. The terrifying aura covered the sky and the sun, which was very scary. Then an extremely dazzling golden light bloomed from his body, covering everything in an instant. Long Fei fell into the golden world. He was not in a hurry and opened the Chaos Azure Dragon pupil. Immediately Xia Taiyang's magical technique lost its effect on him, but at this moment the figure in front of Xia Taiyang has disappeared. When he reappears, it is in the sky. The spiritual power of the golden and fire immortals on his body is strong, and then the golden red flame sword immortal technique appears in the sky. It is his weapon, Xianyang Fairy Sword, and the magic he is currently performing is the natural flame sword of heaven and earth. Kill. Fall. The natural flame sword of heaven and earth cut through the void and evaporates the air in this world. The whole small world shakes extremely violently and the temperature rises rapidly. This is Xia Taiyang's special move. "If you want to go all out, I will satisfy you." Long Fei looked at the powerful fire sword falling in front of him and the corners of his mouth curved upward. "Brother Xia, let us use this move to decide the outcome." After saying that, he waved his hand and the Qinglong ancient sword came out and slashed directly forward. The roar of the dragon is shocking and its power is terrifying and invincible. Xia Taiyang looked solemn. I didn't expect that Long Fei, who had just stepped into the first level of Xian, would be so terrifying and would fight him like this. If he were to be upgraded 2 more levels, wouldn't he have no power left to resist? This kid is really terrifying. Fortunately, I am your big brother now. Boom, bang. The two attacks collided. The Qinglong ancient sword was so domineering that it tore the heaven and earth natural flame sword into pieces in an instant. Then he flew directly towards Xia Taiyang. Seeing this scene, Xia Taiyang's expression suddenly changed not good. He quickly used Qian Yuan Shenfa and disappeared here. After all, he is a veteran Xian, so naturally he will not react stupidly when he is hit. However, the terrifying explosion still knocked him away and he rolled on the ground as if he had lost his line. Logically speaking, this small world could not withstand the collision of two people's magical skills. However, at the critical critical moment Long Fei stopped his hand. With a wave of his big hand, a force filled the surrounding area and he plotted for entertainment. The place returned to calm. Brother Xia, I accept it. Long Fei cupped his hands and looked at Xia Taiyang, who stood up in front of him. He felt complicated at this moment. Unexpectedly he lost. This was not what he expected, but it seemed to be within his expectation. Then he took a deep breath and sighed. I didn't expect that when I was in my peak state I would lose to you so easily. Even if I used the most terrifying magic technique, Dragon Brother, you really can give me this ability. Surprise is. As he spoke he came to Long Fei and held his shoulders and said, Brother Xia can't help you with your strength. Your talents and everything are really incredible. From now on this world belongs to you young people. The Ascension world is huge. Don't let your strength down. Go take a look and try it out. Long Fei nodded. Brother Xia, I will. I don't know when we will meet again after this separation. It's okay. We still have a listening account and can chat at any time. It's been a month or two since you left, so it's time to go back. Goodbye. After Xia Taiyang said that, the two of them were teleported out of the small world. Then Long Fei left the Luhi area and using teleportation he felt Zhang Kainian's aura and disappeared in the net second. When he appeared again he had returned to Qinglong sect. Long Fei looked at the room in front of him and Zhang Kainian, who was meditating in front of him. He knew this was Zhang Kainian's room. Suddenly Zhang Kainian seemed to feel something and opened his eyes. He was frightened by the figure of Long Fei, who suddenly appeared at home. Damn it, gang leader, why are you here? Zhang Kainian spoke. It has to be said that Long Fei is so mysterious that most people would be scared to death. The things are done. I'm back and now I'm going to enter the inner door. After Long Fei finished speaking, a mysterious aura appeared on his body. Zhang Kainian was extremely shocked. Gang leader, you have broken through to Xian Ian. After a month of hard training he still hasn't changed much. However, he is very close to breaking through to the third level of true immortal and his speed is still too slow in front of Long Fei. Chapter 476. Accepting a disciple. You are in Qinglong zone, has been here for a long time, so he should know the way to enter the inner gate. Right now I am qualified to enter. Long Fei looked at Zhang Kainian in front of him and asked. After hearing this, Zhang Kainian reacted from the shock, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, Gang leader, you can go directly to the elders of the outer sect. They are responsible. Where? In Qinglong sect. Long Fei cannot scan with his spiritual thoughts at will. If he is discovered by the powerful golden immortals above, he may cause some displeasure. In the elders hall at the outer gate. I will take you there in a while, Zhang Kainian said. Long Fei nodded and then said, don't worry, I haven't been back for a long time. Let's call Liang Ping up to find a place to have a few drinks. My treat. And then added, now he is a powerful man with hundreds of billions of fairy coins, so he is not short of that little money. Yes. Zhang Kainian looked overjoyed upon hearing this. Long Fei put his hand on his shoulder and found Liang Ping's breath in the net second. After that the two of them disappeared into the room and appeared net to Liang Ping. At this moment Liang Ping was practicing his immortal skills and was frightened by the sudden appearance of Long Fei and the others. Seeing Zhang Kainian's little surprise, he was also overjoyed to see Long Fei's Zion gang leader. Long Fei nodded, then took out 2 kits from the ring and gave them to each of them. These are resources for cultivation. Now that you are disciples of my Qinglong gang, as the leader of the gang I will naturally not treat you badly, Long Fei said lightly. The two looked overjoyed. After looking at the many cultivation resources inside, they were overjoyed. Thank you, gang leader. Let's go, let's find a place to have a few drinks. After saying that, the 3 of them, led by Zhang Kainian and others, took a stroll around the outer gate of Qinglong sect. There was no change. That's right, after all he has only been out for a month or two and is completely ignored by Qinglong sect. After the two left the Qinglong sect, they found a nice inn and sat down in the Qinglong city under the Qinglong sect. Zhang Kainian and his wife often came to this house in the past and they were quite familiar with the boss. Qinglong city is not as good as Qinglong outer city, but it is also protected by Qinglong sect. The 3 of them drank heavily and ate meat. Time passed so quickly. After returning to Qinglong sect, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping took Long Fei to the door of the elder hall and left. Now only Long Fei himself is left. He walked in calmly. It's magnificent and magnificent inside. There is also the huge power of the blue dragon, which represents the incomparable sacred dignity. There was no one in the elders hall. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of Long Fei. Long Fei had met this man before. He was the Sith elder who came to make peace. It's you, little friend, what brings you here? The Sith elder was a little surprised when he saw Long Fei, but when he felt the changes in energy fluctuations in Long Fei's body, his Zion changed drastically and he was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that this boy who had been separated for a month or two had changed so much now, but he couldn't see through this kid. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to slowly stroke his beard. Sith elder, I have broken through to the mysterious immortal realm realm and I am here to find a way to enter the inner gate, Long Fei said, and then no longer hid he directly burst out the mysterious immortal power in his body, but he also suppressed it to a level 1 mysterious immortal. He was really afraid that if a level SI peak mystic immortal broke out he would scare the old man to death or he would be taken away and sliced for study. In just 1 or 2 months it is absolutely impossible to break through from a true immortal to a mysterious immortal. What? You are in the Xian Yan realm. The SITH elder took a breath of air. It was still a little too shocking to face the facts now. Come in with me. The SITH elder waved his hand quickly and both of them disappeared. Appearing again is a small space of heaven and earth. Long Fei opened his eyes and saw the other elders. These elders all had a memory before, and the SITH elder has also returned to his SITH position. The 7 outer sect elders looked at Long Fei. From the aura on Long Fei's body he was immediately shocked. This kid's talent is really terrifying. He will reach a great level in just a few months. Everyone stared. Is this guy still a human being? No matter what, we are far behind. Isn't this boy practicing some kind of evil technique to be so defiant? After saying this everyone became wary. No. At this moment the first outer sect elder spoke slowly. The pure energy in his body is extremely strong. It is absolutely impossible for him to practice evil skills. If I can feel it very clearly, it can only be that this child's talent is unparalleled. As the most powerful golden immortal here, the great elder also has some magical abilities to understand the laws. It is impossible for Long Fei to hide it in front of him. This is really terrible. The other SI people sighed after hearing this. What's your name? The great elder asked. Junior Long Fei. Long Fei looked at him calmly. It was completely within his expectation that these people would look and sound like this. If you are not shocked or say something, then it is really abnormal. The reaction of these people now is that of normal immortal cultivators. I am the great elder of the outer sect. My Taoist name is Mo Qing. I want to accept you as my direct disciple. Are you willing to become my teacher and train under my P? The great elder's tone rarely revealed a smile. The other SI people were shocked but soon calmed down. After all, this boy was so talented that even their hearts were moved. If it weren't for the great elder they would have fought over him. Great elder, are you very strong in the entire Qinglong sect? Long Fei frowned. It was time for him with such incredible talent to face this matter. Hearing what Long Fei said, the other elders Luming also looked surprised. How dare this kid ask such a powerful question to a golden immortal? Could it be that it's floating? Mo Qing didn't have any big expressions on his face but said calmly, I'm not that powerful, but among the known figures in the entire Qinglong sect my cultivation and strength rank among the top 3. Top 3? Long Fei thought secretly, is this old man such a dick? Then who is number 1? Sect master. What about the second one? The great elder of the inner sect is the woman who spoke to you last time. The third one is me. Mo Qing and Long Fei have a private conversation. The rest of the people listened quietly. Can I know your cultivation level? Long Fei asked. The 9th level peak golden immortal. Mo Qing said lightly with a hint of arrogance on his face. That pretty good. The third one has this level of strength, so how strong should the second one be? Long Fei thought secretly, then asked the system, do you know? You'll know after the money is deducted. Buckle. The 9th level peak perfection golden immortal. What about the sect leader? The pseudo Tai golden immortal. There are 3 small realms that need to be crossed between the peak golden immortal and the Tai golden immortal perfection Dzogchen and the pseudo Tai golden immortal. Only then can one attain enlightenment and become the real Tai golden immortal. Sister Yu said, planning by the way that this additional service is not bad. Chapter 477. Entering the inner door. When the 7 people saw that Long Fei was silent, they all thought that he was just thinking about something. Then the voice of great elder Mo Qing sounded again. How is it? How have you considered it? Long Fei came back to his senses and thought, I want you to be my teacher. How is this possible? It's just a 9th level peak golden immortal. I can still achieve it in the future. And I am the leader of a gang, the master of 2 world planes. Absolutely not. After completing the mental activity, Long Fei smiled lightly and said, thank you great elder for your kindness, but it's a pity that I can't accept you as my teacher. When the other SI people heard this, they all frowned. What is this silly boy going to do? Not many people could ask for such a good opportunity, but you turned it down. Oh, why? Do you know what a rare opportunity this is? Mo Qing's face was calm, not at all moved by Long Fei's word. Long Fei said directly, because I already have a mentor and I don't want to have a second person as my mentor. Of course he made it up, but if bloodline counts then he has nothing to say. After the 7 people heard this, Mo Qing took a deep look at Long Fei and said lightly, that's a pity, but that's right. The person who can cultivate a monster like you must be extraordinary. Can you tell me its way number? Long Fei thought for a while and said Sanking Sam Chong. Mo Qing murmured, but no one thought about who the person with this Taoist name was. Sith elder, please bring this child into the inner gate to to register. I'll go find the sect leader. After Mo Qing finished speaking slowly, the figure disappeared as if by magic. It's the great elder. The Sith elder nodded. Long Fei, come with me. After saying that, the Sith elder took Long Fei and disappeared into this small world. This son may have achievements in the future that we cannot imagine. This boy has the qualifications of Tai Golden Immortal. Not necessarily, maybe higher. I'm looking forward to his growth. After Long Fei and others disappeared, the other elders sighed, saying something to each other. Everyone also envied Long Fei. It would be great if they also had this qualification. However, qualifications are innate, and even if they are changed with genius and treasure the day after tomorrow, they are not so naturally powerful. Soon, under the leadership of the Sith elder, Long Fei arrived at the inner gate of Qinglong sect. He looked carefully and saw that the inner door was quite different from the outer door. As soon as he entered, there were all kinds of huge peaks and mountains, as well as some great plains and virgin forest. Anyway, it was surprisingly huge here, the heaven and earth. The aura is also much stronger than outside. There is also the powerful and mysterious dragon breath. The Sith elder said as he walked. After entering the inner gate, you have to open a cave for your own cultivation. Unless you violate the sect rules, no one will care about you here, or you join the sect of a certain elder. Enter their mountain peaks to practice, otherwise you will have to explore everything by yourself. Is there a place to do tasks and learn exercises here? Long Fei asked. The Sith elder nodded yes. The inner door is too big. I will give you a map of this place. Just go and find it yourself. The map will indicate task, learning technique and weapon. Waiting for a series of places, so to speak. The inner and outer doors are independent. After hearing this, Long Fei nodded secretly. The Qinglong sect is worthy of being the Qinglong sect. It is indeed a great family and a great cause. Under the familiar guidance of the Sith elder, we quickly arrived at the registration place. After Long Fei registered and received some gift packages, he said goodbye to the Sith elder. Then he went to find a mountain range and carved out a come out of the cave and set up a powerful isolation and concealment formation around the cave, because he also learned from the Sith elder along the way that the disciples of the inner sect all like to compete, and there is no arena here. If you want to compete, you can directly do it in the mountain, but the only rule about this is that you are not allowed to fight in inhabited areas. The inhabited area here is worth mentioning. The inhabited places outside the mountains and plains, such as the mission hall, the skill building, the weapon pavilion, and other places with buildings. Although Long Fei now has the strength of a Sith level peak profound immortal and should be invincible in the inner sect, he is not yet invincible in the entire Qinglong sect. At least he hasn't fought against Jin Ian yet, so he doesn't know what the opponent's strength is. Forget it, use this opportunity to practice hard. Within the cave, Long Fei sat cross-legged. He had opened up this place quite large and it became his dojo for a long time. Congratulations to the boss for opening his own cave for practice in the inner gate for the first time. The trigger reward is obtaining the dojo area Kinju. The Kinju Taoist field is spread throughout the entire cave, and there is no more than a trace. The Taoist field can completely calm down the human soul, body and mind, and comprehend deeper mysteries, and the scope will continue to improve. The concentration and volume of the immortal spiritual energy have increased at least 4 to 5 times. Long Fei didn't expect that the benefits would come so suddenly. This really helped him a lot. The NET moment, he thought silently in his heart and immediately opened the Kinju dojo area, instantly covering the entire cave. Long Fei immediately felt that his heart had completely calmed down, and at the same time the surrounding spiritual energy was rich and bright. He looked overjoyed. This is too important for current practice. Now that he is a level SI peak Xian Ian, he has so much experience that he won't be able to get it all together in a short time. Now he still has at least 20 billion experience points before he can advance to the 7th level of Xian Ian. This damn thing is really too big. It wouldn't be possible to get them together in a short while, and he couldn't go out and kill and devour them all by himself. It's too tiring, and there will be many causes and effects of contamination. The NET step is for me to practice alone and strive to break through to the 7th level of Xian Ian. Long Fei muttered and then began to practice. Now he has the Wuji Immortality Technique, a continuously improving technique that absorbs the extremely rich fairy spiritual energy around him to temper his body and upgrade it. At the same time, the Great Elder had appeared in front of the old man's secret room. After bowing, he said, "Sect Master Mo Qing, why did you come here?" The old man's voice came from inside very indifferently. Now he is practicing. Although he has achieved the level of a pseudo Tai Golden Immortal, it is not enough. He has to truly become Tai Golden Immortal. This is also his goal. At least he can fulfill his wish in his lifetime. It is indeed a big deal, otherwise Mo Qing would not come to disturb your retreat. Then the Great Elder Mo Qing told him about Long Fei's situation. In the secret room, the sect master slowly opened his old eyes and his voice was a little startled. It only took 2 months clothes to become a true immortal to a mysterious immortal? How is this possible? This boy's talent is terrible. Sect master, could he be the reincarnation of some ancient great power? And the power of the blue dragon in him is very strong. Mo Qing said. The sect leader's voice came out. No matter what, don't disturb him. He is just a member of our Qinglong sect now. Since he doesn't want to accept you as his teacher, he naturally has his reason. The scene at the Yumo Realm Gate 3 years later trial has his name. Yes. Mo Qing was stunned and nodded. Chapter 478 478 2.5 years calamity is coming. How is senior sister doing lately? Mo Qing asked again. The sect leader in the secret room spoke. I have been in seclusion for 2 months, but it is not easy to enter the great consummation. I am old and have limited qualifications. Perhaps the pseudo-Tai golden immortal is the end of this sect. The future road still needs to rely on you. The younger generation fight for it. Sect master. After hearing this, Mo Qing felt a little sad. Mo Qing, is there any turmoil among the demon clan recently? The old man, the leader of the sect, spoke. All the 5 major sects have sent people to investigate secretly. There is a strange movement coming from the south side of the Eastern Star region, which is probably related to the demon clan. Moreover, the demon clan has not been peaceful recently. Many demon clan killed us humans, and the bodies were taken away, but our people still found some demonic energy from some details, so we speculate that the demon clan may secretly join forces with the demon clan to overthrow the Ascension world and lead the dark turmoil again. Why? Tiandao's plan is to reorganize the world. The Ascension world is not peaceful again. I can feel that the calamity is coming. This calamity is likely to be more tragic than the one in the past. Recently, the Qinglong sect's calamity has been strictly monitored and recalled to go out for training. The disciples have come back to retreat to improve their cultivation. Even Tai Immortal Lord will not be able to escape death in this calamity, so our Qinglong sect must be prepared to hide at any time. Also go to the Tianji Pavilion in the Northern Star Territory and see if they can calculate the approximate time of the calamity. The sect master's voice became more and more fearful as he spoke. It's the sect leader. After saying that, Mo Qing turned around and left, his face extremely dignified and serious. This is going to change today, and maybe no one can avoid it. Long Fei started practicing here. This training time passed quickly. It has been 2.5 years since he entered the inner gate. A lot has happened in the past 2.5 years. 2.5 years ago, Mo Qing received an order and rushed to the Tianji Pavilion in the Northern Star region to find the master of the Tianji Pavilion. According to his calculations, it will be at least 1,000 years before the calamity arrive. 1,000 years sounds like a long time, but in fact it is still very fast for monks in the Ascension world. After all, it may be 100 years before I wake up again from deep meditation. 1,000 years is just a few deep meditations. And Long Fei also woke up from meditation. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked at the familiar scene in front of him. In the past 2.5 years, under the influence of the dojo, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds from the peak of the SITH level to the current 8th level Xuan Ian. Now he is truly invincible among the immortals. System. How long has it been? In the dark, Long Fei couldn't notice the change of time. 2.5 years have passed. Sister Yu said. Long Fei was a little surprised and murmured in a low voice, it goes by so fast. It's been 2.5 years. In the past 2.5 years, maybe I can go out and absorb other people's experience to upgrade faster, right? Long Fei was talking to himself, and since he reached this point, he has gained more and more experience in cultivation. If he really relies on devouring those people to level up, how many lives will he have to devour? Maybe swallowing a golden immortal would have different results, but he is not one of those evil spirits, so there is no need to do that. Remind the host that the calamity of the Ascension world will come in less than 1,000 years. If the host does not have the time to reach the peak of Tai Immortal Lord, he is likely to fall in the robbery. The system can sense in advance that this calamity is the Ascension, the most terrifying time in the world. Even the great immortal will fall. At that time, the host will have two choices: either escape from the world or leave the Ascension world and go to other heaven. Hearing the sound of the system, Long Fei suddenly felt an unprecedented crisis. Since even the great immortal cannot avoid his fall, Long Fei's face became solemn and asked, what is the calamity this time? Reorganization of the world. Who caused it? The great Luo immortal, who has been hidden for all eternity, is the main one, and the demons and humans are the Oiliarise. After hearing this, Long Fei took a deep breath and said with a complete Zion, the water in the Ascension realm is deeper than I imagined. Why are they still going on? Even the great Luo immortal will fall. Aren't you afraid of death? Long Fei frowned. The system queen said, for the sake of transcendence above the great Luo immortal, it is the only possible way to enter a world plane that is higher than the Ascension world. For them, this is the only one and nothing can replace it. I see, but fortunately I have a choice, Long Fei said. Then he said, it's still early in the 1,000 years. If I can reach the the great Luo immortal, I also want to fight for it. If not, I will directly choose to leave the heavens of the Ascension realm. Sister, the shuttle roll is in your hands and the decision is in your hands. Long Fei stood up and said calmly, it's time to go out for a walk. In 2.5 years since arriving at the inner sect, Long Fei has not taken a good look at it, so Long Fei decided to take a look today and see if there are any awesome skills or stuff. Just when he was about to go out, Sister Yu said, you have a lottery today and the deductions have already started. You have been in retreat these years, so you missed the lottery opportunity for 2.5 years. Looking at the flashing images in front of him, Long Fei asked, can I spend money to re-sign? Sister Yu, no. Forget it. Long Fei pursed his lips. Soon he saw the last thing that appeared in front of him. Congratulations on winning the Super Saiyan Bloodline in Dragon Ball. Will it be integrated into your Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline? Long Fei frowned, somewhat interested. What will happen to my Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline after the fusion? Sister Yu, it won't happen. Don't worry, boss. The Super Saiyan Bloodline will be swallowed up by your Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline while retaining a series of characteristics of the Super Saiyan. Is it fusion? Yes. Long Fei nodded. After he agreed, he felt a different feeling in his body. The NET second. Many S cells in the body wake up quickly. He roared angrily and his whole body was immediately enveloped in golden aura. His hair turned golden and stood on end, and his strength increased rapidly by 50 times. You must know that his current cultivation strength is already very terrifying. If it suddenly increases 50 times, it will be unimaginable to be so terrifying. He only felt that his power was extremely huge now, and he felt that he could blow up a super powerful golden immortal with one punch. This thing came just in time. It's such a powerful force. If it weren't for my suspicious suppression, this mountain would probably be plotted by the breath. But there is also the role of his dojo. He quickly returned to his original appearance and said, can I continue to develop and become the second Super Saiyan form and continue to upgrade the third form? Yes, it's really timely. Rain. Long Fei is in a good mood today. As for the coming calamity, he can completely put it aside. After all, there are still 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is enough for him to improve. Sect Master, the time of the calamity has been calculated and will begin in 1,000 years. Mo Qing had just returned from TNG Pavilion in the Northern Star Territory and came to the sect leader's secret room to report. Thousands of years of time. Recently, Idonti, the good premonition, is getting stronger and stronger, and it is likely to arrive early, but we still have time, so we can contact the gate order and let the disciples continue to go out and parry in. Can anyone guess the initiator of this calamity? Can't figure it out. That's all. Keep a close eye on the movements of the demons and monsters. The past 2.5 years have not been peaceful and many creatures have died. Yeah, 3 years are coming soon, and the Yumo realm gate will open in half a year. The inner gate competition will start NET month. Remember to let the disciple you mentioned participate. Clear. Chapter 479. 5 Elements Innate Spirit Gathering Array. In his spare time, Long Fei came to the door of Qinglong Se Kung Fu Pavilion, where a guarding elder was sleeping beside him. There were many disciples around, all of whom were inner disciples. They were very quiet and there was no other sound except for the sound of footsteps. Those who can enter the inner sect are all focused on cultivation, and no one has time to fool around except of course for some task and so on. This brother is very unfamiliar. Could he be an ascetic? At this moment a voice came into Long Fei's ears. Long Fei was stunned and turned around to see a man with long hair. Net to him. He was quite good looking. The spirit of immortality flutters and the face is elegant. It's not considered hard training, it's just that I've just been promoted from the outer sect, Long Fei said with a short smile. After hearing this, the man's eyes flashed brightly and the confusion in his heart was finally solved. It turns out to be the junior brother who came in. No wonder I said that I haven't seen you even once in the inner sect. Are there many people in the inner sect? Have you seen them all? Long Fei looked at him with a smile. The man said, it's not too many. There are probably 1,000 people at the moment. Long Fei was surprised. The Qinglong sect has been inherited for so long. Why are there so few people in the inner sect? The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. The inner sects of Qinglong sect are all trained from the outer sect, and do you think it is easy to cultivate? Many people are stuck at the peak of true immortals and cannot go up. There should be many outer sect. You just came from the outer gate, don't you know some of them? I have been in seclusion in the outer sect and have never seen any of these people. Long Fei did not want to speak out to attack this person, but said modestly, I see, but it's normal. The man nodded after hearing this and then suddenly realized, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ji Xianming. Long Fei responded politely, I'm here. Long Fei. Junior brother Long, please take your time and watch. I'm leaving now. Ji Xianming waved his hand. Good. Long Fei looked at the man's leaving figure with a strange look on his face, feeling that there was something interesting about this man. He couldn't help but recall the conversation scene with Zhang Kainian when he entered the outer gate of Qinglong sect. I can't laugh or cry. Fei. They look very similar. Could it be Zhang Kainian from the inner sect? After thinking about it for a while he let it go and walked inside. Inside the Gongfa pavilion there is only a blue wormhole space and the disciples come in and out of it. Long Fei also walked in. Once inside, the scene inside is completely different from the scene outside. There are many bookshelves here which are full of secret book and so on. Many disciples are studying and copying. There is a front desk in front. There is no one at the front desk. There is only a short formation column. The disciples in front all took their disciple tokens and clicked on it to verify their identities and then entered. Long Fei queued up and soon he was there. He took out his inner disciple token and imitated those in front of him by pressing on the short pillars of the formation. The verification is successful. The person from the inner sect of Qinglong sect is named Long Fei. He has cultivated to the realm of Xian Yian. A voice came into his mind and only he could hear this voice. The current Long Fei has the cultivation level of an 8th level Xian Yian after all, and he is a genius after all. And he is still under 50. After passing the verification he walked in to see if there were any techniques here worth learning, but it's a pity that after looking around a lot he didn't see one that he liked. Although there are many inner sect skills, secrets and thaumaturgy here, it's not enough for Long Fei's current knowledge of skills. The technique and secret here are very good but they are not suitable for him. Just when he came to the formation area he suddenly wanted to see if there was any formation that could enhance the spiritual power of the fairy. What he needs most now is the kind of fairy spiritual energy that can produce innateness. He searched again. Finally I found a parchment scroll. This records the ancient 5 elements innate spirit gathering formation. The effect of this thing is to produce the innate 5 element fairy spiritual energy, but the conditions for use are harsh. It requires a person who has the 5 element spiritual roots and fairy attributes to be able to display it, or find 5 element attributes and have reached the golden immortal level people. No wonder it's all turned into ashes here. The conditions for this activation are not simple. The 5 elements represent the most basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire and earth. There should be 5 golden immortals in Qinglong sect who have this condition, right? Long Fei murmured in his heart that it was impossible that the Qinglong sect had not arranged such a spirit gathering array so long ago. If he were the sect leader he would create conditions even if there were no conditions. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curved into a thick smile. Unfortunately I happen to be the first person to make the request. This formation is here waiting for me to receive it. Now he does not matter whether it is body refining method, combat method, explosion method, etc. He is capable of all kinds of techniques including hair techniques, immortal magic techniques, body movements, bowing techniques and sword technique. He can also refine Eli IRS and weapons, so there is really nothing he lacks. Just wait until I set up the formation and start practicing. I hope these spiritual energy can help me quickly improve my cultivation. Long Fei secretly thought that if it didn't work he would go out to practice outside the Qinglong sect and continue to play his old trick. He looked at the people around him. No one left with these exercises. They all went to copy one copy and took the copy away. He frowned. To be honest, he hadn't written for a long time and had even forgotten how to write. Forget it, let me try to see if it can be done like this. As he spoke he put the parchment close to his eyebrows and closed his eyes. The formation knowledge has been detected. Do you want to spend fairy coins to absorb it? Sister Yu's voice came and Long Fei was naturally happy when he heard the voice. The result was exactly as he expected. Yes. After deducting 500,000 fairy coins the absorption begins. After the voice of Yuji's system fell, the information about the layout of the 5 elements innate spirit gathering array appeared in Long Fei's mind. He quickly learned the integration of enlightenment. I see, it's good and convenient to have plug-in. Long Fei pursed his lip and put the parchment in his hand back on the bookshelf. After everything was completed he turned around and left the Kung Fu pavilion. After that he walked directly to the rest of the place. Soon he heard an old voice. This intersect competition will begin on the last day of NET month. Intersect disciples, get ready. It's Elder Mo Ching. Everyone including Long Fei was stunned by this voice. NET month, do I want to participate? Long Fei said to himself. In fact he didn't want to participate. It would be good to go back and practice. But at this moment the voice of Yuji's system sounded. Trigger the hidden mission of the sect, win the first place in the intersect competition and become famous in the intersect and even the entire sect. Reward the golden immortal level magic Tian Yu Zushan. There is also a chance for a free high level random lottery. The penalty for failure is to practice in seclusion for 1,000 years, and even if you are destroyed in 1,000 years of ascension you will not be able to leave with the teleportation scroll. Whether to accept? Long Fei became excited. The hidden mission hasn't come out in many years. When a rare system task comes out he must accept it. Accept, Long Fei said quickly. Chapter 480. 480. Extremely dusty, roaring like rain. After learning the 5 elements innate spirit gathering formation he couldn't wait to return to the cave live to practice. He walked back this way. When passing through a forest section there was a sudden vibration. Long Fei stopped and turned his head to looking for the source of the vibration. There were two strong auras spreading over there. He felt the auras and then the chaotic green dragon pupils appeared looking through all the mountain. He saw a natural open space at the entrance of Jabashan Mountain a few hundred meters away. It was very big. Surrounded by huge mountains, two men were sparring in the air. The cultivation base of these two people is higher than that of Long Fei. Reached the 9th level of Xian Yan. Judging from their fighting process, these two people must be disciples of the inner sect, and they are both beings who are probably ranked in the top 50. Naturally, this is just Long Fei's personal guess. As for the specific ranking, he is not interested at all. He moved over instantly and appeared in a forest nearby below the two of them. Xiao Ruyu, after I defeat you I will be the third greatest swordsman in the inner sect. The man on the right with thick black hair laughed maniacally. The short-haired man on the right showed impatient hatred and said angrily, Ji Jueshan, you madman, there is no end. You have always lost to me before and now you come to me? Do you believe that you are delaying my cultivation? I will go to the elders. I'll sue you there. I don't care. The inner sect doesn't care about fighting. This is our freedom. The sword just didn't determine the winner, and I will defeat you with the strongest sword I have learned in the past 20 years. Ji Jueshan's long hair was flying, his sword energy was blowing, and the sword in his hand was so high that it exuded terrifying sword energy. This sword is the secret of swordsmanship that I learned after being defeated by you 20 years ago. It's really all thanks to you. Take the move. Wang Jian linked Yen. Not only have you become stronger in 20 years, you have become stronger, and I have also become stronger and stronger. There is no possibility of you surpassing me. If you lose after this sword attack, don't come to me again, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Ruyu snorted coldly. Okay, Ji Jueshan shouted as if he was very confident in himself. If you lose this sword I will never bother you again, but if you lose, give up the third place to me. Xiao Ruyu said coldly. I'm not interested in the ranking of sword immortals. What I care about is cultivation, so I agreed. There is no way this Ji Jueshan is too annoying. I have been looking for him countless times in the past few hundred years and I have been defeated by his sword every time. He keeps coming and there is really no end. The second he started to use his sword skills. Zhan Chen. The endless monstrous sword intent came out and appeared directly on the college entrance examination. It was very terrifying. Seeing this, Ji Jueshan's eyes narrowed and his expression changed. How could that happen? Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward. I created this meeting just for you, specifically to kill you, Xiao Ruyu said coldly. Ji Jueshan gritted his teeth and argued with each other, but it was nothing. Beads of sweat appeared on his head. Damn, Xiao Ruyu, don't be complacent. Nothing can be said until the end. Xiao Ruyu had already overwhelmed him with her sword intent. Why is this damn guy so powerful? Damn it, I don't believe that I can't surpass you. I don't believe that my 10,000 swords linked Yen can't defeat you. Boom. The second they both collided. The huge magnetic field of the sword rushed away and the vegetation and grass below were crumbling, and Long Fei's figure was also revealed. However, his aura was hidden and the two people above were very focused and did not notice his presence. Soon Ji Jueshan's Wang Jian linked Yen was destroyed by Xiao Ruyu's Zhan Chen. Ji Jueshan, you are defeated, Xiao Ruyu said coldly. It's not over yet. Ji Jueshan's expression changed drastically. He shouted and then moved his hands. Ning. As the sound rang out, all the destroyed sword intent gathered together and turned into a huge sword intent that came out again. This time the sword intent was even more monstrous. I didn't expect you to still be hiding this skill. Xiao Ruyu frowned, feeling a hint of danger, and became serious. Haha, Xiao Ruyu, you will be defeated today. Ji Jueshan laughed, and in the second his body transformed into sword intent and moved towards the embodiment of Zhan Chen's sword intent in front of him. Xiao Ruyu didn't dare to be careless anymore and pushed forward with more force. Bang! But what was unexpected was that in just a few seconds Ji Jueshan's sword intent swallowed up Xiao Ruyu's sword intent. What? Xiao Ruyu couldn't believe it. The moment the terrifying sword intent came in front of him, at such a distance it was impossible for him to avoid it, let alone react. He could only open his eyes wide and look at the approaching Ling Tian's sword intent. Not good. His expression changed drastically. The second his entire body was submerged by the huge sword intent and his mind was also eroded by countless Ling Tian sword intent. He felt the illusion of instant death, but he was not injured and the sword intent dissipated. The moment Xiao Ruyu took a breath. Just now he really thought he was going to die. But this is not a foreign place after all. Ji Jueshan has no murderous intention, but he will not be killed in a duel, and everyone is a disciple of the same sect and it is impossible to kill him, otherwise the consequences will be very terrible. Ha ha ha, I finally won. Ji Jueshan laughed. Xiao Ruyu's face was complicated, but she seemed to be much more relaxed. The third place is yours. Don't disturb my practice again, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. That's natural. I will never bother you again. Ji Jueshan laughed. Then Xiao Ruyu snorted coldly, turned around and was about to leave, but at this moment he stopped and looked down. He seemed to feel something, and the net second he saw Long Fei's figure standing there. He narrowed his eyes. Who is it? After he spoke like this, Ji Jueshan, who was laughing, also reacted. He looked over and saw Long Fei's figure. He frowned. When did this kid appear there? We didn't notice him, Xiao Ruyu said indifferently, because we are too focused and this person has a method of concealing his aura. If I hadn't held it in the corner of my eye just now, I wouldn't have been able to see it. Long Fei soared into the sky, came to the two of them, clasped his fist and gestured. Two senior brothers, I am Long Fei, who has just been promoted from the outer sect. When I just passed this mountain, I saw you and you were fighting again. Your divine power has attracted me to come and see the magnificent. Ji Jueshan had a cheerful personality and immediately laughed again. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be junior brother Long. My name is Ji Jueshan. You can just call me senior brother Ji. What happened after watching the confrontation between the two of us? Thoughts and insight. My name is Xiao Ruyu and I am your senior brother Xiao. Why are you also a sword cultivator? Xiao Ruyu checked Long Fei's cultivation level, but he couldn't see through it and he immediately became interested. Although he is a little cold in character, he is still good to his fellow disciples. Long Fei answered both of them together. I don't practice swordsmanship. As for the insights, I feel pretty good. Long Fei said. Chapter 481 Defeat. After listening to whole Long Fei's word, both Ji Jueshan and Xiao Ruyu immediately felt that there was something crazy in Long Fei's word and they seemed to look down upon them both. The two people's prescience immediately became unhappy. A new student could be so arrogant. Ji Jueshan Lin smiled and said, Junior brother Long, you are very crazy. If you want me to give you some pointers, senior brother, you two take your time and play. I'll go back to practice first. After saying that, Xiao Ruyu turned around and flew away quickly without looking back. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Long Fei's word, he was too lazy to waste time arguing about it. The most important thing was to practice and improve his own cultivation. Now only Long Fei and Ji Jueshan are left here. How is it? Ji Jueshan looked at Long Fei's stunned look and thought he was scared. Okay, just let me have a taste of how powerful my senior brother is. Long Fei nodded with a smile. Ji Jueshan snorted coldly and said calmly, Humph, your senior brother and I are a 9th level Xuan Ian. Naturally you cannot be my opponent. I will hold back later. You are not a sword cultivator, so take out your just do it. As he spoke, a look of pride appeared on his face. Good. Long Fei nodded and agreed without any fuss. Then I'll take action. After saying that, Long Fei raised his fist and punched Ji Jueshan in the face. You brat, you made a sneak attack. Ji Jueshan felt the danger in front of him face. His complexion suddenly changed, his pupils narrowed and he felt that this fist contained extremely powerful and domineering destructive power. This kid is not simple. Is he pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? He raised his sword and there was a loud vibration and roar. The powerful force directly sent Ji Jueshan and his sword flying out. What? Ji Jueshan couldn't believe it. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he immediately stabilized his body with force. His face was extremely shocked. Damn guy, I won't get stuck here, right? The slap in the face came so fast. As a senior brother, the third sword immortal of the inner sect and a 9th level mysterious immortal, he was extremely arrogant. How could he endure the result of being crushed by a newcomer who had just entered? Senior brother, show your true skills, otherwise you will lose with the net punch. Long Fei's voice sounded, and the moment Ji Jueshan reacted, his body was already hundreds of meters away from Long Fei. Okay, junior brother Long, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Senior brother, I have underestimated you. Ji Jueshan narrowed his eyes. He felt that the guy in front of him was more oppressive than Xiao Ruyu. However, senior brother, I was just careless. I will let you taste the power of senior brother's sword. After saying that, he directly swung the sword in his hand into the sky and quickly divided into many sword light. Each of these sword lights was filled with incomparable linked yen chi and sky-breaking sword intent. 10,000 swords linked yen. With a wave of his hand, countless sword lights rushed directly towards Long Fei. Deeply afraid of killing Long Fei all at once, he deliberately withdrew some of his strength. He only wanted to hurt Long Fei so that he could understand that there is a world outside the world and there are people outside the world. He should not be too crazy or arrogant. Looking at the countless sword light lying in front of him full of terrifying sword intent, Long Fei's prescience was always so calm and composed. The net second he clenched his fist and a blue aura was inspired in his hands, followed by thunder and lightning. Thunder destruction fist. Boom. With one punch, the power of the punch is astonishing and thunderous. In an instant, all the sword light coming towards this direction was drowned and directly destroy all the sword light in an instant. Seeing that his Wanjian Link Yen was broken like this, Ji lost his composure and looked in a daze, thinking that his eyes were hallucinating. Impossible, impossible. impossible, this can't be true. The fist attack of the prehistoric power had already arrived in front of him. The net second he was drowned in his muttering and his whole body screamed like a meteorite from the sky. It fell hard into the mountain not far away and there was an earth-shattering vibration and a big depression appeared in the mountain. After the offensive dissipated, Long Fei quietly looked at Ji Jueshen's body paralyzed there. His eyes were full of despair and he felt that his Taoist heart would be broken at any time. He vomited blood from his mouth, but Long Fei had already spared his hand. Even though Ji Jueshen's injury seemed serious, it was actually just that. A fairy-level recovery ELIR could cure it. Such strong vibrations can be said to be commonplace in the inner sect of Qinglong sect, and they did not attract the attention of other people. After all, there are few people here and everyone is practicing in seclusion in their own cave. Even if they are aware of the vibrations, they are too lazy to pay attention to it because they all understood what the cause of these tremors was. I am defeated. Ji Jueshen kept mumbling. His eyes were lifeless and empty, filled with despair. At this moment he felt extremely uncomfortable. This discomfort originated from the sword intention in his heart, but what he lost was not his swordsmanship but his opponent's fist. But he is a 9th level Xuan Ian, and just as the aura spread he could clearly feel Long Fei's cultivation, an 8th level Xuan Ian. How could this be a newcomer? You lied to me, you are not a newcomer at all. Ji Jueshen looked miserable and shook his head with a wry smile. Long Fei got a little closer to him and said calmly, I'm really a newcomer. Fart, you think I'm a fool? The newcomer has the cultivation level of an 8th level Xuan Ian? Absolutely impossible. You must have been practicing in the inner sect for many years. You bastard. Ji Jueshen felt extremely angry when he felt the deception, but the anger made his injuries extremely painful. With a pale face he quickly took out a few pills from the ring and stuffed them into his mouth. The net second the pills were under the influence, the injury was gradually repaired quickly. The most important thing is that he can feel that the injury is not that serious. He understands that Long Fei has stopped, otherwise he will never be left with such a terrifying and destructive offensive. This time, after who knows how many years, he finally felt a disastrous defeat. Even against Xiao Ruyu there was absolutely no way he would have such an ending. At the same time his arrogance was also dispelled and he also grew. In response to Ji Jueshen's question, Long Fei simply explained, because I am super talented. When I entered the inner sect my cultivation level had reached the SITH level of peak Xuan Ian. I came back and entered seclusion for 2 years. It has only been half a year since I entered the level 6 peak mystical immortal. This is my upgrade process. I am really a new inner sect member. After hearing this, Ji Jueshen felt extremely ridiculous. You have already entered Xuan Ian, why don't you just enter the inner gate? Long Fei said calmly, because I am practicing in the outer world. Haha, that's it. I lost. Ji Jueshen straightened his body and forced himself out of the hole in his body. He looked at Long Fei with a complicated expression. You don't have all your strength? Use all your strength and you will die. Long Fei looked calm. Butits extremely Jueshen but very unhappy. This time I let you pretend. But net time, Ji Jueshen said sternly, net time I will definitely defeat you. Sooner or later I will get back what I had today. Welcome anytime. Long Fei looked at him with a smile. Snort. With a cold snort, he didn't have the face to stay here any longer and left the place directly. Chapter 482-482-8. Back in the cave, Long Fei directly arranged the formation and took out many crystal stones from the ring that could attract huge fairy spiritual energy and placed them in the formation. This effect combined with his original dojo field, then the increased innate immortal spiritual energy, and immortal spiritual energy will be greatly improved. He sat cross-legged and continued to meditate and practice, throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Under the influence of meditation in the dojo, his whole person seemed so peaceful and quiet. In the net month he only needs to be responsible for retreat. When the entire Qinglong sect's inner disciples heard that the competition was about to take place net month, everyone began to practice in seclusion. Some also went to take on missions to gain experience and return within a month. However, it is not ruled out that there are some monks who don't care about the ranking at all. They don't take this competition into their hearts at all and stay in seclusion for many years. The time to practice and retreat is very fast. A month has passed like this. For practitioners, this month is just like that. Today is the inner sect competition. Each inner sect disciple will be randomly assigned a number. The inner sect disciples only need to go to the corresponding arena according to this number to compete. If they do not go, they will be regarded as voluntarily giving up. The first round of the thousands of inner disciples knockout tournament is so casual. There will be a person in charge in each arena who will be responsible for checking. The number token does not need to be received by the disciples. It is directly dropped into the disciples token from the elders. Even the disciples who are practicing in the cave or outside can receive it, which is very convenient. None of the inner disciples can escape. Of course, Perhaps the only option is to abstain automatically. After Long Fei finished his retreat, he opened his eyes and seemed to feel something touching from the ring. The net moment he took out the inner disciple token and there was a glowing number on the token. Long Fei didn't get the information about what this number was for, but he guessed that this number should be the number of the ring competition. As for whether it was what he guessed, he would know after he went out and asked. Collect your breath, exhale, and after a few times you will feel at ease. Long Fei slowly stood up and stretched. After dismantling the formation, he left the cave. After a month he felt that the natural air around him was much fresher. It's really a nostalgic place. This place is really great. If Long Fei didn't have a special reason, he would have wanted to stay in seclusion in this place until he broke through the Great Luo Immortal and left directly for other heavens. I have already accepted the system's mission, so naturally I have to complete it. After Long Fei activated the cave formation, he flew directly towards the civilized area with many people in the inner gate. Wait a minute, there's a familiar smell. Just in time to ask you. Long Fei's body stagnated in the sky. The net moment he felt Ji Xianming's aura and then he teleported over. When he appeared behind Ji Xianming, he looked at the place in front of him. There were large arenas halfway up the mountain everywhere. Looking at the familiar face, Long Fei took the initiative to say hello. Ji Xianming was startled. There was no one behind him just now. Why did Long Fei suddenly appear behind him? When did it appear? Junior brother Long, when did you come here? Why didn't I notice? After all, he is also an inner sect brother at the Xuan level. If an outer sect brother who has just entered the outer sect is so close to him, if he can't feel it, it will be really dangerous. Fortunately, the other party is not an enemy. If the enemy is uncertain, now you will be fatally attacked. This is a very awe-inspiring thing for both practitioners and ordinary people. Long Fei said, well, I just saw you floating in the sky and came down. Senior brother, you must have been so fascinated that you didn't notice. Is that so? Ji Xianming narrowed his eyes and spoke thoughtfully. Junior brother, what channel are you on? Then Ji Xianming asked. Long Fei took out the token and showed it to him. Does the 8 on it mean that I am on the 8th stage? This is my first time participating and I don't understand. Ji Xianming nodded. Not much. You are in the 8th arena. It is your first time to participate in the inner sect and it is so big. You must not know where it is, right? Yes, please let me know, senior brother. Long Fei nodded. Ji Xianming pointed to the huge mountain peak opposite and said, you see the top of the peak opposite is arena number 8. Since you are flying over from high altitude, you should see it, right? Here is arena number 13. There are 8 stages in total on the mountain. It has to be said that there are really too many peaks in the inner gate of Qinglong sect and they are very big and very spectacular. This inner gate is completely like a large small world with everything, even the huge immortals who specialize in raising immortal beasts in captivity. There is also a beast forest which is very huge. This fairy beast forest is exclusive to the Qinglong sect. I wasn't too focused when I flew over. Thank you, senior brother. Okay, I'm going over now. See you later. Work hard. After Long Fei finished speaking with a smile, he responded to Ji Xianming with a smile and flew directly towards the opposite mountain peak. Looking at Long Fei's back, who was gradually moving away, Ji Xianming narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. He didn't fully believe what Long Fei said. As for the person flying over, it was absolutely impossible. He was a high-level Xuan and could sense it even if it was flying in the sky, which meant that Long Fei was lying. But he didn't try to oppose it but just kept hiding it. That's it, it's my turn. Ji Xianming walked up to the arena in front. At this moment there are people standing on stage number 8. There is still one person missing on the opposite side. Below is the referee. As for the audience, there didn't seem to be any because those people also went to compete in their own mountain arena, which was completely enough to accommodate thousands of people for the first elimination match at once. Isn't the person here yet? Can it be considered that the principal has voluntarily given up? The man with a slender and strong body on the stage looked a little unhappy, but he looked at the principal below happily. The host frowned, shook his head and said, the rule is that it will be considered a voluntary abstention within 10 minutes. It has only been SI minutes now and there are still 4 minutes left. It cannot be advanced. Okay. The man pursed his lips. Suddenly a breath of air came out from the sky. When they sensed it, they looked up and saw a person flying above. It was Long Fei. Are you here? The host and the man murmured. Excuse me, is this arena number 8? Seeing that there were only 2 people in such a big arena below, I didn't care that there were so many people, so I asked directly. The host said, yes, this is ring number 8. If you have this number, come down. You still have 4 minutes. If you don't show up, you will be deemed to have given up. That's right, it's me. Long Fei fell from the sky and came directly to the ring, standing on the opposite side of the man. Long Fei cupped his fist and said, senior brother, I'm sorry. The newcomer just came in from the outer door and is not familiar with the way. He came late and kept you waiting for a long time. Seeing Long Fei's attitude, the man's complexion became much better and he slowly said, it turns out that you are the new junior brother. That's all, I won't argue with you, but as a newcomer you should only have the first level of Xuan Yian, right? Then don't I want to suppress my cultivation and fight against you? Long Fei chuckled and said, no senior brother, you don't need to take care of me like this. You can go all out. Chapter 483 Instant kill. Oh, junior brother, are you serious? The male senior brother looked at Long Fei in a playful way. Long Fei looked at the person in charge below and asked, Chief, is this okay? The boss said calmly, as long as you think there is no problem, that's fine. After holding back a glance at Long Fei, he said, but are you really sure you want to do this? Once the game is confirmed to begin, the rules cannot be changed again. Because Long Fei did not pose the cultivation level of an 8th level Xuan Yian, he just used the aura of a 1st level Xuan Yian on the surface. This is a typical case of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Yes, Long Fei nodded. If that's the case, then I'll let you do it. After the boss finished speaking, he looked at the man on the ring and said, you can use all your strength to comply with the rules of the game. Haha, that's very good. But as a senior brother I can't be so petty. Naturally I can't use my full strength. I will also use the strength of a 1st level Xuan Yian to fight against you so as not to let me bully you. The man said, whatever you want. Long Fei said calmly. Both parties sign up separately. The director shouted, Lu Chuang. The man shouted loudly, Long Fei. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him with a smile. Arena number 8. The first match begins. The leader's voice fell. Take the move, junior brother. Lu Chuang laughed ferociously and a terrifying force burst out from his body and shot straight towards Long Fei, hoping to decide the outcome with one move. You underestimate me, Long Fei muttered in his heart and disappeared in the net second. And Lu Chuang's terrifying impact attack also failed. So fast, Lu Chuang's pupils shrank, his expression changed and he was extremely shocked. Immediately afterwards, Long Fei's figure appeared in the mid-air behind him. Seeing this scene, the host was also shocked, feeling that the winner would come out at this moment. Sure enough, Long Fei directly raised his hand and the knife fell very quickly and smoothly, hitting the side of Lu Chuang's neck. How come? A surge of power suddenly surged in and Lu Chuang fainted instantly from the stimulating pain. Plop! Lu Chuang, who fainted, hit the ground hard and lost his ability to fight. 1 second he was talking so much and the net second he was slapped in the face and defeated. The principal was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. I didn't expect the results to come so quickly. It was really shocking and unexpected. Long Fei stood firmly on the ring, looked calmly at the leader, who looked a little overwhelmed, and said slowly, the winner is out, it's time to announce this. The principal's eyes widened and he seemed to have forgotten what he wanted to say. Arena number 8. The winner of the first round is Long Fei. He regained consciousness in the net second and shouted immediately. After Long Fei heard this, he just wanted to leave, but at this moment he was stopped by the principal. The supervisor ran forward and shouted, wait. Long Fei's footsteps are natural. He stopped and looked at him. Is there anything else you want to explain, sir? Are you okay? Is he alive? The boss looked worried. No, I'm just in a coma. I'll probably wake up tonight. After slowly shaking his head, Long Fei said calmly. After hearing this, the supervisor slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, there's one more thing. Then he said, say. Long Fei was a little impatient. The leader asked, are you really a new disciple who just entered the inner sect? Long Fei nodded yes. Is everything okay? I'm leaving. Let go. The chief nodded and then reminded, remember the second game tomorrow. The number is on your disciple token. I will pay attention. Thank you for reminding me. After answering, Long Fei flew away decisively. Watching Long Fei fly away, gradually shrinking and having fun, the boss sighed, hey, it's incredible. The inner sect of Qinglong sect really has a genius now. After a pause, he seemed to be awakened by a word and said something to himself. No, there are such geniuses in the sect that cannot be buried. They must be reported to the top of the sect so that they can be cultivated, so that they can be used. The true ability. On the way out of the ring peak, Long Fei also saw those people competing on the other numbered rings. Both sides seemed to be very competitive and we were evenly matched. But he doesn't care about all this. What he has to do is to complete the system's task well, not only to win the first place in the competition but also to make himself famous among the inner sect. Even with everything he does now, the battle here ended so quickly that as the person in charge he was temporarily confused. You must know that no matter how unbearable Lu Chuang is, he is still a genuine 5th level mystic immortal realm instance, and now he has been killed like this. Who will believe it? Then a force appeared on the fainted Lu Chuang. This power was intoxicating and Lu Chuang, who soon fainted, woke up and looked at the familiar scene in front of him. What's wrong with me? He blinked, looking sleepy and confused. Where is he? What's up with him? Why am I here? You were killed instantly. The chief told the entire time that had just passed. As for Long Fei, he returned directly to the cave after leaving the ring, opening the dojo, opening the field and making a series of preparations. The whole person is full of energy. Immediately afterwards, the indispensable spiritual cultivation project of the day began. Meditation. As he entered deep meditation practice. The competition outside was also going on crazily. Many arenas also quickly decided the winner. The higher the cultivation level, the more powerful these people do not need too many bells and whistles. As soon as they enter the arena, they use their best strength based on the random and uncertain strength of their random opponent. A powerful move can directly and quickly determine the outcome. Time flies. Soon the NET day came. Long Fei released his meditation state as usual, stood up and stretched, went out and looked at the changed numbers on the token. The number on the token changed from 8 yesterday to 3 today. Based on yesterday's memory, I can quickly edit the location of arena number 3. He was on the same mountain peak as yesterday but at the bottom. After leaving the cave, he immediately flew towards the mountain peak yesterday. Because I specially made a breath mark yesterday, I caught the breath mark directly from the breath when I was flying halfway and used the intertransfer to reach yesterday's mountain peak. His appearance did not attract much attention from those in the game. After all, the enemy in front of him was the most critical and no one went back to distract himself from other things. As for ordering and being in charge of each arena match, it seems that Long Fei's appearance was not noticed. Unexpectedly, none of these people noticed. He ran decisively and quickly down the mountain. Arena number 3 is right in front of you. I am coming. Long Fei was excited, looking forward to who his opponent would be today, as long as he wasn't as rubbish as yesterday. Chapter 484. 484. Fallen leaves are everywhere. Thousands of waters are growing. Soon we arrived at arena number 3. Today is a little different. Some people have time to watch and there are several more viewers. It seems that these people were defeated yesterday and did not advance. He's here, but this person is very unfamiliar. I've never seen him in the inner sect. Do you think it's a newcomer who just came in? No way. It's so miserable. If it's really a newcomer facing an experienced veteran, it will definitely be nothing to watch. Don't worry, maybe this newcomer will give us different visual surprises. I think it's unlikely. After all, the opponent he faces here is Luo Yeguli, who ranks among the top 13 inner disciples. This person's magical attack power is also very impressive in the entire inner sect. As soon as he came in, Long Fei heard these people talking lively, which made him feel like he was being called defeated before the fight started. However, this was not the first time he felt like this. Just a passerby, let's go for a walk of. In the main arena there was an official in the audience and a man with blue hair, delicate facial features and a tall figure on the stage stood there with his eyes closed and meditating, giving people a mysterious feeling. Another show off. After taking a look, Long Fei complained in his heart. Then he looked at the chief with a smile, took out the disciple token and handed it to him. Master, here I come. After taking a look, the supervisor said calmly, well, number 3, go up, the game is about to begin. Okay. Long Fei walked upward. When Long Fei came on stage, Luo Yeguli stood there with his eyes closed and opened his eyes. A cold color emanated from his eyes. It was not that he was targeting anyone, but that he had such a cold temperament to begin with. Luo Yeguli said coldly, I won't hold back just because you are new here. Magic has no eyes. If you don't want to get hurt, just admit defeat. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have a second chance. I like your attitude very much. I don't need you to hold back. Long Fei said lightly. Luo Yeguli, ranked 13th among the disciples in the inner courtyard, had cultivated to the 8th level as a peak profound immortal. These are really randomly selected. The competition begins, the host said, and then added, you are not allowed to kill or harm your fellow disciples, otherwise you will be deprived of qualifications and will be punished according to the sect laws. This article is actually to protect the newcomer Long Fei, who is afraid that he will be crippled by Luo Yeguli later. After hearing this, Luo Yeguli snorted coldly. He was not very satisfied with this rule, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was also a member of the Qinglong sect and must abide by the rules within the Qinglong sect. His naturally drooping right finger moved slowly, and this movement gave people a strange feeling. The NET second, a circle appeared around Long Fei's body and blue things seeped out from the ground and turned into strange blue mucus. The NET moment, Long Fei felt that a lot of his power had been relieved, and then countless blue liquids shot directly towards Long Fei and quickly trapped him. Hey, it's this move again. It seems the outcome has been decided. As expected, there is nothing to see. The monk's power will be removed before this spell, and it has the function of suppressing his own abilities. This trap prison lock this person even more tightly. NET is fallen, leaves Guli's instant kill. When everyone below saw this scene, they all mourned for the newcomer. Is it about to end? The principal on the side narrowed his eyes slightly, but Long Fei looked surprisingly calm. Was he pretending to be? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, but the result is the same. Go ahead. Luo Yeguli's cold voice sounded, and he had already leaned forward and rushed towards Long Fei. A strange power appeared in his hand. It looked very soft and did not cause much harm, but in fact it was very lethal. Super penetrating attack. Yeah, there is indeed something in this move of yours, and it does relieve me of a lot of strength, but to me it is a completely insignificant apart. As for suppression, that's absolutely impossible. Long Fei shouted loudly. A blue energy storm instantly burst out from his body. The terrifying energy storm tore apart the prison made of blue liquid and plotted, and it was combined with Luo Yeguli's attack. What? This shock voice came from all directions and enveloped Luo Yeguli. He looked unbelievable. His body was bounced away and the spell attacks were dispersed. Just when he recovered, Long Fei's figure appeared in front of him like a ghostly shadow. Very close, very close. You are the one who failed. Long Fei's voice sounded. The operation was so fast that it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. It had already hit Luo Yeguli's abdomen. Ah! Luo Yeguli screamed in pain. His face was ferocious and uncomfortable and his body flew out directly. When he was about to fall out of the ring, a blue liquid shot out from his hand roll and connected with the liquid on the ring surface and then merged directly into the liquid. He did not fall out of the ring, but the others disappeared. Only the strange blue liquid was left in the arena. Long Fei, who was full of confidence, frowned. Originally he planned to solve the battle with just one palm, but he didn't expect the opponent's technique to be so weird and unpredictable. Then he snorted coldly. Weird move, fancy, I want it. Let's see what you're going to do. This arena is very large, so the range that this liquid spreads is also very large, and the entire arena floor is quickly covered. Now it can be said that Luo Yeguli is within these liquid and will come out from one direction at any time. Long Fei just watched quietly, and the net moment there was movement. Many blue heads with long hair emerged from the liquid around them, and they soon saw their appearance. It was Luo Yeguli. The slimy liquid humanoids combined with the liquid on the ground look particularly weird. Newcomer, I admit that I underestimated you, but this is the real start. Take the move. These liquid humanoid can be said to be Luo Yeguli, or they can be said not to be. They flew towards Long Fei one after another. Long Fei dispersed it, but the liquid stayed on his body and plotted in the net second. These explosions are not just explosions, but explosions that can endanger Xianyan's life. Rumble. The broken liquid connected with the liquid on the ground to form a line binding Long Fei's hands, feet and waist. These things are absorbing the power of Long Fei. Long Fei was not injured in the explosion. Immortal magic born from all water. Seal. As Luo Yeguli's empty voice sounded, the entire liquid on the ground rose into the air, completely wrapping Long Fei inside to form a giant, a large solid circle with a black pattern that quickly connected together appeared on the surface. This is the method of sealing. After completion, the fused Luo Yeguli's body appeared and stood back on the table. This move is really despicable. The person below couldn't help but cursed as he watched it from beginning to end. No matter what, winning is the key. The most important thing is not breaking the rules. Someone added. But this method. Luo Yeguli looked down coldly. Master, it's impossible for him to break free of my 10,000 waters seal. My 10,000 waters seal is enough to seal all creatures under the 8th level Xianyan, and it is constantly inside. Absorb the power of the sealed creature and feed it back to me. He will only get weaker inside and I will only get stronger, so the outcome is already determined. Chapter 485 Selling. The boss also frowned after hearing this. He was also worried that Long Fei, a newcomer, would be suffocated in this thing. Although this person's methods are a bit despicable, they are indeed very useful in actual combat. I declare that the winner of this competition is Luo Yegu. Click click click. Just when the last word of the master's voice was about to fall, a miracle happened. The 10,000 waters seal tore open and cyan energy light waves emanated from it. It's not over yet. An angry shout rang out. It was Long Fei. There was a loud rumble and explosion. The terrifying cyan energy burst out and everything on Long Fei disappeared. It's nothing fancy. Long Fei's voice sounded. Luo Yeguli's eyes narrowed and his cyan changed drastically. How is that possible? How could you break through? Impossible. Are you an 8th-level Xianyan? Impossible. He wants to turn into liquid again. Still want to come? Tianmu Divine Prison. The net second huge sacred tree vines came out and directly blocked Luo Yeguli. What this? Luo Yeguli felt that the power in his body was instantly weakened. This little space was simply not enough to use that skill again. He is in danger. Long Fei arrived in front of him in an instant and punched out directly. The terrifying full wind drowned Luo Yeguli's entire body in an instant. Ah! Boom! On the ground of the arena, a huge and long cannon shot out like a golly cannon. After the light disappeared, everything was revealed and Luo Yeguli's body had fallen to the ground outside the ring. After retracting his fist, he looked at Luo Yeguli, who was unconscious on the ground in front of him and lost his ability to fight. He said coldly, I didn't want to do this at first, but your moves are too despicable, but they are indeed very practical. It's a pity that you met him. When it comes to me, you are destined to lose from the beginning. And he also held back his hand, otherwise such a terrifying attack on Luo Yeguli would definitely leave no trace behind. It was indeed a bit tiring to say so many words in one breath. After taking a deep breath, my whole body felt comfortable. The principal looked solemn. You didn't kill anyone, did you? Long Fei said no. He's not disabled. disabled is he? The chief quickly came to Luo Yaguli and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was alive. He wanted to take action just now, but it was still too late. No, I'm holding back. I'll know when he wakes up. Long Fei didn't care at all. Even if this person died, even if he was really disabled, his ability could quickly repair him. The net moment a green exuberant life energy seeped out from his body. It is his unique field, the resurrection of all things. The current field of resurrection of all things is already very good. Even if a person dies and the soul is torn, it can still be repaired. Of course, the premise is that the death must be within a month. Is this a life domain skill? The leader, who felt this strong life energy, was stunned for a moment with a look of shock on his face. He quickly found the source of the life energy, which was Long Fei on the ring. With the support of life energy, the fainted Luo Yaguli slowly opened his eyes, feeling a little confused. The moment he woke up, Long Fei put away his domain skills. Luo Yaguli looked at the scene in front of him with a complicated expression, then looked at the principal beside him and then sighed. I lost. That's right, you lost. The chief's words once again confirmed Luo Yaguli's failure. Luo Yaguli smiled bitterly, stood up and watched Long Fei slowly spit out a sentence. You are not good, newcomer. You are very good, stronger than I thought. Come on. After saying that, he turned around, jumped up and decisively left this place. The host also announced directly the winner of this number 3 arena competition. At this point he moved his eyes to Long Fei and asked, by the way, what's your name? Long Fei glared at him. My name is Long Fei. The manager felt a little embarrassed when Long Fei looked at him like this and then immediately said, oh, the winner of this competition is Long Fei. Damn it, that's awesome. The newcomer is awesome. Even the 13th in the inner sect is no match for you. That punch just now, I can feel the extremely terrifying destructive power. He may have stopped otherwise Luo Yaguli's end, maybe more than this. If it were me, I would never survive that punch. All of a sudden the audience, who were shocked and stunned by Long Fei's strength, started to speak again. Long Fei nodded politely towards them as a symbol and then flew away. I've passed another level. I don't know how many more levels there are before we reach the finals. Long Fei muttered. He originally planned to go back to the cave to practice, but after thinking about it, there was one thing that he had not done yet. He quickly came to a large hall and walked in. Someone is watching inside. What are you doing here? A man walked out and stopped in front of Long Fei. Hello, senior brother, I'm here to sell some resources. Long Fei said. Selling resources? The man frowned upon hearing this. What resources do you want to sell? Long Fei smiled mysteriously and took out a ring from the ring and touched it in his hand. Some cultivation resources. As long as the sect can afford the price, I can sell them all to the sect. You can go inside first to see the weight of the resources, how many and whether you can decide. With doubts and curiosity, the man hesitated for a moment before inserting his spiritual thoughts deep into the ring in Long Fei's hand. After all, this was the inner hall of the Qinglong sect, so there was no need to worry about anyone trying to harm him. When he entered the ring and saw the scene inside the ring, his whole body felt bad. He was shocked and saw an unimaginable amount of resources. For a moment a feeling of greed grew in his mind and he wanted to take it all for himself, but he soon realized that this thought must be suppressed. When he came out, his face was shocked. How come you have so many treasure resources? The man asked Long Fei in shock. Long Fei said calmly, I went out to the outer world not long ago to practice my tone of voice. As for the man's attitude, he didn't care. If he wanted to rob it, he would definitely end up miserable. Luck. Really good. The man looked at Long Fei deeply. The man frowned. With so many treasure resources, are you sure that they will be sold within the sect and not used by yourself? I am only interested in money, and whether to sell or not to buy is my own business. I will sell these resources to the Qinglong sect now. Long Fei said. Madman, these resources are enough for you to cultivate to the point where you can become a golden immortal. You. The man was so angry at Long Fei's stubbornness. How about you sell me some? The man hesitated and asked. Long Fei said, if you sell them individually, the price will be more expensive. Here I package them all and it's cheaper. How much does one cost? The man asked. It depends on what you need. Long Fei said. The man thought for a moment and then said, I need treasures that can improve my health, treasures that can improve my cultivation, and some secrets on technique. Have. Long Fei took out 5 things. Chapter 486 Pavilion Master. Looking at the 5 extraordinary treasures in front of him, the man's eyes were gleaming with color and his face showed incomparable desire for possession. There was no way that these 5 things were too precious. What are the prices of these 5 items? The man asked quickly. What he needs most now is high-level cultivation resources like this. Although there are similar purchases within the sect, the prices are also very expensive and he is not the only one waiting for them. They will be sold out soon and there is simply not enough. 800 million fairy coin. Long Fei quoted a price casually. Anyway, these are replicas which are extremely precious to others, but to him he can easily copy hundreds of millions of them. Cabbage and Chinese cabbage. Looking at Long Fei's demeanor and listening to the tone of his voice the man felt that it didn't matter as if it was cheap. But when he heard the price of 800 million fairy coins his e-pression froze. Now he finally recovered from the happy memory before. Although this person has resources, the price is naturally very expensive. 800 million. The man hesitated a little. His heart was in pain and bleeding and his face gradually showed it. Then he looked at the 5 things in front of him, frowned and asked tentatively, we are all in the same class. Can it be cheaper? How much do you want? Long Fei asked directly. No matter what, he had the absolute upper hand. The man was stunned by these sudden words. How much do I want? I want to give it to me directly without paying. Can you? Of course, if you think about it, everything is so illusory in the face of reality. Ahem. The man pretended to think deeply and then quoted a test price 500 million. It's low 650 million. No two prices. Long Fei said, money is really a good thing and can help you solve many difficult and complicated diseases. The man gritted his teeth, feeling a little reluctant. Long Fei said calmly, seize the opportunity. If you miss this one, there will be no second one. Even if there is, I don't know how many years later. He is very tired of this kind of procrastinating and unhappy users. This is why he doesn't like doing transactions with people who have no money. The super rich people are very happy. As long as they are worth their money, money is always available. You can earn it back. Okay, deal. Looking at the 5 things in front of him, the man finally couldn't resist the temptation and gritted his teeth and nodded. Deal. Long Fei showed a satisfied smile. The man took out a tips bag from the ring and handed it to Long Fei. It's all inside. Long Fei took it over and used his spiritual consciousness to explore it. After confirming that the amount was not too much or too little, he smiled and sent the 5 items to the man. The man quickly put it away, cherishing it extremely and carefully. Long Fei also collected the money and then added the replica from the ring. This action is imperceptible to men. After the transaction was completed, although the man was heartbroken because of the loss of money, he was quickly brought joy by the 5 extraordinary and precious treasures and his heart was replaced by happiness. Can you ask the person in charge to come over now? Long Fei said. His main task this time is to sell suits, which is a huge profit. Oh, come with me now. The master in charge of this area happens to be in there today. The man reacted and quickly took Long Fei in. After passing through the wide corridors, he came to a luxuriously decorated room and stopped. It says outsiders stop. It was very high profile. Looking at the 4 words above, Long Fei pursed his lips. Wait a moment. The man said something to Long Fei, then went up and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong, very rhythmic and frequency. The room was luxuriously and elegantly decorated with long red gauze hanging from the top and around it. In the center there was a middle-aged man sitting there meditating with his eyes closed. Although he was practicing, there was a faint air of immortality emanating from his body and he had the aura of an immortal and a master. The silence in the room was broken by knocks on the door. The old man did not open his eyes or even bothered to speak. Instead, he directly used his spiritual thoughts to scan the scene outside and immediately saw 2 figures. One is familiar, the other is strange. In such a short moment, I don't know whether the man noticed this, but Long Fei's soul and spiritual thoughts were very powerful and he caught someone spying on the 2 of them with their souls in an instant. It seems to be the person inside this powerful soul. The people inside had the lowest level of cultivation and started as golden immortals. Long Fei secretly made a judgment in his heart. However, it is very normal to have such a cultivation level. After all, it is the position of the pavilion master. How can one suppress these powerful inner disciples without the cultivation level and strong strength of a golden immortal? It's not easy to detect my gland. This guy's cultivation level is actually that of an 8th level Xuan Yan. In the room, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and murmured, his face surprisingly shocked. Come in. Then he waved his hand. The indoor door opened. Long Fei and the 2 outside also saw this scene. A second after hearing the sound, the 2 walked in slowly. The back door will automatically close. Long Fei followed the man's steps forward while looking at everything in the room. It's really luxurious. There's a strong fragrance here, not to mention it smells pretty good. Long Fei couldn't help but took a few deep breaths. Soon he arrived in front of the middle-aged old man. The man bowed quickly and looked extremely respectful. Pavilion master. Long Fei was still watching distractedly. When the man saw him sweating on his forehead, he immediately pushed his knuckle against Long Fei's arm. After this, Long Fei immediately came back to his senses, cupped his hands and said, Pavilion master, why did you 2 come here? The middle-aged man's voice sounded ethereal, giving people an illusion of grandeur. Before the man could speak, Long Fei took the lead and said loudly, hello Pavilion master, my name is Long Fei, the newcomer who just came in from the inner door. I am here mainly to sell some resources and treasures to Sec. It turns out he is a newcomer. The man was even more shocked that a newcomer could harvest such a huge amount of resources. What on earth did this boy do during his training outside? He couldn't have committed robbery, right? If word gets out that people from the Qinglong sect are robbing someone like this, then the reputation reputation of the entire Qinglong sect will immediately be ruined. I hope this guy isn't the one, right? Selling resources, you just came in through the outer door, you don't need to use them to sell. The middle-aged man was immediately interested in Long Fei. Junior is only interested in money. Long Fei replied, man. The middle-aged man, take it out and show it to the master of the pavilion. Good. Long Fei immediately took out the ring and handed it to the old man. He was not afraid that this person would steal it. If such a thing was really done, he would not care whether the other party was the master of the pavilion or whether he was a golden immortal or not. Just beat him up and that's it. The biggest problem is that he breaks the rules. When the time comes, he can just teleport away and run away. No one can catch him. Chapter 487 Turtle School Qigong Wave. The middle-aged man's face was extremely shocked when he saw the picture inside the ring. There are so many and they are all rare treasures. It seems like this is a great opportunity. Shocked, he spoke and quickly stepped out of the ring. He looked at Long Fei with a wonderful face. How come you have so many treasures? I found it through Eparians and Eparian. Long Fei answered simply. It was naturally impossible to tell the details. Wouldn't this be a confession? He's not that stupid. The middle-aged man frowned and pondered for a moment. It would be false to say that the things inside could not move people's heart. Even if he saw so many treasures again, he would be extremely moved. Then he slowly spoke. You are now in the best stage of cultivation. Are you really sure that you want to sell these resources to the sect instead of using them yourself? You must know that these resources are more than enough to allow you to cultivate to the golden immortal. No need. Even if I decide to sell, it won't change. Long Fei shook his head. As long as you don't regret the decision you made today. See, with Long Fei's appearance, middle-aged and elderly people won't do anything to persuade him. If you don't want it, then I will definitely want it. Middle-aged man, what price do you want to sell it for? 1500 fairy coin. Long Fei said directly. In fact, he was a little worried about this price, not sure if it would work, but the problem should not be big. After hearing this number, the middle-aged man did not speak directly. On the contrary, the man on the side was shocked when he heard this. 150 billion fairy coins. Dear, how dare you say that? After thinking about it, 150 billion fairy coins, how much should this be? The man could not imagine that he had never had so much money in his life, and his ability to understand and imagine was limited. Curiosity and desire like a frog in a well. 150 billion fairy coins are enough to purchase many awesome cultivation resources. Okay then, 150 billion fairy coin. But the net second, the middle-aged man who had been silent for a moment spoke up. Actually agreed, and no counter offer. The man was extremely shocked. His face was written in capital letters, but he did not make a sound because he did not dare. This is what you want? The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a ring emitting the sound of dragon roar and cyan light slowly came from mid-air to Long Fei's hand. Long Fei was also excited. He didn't expect that this huge transaction was simpler and smoother than he imagined. He immediately checked and found that the space inside the ring was not too big or too small and was just filled with all the fairy coin. It was so big that Ken couldn't even count it. There must be 150 billion fairy coins in it. After all, there were 150 billion fairy coins in it. Even the Qinglong sect is not short of this little money. After all, money is just a useless thing in front of cultivation resources. Long Fei immediately collected the money. This transaction is over. I have nothing to do, so I'm going to take my leave. Long Fei quickly said with his hands and then turned around to leave. Wait a minute, the middle-aged man called out to Long Fei. Long Fei stopped and looked. Does the pavilion master have any other instructions? If you still have such resources in the future, you can come to me directly. Remember that Qinglong sect will be your first merchant. We can eat as much as you have. Qinglong sect is not short of money, the middle-aged man said, and a brown token emitting cyan light slowly fell into Long Fei's hand. Long Fei's heart was filled with excitement. He finally had his first long-term seller. It's the pavilion master. After putting it away, Long Fei nodded. You all should go out, the middle-aged man said calmly. With a wave of his hand, a force rushed towards their bodies, and the net second, Long Fei and the two were sent out of the room. Perhaps you will add a different color to my Qinglong sect. After the two disappeared, the middle-aged man murmured to himself, then stood up and disappeared into the room. He was going to the sect master to record these resources. After going out, Long Fei said goodbye to the man, but before leaving they added each other's listening account so that the man would find him if he had the resources he wanted. After all, he can bargain here, and the resources sold in Qinglong sect have FANFIC prices. After finishing all this, Long Fei returned directly to his cave to continue practicing in seclusion. He will not have a game tomorrow because he has been scheduled to win 2 days in a row and will not have a game until the day after tomorrow. And the competition turmoil within the Qinglong sect is still continuing. After practicing, Long Fei took out those precious resources and started to use them. The effect is really good, and his experience value is constantly improving. improving online. Although he still needs to fill up a lot of experience points now, the problem is not big, it is just a matter of time. Boss, you still have a lottery draw today, the system said. Can you enable me to have a function that automatically deducts money for lottery draws every day? Otherwise I will miss many lottery opportunities just by practicing in seclusion. Long Fei frowned and asked. Sister Yu's system sounded yes. The daily automatic deduction lottery service requires a daily payment of 1 million fairy coin. I'm really not short of money now. You can deduct it and turn on this function. Long Fei didn't care. Now even if the system cheats his money, he won't have any change. After all, he really has money now. Money, once people have money they will float. He feels that way now. Then he sighed, it's so comfortable to have money. The lottery was successful. Congratulations to the boss for getting the skill from Dragon Ball Turtle Senin Turtle Style Qigong Wave. After hearing the report from Sister Yu's system, Long Fei's eyes were filled with joy. It turns out to be this skill. It's very good. Give me the inspiration to learn it right away. Ding digits in progress. The NET second. A strange memory appeared in Long Fei's mind. Soon the enlightenment initiation was over and now he had complete control over the use of the Turtle Qigong Wave. Very good, we can try it out in the NET competition. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Long Fei's mouth. NET time, who will be the lucky winner of this experiment? Really looking forward to. Immediately afterwards he closed his eyes again and practiced. Just like that, time passed little by little. It will be the day after tomorrow soon. Long Fei left the cave in the same manner as before. Now his cultivation level has increased a lot. He will soon be able to break through the 8th level mid-stage mysterious immortal. I have to say, I don't know if the experience points are aimed at him. It's really a lot. If those realms were in the past, they are likely to have improved by many small levels now. Along the way, Long Fei took out the inner disciple token in his hand and came out to see it. The number above is 20. In other words, it represents arena number 20. I didn't expect there would be such a big number this time, he muttered and left quickly the NET second. Soon he appeared in the ring on the 20th. There is a fierce confrontation going on in the arena at this moment. There were also many disciples from the inner sect surrounding the arena, watching and calling. Many of these people have been eliminated, and of course it is not ruled out that some of them will come to join in the fun. If that's the case, this person has a really big heart and doesn't practice quickly to improve his cultivation strength. Chapter 488. 488 Tianluo. Amid the commotion of the crowd, Long Fei's figure fell from the sky, attracting the attention of many people. Someone is here and the aura seems unusual. Could they be competition personnel? Everyone's eyes quickly returned to the battle situation in the ring. The two people in the ring are about to decide the winner. Tide Ghost. Boom. Long Fei entered the crowd and looked at the performance on the stage in front of him. The two of them were both 5th level immortals and their strength seemed to be about the same, but in terms of details the one on the right was more powerful. It seems likely that he will win. After a cup of tea as expected, the man grasped the details and successfully defeated the other man. The winner is him. The second game will proceed. As the two people left the ring, the host called to the crowd. Everyone with the number 30 on their tokens comes out, but it shouldn't be much. Generally, for the sake of speed, an arena will not arrange 3 batches but only 2 batches at most. This is also what I have been used to in the past. It's my turn. Long Fei flew out of the crowd and landed on the ring under everyone's gaze. It's him. Sure enough, he is a participant. Suddenly there was another burst of noise. Immediately afterwards another person flew out from the crowd. This man was very strong, a big man carrying a huge black ruler on his back and exuding a sharp and fierce aura from all over his body. It can be seen that this person is definitely an old customer after going out for training. It's actually him, Tianluo, who ranks 10th among the inner court disciples. Damn, this is a guy with the strength of an 8th level late stage mysterious immortal. It's so scary, and this person's fighting style is so fierce that most people can't handle it. There's something good to watch. NET. That's wrong. It might just be a nonsensical show about instant kills. It won't look good. I have to say that the passers-by were very active in using their voices to brighten up the entire venue, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Looking at the man in front of him, Long Fei also learned from a passerby that his name was Tianluo. Haha, hello senior brother, please go all out. Long Fei handed over his hand and kindly reminded him that no matter how this person appears in the eyes of others, in his eyes he is a completely instant kill. Then let's see if you have the qualifications to let me go all out. Tianluo's voice was low. Yes, I won't let senior brother down. Long Fei pursed his lip and said with a smile. After saying that, a powerful and compelling aura emanated from him. Feeling the fluctuation of the aura, Tianluo's pupils couldn't help but shrink and his Zion changed. The 8th level Xuan Ian is the peak Xuan Ian in the early stage. You can start the competition directly after you are ready. Not only that, the boss was also surprised. He was a little unbelievable. He never expected that this person's cultivation level was so high. Moreover, he had never heard of this person's existence in the inner sec. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the inner gate? Tianluo narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. And the most important thing is that this person gives him the feeling of being very dangerous. This is also the result of his many years of Iparian. Long Fei said, I have been in seclusion for deep cultivation not long after I came in from the outer door. I have never shown up. Naturally you haven't seen me. You give me a very dangerous feeling, but I don't know if it's just tiger paper skin. Then please ask senior brother to test it out. You. Tianluo stepped forward very quickly and a huge and thick flame-colored fairy spiritual power spread all over his hand. He blasted towards Long Fei with one palm. This is a temptation. It's also a warm-up. He wanted to see if this person was playing tricks on him. Long Fei also rushed over and punched him. If you want to test it, I'll play with you too. Bang. The net second a thick strong clashing sound was heard. At this moment a powerful aura spread out and left the table. A crack appeared under the table between the two fists. Okay, it's not a paper tiger. Tianluo drank in a low voice. Then the two of them fought directly. Bang 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 bang. The two of them fought from under the table to the sky, and then from the sky to the table, from left to right and from right to left, up north down south left west right east. Everything was beaten by the two of them. The battle between the two was very fierce. One round the force spread out by the collision of the rounds was enough to make the disciples below the ring solemn. Some disciples were so affected by the wave that they quickly moved far away from the arena, and the tabletop was constantly cracking during the collision between the two. One can imagine how fierce and powerful the battle between the two was. Ha ha ha. So happy. Junior brother, tell me your name. Above the sky after such a fight, Tianluo was extremely excited and burst into laughter. My name is Long Fei. Senior brother, remember you will be defeated by me today. Long Fei said after fighting for so long. These are not his full strength, just a negligible strength. Junior brother, you are so arrogant, but you do have the strength. But senior brother, I did not use my full strength. You are qualified to let me go all out, and you are qualified to let me draw the sword. Tianluo's happy voice sounded. Long Fei had already arrived in front of him and punched out. Tianluo's expression changed and he immediately pulled out the ruler sword behind his back to resist. Bang. Well, the recoil made him feel pain and his whole body fell towards the ring below. He quickly stabilized his body and held the black shakudo in one hand. A rich flame suddenly filled the shakudo. Dense flames were burning. Sky burning dragon flame break. Tianluo's face condensed. He shouted loudly, spun his body and shot towards Long Fei. The terrifying flame tornado danced and the huge flames with terrifying incineration power turned into dragon flames and completely submerged Long Fei in the flame. The dragon roared into the sky and penetrated with one breath. Boom. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tianluo did not rely his vigilance. He knew that this child could not be killed so easily. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. It was too quiet. After Long Yan left, Long Fei disappeared as expected. It is impossible for Tianluo to think that he was burned to death by dragon flame. This possibility does not exist. Tianluo flew in the sky, the dragon flames on his body swirling around him. Brother, it's my turn. The moment Long Fei's voice sounded, he suddenly appeared in front of Tianluo from nowhere, holding the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and slashing hard. It came suddenly and too quickly. Tianluo's expression changed when he reacted, and he immediately burst out with strength and attack. Roar. The huge cyan energy turned into a terrifying green dragon and instantly extinguished Tianluo's dragon flame. Tianluo's whole body was submerged and then fell hard to the ground. There was a loud rumble. Dust-lu gravel scattered everywhere and a large hole appeared on the ground. Chapter 489. Bad news. Tianluo was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were raised. After all, it was unacceptable for Tianluo to lose if he was so powerful. Long Fei's body stopped and did not continue to pursue. He looked below where the dust dissipated. At this moment, Tianluo was not lying there as others imagine. Instead, he was sitting in a cross-legged meditative posture. His body was shrouded in rolling flame. In front of him stood his black ruler sword weapon, which was also covered by the burning flame. Wrapped in billowing flame, powerful energy spread from his body. Long Fei was a little surprised when he saw this, but he soon stopped feeling this way. After all, the opponent is ranked 10th in the inner sect. No matter what, he is an Iparian slayer with strong adaptability. Suddenly Tianluo opened his eyes. A stream of flames emerged from his pupils and then a huge armored body appeared on his body. Heavenly flame dragon body. Then the arena instantly became a sea of fire. His eyes looked closely at Long Fei. Junior brother Long, you are very powerful, but it is not that easy to defeat me. Tianluo's deep voice sounded, and then with a hand countless dragons transformed from flames on the ground rose into the sky, and he also stood up and drew out the black shaku sword, and all his strength was concentrated on his shaku sword. Net, I will end this game with this knife. Luo's voice sounded again. Under the influence of Tianyan dragon body, the whole person became so cold. Dragon flames cut off. Under the influence of power, the entire black ruler sword turned into a huge and vertically long flaming blade and stabbed towards Long Fei. Long Fei soared into the sky. Energy burst out from his body and he entered a Super Saiyan state. His hair was golden and dazzling and the power on his body suddenly surged. His hands formed an upper and lower palm on the right side. Bending action. Then he shouted loudly, "Turtle grew gas achievement wave kindness." Luo was immediately frightened when he felt the power on Long Fei, but he still gritted his teeth and fought back. Bang boom. In just a short moment, Long Fei's light wave drowned out Luo's attack, then passed through his body and fell into the ring, plotting like an atomic bomb. The director sensed the danger a moment ago and directly activated the formations around the ring to isolate and protect the other disciples watching the show. Looking at the horrific explosion in front of them, everyone took a breath of air. Luo's strongest move was destroyed just like that. How strong is this person? The other disciples were extremely shocked. No, something is going to happen. The principal's presence changed. Such a terrifying and powerful Luo would probably die, but he couldn't just enter like this, otherwise he would probably die been attacked. But the net moment Long Fei moved his hand and the light wave disappeared. Only a completely destroyed arena was left, surrounded by heat, and Luo's body was lying on the ground not knowing whether to live or die. But one thing was certain, that the flames on his body had disappeared. His whole body was extremely weak, his mouth was bleeding, his clothes were in tatters, his body was covered with scars, and he was exposed to the risk of death. The heat caused him to lose his ability to fight. Yes, he lost. Long Fei released the Super Saiyan form because he understood that the outcome was already decided. Looking at his right hand, Long Fei sighed and murmured, "I have tried to control it as much as possible. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I still underestimated the power of the turtle-style Qigong wave in the Super Saiyan state. It seems that any time we need to suppress it even more, otherwise we may really kill our fellow disciples. It's really uncomfortable to suppress your strength." Yes, he has already controlled it, otherwise Luo would be gone. Looking at the worried chief, Long Fei fell from the sky and said, "Don't worry, he's not dead or disabled, he's just in a coma. This time he does not plan to use all things to revive the realm." The chief hurriedly went to check and was relieved that it was indeed as Long Fei said. If such a strong person really died or became disabled, it would be a huge loss to the Qinglong sect. He quickly injected immortal spiritual power into Luo's body and took out the Elir for him to eat. Then the host took a deep breath and shouted, "I declare that Long Fei wins this competition." After the announcement, Long Fei decisively disappeared here. After returning to the cave, he sat down. "When I was about to meditate and practice, suddenly there was movement in the listener." He went to check it out. The person who wrote the letter turned out to be Chang Luo, the Alchemist Guild president in the Luhi region of the dazzling continent. He was also curious as to why he was looking for him. After clicking on the message, Long Fei's presence suddenly changed, becoming murderous. It reads, "The Luhi region encountered the Holy Land's powerful attack and was destroyed. The person who took action was the Xuanqing Holy Land's great battle of the Golden Immortal. How is Territory Lord Xia Taiyang doing?" Long Fei immediately sent a message. Then Chang Luo replied, "Live and die with the domain." Long Fei's presence changed drastically. Immediately felt Xia Taiyang's breath, but the familiar breath was gone. Is he dead? Then his wife also failed to be resurrected. The territory was destroyed and the Xuanqing Holy Land was defeated by the Golden Immortal. Long Fei's face was extremely cold and murderous. He sent another message to contact Chang Luo, but Chang Luo didn't reply for a long time. Long Fei felt something was wrong and immediately checked Chang Luo's aura. Fortunately, there was still a trace of it, so he immediately teleported there. When Long Fei appeared again, he was in a cave, and lying in front of him was a familiar body. It was the president Chang Luo. His body was covered with scars and he was bound to die. But now he met Long Fei, who immediately revived him with the field of resurrection of all things. When Chang Luo woke up, his whole person felt extremely vicissitudes of life. "President, what happened? What happened to Territory Lord Ya Taiyang and the others? Why did Xuanqing Holy Land take action against Luhi region?" Long Fei asked again and again. Chang Luo was silent for a long time and told Long Fei what he knew. Long Fei suppressed the outburst of anger. "A week ago, a young man came to the Luhi region and found the domain Lord Xia Taiyang wanting him to surrender. However, Xia Taiyang refused and suppressed the young man. Then a terrifying golden immortal appeared in the Luhi region. They wiped out the Luhi region without saying anything. This person was unreasonable and didn't give them any chance. The territory Lord Ya Taiyang also led the people in the territory to fight against him, but with the disparity in strength he was no match at all. The golden immortal was too terrifying. Only later did he find out that this person came from a place called Xuanqing Holy Land and that the great Jew golden immortal was also the one who the young man who reported it was his grandson. As for the president Chang Luo, he was able to escape thanks to a formation within the guild, but now the formation has also been destroyed after being transferred. Why didn't you tell me? Long Fei's voice was low. It's too late at all. The opponent's thunderous tactic. Chang Luo thinks about the scene at that time with great fear now. Where is the holy land of Xianqing in the dazzling continent? Long Fei asked. Chang Luo gritted his teeth and said, there is no such holy land in the dazzling continent. This Xianqing holy land must be a force from other star realms. Don't go for revenge. That holy land is not simple. There is probably a peak golden immortal there. At least you have to wait until you have the strength of the Tai golden immortal. But this strength is too difficult. Chang Luo sighed. I understand. I want to go back to the Luhe Valley to have a look. Do you want to go? Long Fei asked. Good. Chapter 490. The game continues. Luhe River Basin. It should be said that the Luhe Valley was destroyed. Looking at the lifeless ruins in front of him, Long Fei's heart was full of mad feelings. Although this place was just a passing station in his life, it gave him the most different feeling among so many places. The smell of war here is very strong. There are all wreckage and corpses, and there are many scorched corpses. A gust of wind blew on Long Fei and Chang Luo. Long Fei slowly closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. When Chang Luo looked at this place, the tragic situation at that time would appear in his mind. The Luhe area is completely suppressed. The strong smell of corpses made Long Fei open his eyes again. He asked system, where is the Xianqing Holy Land? The answer given by Yuja's system is the Yangzai star realm is located 01 light-year to the left of the dazzling continent in the eastern star region. Long Fei silently recorded the name. Long Fei, what level is the strongest person in Xianqing Holy Land? Yuja's system, deduct money. Long Fei, in the future the money will be deducted directly and skipped. Don't ask. Yuja's system, okay, the Holy Lord of Xianqing Holy Land is an 8th level golden immortal. Long Fei, what is the level of the grand finale golden immortal? Yuja's system, level 2 golden immortal. Things have already happened. I can't change anything, but I will definitely seek revenge from Xianqing Holy Land in the future. Long Fei's voice was cold. President, what are you going to do? Net? Long Fei asked. Chang Luo shook his head. We don't know yet. Let's go check out the Alchemist Guild elsewhere. After the two said goodbye, Long Fei returned to Qinglong sect. It's great that you are the Grand Ju Golden Immortal. I will remember you as well as your grandson, son, and the whole family. If you kill my brother and destroy the Luhe region, I will also kill your whole family and destroy your Xianqing Holy Land. Just wait for me, it won't be long. If you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. In the cave dojo, Long Fei crossed his leg and turned his resentment into passive and rapid practice. Hey, it's been so long since I came to this world and I finally recognized a god brother, but I didn't expect him to die like this. It seems that we can no longer recognize relatives casually in the future. Time passed quickly. The third day came early in the morning. Long Fei came out of the dojo as usual. Follow the number indicated by the token to find the corresponding mountain arena. Today may be the last day of the knockout round, and NET time we will enter the top 5 finals. And Long Fei's winning streak has also been skipped in many previous battles. Come to the second arena. There are a lot of inner disciples here at the moment. All of them are Xian level beings. Long Fei did not fall directly from the sky but flashed to an empty seat in the crowd. All these people's eyes were fixed on the arena. The early morning cloud and mist were shrouded, cranes were flying, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. The environment was very good. He was very puzzled. Don't these people need to practice, or is the passerby just waiting to make a fuss after watching the show? In front there is a black plate with a person. The list of promoted ladder members is recorded on the top of the plate. This was the first time Long Fei had seen this thing during a competition here. He originally thought there was no such thing here. Does Xian also play with mortal things? Long Fei joked in his heart. This is quite interesting. He saw that his name was on it. His opponent was a guy named Shangguan Rao. With this name he could tell that he was a girl. He generally would not hold back on female players. Judging from the format of this panel, he is not just playing one game. If he keeps winning on this day, he needs to advance to at least 4 games. Hey dear, there are quite a lot of them. Why don't I let them all come to me at the same time to save time? Long Fei had an idea, and he was in the first game. At this time the referees in charge had flown here from the sky and slowly landed on the ground. The scene in front of them was not surprising at all. After all, it was normal. Everyone be quiet. The game will start. Net. No matter whether the players on the list are here or not, they must appear in the game when it is their turn. Otherwise, if they do not play for 10 minutes, it will be deemed as giving up the game. Everyone knows this rule. I am just responsible for saying it again as a formality to deepen your impression. As soon as the chief executive came down, he chatted a lot and officially announced the start of today's game. The personnel of the first game, Long Fei and Shangguan Rao, come on stage. The referee in charge has a high-pitched voice. After After what he said, the others became curious. When did Long Fei appear from the inner sect? This guy had never heard of it. Could it be that he was a newcomer? If you are really a newbie, it would be really amazing that you could make it this far. But this guy is about to stop in his first game today. After all, the person he faces is Shangguan Rao, the SITH ranked inner disciple. It's my turn. Long Fei slowly walked up the stairs and everyone saw this strange inner disciple under the spotlight. However, it is not surprising that there are thousands of inner disciples, so I have never seen or heard of them. On the other side, a female figure came up to the ring. As he pecked it was really a woman. This woman's Taoist robe highlights her perfect tall figure. Her long black hair hangs down, her eyes are cold and her facial features are delicate and beautiful. At first glance he seems to be a very aloof type. She slowly raised her jade hand and a green long sword appeared in front of her. On this sword the sword glow flickers, the cold light is infinite, extremely sharp, and there is a powerful spiritual pressure. This sword is ordinary. Sure enough, how could a woman who was ranked SITH among inner disciples be a simple thing? Wow, what a beautiful fairy. The theater goers below couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw Shangguan Rao showing their admiration. She was a woman that every man wanted. Listening to the commotion below, Shangguan Rao glanced coldly down below. It was freezing cold. Suddenly the whole place fell silent and the extreme cold emanating from the former made them tremble. Come on, let me meet you number SI for a while. Long Fei grinned. Shangguan Rao's eyes returned to Long Fei. His whole body was still as cold as ice. There was no way it was her natural cold temperament. People may not be that bad. Looking at Long Fei, she said nothing. Instead he looked at the person in charge below. Interesting. Shangguan Rao fought against a newcomer. This battle ended quickly. On the side of the crowd below there are several people who are not mosaicked in front of the camera. These people are destined to be short-lived supporting roles. They are all people who will compete today. Let's make a bet. How many rounds can this newcomer be able to sustain under Shangguan Rao's sword? The short-haired man joked. Okay, I bet you won't be able to get out in 1 round. I bet on 2 rounds. If that's the case, I'll bet you not even half a round. All of a sudden these people started placing bet. The leader said, you are already ready, let's start directly, but you must remember the sect rules and you are not allowed to kill your fellow sect members. He was worried that Shangguan Rao would strike too hard and beat the newcomer silly. Chapter 491 Hantian Demon defeated together. Very good. It seems that no one expected Long Fei to win now. However, in Shangguan Rao's view, even so, she could not despise Long Fei. After all, it was not easy for a Xuan Yan to reach this level of cultivation, and maybe others don't feel it, but she who was dueling with Long Fei on the same platform could clearly feel the invisible pressure emanating from Long Fei. This made her frown. This one is not as simple as it seems. This is what she silently reminded herself in her heart. She is very alert. When the principal's voice fell, Shangguan Rao raised the green sword in her hand without saying a word. A cold light appeared and the terrifying ice fairy spiritual power suddenly emerged from her body, forming a circle around her body. A closed ice dragon. The net second he attacked directly towards Long Fei. Suddenly the ground was also sealed by ice and giant cold thorns rose from the ground. Both attacked, sealing Long Fei's body, and then she rushed out with a strong step and the power of ice appeared on the sword like an ice dab. You're so cruel, you gave me a complete set as soon as you came up. The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched. I didn't expect this chick to be so serious with her. This is the rhythm of a quick victory. This is the case, I'm not polite anymore. Long Fei took a step forward and punched with his right hand. Suddenly the dragon roared out and terrifying power erupted from him. All dragons are destroyed. Punch out. The shadows of fists are overwhelming. Horrible. Shangguan Rao's eyes narrowed and his expression changed drastically. Bang. The net moment all her attacks were crushed by this terrifying fist under the overwhelming and crushing destructive power. Not good. Shangguan Rao found that he still underestimated Long Fei. With a flick of the sword, the ice armor appeared on his body and then another ice protection appeared around his body. 2 levels of support. Bang. With one hit, Shangguan Rao's outer defense was directly shattered and he flew backwards hundreds of meters before he stabilized his body. This arena is very big, 1,000 meters long, so she hasn't fallen yet. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone in the audience was shocked and in disbelief. This Shangguan Rao was actually suppressed? How can this be? Well, I feel like I need to change my bet. Roll. Those who participated later were also shocked by the terrifying power that Long Fei burst out. 8th level mid-level Xuan Yan. The long-haired man muttered with his eyes narrowed and a frightened face. What? This person is actually an 8th level mid-stage mysterious immortal? No, I remember that Shangguan Rao seemed to be a late level 8th level Xuan Yan, right? These geniuses are capable of fighting beyond the level. Everyone's eyes are now reviewing Long Fei again. This guy is unusual. Maybe this battle will be interesting. But what they didn't know was that the punch Long Fei just punched was to suppress the power, otherwise the real scene scene would be even more terrifying than it is now. Shangguan Rao, who stabilized his body, was extremely shocked and looked at Long Fei. 8th level mid-level Xuan Ian. She finally spoke for the first time today, but she is now a 9th level Xuan Ian, and as a genius, why does she feel so vulnerable in front of this person who is lower than her, not willing to give in all these years of hard work are just for today's failure? Hantian demon. As soon as she soared into the sky, she injected a huge amount of fairy power. Suddenly the temperature of the sky dropped. Suddenly the sky became gloomy and it started to snow. The snow quickly turned into ice cone. The area covered by this area is only the arena, and the area outside the arena is still normal. The meaning of ice, the instance of the devil. If you can take my move, you win. Shangguan Rao stared coldly at Long Fei below. Long Fei raised his head and grinned. Come on. As soon as she finished speaking, the terrifying power of ice seeped out of Shangguan Rao's body and rose into the sky. Her body also decomposed in the sky and turned into a huge phantom of the demon. The green long sword also merged into the sky. Among them the Hantian ice sword transformed into the Hantian demon. What this? The eyes of those below were widened and terrified. They feel death. The referee in charge also frowned and said worriedly, another one that doesn't make people worry. Is this just a game? Evacuate the crowd first. Yes. The rest of the people took action one after another, and those people quickly retreated from the original viewing place. Everyone is extremely dignified. Is he going to be okay? The referee looked at Long Fei and asked the person in charge, be prepared for rescue at any time. The chief issued the order. Yes. At this moment Long Fei looked at the scene in front of him. Instead of being afraid, he was actually excited. Is this the Hantian demon? Looking at the huge ice shadow in front of him, Long Fei's blood boiled. Just in time to give you a try. As he raised his hand, a dark light appeared. It was the nether soul hunting knife. Hantian demon, today is the day I surrender to you. With that said, he took a step forward, spun around in mid-air and directly threw the nether soul hunting knife in his hand. It hit the Hantian ice sword hard. Just a face-to-face collision. The Hantian ice sword was directly penetrated, and at the same time the naked eye was shattered and opened and soon penetrated under the extremely sharp blade of the nether soul hunting knife and shot up, and he displayed his sword gills, and the huge nether blade shadow came out decisively, splitting Hantian demon in half. Boom, bang, 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 bang. As the giant shadow of the Hantian demon was chopped off, an explosion plotted in the sky. It also completely dissipated and the atmosphere returned to what it was before. That's it, it's pretty good. And a figure fell from the sky. It is Shangguan Rao. Bang. She hit the ground unconscious. I don't know what's going on. The nether soul hunting knife did not disappoint Long Fei. He put it away and walked over. Shouldn't he have turned into a vegetative state? He was actually muttering in his heart. But at this moment Shangguan Rao opened his eyes and then blood spurted out of his mouth. This was backlash. She looked at Long Fei walking over with complicated Zion. You win. The cold tone before has become much gentler now, but it is still cold. After saying that, he stood up, turned around and left the ring without looking back. Everybody saw this scene. They couldn't catch that move just now. If they were hit, they would definitely end badly. You must know that the power of that blow is very close to the level of a golden immortal. But despite this, it was still cracked by Long Fei with a simple flying knife. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. There is no need to fight this. I didn't expect that this guy who was thought to be a loser at first would be so powerful. The first winner of this competition is Long Fei. The chief's voice also sealed the end of the game. Long Fei left the ring under the eyes of everyone, went to a corner and sat down to wait for the NET game. And now for the second game. At the same time, some people came over and took the initiative to chat with Long Fei, but he just smiled and nodded, too lazy to pay attention. Cultivation is the real thing and all other bells and whistles are fake. Very good. It seems that no one expected Long Fei to win now. However, in Shangguan Rao's view, even so, she could not despise Long Fei. After all, it was not easy for a Xuan Ian to reach this level of cultivation, and maybe others don't feel it, but she, who was dueling with Long Fei on the same platform, could clearly feel the invisible pressure emanating from Long Fei. This made her frown. This one is not as simple as it seemed. This is what she silently reminded herself in her heart. She is very alert. When the principal's voice fell, Shangguan Rao raised the green sword in her hand without saying a word. A cold light appeared and the terrifying ice fairy spiritual power suddenly emerged from her body, forming a circle around her body. A closed ice dragon. The NET second, he attacked directly towards Long Fei. Suddenly the ground was also sealed by ice and giant cold thorns rose from the ground. Both attacked, sealing Long Fei's body, and then she rushed out with a strong step and the power of ice appeared on the sword like an ice dab. You're so cruel, you gave me a complete set as soon as you came up. The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched. I didn't expect this chick to be so serious with her. This is the rhythm of a quick victory. That's the case, I'm not polite anymore. Long Fei took a step forward and punched with his right hand. Suddenly the dragon roared out and terrifying power power erupted from him. All dragons are destroyed. Punch out. The shadows of fists are overwhelming. Horrible. Shangguan Rao's eyes narrowed and his expression changed drastically. Bang. The net moment all her attacks were crushed by this terrifying fist under the overwhelming and crushing destructive power. Not good. Shangguan Rao found that he still underestimated Long Fei. With a flick of the sword the ice armor appeared on his body and then another ice protection appeared around his body. 2 levels of support. Bang. With one hit Shangguan Rao's outer defenses were directly shattered and he flew hundreds of meters backward before he stabilized his body. This arena is very big, 1,000 meters long, so she hasn't fallen yet. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone in the audience was shocked and in disbelief. This Shangguan Rao was actually suppressed? How can this be? Well, I feel like I need to change my bet. Roll. Those who participated later were also shocked by the terrifying power that Long Fei burst out. 8th level mid-level Xuan Ian. The long-haired man muttered with his eyes narrowed and a frightened face. What? This person is actually an 8th level mid-stage mysterious immortal? No, I remember that Shangguan Rao seemed to be a late level 8th level Xuan Ian, right? These geniuses are capable of fighting beyond the level. Everyone's eyes are now reviewing Long Fei again. This guy is unusual. Maybe this battle will be interesting. But what they didn't know was that the punch Long Fei just punched was to suppress the power, otherwise the real scene would be even more terrifying than it is now. Shangguan Rao, who stabilized his body, was extremely shocked and looked at Long Fei. 8th level mid-level Xuan Ian. She finally spoke for the first time today. But she is now a 9th level Xuan Ian, and as a genius, why does she feel so vulnerable in front of this person who is lower than her? Not willing to give in all these years of hard work are just for today's failure? Hantian demon. As soon as she soared into the sky she injected a huge amount of fairy power. Suddenly the temperature of the sky dropped. Suddenly the sky became gloomy and it started to snow. The snow quickly turned into ice cone. The area covered by this area is only the arena, and the area outside the arena is still normal. The meaning of ice, the instance of the devil. If you can take my move you win. Shangguan Rao stared coldly at Long Fei below. Long Fei raised his head and grinned. Come on. Chapter 492 Lin Huan. Soon the 2 battles passed. This time it was little Long Fei's turn to appear again. Long Fei, it's your turn. He didn't know it during meditation, but a man patted him on the shoulder and told him. In fact, even if his name was not Long Fei, he would know that after all he did not meditate deeply but simply closed his eyes to rest and recover. After all, as long as someone calls his name he will appear in the ring. He thanked him anyway. He opened his eyes, stared ahead, stood up and walked slowly out of the crowd. Many eyes in the crowd were fixed on Long Fei. After all, Long Fei's wonderful skills won everyone's heart. Arriving in front of the ring, his opponent was already standing on the ring looking at him solemnly, and Long Fei also looked at him, and soon he appeared on the ring. The 4th match, Lin Huan vs Long Fei. The referee's voice sounded. The net moment Lin Huan decisively burst out with super strength, came out with a huge scimitar and struck at Long Fei with all his strength. 8th level Xuan Ian. There are quite a few people at this level. Long Fei felt that this person's level was not a threat to him at all, so he disappeared in a flash. Even though Lin Huan had already reacted, Long Fei had already appeared in front of him. His body just avoided Lin Huan's scimitar and he aimed a palm at his chest. Goodbye. Bang. Lin Huan stared. His face changed drastically and he was carried away by the huge force. Under this force he had no time to react and he was smashed away. And there was a sharp pain coming from his body, making him grit his teeth. Bang bang. The scimitar came out of his hand and was stuck on the ground. Lin Huan immediately grabbed the handle and drew a long crack on the ground. After just such a wave of operations he finally stabilized his body and did not fly out of the ring. You must know that he was only about to let go before he was outside the ring. The strong vibration affected his internal organs and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face suddenly turned pale. Is the difference in strength really so huge? Lin Huan gritted his teeth and refused to give in. Both of them are 8th level immortals. Why? I didn't expect that he was able to hold it and didn't fall. But the difference in strength between them is real. The people below also frowned as they watched, not daring to move their eyes for fear of missing the wonderful detail. You admit defeat. We are in the same sect and I don't want to attack you again. Long Fei crossed his arms over his chest, then closed his eyes and said lightly. However, Long Fei's move was a kind of humiliation to Lin Huan. Don't show sympathy for me like this. As long as I don't fall I will never give up. He gritted his teeth and struggled to get up the flames of fire surrounding his body. The aura on his body suddenly increased rapidly. Long Fei slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes Lin Huan was struggling to his death. Don't give up. If you were outside you would have died, Long Fei said disdainfully. Long Fei's word deeply stimulated Lin Huan. Anger surged into his heart and he roared, stop talking nonsense and come on. He rushed towards Long Fei with great strength and the flames on his body revealed a huge lion head and body. Immortal magic. The flaming lion roars into the sky. The huge roar of the lion shook the sky like a thunderbolt. If that's the case, then I will completely shatter your hopes. Long Fei stepped forward. The dragon is coming. A burst of annihilated thunder power came out from his right hand, and with terrifying cyan energy it was blasted out by Long Fei. Roar! A phantom of a golden green dragon with thunder circling around it rushed out. The whole space is straight then collapsed. Seeing the terrifying power in front of him, Lin Huan trembled. His eyes just met the dragon's eyes, and suddenly the terrifying power penetrated into the depths of his soul, and he instantly became frightened. Bang! Under the shadow of the golden green dragon, his lion looked so unsightly that it was submerged and annihilated in an instant. No, stop! People will die if you do this. Hurry and save people. The prescience of the principal and others changed drastically, and they roared angrily. After all, everyone was a first-level golden immortal, and they appeared directly on the ring because they all felt that one person could not catch this move. As a true powerful golden immortal, he could not catch the attack from an 8th-level mystic immortal. This is really unimaginable. Why are you still standing here and wanting to die? One person threw the frightened Lin Huan behind him. Then the 4 people worked together with great difficulty and used a lot of strength to resist the punch. Long Fei immediately stopped his hand. He didn't know what would happen to these 4 golden immortals if he punched them with all his strength. The threat posed by 4 first-level golden immortals to him is almost negligible. If the 4 of them knew that this was not Long Fei's full strength, and they already looked a little embarrassed, I don't know what their prescience would be like then. Long Fei, what do you want to do? With such terrifying power, do you want to kill him? The boss angrily scolded Long Fei, but the 4 of them were indeed shocked and horrified. Long Fei said lightly, we didn't kill him. He is still alive and well. You bastard, you mean you really want to kill him if we don't take action? Do you know that you have violated the rules of the sect? You will be punished. The boss said angrily. Long Fei is really too arrogant. Long Fei frowned and said calmly, the punishment depends on the result. I guess you will come to rescue him. And now he is not dead or disabled, just a little injured. Why should I be punished by the sect rules? It seems so, the people below said, and these people began to move towards Long Fei. His punch can threaten even Jin Ian, and with Long Fei's talent it will only be a matter of time before he is promoted to Jin Ian. By then most Jin Ian may not be his opponent, so now they have to find a backer. After all, those elders usually don't care about them. Chief, the referee just forgets that my skills are inferior to others. I don't blame him. At this moment the voice of the defeated Lin Huan sounded. He shook his head and looked at Long Fei with a complicated prescience. I lost. After saying that, he left directly without arguing with Long Fei. After all, it would be more cost-effective to go back to practice and improve his strength after dealing with so many things. Watching him leave silently, the principal and others had nothing to say. Looking at Long Fei, he said, be careful, net time. Long Fei smiled helplessly. He has already withheld his hand, otherwise you will all die. But he would not tell these things. After all, there is no need at all. I declare that the winner of the 4th round is Long Fei. Let's move on to the net round. Then the venue returned to normal and everyone was flying around Long Fei, but he was too lazy to pay attention and closed his eyes to rest. The others did not dare to disturb him and continue watching the game. As time passed, the game came to Long Fei again, but his opponent Chingle decisively gave up and surrendered. He saw Long Fei's strength with his own eyes. Sith level peak immortal was no match for him. It's just asking for humiliation. Naturally, Long Fei likes people who know how to do things like this very much. Chapter 493 Dian Holy Seal vs Turtle School Qigong Wave. As time goes by, we will soon enter the finals of this arena. After the first place is determined, it will directly enter the finals. This time this person did not give up but wanted to compete with Long Fei. Only a real battle can understand the gap between the two. Wei Dong, please advise. When the man saw Long Fei coming up to the stage with a majestic look on his face, he held his hands. For such a polite person, Long Fei still treated him with courtesy and returned the favor. Long Fei, please advise. You like practicing very much? Wei Dong looked at Long Fei. After hearing this, Long Fei couldn't help but smile. What are you talking about? If we don't like to practice, why can't we come here for a vacation? Wei Dong also felt a little embarrassed that he suddenly asked this question. Moreover, his words and Long Fei's interesting answers also caused the disciples below to burst into laughter. Wei Dong looked at Long Fei seriously and said, well, you and I don't waste time. How about using the strongest move to decide the outcome? That's exactly what I meant. Long Fei smiled and nodded. The preparations are complete. Let's start the game directly, the referee said. Both of them ignored his voice and looked at each other. Then a powerful aura erupted from both of them at the same time. Wei Dong, a late level 9th level Xuan Ian, ranked 5th among the inner disciples. Long Fei, an 8th level mid-level Xuan Ian, ranked SITH among the inner disciples because he previously defeated Shangguan Rao, who was ranked Shangguan Rao's ranking would be directly replaced by him. As long as he defeats the 5th place in front of him, he will be 5th. For him, promotion is so simple, fast and convenient. Wei Dong did not use weapons but directly formed seals with his hands, and a momentum of power appeared again. A holy charm appeared on his body. Then he disappeared from the same place, and when he reappeared he was high in the sky. A divine circle full of holy charm appeared behind him, and the whole body was exuding Dian light. The supreme and ancient power has been pushed to the extreme. A huge golden handprint fell from the sky towards Long Fei. Immortal Magic Dian Holy Seal. Just by looking at the name you can tell that it is a very impressive skill. This is also his strongest move. Dring. Long Fei's explosive energy was instantly enveloped by golden energy flames. His hair also turned into a golden color and his aura was chilling and cold. Super Sun Long Fei. Then place your hands up and down on one side of your waist. Then he shouted loudly, Turtle Hai Chi Gong Wave. A blue wave of light appeared in the center of the palm, becoming more and more shining and bright, and the beam of light splashed in all directions. Then type it out directly. A beam of blue light waves shot straight into the sky, extremely fast. The net second it collided directly with Wei Dong's Dian seal. The powerful power made Wei Dong feel extremely troublesome. He gritted his teeth and looked shocked. So that's it. He was not afraid but was extremely excited. He finally felt how terrifying Long Fei was. This attack is definitely Long Fei's strongest attack. That's it in his opinion. However, if Long Fei knew what he was thinking, he would just smile and reply in a low-key tone, you think too much. If you really have to use all your strength, this mountain will turn into flat ground. Boom, bang. Under the collision of the two moves, a powerful impact erupted from high altitude and spread to very far around. Hey, these two people are really annoying. They are playing such a big game again. The principal and others looked helpless, but fortunately his skill duel was at high altitude, not below. Although the lower part will also be affected by the shock wave, it is not a big problem, but it is the sky that really bears the greatest damage. After all, high altitude is the battlefield for the strong. The result of the confrontation between the two forces soon came to fruition. Dian Saint Seal was sent back directly after dozens of seconds. After seeing this, Wei Dong was frightened. If he was hit by two terrible attacks, he would definitely die. He quickly dodged to avoid it. The net second, a loud bang plotted high in the sky. Immediately the mushroom cloud came out and the sky inside the Qinglong sect shook extremely violently and all the cloud disappeared. This scene also attracted the attention of many other people. Those people stood on the mountain peaks in the distance and looked at the big explosion in the sky with shocked faces. Such a terrifying confrontation. Is this coming from a competition in the ring? Their voices were shocked and their minds were a little trembling. After seeing this explosion scene, many people showed fearful signs and they were all in bad condition. If this hit them, they would definitely die. And this scene also attracted the attention of the senior elders and the pavilion masters, hall masters and other golden immortal figures. What happened to that explosion just now? In the elder realm they all spoke up after feeling the movement in the inner gate. Then with a wave of his hand a picture appeared in front of him. It was the violent sky and there was a figure below. It was Long Fei. Did this attack come from me? It turned out to be him. No wonder this boy looked familiar. It turned out to be the guy who attracted them to check out because of the power of the blue dragon when he was at the outer gate. Looking back, they were all shocked. In just a few years, Li Zizi's cultivation level had already entered the realm of Xuan Ian from the realm of true immortals, and he is also a high-level mysterious immortal in the middle of the 8th level. How is this possible? The elders exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the great elder of the inner sect was in seclusion. As for the sect leader, he had already left seclusion and was standing on a mountain peak watching the huge explosion in front of him. He did not take action. Fortunately, that kid ran fast, otherwise he would have died under this attack. The old voice of the sect master murmured, I didn't expect that our Azure Dragon sect would have such a monster boy. The power of the Chaos Azure Dragon was emanating from him back then. Who is this boy? In half a year the gate to the ghost world will be opened. I don't know what a surprise this guy will give me then. The old man, the leader of the sect, was talking to himself. The net second he disappeared into the mountain peak. After one move after the explosion, Wei Dong's figure has returned to the ring, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He was really frightened this time. I didn't expect that this kid's attack would be so terrifying. Even the number one in the inner sect would not be this kid's opponent. I don't know who is stronger this time, the first place or him. Wei Dong sighed. According to his understanding, the top 4 in the inner gate have already participated in the competition, and the first place has already broken through to the level of half-step perfection golden immortal, and the second place also broke through to the level of the 9th level peak Xuan Ian. The second, third and fourth are all at about the same level. Although they are all ranked at this level, the gap in strength between them and the first place is still very huge. The game is over. I lost. Long Fei, you won. Wei Dong looked at Long Fei and said. His voice lingered in the crowd. Wei Dong smiled broadly. Congratulations to you for successfully becoming the 5th in the inner sect, and I successfully made way for the SITH place. It was obvious that he had lost, but he was not that sad. Chapter 494 Final Count. After the end, the host and Long Fei said the finals will be held the day after tomorrow in the Yuding Basin in the center of the inner gate. I understand. Long Fei frowned and nodded. Then the show here ended and Long Fei also left here. Returning to the dojo to continue practicing, he could feel that he was about to break through from an 8th level mid-level mysterious immortal to a mid to late 8th level mysterious immortal. With the help of a lot of rich innate spiritual energy, the speed of improvement will be greatly improved. I have to say that I used to go out and have no idea about the comfort of meditation practice. Now it is really comfortable to settle down and meditate. Although the improvement in practice is not as fast as directly devouring living beings, this does not affect Long Fei's strong strength. Anyway, he is invincible in the realm of Xuan Ian, and he can also challenge the Golden Immortal. Boss, the rewards you drew today have been stored in the system warehouse. Yu Ji's system sounded. Ever since he activated the automatic deduction lottery function that day, different tricks were stored in his system warehouse every day. He also saw that most of them were of no use to him. The most fundamental thing was that he also had those functional. What did you draw this time? Long Fei asked curiously. A drop of the blood of the Chaos Blue Dragon. Hearing Sister Yu's answer from the system, Long Fei immediately became happy and excited. After so many years, I finally won the lottery again. Take it out quickly. Those things were useless to him before, but today this thing can be of great use to him. It can not only strengthen himself but also develop and increase the bloodline percentage. Soon a drop of blood eluding the Supreme Dragon charm appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes. The blood of the Chaos Azure Dragon. Long Fei's eyes were so hot that he swallowed it in the net second. Then the refining began. Soon 2 days passed. On this day a shocking dragon roar came out from Long Fei cave, but it was blocked by his dojo and did not make a big noise. In fact, there were many movements like this. They were all blocked by the dojo, otherwise it would have happened. Attract more attention. Long Fei woke up. He felt the changes in his body. What surprised him was that this drop of Chaos Azure Dragon's blood did not push his cultivation level up, but only strengthened all the tissues inside and outside his body, as well as improved his soul and spirit. At this moment the dragon blood in his body is even more intense. As long as he releases a little breath, he can make anyone who is a dragon surrender and fear. Command all the dragons in the world. It's such a pity that I didn't improve my cultivation level, he muttered with a bit of disappointment on his face. The draws for the past 2 days have also entered the warehouse. After looking at it, there was no attention. It was not something he needed that could be given to his cheap apprentice. He opened the apprentice template and looked at it. That little bastard Sun Mingfei is still in the dazzling continent because he left the Luyi region long ago and did not encounter the disaster that destroyed the region. Children of luck are children of luck, and generally they cannot die. And now this little kid has broken through to the 7th level of Earth Immortal. Although there is still a huge gap compared to him, it doesn't matter. Of course this must be attributed to Long Fei's resources, and his upgrade also brought benefits to Long Fei himself, but it can be ignored for the current Long Fei. He got up and left the cave dojo, heading to the Yuding Basin in the center of the inner gate. Flying here from far away, you can see the excitement there. Now almost all the inner disciples and some pavilion masters, hall masters and elders have gathered. Long Fei saw a strange figure appear in the most important position. The old man who can sit here must be the master of Qinglong sect. Yes, the leader of Qinglong sect is here too this time. After all, he was out of quarantine and just happened to catch up. Why not come and take a look? And this time he also came to see someone. As soon as Long Fei entered the scene, he was noticed. Are you here? What kind of surprise can you bring me in the finals? The sect leader Qing Xianheng murmured. Long Fei was the focus of his visit this time. Feeling the sect master's gaze, Long Fei also looked over and nodded in return with a simple smile. The disciples below who had seen Long Fei compete and the referee also recognized Long Fei immediately. Here the strongest beings in the inner sect are gathered together. Is he the one who defeated you and took away your 5th place? In the venue there were 2 men in a corner. The speaker looked at Wei Dong. Wei Dong nodded. He is very powerful. Only when you face him in person can you understand how terrifying he is. Although you have reached the 9th level of the peak Xuan Ian, you may not be his opponent. The person he was talking to was none other than Luo Chueshan, who ranked 4th in the inner sect. Luo Chueshan squinted at Long Fei's figure not far away, somewhat disbelieving. Is this kid really that evil? If you are lucky, you may not be able to face him. Then your 4th place will probably be taken away from you under the spotlight. He is the real genius. Challenges to the NET level are really casual. I feel that he is already invincible in the Xuan Ian realm. Wei Dong spoke highly of Long Fei. Luo Chueshan was also extremely shocked. He had known Wei Dong for so long and still heard him praise someone like this, which made him even more curious about Long Fei's strength and wanted to fight against him. Luo Jueshan said, I don't believe it. Invincibility is impossible. You have to know that the monster in first place has already reached. He has only taken one more step to reach Golden Immortal. Although he is only half step into Golden Immortal now, he has already used the charm of Golden Immortal, which is completely enough for an 8th level mysterious immortal. After hearing this, Wei Dong frowned. He had also heard of the first place guy. He was indeed very evil and his talent was higher than those of them. Wei Dong said, what the outcome will be we won't know until we fight, but I'm still optimistic about Long Fei. If that's the case, then I'll be optimistic about myself. Let's go, the game is about to begin. Everyone has entered the venue one after another and the audience is now filled with disciples. The sect leader Qing Xianheng is floating in the sky. Everyone immediately saluted respectfully. Meet the sect master. Well, the finals of this year's Azure Dragon Inner Disciple competition have begun. The competition will officially begin. The rules are still the same as before. The last winner of each peak should come forward. As Qing Xianheng's old voice fell, figures quickly flew from the audience to the huge arena. Long Fei observed this place for a long time. The Yuding Basin was really big and it was surrounded by grand formations. It was completely free to fight. In such a big place, people like them will only look so small. Qing Xianheng looked at the 10 figures on the stage and nodded secretly. These 10 people are undoubtedly the 10 strongest disciples in the inner sect. But if we start from a single entity, it's hard to say anything at the moment. We can only wait until the result come out to know. The 10 of you will compete here for the final competition. Then the competition is about to begin. Qing Xianheng's majestic voice sounded and he threatened danger with a wave of his hand. Chapter 495 495 Heaven Covering Palm. The disciples who felt such a powerful aura all changed their faces. This was even scarier than before. It proves that the master's cultivation strength has reached a higher level. Could it be that he is already the Tai Golden Immortal? The system will help me find out what kind of cultivation this guy has. Long Fei said in his heart. The amount deducted this time was a bit too much, reaching 100 million fairy coin. The more deductions, the higher the person's cultivation level is. Character Qing Xianheng. Level Pseudo Tai Golden Immortal. Age 2000 years old. What realm is the Pseudo Tai Golden Immortal in? Long Fei asked curiously. The voice of Yuji's system sounded in response. There are 3 small stages in the leap between the Golden Immortal Peak and the Tai Golden Immortal Perfection. Dzogchen and Falsehood, and Qing Xianheng has reached the 3rd one. As long as you are comprehending, you can successfully enter the Tai Golden Immortal by finding a certain secret of law. At this level, just absorbing experience and practicing is of little use. You can only understand it. I see, I understand. Long Fei nodded. Then this sect leader is pretty good. Immediately afterwards, a bow appeared in front of everyone. Come and smoke. Qing Xianheng's voice sounded. Soon one after another reached in and started to smoke. What was pulled out was a ball. It was Long Fei's turn. He reached in and touched it and soon found something. When you look at it, the number is 2. Long Fei said, no one is lucky enough. If nothing else happens, I will play in the first game or the second game. Anyway, I didn't run in these 2 games. At the same time, he was also very excited. Playing his first game under the spotlight would definitely be very exciting. At this moment, Qing Xianheng had returned to his seat and was sitting. Then an old man's voice sounded. This is also an elder at the Golden Immortal level. The cultivation level is at least an intermediate level. The first match, number 1 vs number 2. The match begins. Both sides stay in the ring. The rest of the people get off the stage and wait. Haha, it's really me. Long Fei muttered. Stayed in the ring. It's me in the first game. Who is my opponent? On the other side, the person who won the first place was Luo Jueshan, who was talking to Wei Dong. Seeing the figure of Long Fei who was left behind, Luo Jueshan couldn't help but stare. It can't be such a coincidence that it's him, right? Wei Dong in the audience was also surprised. It can't really be him, right? Then Luo Jueshan will probably be eliminated in the first game. After stepping off the stage, the other 8 people also glanced at Long Fei, a strange man. Among them, the first, second and third place in the inner sect are all among these 8 people. Except for these 3 people, the other 5 people can be said to be just additional people. Don't look, it's me. Long Fei looked at the stranger in front of him, this contestant in the first game, and showed a grin. It's really you, Long Fei, Luo Jueshan said helplessly, and then began to get excited. He could finally see the strength of this person who was praised so aggravatedly by Wei Dong. Free play here. Both sides adjust their status. The game starts immediately. The elder said. The 2 people soared into the sky in unison. 2 auras suddenly erupted and 2 powerful auras collided. However, for Long Fei, the person in front of him was not enough to threaten him, and one was broken by a slight increase in power. Luo Jueshan showed a shock face. Awesome, is this the power that an 8th level Xuan Yan can unleash? I'm not an ordinary 8th level immortal. If you surrender like this, I'll be merciful. How about we settle the game right away? way. Long Fei showed amusement. Good guy, I just gave you a few compliments and you kicked your nose in the air. You are such an arrogant guy, I will make you pay the price. Luo Jueshan laughed angrily after hearing Long Fei's word. Come here. Luo Jueshan shouted loudly, not daring to be careless. Directly use the immortal artifact. A thunderbolt, an extremely slender thunder light shuttle appeared in his hand. Under the background of this thunder light shuttle, his aura of strength increased even more. Immediately afterward, 3,000 thunder phantoms were launched directly towards Long Fei with dazzling sounds, thunder all over the place, both real and fake. Long Fei looked into the Chaos Qinglong pupils and immediately saw his true identity. Here comes the dragon. Long Fei shouted in a low voice, punched out, and the shadow of a golden and green virtual dragon roared out angrily. At this moment, Qing Xianheng and others above could not help but squint their eyes, looking shocked. This dragon power is so powerful. Under the impact, Luo Jueshan's entire body was smashed towards the ground. Damn it, it's so powerful. Luo Jueshan found that he still underestimated this guy. Gritting his teeth, all his strength came out again. A formation pattern spreads from the body, forced a shocking offensive. Boom! Under the endless dust, Luo Jueshan's body fell on the ring. His face was shocked and could not stop for a long time. Finally, I can understand what that guy Wei Dong said. This guy is a pervert. Luo Jueshan felt that what he was facing now was not an 8th level immortal but a demon with a higher level of cultivation than him. Suddenly Long Fei raised his hand and pressed forward heaven covering palm. With endless charm and domineering power, an ancient burning sound came out and the terrifying power quickly fell from the sky. This move, heaven covering palm, was obtained through a system draw. As soon as this palm appeared, the elders were ready to rescue this palm. Qing Xianheng's words were trembling for some reason. Be prepared to do your best to save people. Then he sent a message to the elders. At this moment the elders have already made preparations to rescue Luo Jueshan with all their strength. Don't underestimate me. Luo Jueshan seemed to feel the elders move and shouted angrily, and then directly drove the extreme thunder tizot in his hand to rush towards the giant palm. Crackling, in an instant the thunder power in his body burst out. Thousands of thunders are destroyed. He directly used his ultimate move. His pupils were filled with thunderous charm and his whole body was completely transformed into thunder. The sky, ground and air were filled with high temperature thunder, and the whole sky became a sea of thunder. Seeing this scene, Long Fei was also a little surprised. Is it a special move? But this is just one of my palms. Long Fei murmured. Bang! The net moment the two moves collide. Boom! Under the shocking explosion, an energy explosion plotted. The terrifying impact confused the entire Yuding Basin, but fortunately those in the audience were not in danger due to the formation. Even such a terrifying explosion did not break through these formations, which is enough to show how extraordinary these formations are. The other contestants also looked horrified when they saw Long Fei's palm. The top three also frowned, and shock and fear could be seen in their eyes. Sure enough, I was not disappointed. Junior brother Long Fei, one of the mysterious men wearing a mask, spoke in a low voice. He is the number one in the inner sect. It sounds like he knows Long Fei from his tone. Even though the collision caused an explosion, the huge handprint was still imprinted on the ring. A few seconds later, a figure belonging to Luo Jueshan fell from the explosion of light, and his immortal weapon had lost its light. His clothes were in tatters and he was in a miserable state. He was vomiting blood from his mouth and his face was pale and weak. The state is extremely tragic. Defeat. So strong, really strong. Luo Jueshan felt extremely uncomfortable and exhausted. Now he could not even move his hands and feet. He had lost his ability to fight. I didn't expect the outcome of the first game to come out so quickly. When the elder saw this, he immediately waved a wave of golden immortal power and turned it into a giant palm to catch Luo Jueshan, preventing him from being hurt by hitting the ground again. Chapter 496 Erosion. This guy is really not a human being with such terrifying power. Among the crowd, Ji Jueshan came today. Seeing Luo Jueshan being defeated so quickly in the arena in front of him, he secretly shook his head, recalling his previous fight with Long Fei. If that terrifying explosive power really had the intention to kill him, he would never survive. Now he might be really lucky. On that day his Taoist heart was almost irreversible, and Long Fei also became a shadow on his psychology. No matter what, I will never fight with this perverted guy in the future. Xiao Ruyu was also present in the crowd, and the most important thing was that he entered the top 10. There would be his competition later. He had discovered Long Fei a long time ago and was very surprised and shocked. This new disciple actually entered the top 10. Is this luck or strength? After all, he had never seen Long Fei's strength. Seeing Long Fei with such strength, Xiao Ruyu was now a little timid and fearful. If she met him later, she would have to strike hard and fight quickly, otherwise she might not be able to defeat him with such domineering power. He held the hilt of the sword in his hand, his eyes firm. No, I won't lose. I want to believe that my sword intention is the strongest. He slowly looked at the first guy wearing wearing a mask. This person was the second swordsman of the inner sect. As for the first one, it is a golden immortal elder. The winner is Long Fei. Following the order from the elder referee, the first victory or defeat is over. Long Fei left the ring directly. When I got to a seat, I started to sit cross-legged and practice without giving those people a chance to ask. The NET game ended quickly, one game after another. After all, these people's tone was not very good and they were instantly killed against the top 3. However, Xiao Ruyu was lucky enough to survive and entered the top 5. What's strange is that the first masked man is actually called number 1. This is obviously just a code name. The elder said, "NET, we will enter the top 5 finals. There is a slogan in this bow. As long as one of you draws it, you can directly enter and become the 3rd place. Of course, the 3rd place can also challenge the 1st and 2nd place. To defeat is to replace. Everyone knows that it depends on luck. Then let's get started." Long Fei has woken up and he is the last person. His eyes caught Xiao Ruyu and he smiled faintly. "Senior brother Xiao, we meet again." Xiao Ruyu also smiled and nodded. "Yes, junior brother Long, maybe we will be our opponents." NET. Junior brother Long's strength really shocked senior brother and me. Maybe I also like to see senior brother Xiao's sword intent. Long Fei smiled. "There will be a chance," Xiao Ruyu replied. After saying that, the two went directly to draw. Long Fei thought he was the protagonist and would draw the empty number, but fate played a joke on him. This time he was not on his side and the number he drew was number 1. Number 1, it seems that I am participating in the first game again. Long Fei frowned and smiled. The lottery was over and all 5 people looked at the numbers in their hands. "Which of you got the empty number?" the elder asked. "I," a voice sounded, and everyone else looked over. This person was the first person wearing a mask in the inner sect. It turned out to be him. Xiao Ruyu was also a little surprised. "Very good, you go down and have a rest. You are now in 3rd place," the elder said calmly without showing any signs of surprise. "Yes." Before this person left, he took one more look at Long Fei. Long Fei was a little strange. Why does this person feel familiar when looking at him? Who is this person? Does he know me? He was wondering in his heart, could it be that my strength showed that aroused his interest? "Do you know him?" Xiao Ruyu walked over. Long Fei shook his head. "Wearing a mask, who knows who he is? Speaking of which, this is not the first time you have participated in such a competition in the inner sect for so long. You should know him, right?" Xiao Ruyu shook his head. "I don't know him. He always wears a mask. We only know that his name is number 1 and he has been number 1 in the inner sect for more than 100 years. Well, this person is really strange." Long Fei muttered. "By the way, what number did you win?" Xiao Ruyu asked. Long Fei said calmly, "Number 1. After hearing this, Xiao Ruyu was suddenly startled, looked at Long Fei with a strange expression and then said slowly, "I am number 1 too." Long Fei looked at him. "Okay, this is his first opponent. It seems that God is helping us meet." Long Fei said. "Yes." Xiao Ruyu looked at Long Fei meaningfully. Then the elder's voice sounded. "Then your numbers will be number 1 versus number 1, number 2 versus number 2. The first game will start with number 1. Then you will all have a rest time of 1 stick of incense and the game will start after 1 stick of incense." Hearing the elder's voice, Long Fei decisively sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated to rest. This surprised everyone. "You guys go down. The first battle is between me and him." After Xiao Ruyu said to the other 2 people, he followed Long Fei and sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. The other 2 people also left. "It's interesting. I didn't expect that these 2 guys are really facing each other." Xiao Ruyu, "I want you to taste the despair that I tasted in his hands before." Among the crowd, Ji Chueshan was also very surprised to see the scene on stage. He didn't expect that the 2 people would face each other like this and then showed a lewd smile. There was no doubt in his mind that Long Fei's strength was definitely more domineering and shattering than Xiao Ruyu's sword intent. Soon, with everyone waiting, the time of burning incense passed. "Okay, it's time to burn incense and the competition begins." The elder gave the order and flew away. Long Fei and Xiao Ruyu have also woken up. The 2 flew high into the sky. "Junior brother Long, I only need to use 1 sword. If you catch the sword after 1 strike, I will be defeated. If you cannot catch it, I will win. How about that?" Xiao Ruyu's eyes were stern. "That's exactly what I meant." Long Fei smiled. Then the Qinglong ancient sword appeared in his hand. This sword is Extraordinary. As soon as the Qinglong ancient sword came out, Qing Xianheng narrowed his eyes. Seeing Long Fei's sword and the endless killing and annihilating power emanating from it, Xiao Ruyu couldn't help but narrowed her eyes and her expression became extremely solemn. It seems that more powerful force is needed. He decided to use his strongest sword. A jade-colored long sword flew out from his scabbard, quickly forming countless long shadows. Every sword shadow carries an extremely strong and domineering sword intention which seems to penetrate the sky and the earth. Erotic. With the sound of roaring Ruyu, as soon as he came out, countless sword intentions quickly emerged from his body. On the spot, the proud sword reached the sky and turned into a terrifying sword intention that broke through through the sky. Wherever it passed, the sky was torn apart. The terrifying sword intent made most of the people below tremble. He looked horrified. What a terrifying sword intent. This guy, he didn't use his full strength that time. Ji Jueshan gritted his teeth when he saw this scene, thinking that Xiao Ruyu was humiliating him before. Chapter 497 Accident. In response to such an attack, Long Fei just gathered all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly a green sword light several feet long appeared and rushed out. A meeting. He was directly submerged in countless sword intentions. Then the NET scene also appeared. Those sword shadows plotted directly. Loud rumbling noises continued. At this time the green sword light turned into a huge phantom of the dragon god, instantly annihilating all of Xiao Ruyu's sword shadow and sword intention. Roar. The shocking loud roar of the dragon rose up from the sky, with the huge dragon shadow staying in the sky. Seeing that his strongest sword intent was wiped out in front of him, Xiao Ruyu's eyes narrowed and his presence changed drastically. Suddenly Dao's heart was a little turbulent. How come? His tone was full of despair and decadence. The move that I thought was the strongest failed like this. As the person who created it, it was a very serious blow. Senior brother Xiao, you have failed. When a voice sounded in the sky, Xiao Ruyu was hit again. After waking up from a trance, he looked at Long Fei with some despair. The gap between us is really so huge? Maybe, Long Fei said modestly. He didn't want to hit him anymore because he was afraid that this guy would commit suicide. I've been practicing for hundreds of years, but I'm not even as good as you. Sigh. I don't care if I don't want the reputation of sword immortal. From now on I just want to practice hard. Xiao Ruyu sighed. Long Fei said, Senior brother Xiao, maybe you can go out for a walk and get some peri in. Maybe you will gain unpected results later. His words awakened Xiao Ruyu, and after a moment of silence she nodded okay. Then he looked at the elder and said, Elder, I lost. Okay, this victory is Long Fei's. It ended so quickly that the audience was almost numb. Can I defeat him? The voice of the disciple wearing a mask below and calling himself number 1 came out from inside the mask. After sitting in the number 1 position in the inner sect for so long, he has long been numb. He really hopes that someone in the inner sect can defeat him. No matter whether it was the second or third place, he couldn't feel the hope, but he saw the hope from Long Fei. Perhaps I will abdicate from this term onward, he murmured softly. After Long Fei stepped down, it was the turn of 2 versus 2. That is Xiao Wei, who is second in the inner sect, versus Yu Haibo, who is third in the inner sect. The aura of the two people was at its minimum. The two sides fought fiercely and fiercely. They started fighting hand to hand and had a passionate fight, which also made the crowd very excited to watch. It has to be said that this kind of confrontation is more exciting than one that determines the outcome with one move. The attractions of those that determine the outcome with one move are really too sluggish. Hit 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 hit. The disciples in the crowd shouted one after another. The battle between Xiao Wei and Yu Haibo was just a warm-up, and then both sides used powerful magic. Explosions and serial explosions covered the sky and the arena, which was really shocking. After Jade Wave had a slight disadvantage, it became the upper hand. Xiao Wei's figure flew out from the smoke of the explosion, forming seals with his hands. Jade Wave's body was locked with black chains, and then a flaming meteorite hit from the sky. The battle is over. Xiao Wei's voice sounded coldly, yet a powerful and strange energy burst out from Jade Wave, and the huge blue colossus came out and broke the chains on its body, struggling to leave the sky. Then he came to the flaming meteorite and slashed it out with his sword. The meteorite was instantly plotted. The blue sky is empty. Seeing the blue giant statue on Yu Haibo's body, Xiao Wei's presence changed and became solemn. Then the Jade Wave merged with the blue sky, and sky becoming even more powerful. A terrifying aura came out and a huge tornado fell from the sky towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Wei did not dare to neglect and used the powerful magic technique again. The NET second he was hit, but he was not hit again because his body turned into countless white pieces of paper and disappeared, reappeared and reorganized into a human form. Paper flash technique. Yu Haibo narrowed his eyes. After fighting back and forth, the two stood in the air. In terms of momentum, Jade Wave is even better. Immortal magic exploded the earth and split the sky. Xiao Wei raised his hand, decisively displayed his skill, and then dived forward. It plotted instantly above the blue sky. Looking at his own explosion, Lan Kong Tian Yu, controlled by Jade Wave, did not panic. With a move of his hands, a force directly purified the explosion. What? Xiao Tong was shocked. The NET second, the ground was not calm anymore. Many thick vines flew out from above and spread all over the entire Yuding Basin combat area at extremely fast speed, and Xiao Wei was trapped here. There are continuous vines and trees stabbing up from below, and their damage is enough to kill a Xian Ian. Xiao Wei didn't dare to be careless and kept dodging with the paper flash technique. You can't run away, Yu Haibo said coldly. Then the vines below grow taller again, forming a dense, the incomparable vine forest. When Xiao Tong appeared again, his whereabouts whereabouts had been traced because his body was contaminated with the breath of vines. Even the paper flash technique could not completely avoid it. Just like that, when he reorganized his human form this time, he fell into the trap and his whole body was trapped by the prison formed by the vine. You lose. The light in the sky is extinguished. Above the jade wave blue sky, a terrifying blue ball quickly condensed, and the net moment it swept towards the vine prison below. Boom 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 boom. Explosions continued. Feeling the terrible crisis, Xiao Tuo, who was trapped in the prison, suddenly felt something was wrong and once again used the explosive heaven and earth immortal technique, but the vine wood was so damn hard that it couldn't be broken. This is already his most powerful destructive magic. That's all, I'll just use you. He gritted his teeth hard and blood splattered from his fingers. Void soul summoning technique. After forming the seal, black formations appeared directly on the wall of Fujimu. The net second, a dark mist appeared. A strange breath came out. Boom. The scene was much destroyed. I thought it would be over, but the net second use Haibo felt bad. He frowned, and at this moment a huge door broke through the vines from the ground. The door opened and countless ghosts ejected with astonishing power, absorbing the energy he sent out, and Xiao Wei's figure also appeared beside the door, but at this moment his face was a little pale. After absorbing all the attack energy, he slammed the door. In an instant, light splashed out from inside the door. A huge black dragon with a ferocious face and a void-like presence rushed out and directly hit the jade wave. Earth explosive sky star dragon. The moment they saw this dragon, Qing Xianheng and others looked shocked. Hasn't this dragon disappeared for thousands of years? Why do you appear in this door now? They looked at Yao Fu with even more confusion. This boy was becoming more and more mysterious. He has the most fancy thing. Now he has actually created an earth plotting star dragon, and this earth plotting star dragon is still in its true form. After absorbing such powerful power, his strength has reached the half-step perfection level of a golden immortal. Jade wave will lose. Chapter 498. Ji Xianming. Jade bounces back. Seeing that the situation was not good, a banana fan emitting red flames appeared in the hand of the huge blue sky and directly hit the flying earth explosive sky star dragon. Bang! The two forces moved back and forth crazily. The instability of power will also cause the law of conservation of energy to become imbalanced and explode instantly. Suddenly Lan Kong Tian's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Xiao Wei. God flashes from the sky. This is Use Haibo's powerful magical body technique. Boom! At the same time there was a big explosion in the sky behind him. A huge dragon roar rose into the sky. Die! Jade wave slashed at the huge door in front of him with a knife. This knife contained terrifying power of annihilation. Xiao Wei's eyes narrowed, his presence changed, and he immediately hid. After summoning and casting spells one after another, he was now too exhausted. Boom! Under the huge force, and because Xiao Fu Yan's spiritual power was unable to support the phantom spirit gate, the gate shattered in an instant, and a huge knife came to Xiao Fu in an instant and penetrated his body. The net moment, a sharp pain came. Ah! A scream rang out from his mouth. His soul was shaken and he seemed to fall directly to the ground. Lost the ability to fight. Facts have proved that no matter how flashy you are, it is useless in front of Jade Wave. I was just wondering how the earth explosion star dragon's body could be so weak. It turns out it's not the body, it's just a soul that looks like the body. Qing Xianheng looked a little surprised. The same goes for the other elders. Everyone thought Xiao Fu would win, but they didn't expect that he would be defeated by General Yu's Haibo in the end. This is a pity. The elder referee immediately appeared on the field and checked Xiao Wei's condition. After confirming that he was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief, nodded towards the back and said, victory in this battle, Jade Wave. Jade's Haibo has also been released from the blue sky and sky state. His face may be a little pale at this moment, but it is not a serious problem. This is the crushing strength. I didn't expect to see Earth burst Tian Yinglong here, Long Fei said calmly in the auditorium. He was a little surprised when Xiao Fu summoned the door just now, and I was surprised to see someone like this coming out of the door. Now he finally knows what the Earth plotting star dragon looks like. Now I announce that the top 3 in this competition are Long Fei Yu's Haibo and number 1. The first 2 are both second place, and the first place will be revealed after the battle. Net number 1 will choose the person to challenge. The voice of the elder referee sounded. I want to challenge Long Fei. Came the voice of number 1. Yu's Haibo, who had just stepped off the stage, looked at the masked man in front of him. His presence froze and then he left. Do you accept it? The elder referee looked at Long Fei. Long Fei nodded. Accept. Finally waiting for this moment. He has been itching and can't wait. He also wants to see how far his current distance is from this person's strength. Very good. It turns out that both of you come on stage. The elder referee nodded and said, "No." After saying that, the two stood up and went on stage one after another under the eyes of everyone. Long Fei murmured in a low voice, just in time. Let me see what you, the so-called number 1 in the inner sect for more than 100 years are capable of. The two came to the stage. You look at me, I'm looking at you. Long Fei, it's been a while. Number 1 spoke first. Long Fei was stunned. Have we met? This way you will remember my face. With that said, Number 1 slowly raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. A handsome face with delicate features suddenly appeared. Is this the true face of Number 1? Why do I feel like this guy look familiar? Immediately there was discussion below. Long Fei's pupils shrank and his face looked a little surprised. It's actually you, senior brother Ji Xianming. Yes, the person in front of him, the so-called Number 1 in the inner sect, is the young man he saw in front of the Gongfa Pavilion. Ji Xianming. I'm very happy that junior brother Long still remembers me after not seeing him for more than 2.5 years. Junior brother Long Fei's strength also surprises me. He was able to enter here. However, if you meet me you will probably stop here. No matter what, it is enough to enter the top 3 seat. Ji Xianming said with a slight smile. Hehe. Long Fei smiled and said, sorry senior brother, I can't stop here. My goal is to be Number 1. Ji Xianming showed a meaningful smile. Okay, let's get started. Then let's get started. Long Fei looked at him. Both eyes exuded a strong fighting spirit. Suddenly an extremely powerful aura clashed from the two of them. Character Ji Xianming. Level half step to perfection, golden immortal. Age 220 years old. Seeing the information reported by the system, Long Fei was also surprised. This guy is only 220 years old. At such a young age he has reached the half step of perfection, golden immortal. This guy is really a genius. Then let me see how strong this talented person you are is. Game start. When the elder referee saw that the two men couldn't wait, they couldn't wait either and shouted immediately. The two of them were waiting for this voice. Long Fei took one step forward and launched the attack first. He teleported to Ji Xianming and punched him. This punch is very terrifying. So fast. Ji Xianming didn't expect Long Fei to be so fast. He himself was shocked, but he was not inferior and he instantly condensed his supreme sword intent and fell forward. All the sword intent instantly spread across the field, locking Long Fei and falling down, and his figure also turned into an afterimage and Long Fei missed it. This is the first time. That's okay, I actually dodged it. Long Fei was also surprised. This guy deserves to be a true genius and his reaction is indeed not comparable to that of other characters. Junior brother Long Fei, you are careless, let me see your true strength. Ji Xianming reappeared in the sky and then waved his hand. For a moment all the sword intent that locked Long Fei fell instantly, and at the same time part of the explosion locked Long Fei's escape route. These sword intentions all contain a hint of golden immortal power. Although it is not complete, it is enough to deal with a person who is only an 8th level mysterious immortal. Well done! Long Fei shouted loudly and terrifying power erupted from his body and spread into the sky, directly driving away all the sword attacks around him with a bang. The momentum continued to soar and the ground shook violently under the pull of this force. A golden energy appeared in the cyan flames, and as Long Fei's burst of power became stronger and stronger, his hair instantly turned golden. Super Saiyan Drain. Another force rushed away. Long Fei's entire aura became more chilling and cold. He raised his head and looked at Ji Xianming above. Don't play with these fancy things. As long as you are not a golden immortal you can't do any harm to anyone. Use all your strength, otherwise you can do it quickly. Long Fei's cold and solemn voice spread throughout the battlefield. Chapter 499 Lucian sword intent. What arrogant word! The whole audience was shocked by Long Fei's word and became a sensation. This guy is really interesting, Qing Xianheng said with a smile. At this moment the main leader Ji Xianming pursed his lips and said, very good, I will help you. Under his drive a stern sword light burst out from his body. Formation patterns appeared on his body and a long sword with weak golden immortal power turned into a sword body several feet high. The terrifying and domineering supreme sword intention seemed to be able to cut through eternity. From this moment on, when the sword falls the Milky Way appears. This Tianhe is a picture formed by the peeled off sky film. This sword is very strong. The first sword immortal elder sitting on the high platform was shocked and slowly uttered these words from his mouth. But compared with him this boy is still far behind. His first place is not so easy to surpass. This sword is called Lucian. Under this sword the sky will fall. Take the move, junior brother Long. The momentum on the sword became particularly terrifying. Everything around was shaking and so were the surrounding mountain. If it weren't for the blessing of the formation this place would probably have been destroyed. He actually did this, how terrifying. Ji Jueshan and Xiao Ruyu, who are both sword mad, gasped when they saw the sword released by Ji Xianming in front of them, their bodies trembling with fear. Ji Xianming's sword has completely surpassed them and their swords are trembling. This is absolutely powerful suppression of sword intent. People who practice swordsmanship understand this very clearly. Very good. Even so I tried my best. Take the move. Long Fei moved his right leg back and took a deep breath. After finishing the right hand pull, immediately terrifying power erupted from his body and the God Emperor rings came out one after another, quickly condensed on his right hand. The momentum alone has shattered the space around the fist. This punch is not easy. Strengthen the formation quickly, otherwise I'm afraid something will happen. Qing Xianheng frowned and said, I have to say that these two people are really monsters. Qinglong sect is truly blessed to have these two people. Yes, the other elders also discovered that these powers were terrifying and immediately implemented them. They needed to arrange this themselves. Long Fei's punch brought destruction, domineering and dragon power. Feeling that the aura on Long Fei's body had completely surpassed his own, Ji Xianming was no longer calm. How could it be possible? Is this guy really a monster? Ji Xianming suddenly became a little suspicious. He could feel that the energy in Long Fei's body had reached the level of a golden immortal, but his cultivation was still within the range of an 8th level mysterious immortal. His eyes were focused, so he put more force on Lucian. At this moment Long Fei had already condensed it and punched it out. Dragon roar. Today a huge gold and cyan dragon roar instantly appeared in the sky, and wherever it passed the void was shattered. Roar. The entire Qinglong sect was extremely shocked. How scary. At the same time everyone had this thought. The most obvious one is Ji Xianming, who fought so close to Long Fei. His prescience changed completely and he gritted his teeth and left here immediately. This damn monster. Net moment. Boom. Although his falling sword intention was very strong, under Long Fei's terrifying fist his terror and strength were overwhelmed and belittled. In just one round Lucian's sword intent was completely destroyed by his fist and turned into nothingness. Explosion. Long Fei shouted. He was afraid that this fist would directly penetrate the formation. After all, he is in the Super Saiyan form now and his whole body's strength has been increased 50 times. Coupled with his original bloodline power and other multipliers, his total strength multiplier is now at least 100 times higher. His strength was extremely powerful. Although this formation was arranged by the golden immortal of the Qinglong sect, he was still worried that the entire Yuding Basin and the disciples here would be wiped out if it rebounded. By then this place will become a land of destruction and he will become a sinner of the Qinglong sect. Following Long Fei's order, suddenly the huge fist plotted instantly. There was a loud rumble as shocking as a planet plotting. The powerful impact splashed out and the formation was constantly vibrating. The Jin and elders began to increase their strength. They were also shocked. With the support of people like them at the golden immortal level, the formation actually felt unbearable. At this moment Long Fei also plotted his power to form a protective shield around him to protect the others, while the others also began to save themselves. Quick, open a gap in the formation in the sky. Long Fei shouted. Do as he says. Qing Xianheng said. The other elders supported it and then started the operation. There was a hole in the formation in the sky. Is that enough? An elder shouted. That's enough. Long Fei shouted, then flew into the sky, and with the spread of his power he was taken away from the formation along with his entire body and the explosion diffusion area. In just an instant he broke through the atmosphere and came to the star realm through the explosion out and then quickly returned to the star realm. Then the huge explosion of light outside can be clearly seen in the star realm. Because it was due to the universe there was no sound coming, and Long Fei also returned to the star realm. Now he cannot survive in the universe unless he has the ability to survive in the universe. No matter how powerful he is, he will still have to rely on those spaceships to move forward in the universe. After doing all this he returned to the ring. Looking at Ji Xianming on the side he said, how about it? Do you still want to fight? You'd better think clearly before I knock you out with too much force. Ji Xianming was stunned and had to say that this happened too suddenly. When it comes to knitting, this one move can determine the outcome. There's no need to play with you. Referee, I admit defeat. Then he looked back at Long Fei and continued, you guys really didn't disappoint me. If you hadn't appeared I would still be in first place after today's competition. It's boring to stay in first place for too long. Your showing up gave me more motivation. After saying that he jumped out of the ring directly. What? Did I hear it wrong? Ji Xianming, who is number 1 in the inner sect, actually gave up on his own initiative. Oh my god, this guy is really perverted. Aren't you talking nonsense? Can you handle the attack that pervert just made? In a sense this Familith guy has far surpassed Ji Xianming, but don't think that Ji Xianming has become weaker. It's just that his opponent is too strong. If you go up to fight him you will definitely be defeated by his sword intent in an instant. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss continuously. Everyone was frightened when they recalled the sword intention of Ji Xianming's falling sword just now. This guy really won. Ji Jueshan didn't know why he was in a good mood. Okay, Long Fei wins this competition. The elder referee was stunned and immediately announced. Then he looked at Yu Haibo. Do you want to challenge for first place? After Yu Haibo was silent for a moment he shook his head. Forget it, but I want to challenge Ji Xianming. After all, if he wins he will be ranked second, but he felt that it was unlikely. After all, the sword this guy just struck was terrifying. Even if he had Lan Kong Tianyu he might not be his opponent. He felt that his blue sky would be easily split in half under the sword intent. but the only thing that is certain now is that Long Fei is already number 1 in the inner sect, and also the first place in this competition. He felt happy as long as he waited for the referee to announce it. He would be able to receive the system task. Chapter 500 Qinglong Secret Realm. Soon the last game began. Ji Xianming vs Use Haibo. The two of them returned to their original state after resting and adjusting with a stick of incense. After a fierce confrontation, both sides showed their abilities. The blue sky of jade waves in the sky becomes more complete. The strength has also become more extreme. The two fought fiercely, but it is a pity that Use Haibo was defeated by Ji Xianming's falling sword intent. But if he, the half-step perfection golden immortal, could use this sword skill, Use Haibo would not be unjustly defeated. At the moment when he saw such a scene, Xiao Wei, who lost to Use Haibo in the audience, had his eyes tightened and his expression was much gloomier. It turns out this guy didn't use all his strength just now. Xiao Tong looked desperate. There was such a big difference in strength between him and Use Haibo. Fortunately he was a little complacent just now, but he didn't expect that reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. Moreover, Use Haibo was originally the second in the inner sect and he was the third, but now the variable Long Fei appears, making Use Haibo become the third. Ji Xianming becomes the second and Long Fei becomes the first. The NET step is to give reward. Except for the top 5, the rewards for the rest have been issued. You can go to the reward hall to receive them with your inner disciple token. As for the reward for the top 5, they have not been made public. Instead they ended at Qing Xianheng's word. At the same time, everyone can see that the names on the ranking list of inner sect disciples are constantly changing. First place Long Fei, mid to late level 8 level Xuan Ian. Second place Ji Xianming, half step perfect golden immortal. Third place Use Haibo, 9th level peak Xuan Ian. Fourth place Yao Wei, 9th level peak Xuan Ian. Fifth place Xiao Ruyu, 9th level peak Xuan Ian. No one has any doubts about this ranking. After all, they have witnessed it with their own eyes. Then these people practice with the determination to become stronger. Immediately afterwards, Long Fei and others entered a small world of space. Long Fei saw that all the participants here were the top 5. In front are the previous sect masters, elders and other senior members of the inner sect. The sect master summoned us into this small world to start a small stove for us. Long Fei was the first to speak and broke the tranquility here. The other 4 people looked at it and were stunned for a moment. As expected of this boy, he really dares to say anything. Ji Xianming and others showed helpless faces. He. Qing Xianheng was not angry but had a smile on his face. Long Fei, your performance surprised this sect, but this is also a good thing. After all, Ji Xianming has been sitting in the first place for too long and needs to be suppressed. Qing Xianheng said. Ji Xianming looked embarrassed. Okay, NET, I will give you reward. This is one and the other is about the Yuma Realm Gate. Qing Xianheng got to the point. The gate to the Ghost Realm. The 5 people frowned, and Long Fei heard about it for the first time, but it can be seen from the expressions of the other 4 that this is not the first time. What is this place? Long Fei asked. You don't know? Ji Xianming was a little surprised. Why should I know? Long Fei asked. The Nether Demon Realm Gate is one of the strongholds of the Demon Realm that erodes the Ascension Realm. Our Ascension Realm has a total of 5 places which east in the 5-star regions of East, West, South, North and Middle. The demons here are huge, but there are also many opportunities. What we have to do is to enter the Yuma Realm Gate to eliminate these evil things. Every 100 years we will introduce a group of elites to go in and experience them. Just when the 4 of them were speechless, Qing Xianheng started to talk and the whole audience suddenly fell silent and listened to his story. Long Fei listened attentively, and at the same time he was also asking the system in his mind. After all, the system must know more details than Qing Xianheng. Sure enough, the results turned out to be true. Qing Xianheng, who was more serious, didn't say it. He didn't know whether it was because he really didn't know or for some other reason. Long Fei didn't know anyway. But now, after the system gave such detailed answers, he also understood this Ghost Realm Gate. The Yumo Realm Gate is more dangerous than Qing Xianheng said, and the great dangers hidden inside are very terrifying. As for these people being able to survive, it is most likely that they did not discover the existence of these great dangers, or that these great dangers were not discovered. Wait, there are still more than 5 months until the NET Yuma Realm Gate open. You should improve your cultivation as soon as possible. You will set off for this area in the NET second month, and then you will enter the Azure Dragon of the sect. Cultivation in the secret realm. Qing Xianheng said. Only 2 months? Then the NET 3 months will be spent on the road? Long Fei asked. Qing Xianheng nodded and said yes. The Yumo Realm Gate is in the southernmost heart of the Eastern Star region, at least 30 light years away from the Qinglong sect. It cannot be reached by 1 or 2 formation teleportation. You need to go through at least. It took more than 10 times of teleportation to arrive, and this process took at least 3 months. However, these were not mentioned in the answer given by the system. It only mentioned that it was in the southernmost heart of the Eastern Star star territory. After hearing this, Long Fei nodded and he understood. Net according to the order of ranking, abundant cultivation resource rewards will be given starting from the last one. After the rewards were distributed, Qing Xianheng said, Ji Xianming, the gatekeeper of the Yumo realm, this time is the key to whether you can break through the Golden Immortal. Take advantage of it, and if you are lucky, you may be able to enter the Golden Immortal. Although Ji Xianming has already reached the level of half-perfect Golden Immortal, there is still a huge distance between him and the real Golden Immortal. As for the rest of the people, this is even more true. We understand. The 5 people nodded. Net, I will open the Azure Dragon secret realm for you. You can go in and practice. How much you can gain depends on your own destiny. After saying that, Qing Xianheng waved his hand and the space in front of him suddenly tore open. A circular mirror appeared. Everyone entered one after another. Inside the secret territory of Qinglong. It's a green place here surrounded by mist, towering mountains and huge mountain springs and lakes on the ground. Dense jungle, powerful dragon breath. Except for the dragon's breath, dragon's power, dragon's shadow and dragon's roar, there are no other creatures here. Everyone walk forward. Stepping out of the smoke, you can see a huge dragon body leading to the sky in front of you. What this? This is the Heavenly Dragon Pillar. The Heavenly Dragon Pillar contains the powerful will of the Azure Dragon Holy Beast. Ji Xianming said, Isn't this your first time here? Long Fei asked. Ji Xianming shook his head. No, this is my first time here. Everyone was surprised. How is it possible? You have been in the first place for so long. How can it be your first time here? Long Fei was puzzled. This is too unbelievable. It's the first time for Qinglong's peerless genius to come in. I don't know either. It's my first time here anyway, so it must be the same for you, right? Ji Xianming looked at the others. The other 3 said, Yes, I have only read about the existence of the Azure Dragon secret realm and the existence of the Tianlong Pillar in some books within the sect. As for how to get in, I don't know where it is. I didn't expect to come in this time. So you haven't been to the Yumo realm gate before? Long Fei asked. The 4 people nodded. Not bad. That's true. Long Fei was speechless.